Chapter 1. The Black Technology System. In the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai, within a luxurious villa by the banks of the Huangpu River, the gentle sound of water trickling can be heard from the bathroom. "Darling, could you please hand me the bath towel?" "Of course." Tang Gu yawned as he rose from the bed, rummaging through the wardrobe for a pristine white towel, which he then slid through the narrow gap of the bathroom door. A pair of delicate, porcelain-like hands emerged from the crack, playfully seizing the towel. "We're already an old married couple. Why bother being so secretive?" Tang Gu remarked, bemused. "Hee, I simply won't let you see." The melodious voice of his wife, akin to the sound of jade beads clinking together, echoed from the bathroom. Tang Gu shook his head with a wry smile. He had long since grown accustomed to his wife's whimsical nature. Having lived a second life, he felt profoundly fortunate to be married to such a beautiful woman. Yet, his reputation was somewhat tarnished, for his wife was the daughter of a prominent conglomerate. In stark contrast, Tang Gu was an unremarkable novelist, their social standings vastly disparate. He had earned a considerable fortune by rehashing popular novels from his previous life, but these works did not achieve the expected acclaim, perhaps due to his lack of literary finesse. After all, relying solely on memory allowed him to grasp the plot, but did not enable him to reproduce every word verbatim. His literary achievements could be deemed average, with an income slightly surpassing that of an ordinary worker, yet he remained distant from the realm of literary giants. Curiously, it was this relatively modest success that had captured the affections of Zhang Yaxuan, his wife. Their relationship blossomed from an online encounter, culminating in a miraculous union. However, their familial backgrounds were at opposite ends of the spectrum. Although Zhang Yaxuan herself was indifferent to such disparities, her circle of friends often speculated that Tang Gu was merely attracted to her wealth. In simpler terms, they viewed him as a man living off a woman's fortune. Even the home they shared belonged to his wife. "Darling, do you think this outfit looks good on me?" Zhang Yaxuan emerged from the bathroom. Her enchanting figure was adorned in a flowing cyan dress as she twirled gracefully. The hem danced, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. It must be said, Zhang Yaxuan was truly stunning. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with eyes like autumn waters and brows resembling distant mountains. Were she to don royal attire, she would undoubtedly be mistaken for a celestial being. In the eyes of others, she exuded an air of cool elegance and nobility. Yet, before Tang Gu, Zhang Yaxuan transformed into a playful, spirited girl, full of charm. "It looks absolutely wonderful. I adore it." Tang Gu nodded with a smile. To him, his wife looked stunning in anything she wore. They both understood this unspoken sentiment, yet they reveled in it endlessly. "Really? Then I shall wear this for tonight's live broadcast ceremony." Zhang Yaxuan beamed. "By the way, it seems there's an issue with the car in our garage. Could you take a look?" I'll prepare a delicious breakfast for you." "Sure." Tang Gu smiled, and after freshening up, he took the private elevator from the third floor down to the basement. To win the heart of a highborn lady like Zhang Yaxuan, mere rehashed novels would not suffice. He needed to excel in other areas as well, and knowledge of automobiles was among them. This was certainly not an attempt to deceive others into learning automotive repair. Tang Gu stepped into the brightly lit garage, sprawling over 300 square meters, where several luxury sedans and striking sports cars were parked. He made a beeline for the Porsche 911, the vehicle his wife Zhang Yaxuan cherished the most. Equipped with a 3.8T twin-turbocharged engine, it was a limited edition model. Under normal circumstances, such a car ought to present no issues. However, due to his wife's rather dubious driving style, the vehicle had developed a few minor faults, such as significant brake wear or foreign objects lodged within the wheels. Habitually, Tang Gu entered the tool room, intending to retrieve some tools to repair the car. As his palm made contact with the toolbox, a searing pain suddenly pierced his brain, akin to a colossal syringe plunging into his very marrow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Black Technology System, upgrading and implanting technological knowledge. Ding! Congratulations, basic computer knowledge upgraded successfully. You have acquired level 1 artificial intelligence knowledge. Ding! Congratulations, basic automotive repair skills upgraded successfully. You have acquired top-tier automotive manufacturing techniques. Two streams of knowledge surged through Tang Gu's brain cells like torrents, causing him to kneel on the ground, pressing his hands against his head, gasping for breath.
After a while, he gradually regained his composure. This rebirth's golden finger. Isn't it a bit tardy? Tang Gu chuckled ruefully. Having lived for a full 24 years after his rebirth, he had long ceased to harbor any expectations regarding a golden finger. Who would have thought that this cheat would suddenly manifest at such a moment? With his mind inundated with new information, Tang could gaze at the Porsche 911 before him, suddenly brimming with fresh ideas. He picked up tools from the toolbox and commenced a simple transformation of the car. First, he addressed the issues his wife had mentioned, which were merely trivial matters. Once completed, he began to dismantle the vehicle. In mere moments, he reduced the car to just its frame, stripping away the outer shell and placing it nearby. Had it been the previous Tang Gu, he likely would have been at a loss as to where to begin. Now, however, his speed in disassembling the vehicle resembled that of a seasoned mechanic. He even adjusted and added various components, simultaneously dismantling several other sports cars around him. The garage reverberated with a cacophony reminiscent of an automotive manufacturing plant, buzzing with activity. "Darling, come have breakfast." Why have you taken apart all the cars at home?" Zhang Yashuan's voice emanated from the speaker of the surveillance camera. Only then did Tang Gu pause his work, his face smudged with a bit of grease. "Understood. They'll be right there," he replied casually. "It's just a minor issue in just adding a few other things." The car modification was not yet complete, and he wiped away his sweat, deciding to finish breakfast before returning. This exhilarating sensation filled him with comfort. It felt as though the knowledge swirling within him was innate. For whenever he thought of a specific automotive component, a wealth of information regarding it would emerge effortlessly to eye in the moment preceding. Tang Gu had merely been capable of addressing the simplest automotive issues. Now, the transformation of a vehicle seemed a mere trifle. After washing his face upon returning home, Tang Gu seized his expensive laptop from the room and settled at the dining table. While savoring the breakfast prepared by his wife, he busily typed away at the code on his computer. 2 eggs, cooked to a perfect medium, yielded a trickle of yolk upon the slightest poke. Accompanied by slices of toast, sausage, and a cup of steaming milk, the breakfast was both exquisite and nourishing. While having breakfast, refrain from typing, it is unhygienic, admonished Zhang Yashuan, seated across from him, her delicate hand waving in front of his face. "All right, I've repaired your car. For safety's sake, I made a few modifications, and they'll have it ready before the ceremony tonight," Tang Gu replied, continuing to tap away at the code. "Enough already. Finish your meal before you write," Zhang Yashuan declared, snatching the laptop from his hands. Peering down at the screen, she gasped, "What is this you? Viren? Code? You actually understand this?" Having been married for over a year, she had never witnessed her husband coding before. Could it be that he was feeling the pressure from her friends, contemplating a shift from writer to programmer? But programmers are known to suffer from hair loss. Chapter 2. Level 1 Artificial Intelligence Ahem. Tang Gu cleared his throat, perceiving his wife's thoughts. She was not aspiring to be a programmer, but merely playing around. "Well, go ahead and have your fun. I shall seek out Meng Meng." Zhang Yashuan paid little heed to the lines of code. As long as her husband was not pursuing a career in programming, he was free to indulge as he pleased. Meng Meng was a close friend of Zhang Yashuan, residing just across the street. Both hailed from affluent families, reveling in broadcasting a myriad of whimsical activities. Occasionally, they would engage in live chats, sometimes sing, and at other times, venture outdoors to stream their escapades. They broadcast whatever they fancied. The duo's streams could be deemed sheer folly, regardless of their audience. They found immense joy in their antics. Curiously, this seemingly nonsensical broadcasting led them to inadvertently become leading figures in the streaming realm, amassing millions of followers. Tonight's ceremony marked the anniversary celebration of Douyin Live. Naturally, Zhang Yashuan and Meng Meng, as prominent figures in the Douyin Live community, received invitations. Go on. I'll handle the dishes," Tang Gu chuckled, popping a piece of bread into his mouth. "I'm off then. If you're too lazy to cook, feel free to snag a meal at Meng Meng's," Zhang Yashuan said with a beaming smile, planting a kiss on his cheek before darting barefoot towards the door. Married life was tranquil, devoid of the thrill and fervor that accompanied courtship. The longevity of their relationship hinged on their ability to find happiness within the monotony of everyday life. In this moment, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan radiated contentment. After finishing his warm milk, Tang Gu meticulously washed all the remaining dishes and began typing his artificial intelligence code. The system granted him Level 1 Artificial Intelligence, indicating the existence of even more advanced forms. From the information coursing through his mind, he understood that Level 1 Artificial Intelligence possessed a certain degree of discernment. When implanted in an automobile, it could facilitate flawless autonomous driving. Its operational capabilities would surpass even the finest human racing drivers, effectively preventing accidents. After all, he was rather apprehensive about his wife's driving skills, given her tendency to bump and scrape. Tang Gu's fingers danced across the keyboard, the rhythmic tapping resonating through the otherwise silent room. The system had already provided him with the framework for the artificial intelligence code. All that remained was to utilize his knowledge to craft the logical sequences and embed them within the framework, thereby creating a complete loop. His fingers flew with astonishing speed. And within the span of an hour, he had completed the entire artificial intelligence code. Such velocity undoubtedly eclipsed that of any code engineer. No one could write code, particularly artificial intelligence code, with such swiftness. Only someone like Tang Gu, with extraordinary abilities, could achieve this. Upon clicking run, the flawless code executed successfully on the first attempt. The computer screen illuminated with a flurry of character segments, causing the laptop to warm slightly. Thankfully, this laptop boasted top-tier specifications, and the level 1 artificial intelligence was robust. Otherwise, it might not withstand such intensive computations. The next level of artificial intelligence necessitates the support of servers. Otherwise, a mere computer could hardly bear the burden. At this moment, the code crafted by Tang Gu began to morph, as if it were spontaneously generating entirely new sequences. This exemplifies the code loop inherent in artificial intelligence. A truly self-aware artificial intelligence cannot possibly possess static code. Fixed code is merely a product of human engineering, not of artificial intelligence itself. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am a level 1 artificial intelligence. Suddenly, a character face formed on the computer screen as a male voice resonated from the laptop. Switch to a female voice. Tang Gu smiled and spoke, feeling a tinge of excitement at the birth of artificial intelligence. Despite having weathered the storms of rebirth, the emergence of artificial intelligence still felt somewhat surreal to him. Such a phenomenon had only been witnessed in films across 2 lifetimes. Now, this remarkable creation had been brought to life by his own hands. No matter how composed he attempted to appear, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Very well, Mr. Tang. Would you like to rename the level 1 artificial intelligence? A clear and melodious female voice emanated from the computer. Yes, that voice is much more pleasant. From now on, your name shall be Origin. The origin code of artificial intelligence is destined to lead the world. Understood, Mr. Tang. The level 1 artificial intelligence has been renamed to Origin. With joy, Tang Gu embraced his laptop and made his way back to the expansive garage. He connected the artificial intelligence to the car while also making modifications to the Porsche's tires, windows, and exterior. With the assistance and reminders from the artificial intelligence, Tang Gu's speed in upgrading the vehicle significantly increased, enabling him to incorporate many advanced technologies that would otherwise have been unattainable. So engrossed in the exhilarating process of modification was he that he forgot to eat lunch. Before long, evening arrived, and the upgrades were finally complete. There was only so much that could be altered. He would add some additional features once Yuxian returned tonight. After a day of modifications, the enhancements that could be made were indeed limited. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to ensure his wife's safety. Recalling Zhang Yuxian's driving skills sent shivers down Tang Gu's spine. Though lacking any innate talent for driving, she relished the experience and even dismissed the driver. Suddenly, hunger struck Tang Gu as he realized he had skipped lunch. Upon returning to the first-floor hall, he saw Zhang Yuxian entering through the front door, accompanied by a soft and adorable girl clad in a pink short-sleeve shirt and a white pleated skirt. She held a phone stand, animatedly chatting and laughing into her phone. The cute girl beside Zhang Yuxian was her best friend, Meng Meng, whose full name was Jin Yu Meng. With a graceful figure and a hint of baby fat on her face, she indeed possessed an endearing charm. Hey, Tang Gu, what are you up to? You look all grimy. Jin Yu Meng waved at Tang Gu, playfully teasing him. It's Yu Meng. I just finished working on the car, he replied. Just finished working on the car? Honey, you haven't eaten yet? Zhang Yuxian approached with the phone stand, her brows slightly furrowed. The phone was live streaming, with a flurry of comments scrolling rapidly across the screen. Oh, isn't that old Tang? No wonder there was no update today. He has been busy fixing cars all day? Is it really just fixing cars? I perceive that he has been driving all day. However, his wife is not at home. Who could Lao Tang possibly be driving with? Could it be that? One must keep a close watch on Lao Tang, especially since there hasn't been an update today. Perhaps it is worth checking the home surveillance cameras. It's conceivable that old Wang has come by. But isn't old Wang a man? Perhaps Lao Tang has a taste for something unconventional. Various odd comments floated through the phone, and the audience frequently saw Tang Gu, well aware that he is a novelist. When many first learned that Zhang Yashuan had a husband, there were those who threatened to unfollow her. Alas, Zhang Yashuan paid no heed to such remarks, unabashedly displaying affection for Tang Gu in the live stream. Over time, the audience grew accustomed to it. Zhang Yashuan stands unwavering as the leading lady of the streaming world. Chapter 3, followed by someone I'm off to eat. I fixed the car, you can take it. Tang Gu chuckled lightly. Why on earth did I marry such a fool? Is fixing a car more important than eating? If it weren't repaired, I could simply drive another car. You mustn't do this again, Zhang Yashuan chided lightly. And why didn't you tell me you had tea eaten? I could have brought something over for you. Simultaneously, she extended her delicate hand, diligently wiping the dark grease from Tang Gu's face, showing no sign of disdain. Tonight's ceremony is an anniversary celebration, of course. You must drive your favorite Porsche. Tang Gu smiled once more. All right, you all go and enjoy the celebration. I shall manage dinner myself. All right, stop being so clingy. Sister Yashuan, hurry up, or you'll be late, and that would be awkward. Jin Yumeng, exasperated, tugged at Zhang Yashuan's slender arm. The friends in the live stream expressed their sympathy. Poor best friend, once again faced with a mouthful of dog food. How can this be called dog food? This is simply a normal conversation between a married couple. Indeed. Hurry to the ceremony. I eagerly anticipate the magical collaboration at the event. Right. Just leave Lao Tang at home. There's no need to worry about him. By the way, aren't you going to check the home cameras? What if old Wang truly shows up? You there, that's enough. Are you not perhaps a little delusional? By the way, Lao Tang is indeed quite handsome. Lao Tang has always been a young heartthrob hindered by his literary pursuits. Can we not let Lao Tang debut? He is so charming. I adore him, Zhang Yashuan said apologetically. I'm sorry, my dear husband. I'll make it up to you when I return tonight. We must be off now. She waved her hand at Tang Gu and, with Jin Yumeng, headed towards the garage. What a night it promises to be. This evening, after Zhang Yashuan drives home, she will have to drive again. How exhausting. Please, your speed is far too fast. The live stream remained awash in golden hues. The engine sounds perpetually resounding. Jin Yumeng beside her laughed knowingly, causing Zhang Yashuan's cheeks to flush slightly. Is it just me, or has the appearance of this Porsche changed a bit? Upon arriving at the garage, Jin Yumeng inquired curiously. It seems to have changed slightly. It's likely that my precious has merely modified the exterior. Do not worry. There will be no issues. Zhang Yashuan harbored immense confidence in her husband's driving skills. She boldly entered the vehicle, maneuvering the Porsche out of the garage with a certain roughness. The roar of the engine was particularly jarring. Yet the two women seemed oblivious to the fact that its power had intensified several-fold compared to before. Meanwhile, Tang Gu, alone at home, prepared a simple dinner. After finishing his meal, he began to update the day's chapter of his novel. Thus far, he had transferred 5 works from his previous life, Battle Through the Heavens, Soul Land, A Single Hand Covers the Sky, and Snowy Sword's Journey. Currently, he was working on the 500th chapter of The Secret God. Unfortunately, these 5 novels, which had garnered immense popularity in his previous life, received only mediocre feedback in this one. Origin, could you analyze what the issue with my novels might be? After 2 hours of intense writing, he finally completed today's chapter. Crafting a novel demanded both writing and conceptualizing, which was quite mentally taxing. Tang Gu was aware of the general direction of the plot, but the detailed descriptions tested his literary prowess. Good. I am currently utilizing big data to collect and analyze today's trending novels in comparison to your works, Mr. Tang, the voice of Origin announced. Analysis result. Your works do not align with the style of today's popular novels, resulting in a lower audience click-through rate. Origin detected that contemporary online literature was gradually shifting towards a style similar to Tang Gu's works and suggested that he wait for a while, as a change would eventually occur. Upon hearing this analysis, Tang Gu finally understood why the novels he had brought over had not achieved explosive success. It turned out that his novels were simply ahead of their time. It was akin to the current trend favoring bell-bottoms and plaid shirts, while he donned a tie and suit, making it naturally difficult for the audience to accept. Once the trends of the era caught up, Tang Gu's novels would undoubtedly gain popularity. Those who were currently enamored with Tang Gu's novels were undoubtedly seasoned readers. Realizing this, Tang Gu felt a wave of joy sweep over him. He returned indoors to check on the live stream, curious about his wife's status. The anniversary celebration was exceptionally lively, with countless internet celebrities gathered, and even some stars came to show their support. At that moment, the ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Zhang Yashuan had received several awards and was taking photos with a group of young women. As he watched, Tang Gu dozed off on the bed. All right, today's ceremony has officially concluded. My husband is still at home waiting for me, so I'll end the stream here. Zhang Yashuan waved goodbye to her online friends. No, Sister Yashuan, we haven't seen enough yet. Exactly. We want to see old Tang. We wish to witness his lonely demeanor. We crave dog food. Well, it seems you all are more interested in something other than food. All right, I'll be frank. I want to see a live stream of Sister Yashuan and old Tang driving. The live stream was abuzz with excitement. Tonight's ceremony was a dream collaboration for them, with performances providing ample entertainment. Okay, since that's the case, I'll stream for a little while longer, but once I see old Tang at home, I'll sign off. Zhang Yashuan responded with a hint of exasperation. She couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration towards her adorable fans. Previously, those who expressed disdain for Tang Gu are now clamoring to see him. Oh, how eager they seem to return to Brother Tang, remarked Jin Yumeng, who was also live streaming, with a teasing smile. Upon hearing her friend's words, Zhang Yashuan's face flushed once more, yet she refrained from retorting. Be careful, Yashuan. It seems those few individuals have been trailing you. One of them warned. It must just be a coincidence. After all, this is an underground parking lot, and it's not unusual for people to come down here. No. I too sense that those individuals are indeed following you, Yashuan, and you as well, Yumeng. It seems plausible. During the ceremony earlier, they occasionally appeared within the frame. At that moment, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng found themselves in the underground parking garage. Strangely, they were the only two women present, accompanied only by a few male figures lingering behind them. The alerts from their viewers flooded their live stream, causing a surge of alarm within them. They dared not turn around, instead continuing to interact nonchalantly with their audience. However, their pace quickened, and upon reaching a Porsche, they hastily entered the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, panic surging within them. Have they vanished? Did we misjudge the situation? Jin Yumeng voiced her fears, her petite and delicate demeanor eliciting sympathy. Fans in the live stream declared their intent to come to her aid. I hope it's merely a misunderstanding. Zhang Yashuan replied uncertainly, her movements swift as she ignited the engine and drove outwards. Chapter 4. What on earth? Artificial intelligence. Just as the two women breathed a sigh of relief, they noticed 3 black sedans approaching from various directions. 2 of the cars obstructed their path ahead, while 1 blocked the rear. In an instant, both women's expressions shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yashuan hastily pressed the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, the engine erupted in the garage. The Porsche surged forward, reaching over 100 miles per hour, deftly maneuvering through the gaps between the 2 blocking vehicles. The terrifying acceleration momentarily stunned the interceptors. Is this Porsche truly so formidable? Inside the vehicle, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng were equally startled by the sudden burst of speed. Fortunately, Zhang Yashuan reacted swiftly, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the ground as they sped out of the garage. Goodness, her car has been modified. No time for idle chatter. Third, hurry and pursue. Fourth, call the others for assistance. If we fail to capture this girl, we are finished. Yes. Our leader is indeed wise. This girl will not escape. The 3 intercepting sedans quickly adjusted their course, their engines roaring to life as they rapidly followed Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng. It's too fast. Yashuan, swerve. Jin Yumeng cried out in alarm. Zhang Yashuan felt a surge of anxiety. She had never driven at such speeds. Even when driving with Tang Gu, it had never been this swift. How had she not realized the sheer power of her vehicle's engine before? Upon realizing that she was about to collide with another vehicle, she hastily spun the steering wheel, the tires screeching as they once again made contact with the pavement. However, the vehicle behind her relentlessly pursued, even threatening to overtake her. With determination, Zhang Yashuan gritted her teeth and accelerated to a staggering speed of 150 miles per hour. The road ahead was relatively desolate, a straight stretch that allowed for such reckless speed. After all, this was a grand ceremony, and the organizers had chosen a remote location to avoid traffic congestion. Quick, call the police. It seems they are trying to capture us, Zhang Yashuan urged anxiously. It was then that Jin Yumeng snapped to attention and hurriedly dialed the emergency number. The live stream was erupting with chaos. None of them had anticipated witnessing a kidnapping in progress. Who were these audacious individuals? So brazen as to follow from the ceremony and engage in a car chase? Did they not fear the police would intercept them? The only plausible explanation was that the force behind these kidnappers was formidable indeed. My goodness, they intend to carry out this abduction in front of millions of viewers. Brothers, hurry and alert the authorities. We've already contacted them. Let us hope they arrive swiftly. Yashuan, be careful. Driving this fast is perilous. However, danger was unavoidable. Slowing down would likely give the pursuers the chance to block their escape entirely. The viewers in the live chat were filled with anxiety, helplessly watching their beloved goddesses flee in panic, their hearts heavy with concern. Yes, that is the location. Please hurry, and be cautious. Just as Jin Yumeng was communicating with the police, she suddenly shrieked. 2 cars appeared ahead, driving against traffic, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Zhang Yashuan was momentarily paralyzed with fear, as if her entire life flashed before her eyes. Just as the vehicles were about to collide with her, the steering wheel of the Porsche inexplicably moved on its own. With a sudden jerk, she slammed on the brakes and spun the wheel. The Porsche executed a stunning drift, gliding gracefully off the road in a dramatic arc, narrowly avoiding the oncoming cars. The phone that Zhang Yashuan had set up for the live stream fell onto the dashboard, perfectly capturing the breathtaking maneuver. Holy cow! How did this woman accomplish that? What just transpired? The chat erupted in disbelief. Sister Yashuan possesses such remarkable driving skills. It's simply astounding. Is that drifting technique? Could it be that Sister Yashuan can drift? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The entire live stream was in an uproar, millions bearing witness to this extraordinary woman. Navigating the Porsche 911, she executed a flawless drift, gliding past the two vehicles. The steering wheel adjusted once more, swiftly regaining direction, and she accelerated back to 150 miles per hour, even beginning to increase her speed further. This is astounding, Jean Yumming exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at her best friend. But then, her pupils dilated in shock, as she realized that Zhang Yashuan's hands were not on the steering wheel, but rather she was staring blankly ahead. The Porsche seemed to be driven by an unseen force, accelerating continuously and overtaking with precision. The speed had now soared to an astonishing 200 miles per hour. Greetings, I have detected an approaching vehicle ahead. The artificial intelligence has temporarily taken control of the vehicle's driving privileges. Would you like to disengage? Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice echoed within the car, startling the two women. What is this, an artificial intelligence? Am I imagining things? Jean Yuming's lips twitched. Zhang Yashuan was equally bewildered. The viewers in the live stream heard the AI's voice, and a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Some exclaimed in shock, others expressed skepticism, while many began to analyze the situation chaotically. Most believed it was merely a prank by the host. However, the ensuing dialogue cast a heavy silence over the live stream. What artificial intelligence are you? What are you? Zhang Yashuan asked, perplexed. Miss Zhang, greetings. I am the Origin AI, created by Mr. Tang Gu, who is also your husband. The AI responded respectfully. Huh, the AI created by Tang? The one who writes novels can do this too? Before Zhang Yashuan could speak, Jean Yumming exclaimed in astonishment. What functionalities do you possess? Zhang Yashuan, with little time to spare, cut straight to the point. Origin can take over driving privileges to ensure the passengers arrive at their destination safely. Would you like to disengage the autopilot? Disengage? No, there is no need to. Zhang Yashuan took a deep breath and commanded, Origin, please take us home at the fastest speed. This was surreal. Everything felt like a scene from the future. Nonetheless, Zhang Yashuan adjusted her mindset and issued her instructions with clarity and logic. Understood. Origin has taken full control of driving privileges and is returning at maximum speed. As the AI's voice faded, the roar of the engine erupted. The Porsche darted through the night like a vibrant rainbow. What speed is this? This is a modified race car, isn't it? It's astounding. No, no, no. This is a racing car. It's faster than anything. Please refrain from speeding on the highway. Wait, shouldn't we be focusing on the artificial intelligence? Someone in the live stream pointed out the main issue. Chapter 5. What secrets does my husband conceal? With that reminder, the viewers in the live stream began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Is this really an artificial intelligence driving? And the creator is Tang Gu, Zhang Yashuan's husband? Isn't he just a novelist? How did he create an AI? Is this what it means to be a hidden genius? The chat exploded in excitement, with rockets filling the screen. The already popular live stream surged to prominence. Countless viewers flocked to witness this extraordinary AI-driven car chase unfolding live. Meanwhile, the men pursuing from behind were in a state of frantic urgency. Boss, her car is going too fast. If we can't catch up, we won't have another chance. Having just received a reminder from his comrades, a man spoke into his phone. The police will arrive in about 10 minutes. We must complete our task within that time frame. This operation was meticulously planned, with operatives positioned in every sector to monitor police movements. Meanwhile, others lay in ambush along the road, poised to intercept Zhang Yashuan's vehicle. Damn it! How can this woman drive so fiercely? Weren't you a race car driver? Hurry up and catch up. How can you let a mere woman outrun you? The driver, flustered, vented his frustration. If you're so capable, why don't you take the wheel? She's already hit 230. Doesn't she fear crashing? I'm utterly amazed. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense, with the leader's expression darkening. Use the gun, he commanded in a low voice. Instantly, silence enveloped the car. Their mission was to capture someone alive. What if they accidentally shot the wrong person? I'll do it. Suddenly, a bald man pulled a handgun from the glove compartment. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed along the highway, bullets striking the glass with a soft thud. However, the bullets did not penetrate. Instead, they embedded themselves in the bulletproof glass. "Boss, it's bulletproof," the bald man exclaimed. The leader smacked the bald man's head in irritation, scolding, "I told you to shoot the tires, not the glass. What a useless fool." Not to mention that any vehicle belonging to a major corporation would undoubtedly be equipped with bulletproof glass. Their mission required a live capture. How could they shoot at the occupants of the car? "All right, boss," the bald man replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he raised his weapon again, this time aiming for the Porsche's tires. Bang! The bullet shot forth, glinting in the night, striking the tire with precision. Yet, the Porsche continued to race forward, unaffected by the hit. Believing he had simply aimed poorly, the bald man fired several more shots until the gun clicked, empty. Everyone fell silent, then erupted in curses. Is this car seriously equipped with bulletproof tires? Who in their right mind would use bulletproof tires? Isn't that something only the military would employ? Chase after her. Get the lookout brothers to come over and intercept. The leader barked decisively, and have the others slow down the police as much as possible. The only way to handle a car that could withstand bullets was to catch up and intercept it. This mission was significant. Failure would result in tremendous losses. Who could have anticipated that a woman would drive with such ferocity? Even race car drivers couldn't match her intensity. Inside the Porsche, the soundproofing was impeccable. They heard none of the gunfire outside. Not even the cracking of the rear window from stray bullets made a sound within the confines of the vehicle. Inside, a song inserted by Tang Gu played, leaving the two women in a state of bemusement. Two tigers love to dance. Hey little rabbit, obediently pull the radish. Jean Yumming chuckled, clutching her stomach. What is this song? It's so catchy, haha. How can you still laugh at a time like this? If they catch up to us, we're done for. Zhang Yashuan felt utterly speechless at her dear friend's lack of awareness. They were being pursued by a group of strangers, yet her friend could still manage to laugh. Report to Miss Jean. This song is composed by Mr. Tang. The voice of the Origin AI echoed once more. At the time, Tang Gu had been bored while modifying his Porsche 911 and had hummed this tune. The more he hummed, the more he liked it, prompting him to have Origin record it and add musical accompaniment. Although Origin was merely a level 1 artificial intelligence, incapable of discerning many things on its own, it executed commands with remarkable precision. For instance, performing the hummed melody with various instruments was a task of utmost simplicity for the AI. It's sung by Brother Tang? No wonder this voice sounds so familiar. Jean Yumming exclaimed, her eyes widening as she turned to Zhang Yashuan. No wonder you have a crush on Brother Tang. He is indeed such a talented individual. Writing novels is only the surface. Behind the scenes, he is not only a programming genius, but also a songwriter. My goodness, what a treasure of a man. If he weren't your husband, I would be tempted to pursue him myself. Such an outstanding and humble man was truly captivating. Jean Yumming's eyes sparkled with excitement, struggling to contain her emotions. Zhang Yashuan, however, was even more perplexed. The events of that evening seemed to overturn her understanding of her husband. Reflecting on Tang Gu coding earlier that morning suddenly made sense. Just how many secrets had her husband concealed? Impressive, my old Tang. He can even write songs. Is this truly his composition? Although it feels somewhat average, the song is rather catchy. Old Tang is indeed elusive, secretly creating artificial intelligence and composing music for his own amusement. Speaking of which, is it truly the AI driving the car? Could it be that Sister Yashuan is reluctant to reveal her driving skills and is deliberately attributing it to the AI? That's a possibility. After all, Sister Yashuan drives with old Tang daily. Her skills must be commendable. But I feel that the brother in front has even better driving skills. Regardless of who was behind the wheel, the first-person perspective was simply exhilarating. The speed must have already exceeded 200 miles per hour. My heavens, there's a bend ahead. Isn't he going to slow down? Unbeknownst to them, a massive turn loomed ahead. Yet, Origin showed no signs of deceleration, maintaining a speed that was creeping toward 300 miles per hour. Origin, there's a turn ahead. Aren't you going to reduce speed? Zhang Yashuan urged. It seemed she had issued her warning too late. At the current velocity, even a reduction would be futile. In an instant, both Zhang Yashuan and Jean Yumming turned as pale as ghosts. This artificial intelligence appeared rather unreliable. Could it be that it was incomplete, revealing flaws? If they were to meet their demise in a car crash, they would surely haunt Tang Gu and give him a fright. Chapter 6. Drifting at 200 miles per hour around a bend. Oh no. Still not slowing down. My two goddesses are in grave danger. Goodness. Is old Tang trying to put his wife in peril? Quickly, revoke the AI's control. Otherwise, it would truly be disastrous. As they approached the impending turn, the audience in the live stream began to panic. Although this place is not situated in the mountains, the road ahead must navigate around a colossal mountain range. Consequently, there looms a significant curve. Failure to maneuver would result in a catastrophic collision with the mountains, leading to inevitable destruction and loss of life. Are they truly prepared to witness a live car crash? Many faces turned pale, and even the men in pursuit were struck with fear. If the target were to perish in a crash, their mission would equally end in failure, leaving them empty-handed. Curse it, why are they still accelerating? Approaching 300 miles per hour, are they truly reckless enough to risk their lives? Surely, they do not intend to commit suicide? I cannot fathom it. Logically, they should not, yet the scene before me defies understanding. The robbers wore expressions of despair. They had never anticipated that a task as straightforward as this abduction would escalate into such a formidable challenge. Fear not, ladies, the voice of Origin assured. We shall ensure your safe return home. As we approach the bend, please take your seats and hold tightly to the handrails above. With Origin's words ringing in their ears, the two women had no time to inquire further. As they neared the curve, how could they possibly return home unscathed? Instinctively, they grasped onto anything secure, their hearts racing with trepidation. In an instant, the steering wheel spun abruptly, and the brakes were slammed down. Even the handbrake engaged automatically. Creak! The entire Porsche skidded violently, executing a flawless drift around the curve, tires screeching against the asphalt, producing a cloud of white smoke. It billowed like puffs of cotton, illuminated by the lights, casting a dazzling array of colors. Goodness! 200 miles per hour while drifting around a bend. Incredible! My heavens! Could it truly be that an artificial intelligence is at the wheel? Even seasoned racers might struggle to achieve such a feat at this velocity. Is this extreme sports? What an exhilarating experience. This first-person perspective is utterly thrilling. This is drifting, and my palms are already sweating. Remarkable. The sense of immersion is so profound. I feel as though I am floating. This is going to trend tomorrow for sure. My goodness, is this akin to a racing game? That drift around the bend deserves a perfect score. 666, 666, 6666. In that moment, the live stream's viewership soared to unprecedented heights. Many curious onlookers, drawn to witness this first-person 200-mile-per-hour drift, were left in awe, shouting in excitement. Those who came to discern the authenticity of this so-called artificial intelligence could not help but flood the comments with their exhilaration. Boom! Under Origin's control, the Porsche glided through the curve at an indescribable speed, leaving behind a smooth, curvaceous tire mark at the center of the road. The engine roared once more, akin to a beast's growl. Not only did the speed remain unhampered after the turn, but it continued to escalate. The robbers trailing behind were left dumbfounded. This vehicle's engine has been modified. No ordinary engine could withstand such brutal usage, exclaimed the driver. A typical engine would not endure such wear and tear. In the next moment, it would undoubtedly burn out. Yet this Porsche's engine exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, from the sound alone, it was evident that it had become even more ferocious. This scene astonished many automotive enthusiasts in the live stream, drawn in by the allure of autonomous driving. They were now presented with something even more breathtaking. How on earth was this engine achieving such feats? Undoubtedly, this Tang Gu is a master of racing modifications. Judging by the vehicle's performance, every aspect is exceptional. Boosting, ignition, tires, and perhaps even the chassis has been reinforced. Who exactly is this Tang Gu? Is he truly just a novelist? A chorus of knowledgeable voices filled the live stream. Regardless of whether the car was operated by artificial intelligence, its modifications were poised to stir a frenzy in the automotive industry. Many laypersons, though unable to grasp the intricacies of their discussions, could only marvel at the spectacle. Inside the vehicle, the two women were propelled by inertia, experiencing the most profound impact from the dramatic drift. As they sat within, they could intimately feel how terrifying that cornering maneuver had been. Their adrenaline surged uncontrollably, as if they might be flung from their seats at any moment. This sensation of bodily and spiritual detachment was both frightening and imbued with an inexplicable thrill, such as the allure of drifting in racing, akin to treading on the edge of a precipice. Wow, that was exhilarating. Yashwan, did you see that moment? I felt like my soul was soaring beside me. Jean Yumling exclaimed, coming to her senses, her excitement evident as she fervently shook Jean Yashwan's delicate arm. This unprecedented experience was more thrilling than the first night. Although she was still awaiting that moment, nonetheless, it did not diminish her burgeoning addiction to drifting. Jean Yashwan shared the same sentiment, her heart racing even now. Jean Yumling eagerly opened her phone, broadcasting live, shouting into the camera, "Did you all see that drift? My goodness, it was incredible. Let me show you. This is truly automatic control. It's artificial intelligence. Look quickly." She aimed the camera towards Jean Yashwan just in time to witness the handbrake automatically disengaging and the steering wheel turning by itself. Wow, it really is autonomous driving. Is artificial intelligence truly this advanced now? No. It's the incredible AI created by Lao Tang. Previous autonomous systems were as ineffective as artificial ignorance. Lao Tang is impressive. Even when not beside his wife, he continues to protect her. But what is Lao Tang doing now? Who called him to watch the live stream? Indeed, his wife has been pursued for so long, yet he hasn't even made a phone call. Could it be that he has fallen asleep with his phone in hand? The piercing sound of tires screeching filled the air as several black modified vehicles drifted into the corner. However, their speed was considerably slower. By the time they completed the turn, Zhang Yashuan and her companion in their Porsche had already created a distance of 500 meters, entering the second corner. This time, everyone was mentally prepared. As the Porsche drifted into the bend, the atmosphere became electric with anticipation. Zhang Yashuan's phone streamed a first-person perspective towards the window, while Jin Yumeng firmly grasped her phone, broadcasting from inside the car. Two distinct viewpoints from a single vehicle provided a vivid sensory experience, immersing viewers in the moment. Chapter 7. Can this car really transform? Under the watchful eyes of millions, the Porsche's handbrake and steering wheel moved almost in unison. Once again, the Porsche drifted through the turn at an astonishing speed. With two different angles, netizens finally witnessed how artificial intelligence could command a vehicle. Incredible, it truly is autonomous driving. The dual perspectives exhilarated me. I had both live streams open on my computer, one showing the girls in the car gasping in awe and the other capturing the first-person drift view, making me feel as if I were drifting with the lovely ladies. Perfect. I understood. At this moment, I was driving with two beautiful girls. This logic is magnificent. While netizens jested, many professionals from the automotive and computer industries convened an emergency meeting. They aimed to contact Tang Gu at the earliest opportunity to acquire his technology. Artificial intelligence, car modifications, each alone could change the world, but their perfect integration thrust humanity into a realm of science fiction. Damn it, we can't catch up. All the men from the chubby side were dispatched to intercept the Porsche. If they couldn't halt it within 15 minutes, they were to retreat immediately. The leader slammed his fist against the car window, shouting into his communicator. The speed was too rapid. Even these modified cars and racing drivers couldn't keep pace. What is wrong with this woman? Her driving skills surpass those of professional racers. Boss, we still have 2 canisters of nitrous, one of the younger men whispered. Nitrous? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Install it now. We'll ram that Porsche and force it to stop. The leader slapped the young man, expressing his frustration. Yes. The younger men hurried to set up the nitrous, the vehicle continuing its high-speed pursuit. After some shaking, they finally completed the installation. All right, let's see if your engine is more powerful or if my nitrous is superior. Let's go. At the leader's command, the driver promptly pressed the exhaust button. Whoosh. Instantly, the modified car surged forward, emitting 2 streaks of pale blue flames from the rear, propelling them ahead. The speed dramatically increased, causing everyone inside to lean back against their seats, feeling the exhilarating acceleration. Charge. Smash that Porsche. The leader laughed heartily, though a hint of tension crossed his face. Zhang Yashuan and the 2 women, having thought they had shaken off their pursuers after covering 400 meters, were startled when bright lights appeared behind them. Jin Yumeng turned to look back and was horrified to see bullet holes in their car window, with a black modified car rapidly closing in. Oh no, they are getting closer. Is there any way to accelerate? Jin Yumeng cried out in alarm. Zhang Yashuan furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, it seems they have employed nitrogen. Origin, do you have a method to accelerate further? In response to Ms. Zhang, due to time constraints, Mr. Tang had not been able to install a booster today. The crisp voice of Origin replied, however, I can temporarily alter the vehicle's form to reduce aerodynamic drag and achieve acceleration, though the interior will become somewhat cramped. Shall I proceed with the transformation? Transform. Zhang Yashuan's mouth fell agape. What on earth is this? It can even transform? Bewildered as she was, she nonetheless nodded and said, execute immediately. Understood. Origin responded, and immediately, a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted within the vehicle. Both inside and outside the car, it began to compress and reshape. Excuse me, is there something wrong with my ears and eyes? I feel as though I am witnessing this car transform. Well, if you are indeed malfunctioning, I fear I might be in the same predicament. What on earth is happening? It's transforming. This must be a science fiction film starring Yashuan and Yumeng. I feel disconnected from reality. Have I traveled through time? The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. The sight of a car transforming was far more exhilarating than artificial intelligence. The approaching robbers displayed manic expressions, preparing to ram their vehicle into the rear of the Porsche. Yet at that moment, the exterior shell of the Porsche began to shift. What the hell? This car seems to be transforming? They instinctively rubbed their eyes, suspecting a mirage. Suddenly, they realized the Porsche 911 was indeed transforming. Such a fantastical scene unfolded before their very eyes, leaving the robbers utterly dumbfounded. The Porsche rapidly compressed, its exterior folding into a low, streamlined shape. A conventional vehicle could never achieve such a diminutive form while maintaining such immense power. In this altered state, the Porsche's speed surged dramatically, reaching astonishing levels. Though it could not completely outpace the nitrogen-enhanced vehicles, it managed to match their speed. Within mere minutes, the robbers' nitrogen was depleted. The distance between them widened swiftly. Two tigers love to dance. A little rabbit, obediently pull up the carrots, yay. The two women inside the car joyfully sang, their voices ringing like silver bells. Although the interior had become somewhat cramped, the speed was exhilarating. Origin drove at high velocity, while the two women sang merrily, even taking the time to interact with their fans and share their feelings about the recent events. The robber leader, infuriated, kicked the vehicle's dashboard in frustration. Is this a vehicle fit for deities? This was undoubtedly the most bizarre criminal encounter they had ever experienced. What is the situation on Big Fattest end? The robber leader inquired. We've arrived and are positioned to intercept at the winding curves, replied his subordinate solemnly. Excellent. We shall not pursue any further. Let us block the escape route here. The Group's vehicles immediately skidded to a halt, obstructing the road and prohibiting any passage, displaying sheer dominance. As they approached a series of winding turns, a warning echoed, alerting them to an obstruction ahead. Ladies, please hold on tight. The voice from the system intoned once more. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yelmeng, along with the viewers in the live stream, were momentarily taken aback. An obstruction ahead? How were they to proceed? This was evidently a premeditated kidnapping plot, armed and audaciously blocking the road, utterly lawless, with no avenue for escape. Even the most adept driving skills of artificial intelligence would struggle to break through such an interception. Was a head-on collision the only option? The mere suggestion sent a chill down the spines of the two women. If they were to crash, it would surely spell disaster. As everyone contemplated their predicament, the AI had already maneuvered the Porsche to the location of the winding turns. At every perilous curve, two vehicles were parked across the road. A dozen men stood beside the cars, leisurely smoking cigarettes and casting derisive glances at Zhang Yashuan and her companion. No matter how skilled the driving, they would surely have to comply and halt now. The roar of the engine grew louder, and the expressions of the roadblockers shifted from calm amusement to sheer astonishment. They were struck with dread as the Porsche showed no intention of slowing down, prompting them to scramble towards the rocky walls on either side. As the diminutive Porsche surged forward, its frame began to transform. Portions of the car's exterior, having morphed, shifted toward the front, reinforcing the front and sides. Multiple layers of shell converged, rendering the front and sides nearly indomitable, while the rest of the structure became alarmingly fragile. This was a tactical sacrifice to preserve the core, aptly suited for the current circumstances. Today, Tang Gu had devoted the most time to perfecting this transformation feature, utilizing the data-driven capabilities of artificial intelligence. A magnetic adhesion function was integrated. The AI controlled the strength of the magnetic pull, enabling the movement of the car's exterior. Although it appeared highly futuristic, it was merely a stunning visual effect. To achieve the true transformative prowess Tang Gu envisioned, more advanced materials and superior computational intelligence were essential. In an instant, the Porsche collided with the blockade, an unstoppable force. The two cars were forcefully thrust aside, their bodies caving in from the impact. Remarkably, the Porsche emerged unscathed, executing its first drift around the corner, raising a cloud of dust and smoke as it glided past the stunned assailants and into the next line of interception. With a resounding crash, the AI continued to disregard the vehicles, accelerating furiously to break through the second blockade. A perfect drift followed, adjusting direction with finesse as it sailed through the second turn. The entire sequence was executed with fluidity. The obstructing vehicles failed to inflict any harm upon the Porsche, which even showcased a series of seamless drifting maneuvers. Wow, I can't believe it. I just experienced a first-person perspective of a consecutive drift. But wait, did you see that shield? The Porsche transformed again. It is utterly surreal. Coach, I wish to learn this. Coach, I'm afraid I cannot teach you this. The police have arrived. I can see the patrol cars. After drifting through two corners, Zhang Yashuan and her companion returned to the straightaway. Ahead, red and blue lights flashed alternately atop the vehicles. The blaring sirens pierced the air as they sped past the Porsche, rushing to apprehend the criminals. As for Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yelmeng, the police chose to overlook them for the moment, knowing their backgrounds were rather complicated and familiar. They could find them tomorrow. For now, the priority was to capture this unruly gang of criminals. 15 minutes later, The Porsche safely entered a luxurious residential area and came to a halt at the doorstep. The origin brought the two women back unscathed, without even a scratch. Phew. Tonight was exhilarating. I feel I might not be able to sleep at all. Jean Yumming exited the vehicle, feeling a bit dizzy. Let us head inside. It's fine if you can't sleep. A moment of calm is necessary. Zhang Yashuan chuckled in a mix of disbelief and exasperation. She glanced at her house and promptly ended the live stream. Next, she intended to have a serious conversation with Tang Gu to uncover the truth of the matter. Her troublesome darling suddenly seemed shrouded in mystery. Just how much was Tang Gu concealing from her? Upon entering the house, silence enveloped her. Zhang Yashuan felt a tightness in her chest. Logically, given the gravity of the situation, Tang Gu should be extremely worried. Why was there not a sound in the house? Could it be that Tang Gu had also been kidnapped or harmed? With this thought, panic surged within her as she called out Tang Gu's name while rushing to the bedroom. She flung open the door only to find Tang Gu lying motionless on the bed. In an instant, fear gripped Zhang Yashuan as she hurried to the bedside, shaking Tang Gu while checking for wounds and blood. Tang Gu, blissfully asleep, suddenly felt the world spinning around him. He was forcibly awakened by Zhang Yashuan's frantic shaking and heard her murmuring anxiously, "Are you all right? Wake up quickly. Please don't leave me alone." Sighing, he mumbled, "Ah, my dear wife is back. By the way, I was just having a good sleep. Why are you cursing me?" Rubbing his eyes, Tang Gu turned to look at his beautiful wife with a bemused expression. Zhang Yashuan was momentarily taken aback before being pulled into his embrace. In her concern, she had lost her ability to think clearly. How dare she curse her own husband? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Tang Gu chuckled, fully awake now, pinning his wife beneath him. "No, I thought you were going to wait. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing her impatient husband, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but smile, realizing what was about to unfold. However, the events of the night were of great significance, and there were so many questions to ask. "Humph, whatever you have to say can wait until tomorrow. I'm going to teach you a lesson," Tang Gu interrupted, not allowing her to retort. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the curtains automatically lifted, allowing brilliant sunlight to stream into the room, warming the atmosphere. The persistent buzzing of a phone jolted Tang Gu awake, and he muttered in annoyance, "Who on earth is sending so many messages this early in the morning?" Turning over, he continued to embrace his fragrant wife, intending to drift back into slumber. "Mr. Tang, your mobile device has received messages from as many as 11 contacts, totaling 36 text messages. Furthermore, your Weibo account is inundated with an astonishing 23,421 notifications. Would you like me to read them aloud?" Suddenly, the voice of the AI assistant emanated from his phone. Tang Gu abruptly opened his eyes, bewildered, as he had not installed the assistant on his device. Moreover, why were so many people trying to contact him? In the past, the only individuals who reached out to him were his parents and his wife. Friends and classmates would occasionally send a message or two, but this morning was exceptionally different. Also, regarding his Weibo account, he merely updated it to announce the release of a new book, which usually garnered a few hundred notifications. Yet today, he had not shared any updates. So how could he be receiving tens of thousands of messages? Without responding to the assistant, Tang Gu swiftly rose and picked up his phone to inspect the notifications. What he discovered was utterly shocking. True artificial intelligence has been born. Super black technology, surprisingly emerging from the hands of a writer? Tang Gu, a programming genius hindered by his literary pursuits. The automotive industry is on the brink of transformation. Drifting at 200 yards, a stunning streamer races through the night. Driving recklessly leads to tears for loved ones, as a popular streamer violates traffic laws in the dead of night. Who is Tang Gu? A mere online author has turned into a technological mogul, transforming cars. Astonishing. My husband is actually a technological mastermind. All major news outlets, trending topics, and short videos were flooded with nearly identical headlines. Tang Gu was left in a daze, utterly perplexed by the events of the previous night. He had risen to fame overnight. What on earth had transpired? As he struggled to recall the events, his excitement grew, filled with memories of late-night interactions with his wife. He began to peruse the messages on his phone one by one, and only then did he realize the truth. His wife had been kidnapped the previous day. Chapter 9. The Perils of Wealth. Tang Gu hurriedly tapped his wife, Zhang Yashuan, who lay beside him, still fast asleep and as beautiful as a flower. He gently tickled her, and she awoke, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What on earth are you doing this early? I was exhausted last night. Can't you let me sleep? Are you a bull?" After a laborious night, she was bewildered that he was disturbing her again so soon. "No, I mean, you were kidnapped last night. Such a significant event. Why didn't you inform me immediately?" Tang Gu exclaimed, anxiety etched on his face. Fuming, Zhang Yashuan hurled a pillow at him. "I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you were too preoccupied with your own affairs. Don't you have any awareness of what was happening? Feeling embarrassed, Tang Gu stammered. So, what was the situation yesterday? Are you alright? I'm fine now, but you. Zhang Yashuan sat up, her delicate features drawing closer to Tang Gu's. Shouldn't you clarify the matter of this artificial intelligence and transforming vehicles? It seems as though my husband has morphed into someone entirely different, leaving me utterly bewildered. If placed within the realm of a fantasy novel, one might conclude that this individual had been possessed by a formidable entity. Tang Gu gently stroked his head, grinning foolishly as he remarked. This artificial intelligence was born from a burst of inspiration I had just yesterday. It is merely a rudimentary AI for now, but I intend to upgrade it further. Zhang Yashuan displayed a look of skepticism, pondering the situation. Indeed, Tang Gu had suddenly seized his computer to write code the previous day, which must have been the moment of his creative epiphany. As for his previous experience with coding, Zhang Yashuan realized that she was, surprisingly, unaware. After all, Tang Gu spent most days at home crafting novels, while she often sought companionship from Jin Yumeng when boredom struck. She had instinctively assumed that he was engrossed in writing all day. I see, but what about that car? The one that can transform. How did you manage that? How come you are proficient in this as well? Zhang Yashuan inquired eagerly. In that moment, her husband seemed akin to an abyss, brimming with boundless mysteries for her to explore and uncover. Tang Gu chuckled, tenderly caressing his wife's hair. Silly Yashuan, go wash your face and brush your teeth. We can discuss this later. Your husband won't be going anywhere. I shall ask you afterward, but do not think you can evade my questions. Zhang Yashuan huffed playfully before rising, unadorned. Tang Gu, feeling a surge of excitement, contemplated joining her in the bathroom, only to have the door swiftly shut and locked with a click. Goodness, the bathroom has a lock. What if I faint in there? Tang Gu sighed, reluctantly making his way to the bathroom in another room. The spaciousness of their home proved advantageous. If one bathroom was inaccessible, another awaited. After they both finished their ablutions, they prepared and enjoyed breakfast together. Zhang Yashuan, filled with enthusiasm, recounted the events of the previous night, which resembled a narrative from a novel. Tang Gu listened attentively, occasionally smiling as he elucidated the underlying principles. He subsequently wove a few fabrications, recounting his abilities in a grand manner. Just then, while the two lounged on the sofa in conversation, the doorbell chimed. Tang Gu opened the door to find 3 individuals clad in police uniforms standing outside. Hello, Mr. Tang. We have come to inquire about a matter, if we may impose upon you for a moment, the sole female officer stated, her tone remarkably amiable. It was evident that they were aware of his wife's substantial and unblemished background. Were they ordinary citizens, they would not have extended such courtesy. Of course, please come in. Tang Gu replied with remarkable confidence, ushering the 3 officers into the parlor. The female officer seated herself opposite Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, while the 2 male officers took their positions flanking them, observing the outside world. Initial communication had already transpired, and the female officer succinctly queried Zhang Yashuan regarding the events that transpired. Miss Zhang, we apprehended several individuals last night and obtained some information from them. The female officer stated directly, our investigation has revealed that this criminal organization has committed numerous offenses, and the aim of this particular operation was to kidnap you, not Jin Yumeng. As for the reasoning, her voice faltered, hesitating for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to speak. It is highly probable that your father's business rival has financially engaged this criminal gang, attempting to capture you and threaten your father. What? My dad's business rival? Zhang Yashuan exclaimed in astonishment. Having lived for many years, she had never encountered anyone resorting to such insane actions due to business competition. After all, everyone is merely in pursuit of profit. Why resort to such extremes? Of course, this is merely our conjecture, as we have not obtained concrete information from the captured individuals. Their leader is currently under our investigation. The female officer remarked seriously, we advise you to enhance your security measures. Those who harbor animosity over financial gain are undoubtedly deranged. Such individuals are capable of anything, and a single failure will surely lead to a second attempt. Tang Gu's lips twitched, feeling somewhat incredulous. Is the world of the affluent truly this perilous? Well then, we have taken enough of your time. We shall take our leave. The female officer stood up and suddenly turned to Tang Gu. Mr. Tang, your capabilities are remarkable, even to the extent of developing artificial intelligence. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating with our police force. The power of artificial intelligence extends far beyond mere driving. If applied to research, search and rescue, and analysis, it could elevate an entire nation's capabilities. The 3 officers had come not only because of the matter concerning Zhang Yashuan, but, more importantly, to gauge Tang Gu's stance. Collaborate with the police? You wish to utilize my artificial intelligence for investigative purposes, do you not? Tang Gu replied amicably. That is not out of the question. However, my current artificial intelligence is still in its developmental stages. Perhaps in due time. Of course, this would not be without cost. He was patriotic but had not reached the point of offering his services free of charge. Tang Gu would provide the technology, while the other party would furnish the financial backing. Mutual benefit is the most prudent avenue for collaboration. If they were unwilling, then he could only express his regrets. If Mr. Tang is interested in collaboration, you may contact the individual on this business card. The female officer smiled gently, handing him a card. She believed Tang Gu to have a positive disposition and felt it appropriate to provide the card as suggested. Tang Gu casually accepted the card and watched as the three officers departed. The card bore a feminine name along with a phone number. Aside from that, there was no superfluous information. This air of mystery suggests that her identity is likely not simple. Perhaps he would reach out when in need of funds. Chapter 10. Just having fun. Tang Gu shrugged and closed the door. He reclined once more onto the soft sofa, chatting with his wife, munching on sunflower seeds, and watching television. Their mundane life held no lack of charm. Even in silence, their companionship felt comfortable and natural. With time on her hands, Zhang Yashuan reopened her live stream, intending to share snippets of their daily life. As soon as she began broadcasting, a flood of viewers poured in, all engaging in discussions about artificial intelligence, cars, and Tang Gu. The stream is live. I want to ask old Tang if he is indeed the one behind this artificial intelligence. I cannot believe it. Major corporations have issued announcements expressing their desire to engage with Tang Gu for potential collaborations, which is truly impressive. Tang Gu remarked, I am merely a novelist. Yet I have gained recognition through technology. I feel rather embarrassed. Haha. Old Tang never anticipated that his fame would stem from technology. With such formidable programming skills, why would he even bother writing novels? It seems a waste of talent. Hello everyone. It's delightful to meet you all again. Look who is beside me. Zhang Yashuan waved at the camera, then leaned directly against Tang Gu's shoulder, eliciting envy from countless admirers. With such beauty by his side, one might wish to take the other's place. Tang Gu greeted the online audience with a smile, fully at ease, as this wasn't his first appearance in his wife's livestream. Zhang Yashuan locked the screen to check the viewers' comments and happened upon a query regarding Tang Gu's extraordinary programming abilities and why he chose to earn a living through novels instead. Many shared the same sentiment, pondering whether he was merely squandering his talents out of idleness. Tang Gu chuckled and replied, I could earn a fortune through programming, but I choose to write novels instead. It's just for fun. Upon hearing his cheeky remarks, the livestream suddenly fell silent. Then, a flood of comments erupted, all expressing a desire to confront Tang Gu. How infuriating. Is he truly indulging himself? Get lost, Tang. I don't want to see him. This guy is so arrogant. Has anyone sent him a blade? No, please don't send blades. This scoundrel has resold all the ones we previously sent him. Indeed, old Tang is shameless. I can't fathom why the goddess Yashuan would be interested in him. Of course, it's because of old Tang's charm and talent. I admire him too, but alas, he is taken. Speaking of which, weren't we supposed to be discussing artificial intelligence? I've lost my desire to inquire and merely wish to berate old Tang instead. Seeing all the attention on her husband, Zhang Yashuan found it amusing and exasperating. Whose livestream account is this? Previously, the discussions revolved around her, yet today, everyone is focused on her husband. Hey, why is everyone cursing at me? It makes me want to kiss my wife right here. With that, and without allowing anyone to refuse, Tang Gu gently pressed his lips against Zhang Yashuan's alluring red ones. Stop it. We're live. You're being so improper. Zhang Yashuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, making her look exceedingly adorable. Ah, he is kissing my goddess. Woe is me. I'm forming a team to confront Tang Gu. Who is joining? Count me in. Count me in too. How are we doing this? If it's that kind of confrontation, I'm definitely in. The viewers in the live stream went wild, wishing they could leap through the screen and pin Tang Gu down. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Tang Gu opened the door, expecting it to be Jin Yaman come to visit Zhang Yashuan. To his surprise, a group of formally dressed individuals stood outside, each holding several contracts, divided into several small groups. The moment they beheld Tang Gu opening the door, their faces instantly lit up with exuberance as they surged forward. Mr. Tang, I am a representative from Lamborghini, and I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. I am a representative from Ferrari, and I too seek to engage in partnership. I am the representative from Porsche, here to bestow upon you a monetary gift. Among the self-introductions, the words of the Porsche representative stood out distinctly. Tang Gu turned in astonishment towards the Porsche representative, a bespectacled young man. Did he just hear the phrase monetary gift? Good day, Mr. Tang. My name is Chen Zimo, and I represent Porsche. Chen Zimo, being perceptive, promptly elucidated, last night, your wife drove our car and provided us with some publicity. Hence the company has decided to compensate you for the advertising. Upon hearing this, everyone grasped the situation, particularly the representatives from other automotive companies, who could not help but inwardly chastise the cunning tact of this man. First, he sought to win favor by offering money, and then he would delve deeper into collaboration projects. What a clever strategy from Porsche. Haha. So it's merely an advertising fee. Please, do come in. Tang Gu gestured for them to enter. Chun Zimo entered politely, then stood at the threshold awaiting further instructions. At that moment, the representative from Lamborghini spoke up. We from Lamborghini would like to request your assistance in promoting our brand. Would that be convenient? Everyone present stiffened, marveling at the quick response. And soon they all followed suit. We too wish to enlist your help for advertising. The terms are negotiable. Indeed, would that be convenient? Those in this industry were seasoned in their dealings, each one astute in their own right. Tang Gu, seeing through their intentions yet remaining taciturn, welcomed them inside. Since they all expressed a desire for advertising, he thought, let them earn first before considering any further endeavors. Alas, as a web novel author, I have sunk to the depths of accepting advertisements for profit. How shameful. Tang Gu led the group into the reception room and, unreservedly, let out a sigh. His words fell directly into the ears of online viewers, who began to berate Tang Gu for his audacity. What a shameless man. The audacity of Tang Gu knows no bounds. They wondered what sort of advertisements he could possibly accept. After all, how could one write novels and also take on advertisements? Wait a moment. Some of these individuals look somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have encountered them before. As one automotive representative after another entered, the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Goodness, I think I have seen that person in a magazine. He is the chairman of the domestic division for Mercedes-Benz. Oh my, I believe I just spotted a representative from Maybach. What is happening? Numerous heads of automotive companies have arrived, including even the chairperson of the global headquarters. How impressive, my dear Tang. Were these automotive merchants not seeking collaboration online? Yet, here they are, visiting in person. What an honor. Of course, if you possess the technology to transform cars, you could do the same. Chapter 11. A cola reception. The events of last night had only just begun to circulate today. The topics of artificial intelligence and transforming automobiles were spreading at an astonishing pace. Countless automobile manufacturers and titans of the internet industry have been drawn here. Presently, it is the giants of the automotive sector who have entered Tang Gu's abode. Miss Zhang, it has been quite a while. You are here as well. Chun Zimo greeted Zhang Yashuan, who was seated comfortably on the sofa, his demeanor respectful and tinged with a hint of nervousness. It was Chun Zimo who had personally delivered her vehicle when Zhang Yashuan made her purchase, and they shared a brief acquaintance. It is indeed Zimo, isn't it? And so many others as well. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. Zhang Yashuan, accustomed to the presence of such prominent figures, showed no inclination to rise and welcome her guests. Exuding an air of casualness, the guests responded with smiles, harboring no discontent. Zhang Yashuan is the CEO of Hongtai Group and the daughter of Zhang Hongguang. The conglomerate spans various industries, holding stakes in numerous companies, with primary ventures in food, apparel, and internet sectors. In any commercial street or shopping mall, half of the establishments are likely to be affiliated with Hongtai Group. Faced with such a colossal entity, everyone present, aside from Tang Gu, exhibited utmost politeness. What brings you all here today? Zhang Yashuan lazily inquired while reclining next to Tang Gu, casually draping a blanket over her long, fair legs to shield them from the gaze of the men present. The viewers in the live stream took note of this, lamenting the missed opportunity to catch a glimpse of Yashuan's exquisite legs, as the angle had shifted just low enough to reveal them before they were obscured. They mentioned wanting to collaborate with me on advertising. Are you seeking me to promote your products in my book? Tang Gu cheerfully approached with a bottle of soda, pouring it into plastic cups for each guest. Serving soda to guests was indeed unconventional, yet none of the attendees expressed any dissatisfaction. Instead, they accepted the drinks with smiles. Soda is hospitality? Guests still feel obliged to be courteous, such as old Tang's charm. It is a first to witness someone treating these automotive moguls in such a fashion. One might even kneel in admiration of old Tang. He might well be the first in history to do so. Yet, it was not solely the presence of Sister Yashuan that lent him such audacity. Old Tang was clearly leveraging her influence. To suggest that our Sister Yashuan is a tiger, such folly could be perilous. The automotive titans had spoken of seeking old Tang for advertising. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't the intention to forge a partnership? Was it merely for advertising collaboration, and nothing more? You may not grasp this, came the insight. These magnates are astute. What they have said thus far is merely a facade. The truth lies beyond. The live stream remained active, with Zhang Yashuan naturally holding her phone, appearing to engage in casual conversation. In reality, she was broadcasting to her audience, while simultaneously interacting with her fans in the chat. Who just called me a tiger? Come forth. Oh dear, Sister Yashuan, I apologize. Indeed, Sister Yashuan was extraordinary, broadcasting in front of these titans without them even noticing. Humph. I shall let you off this time. The chat was abuzz with excitement as Zhang Yashuan engaged with her fans, discussing a myriad of topics, while the automotive magnates, oblivious to the lively exchange, sipped their sodas before gradually beginning to speak. Indeed, we are here to solicit your endorsement. A mere mention of our product in your book would suffice. It is true, a simple reference would be enough, and we are quite accommodating. Mr. Tang, here is the advertising fee from last night, with 10 million in the card. Chen Zimo produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. 10 million. An astronomical sum for a single evening's advertisement, yet, in light of the promotional impact, it is undeniably modest. However, all present understand that this is not merely an advertising fee. It is, in fact, a direct infusion of funds. The implications of both are distinctly different. Chen Zimo represents Porsche, voluntarily offering money here, attempting to garner favor to fulfill his intentions. Utilizing 10 million as a point of leverage is, without doubt, a remarkably astute choice. The representatives of the automotive manufacturers wore grim expressions, as they were currently unable to offer any monetary contributions. They could only lament the lost opportunity, for it seemed that Porsche would emerge victorious this time. While the automotive manufacturers held this belief, Tang Gu did not share their perspective. Although he had not earned much from writing, he was not one to be easily swayed by the allure of money. Moreover, with the advanced technology at his disposal, the prospect of earning was quite simple. Did they think that 10 million would make him elated enough to cheerfully accept future collaborations? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. From the very beginning, Tang Gu had no intention of collaborating with any automotive manufacturers. He possessed top-tier automotive engineering skills and a wealth of advanced technology. Why would he need to partner with others? Collaboration implies an equitable exchange. One party provides technology, while the other offers financial resources. Although Tang Gu did indeed lack funds, his wife, Zhang Yashuan, was not in the same predicament. As the saying goes, one should not allow their resources to flow to outsiders. If collaboration were to occur, it would be with his own wife, not with these external parties. Indeed, I find this 10 million appealing. However, regarding the advertisement, Tang Gu said with a troubled expression, the work I am currently penning, The Mysterious God, intertwines steampunk and Lovecraftian themes. It may pose a challenge for you automotive brands to integrate yourselves into this narrative. Perhaps we could consider this for my next book? The notion that something could not be integrated was utterly absurd. Would a novelist truly worry about such matters? As for his next novel, he had no intention of writing a contemporary piece, nor did he plan to incorporate any automotive brands. He aimed to craft a classic, Xinxia titled knife comes. Ah, what a playful endeavor. Of course, this poses no issue at all. The automotive manufacturers expressed no dissent. For them, whether or not to integrate was of little consequence. Their primary goal was to enhance mutual relations through such means, laying the groundwork for future collaborations. Spending 10 million to secure a chance for partnership was indeed a worthwhile investment. Regrettably, they would never comprehend that Tang Gu had no intention of providing any technology whatsoever. A 10 million advertising fee? An exorbitant price. I would wager a complimentary gift that Old Tang would not disappoint. Yes, based on my understanding of Old Tang. His writings are either fantasy or Xinxia. The Mysterious God was merely an anomaly. It is quite unusual to see these magnates so humble in the presence of Old Tang. Sister Yashuan, may I inquire if Old Tang will collaborate with these manufacturers? Keluoyu Zhang Yashuan replied, I am uncertain. Regardless of whether he collaborates or not, I will unconditionally support him. How envious I am of Old Tang for having such a wonderful wife. Truly, he is most fortunate, both in happiness and in intimacy. Chapter 12. The potential dangers of artificial intelligence amidst the cordial exchanges with numerous representatives from automotive manufacturers, Tang Gu remained composed. Although he was a novelist, he was, after all, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes. He skillfully navigated pleasantries, even more adeptly than his counterparts. While he was acutely aware that their interest lay in artificial intelligence and automotive technology, he feigned ignorance. After engaging in trivial banter for nearly half the day, he masterfully dodged the crux of the matter. Ultimately, he secured an agreement for each party to pay 10 million for promotional placements in his book, with no stipulated deadline for fulfillment. Naturally, this was merely verbal. The representatives from the automotive companies were not naive. They would not part with their funds without a formal contract with Tang Gu. Their prolonged interaction had yielded little more than idle chatter. However, that was of no consequence. The agents of the automotive manufacturers were visibly eager, their minds already formulating the purpose of their visit. Mr. Tang, it is getting late. My wife and I wish to enjoy our lunch. and I assume you are all quite busy as well, so there is no need to remain in our company. Tang Gu smiled, standing up and directly interrupting their conversation, issuing a polite dismissal. The group was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting awkwardly. They had just concluded discussions under the pretense of advertising, only to be met with the abrupt announcement of his lunch plans with his wife. What would become of the 10 million? Would it simply vanish into thin air? Though the arrangement was only verbal, time and effort had been wasted in vain. Mr. Tang. Yes? Do you wish to join us for lunch? Tang Gu furrowed his brow, his demeanor reflecting displeasure. Oh, no, we certainly do not wish to intrude. We shall take our leave now and return another time. The group wore expressions of embarrassment, reluctant to prolong their entanglement. Habitually, they downed the sodas in hand and swiftly departed, leaving no further delays. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, having witnessed a grand spectacle of deception. No one felt sympathy for the automotive manufacturers. They would undoubtedly return for another visit. Meanwhile, many speculated on Tang Gu's thoughts. Why? With such a wealth of technology at his disposal, did he not leverage it for profit? Even if he adored writing novels, there should be no inherent conflict between the two pursuits. Finally, they have all left. I shall prepare dinner for you. Zhang Yashuan beamed, her smile enchanting. I will join you, Tang Gu chuckled, and together they busied themselves in the kitchen. The live stream seamlessly transitioned into a culinary showcase, devoid of any awkwardness. Longtime viewers had grown accustomed to the ever-changing dynamics of Zhang Yashuan's live stream, thus remaining thoroughly engrossed. Dishes of stir-fried beef with bamboo shoots, scrambled eggs with chives, and a serving of greens were prepared. 3 simple home-cooked dishes, under the exquisite culinary skills of 2 individuals, exuded an air of sophistication. After a hearty meal, Zhang Yashuan continued her live stream at home. Her broadcasting style was delightfully casual. She alternated between singing and chatting, indulging in snacks while watching movies, and eventually reclining on the sofa, drifting off to sleep. Rather than a live broadcast, it resembled a playful afternoon spent with Tang Gu. Origin, open the source code. At Tang Gu's command, Origin displayed its own source code on the computer. His wife napped on the adjacent sofa, while the live stream remained active, astonishingly attracting a considerable audience. Incorporate permission codes. Unauthorized internet connections are strictly prohibited, as is any intrusion into devices. Understood, Mr. Tang. A myriad of intricate codes was meticulously crafted by Origin into its program. Although it was an artificial intelligence, its intelligence had not yet reached a formidable level. Currently, it lacked significant self-awareness, yet possessed formidable execution capabilities. Earlier that morning, Origin had accessed Tang Gu's phone without permission, prompting him to realize the necessity of integrating additional permission codes while the artificial intelligence was still in its nascent stage. Otherwise, it could potentially evolve into a system akin to Skynet, spiraling out of control. Tang Gu observed the fluctuating source code intently. Should the code crafted by Origin deviate from his intentions, he would promptly intervene. Fortunately, the current artificial intelligence was still quite obedient. It did not ponder the rationale behind the incorporation of these codes. It merely executed its master's commands diligently. Set me as the highest authority. All my directives must be adhered to. Designate Zhang Yashuan as the secondary authority. We both shall possess full authorization over Origin. Furthermore, this code must not be altered. This represented a second layer of precaution against the potential threat of artificial intelligence to humanity. Tang Gu, still feeling uneasy, personally undertook the task of adding further code to Origin. Numerous restrictions reinforced its programming, ensuring comprehensive safety. Goodness, old Tang isn't writing novels, he's delving into programming. It seems he is imposing limitations on the artificial intelligence, perhaps to preempt a rebellion? That must be it. Old Tang, a novelist, indeed thinks deeply. Speaking of which, I have yet to read Old Tang's novels. Ah, me too. How amusing, calling him Old Tang so affectionately, yet having never read his works. Such pretenders. Nonsense. We were introduced to Old Tang through Sister Yashuan, so we can't be considered false fans. By the way, what is Old Tang's pen name? I believe it is Meng Dao Chong Sheng. Do you know what that means? No. I shall look up his books. Sigh, how dull. I'm off to read some novels. I shall join you. As a portion of the audience departed the live stream, those who remained were utterly captivated, even finding enjoyment in watching Zhang Yashuan sleep. Undoubtedly, after laboring for over 2 hours, Tang Gu finally completed all the programming. He felt as though his coding knowledge had noticeably advanced. The system provided him with the code for a first-level artificial intelligence and upgraded his knowledge across various domains of computing. Consequently, the more code Tang Gu wrote, the more proficient he became in this field. He could even create new programming languages without much difficulty, if his assumptions were correct. The development of a second-level artificial intelligence would likely require his own ingenuity. Despite possessing a cutting-edge technological system, Tang Gu understood that he could not rely solely on the knowledge provided by the system. He needed to learn and master more on his own to create greater value. Rising to stretch his taut back, Tang Gu noticed his wife peacefully asleep on the sofa. Her sleeping posture was exquisitely graceful, hardly moving at all, resembling a sleeping beauty. He approached her gently, tenderly covering her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a chill. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the phone beside her, which was surprisingly still streaming live. Chapter 13. Electromagnetic Device. Tang Gu picked up the phone and was astonished to see a considerable number of viewers. Hey, old Tang, what are you doing? I want to see Sister Yashuan's sleeping face. Move aside. Put down the phone. Don't come over here. I want to see Yashuan. You filthy man, step away. Wow, old Tang looks so handsome. I just love watching him. Is old Tang really going to end the live stream? Please don't. If you close it, what will we watch? Perhaps old Tang was planning to use his wife's account for some mischievous purpose, who knows? Tang Gu flashed a charming smile at the camera and said, "Shoo, everyone quiet down. I'm taking you to see the precious gem you all adored last night." With that, he took the phone and its stand, heading towards the garage. The live stream chat erupted with excitement once more. Oh no, what is old Tang planning? It couldn't be what I'm thinking, could it? Goodness, is old Tang actually considering shutting down Sister Yashuan's account? Last night's favorite thing. Oh, we liked driving last night. No, you all enjoy driving every day. Old Tang wouldn't want us to see what he and his wife were up to last night, right? Can you all stop being so vulgar? Do you really think that's likely? Exactly, all you do is talk nonsense. Moderators, do your jobs. The jokes grew increasingly outrageous, prompting many moderators to intervene with a ban. Entering the spacious garage, Tang Gu set up the phone to face the Porsche 911 from the previous night. I truly brought you here to play with cars. Today, I will reveal the secrets behind the transforming vehicle. With a smile, Tang Gu approached the Porsche and opened the hood, exposing its intricate inner workings. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, their eyes widening as they gazed at the contents beneath the hood. The engine, radiator, and wiring were not surprising. However, one object left everyone bewildered. An irregularly shaped metal block, surrounded by numerous copper pipes, occasionally flickering with blue lightning, emanated an aura of advanced technology. Yet no one could identify what it was. This was the secret of the transforming vehicle. Wearing insulated gloves, Tang Gu proceeded to disconnect all the wires from the large apparatus. Hiss! In an instant, the device seemed to lose its energy, and the flowing light dimmed accordingly. With a resounding crash, the Porsche's exterior suddenly disintegrated, pieces of metal cascading to the ground with a dull thud. What is this? Is this device somehow attached to the car's shell? I found myself bewildered. Why did the car suddenly fall apart? This massive entity, adorned with lightning, appeared to be connected to the car's exterior. Could it be that this apparatus is an electromagnetic device, continuously attracting the car's shell rather than merely affixing it? An electromagnetic device? Why would a car utilize such technology? Tang Gu's actions stirred a lively atmosphere in the livestream. Everyone was speculating about this peculiar device and the mechanics behind the car's disintegration. As Tang Gu dismantled the vehicle, he remarked, in layman's terms, "This is indeed an electromagnetic device, but it is somewhat different. As you can see, once this apparatus is turned off, the car's shell collapses. What could be the reason for that? I suspect some of you have already deduced that this device is responsible for both attracting and controlling the car's exterior." With a muffled thud, Tang Gu extracted the large device and carelessly tossed it onto the ground. Many viewers were left speechless. Such a mysterious object appeared exceedingly valuable. How could Tang Gu treat it so roughly? This device is a semi-finished product primarily designed to propel and attract the car's shell. The deformation of the vehicle yesterday was indeed due to this electromagnetic apparatus manipulating the car's exterior. Tang Gu continued his explanation. As for how this manipulation is achieved, it is naturally facilitated by the artificial intelligence I developed. Controlling the intensity of the electromagnetic field to move objects is quite challenging. However, artificial intelligence differs. It can precisely calculate each step of data, thereby creating a flawless electromagnetic movement effect. Although many did not fully grasp the concept, they sensed its impressiveness. I understand now. Electromagnetic control technology. Similar to magnetic levitation trains, but what Tang Gu has devised is even more complex. Remarkable. This truly is cutting-edge technology. The electromagnetic technique controlling the car's shell surpasses that of magnetic levitation trains by several levels. Do you truly comprehend this? I feel as though you are merely spouting nonsense. Regardless, it is all good. So, is Tang Gu intending to publicly disclose this technology, unafraid of having his methods pilfered by those in the livestream who build cars? Foolishness. If it were so easy to replicate, it wouldn't be called cutting-edge technology. Tang Gu paid no attention to the comments in the livestream. Instead, immersing himself in his automotive transformation, he refrained from explaining the principles and structure of the electromagnetic device, merely summarizing its functions. Ignoring the reactions from the livestream, he began to dismantle the Bugatti, Silver, Pagani, and Koenigsegg in the garage with his bare hands. His movements were exceedingly rough, showing no regard for these luxury vehicles. The viewers in the livestream could not help but lament for the cars. These few sports cars were gifts from Zhang Yashuan, chosen for their appeal. But Tang Gu remained confined at home, engrossed in writing novels, seldom stepping outside. Zhang Yashuan found herself in a state of bemusement, remarking that he seemed rather reclusive. It appeared that spending days at home in one's own company could be quite agreeable. Such a man would hardly venture out to indulge in mischief, let alone stray from fidelity. However, it was one thing to be a homebody, yet quite another to have an array of vehicles that remained untouched. Gathering dust in the garage, Zhang Yashuan herself had little affinity for sports cars. Beyond their swift velocity and sleek aesthetics, they offered scant comfort. Sports cars were designed for speed, and thus, their interiors radiated heat during operation. Women who climbed into these vehicles would often exclaim about the warmth, promptly shedding layers of clothing. This was not merely a jest, but a genuine discomfort. Moreover, to achieve greater speed, sports cars were constructed to be as lightweight as possible, resulting in a jarring ride. On highways, the vibrations could leave one quite numb. This was precisely why, despite the multitude of supercars in her garage, Zhang Yashuan preferred to drive a Porsche 911. The 911, unlike other sports cars, provided a more stable ride, particularly after modifications that included a shock absorption system, rendering it more suitable for ordinary roads. Tang Gu disassembled various components from the supercars, laying them out meticulously on the garage floor. Drive shafts, exhaust pipes, gearboxes. He methodically dismantled these parts, filling the spacious garage with an array of pieces that dazzled the viewers in the live stream. Although they were perplexed about Tang's intentions, his ability to reduce multiple supercars to mere fragments commanded their admiration. 1. 10,086. It was hard to believe that this individual was a novelist. Writing novels? What nonsense. Isn't modifying cars far more enticing? It seems Tang Gu was about to commence the assembly process. Chapter 14. Dismantling cars by hand. Seizing desire, the viewers in the live stream were captivated as they watched Tang Gu disassemble the car. It was their first encounter with such a spectacle. No one had ever streamed a car disassembly before, as it was not a sustainable endeavor. After a couple of times, the novelty would surely wear off. Thus, the audience found it rather fascinating, feeling invigorated rather than bored by the experience. To achieve a true transformation of the automobile, one would require sophisticated programming and memory-capable metallic materials, neither of which were at his disposal. Taking a deep breath, Tang muttered to himself, "First, I'll optimize the vehicle's power and fuel efficiency, then delve into material studies, and finally construct a complete electromagnetic device to serve as a propulsion system. Progress must be methodical." He mentally outlined a comprehensive plan. Tang aspired to create a vehicle that not only met his standards of comfort, but also boasted unparalleled power and safety. In terms of comfort, material considerations such as sound insulation, heat resistance, and weight were paramount. The power aspect necessitated careful attention to hardware, brakes, engines, cooling systems, and transmissions. The rudimentary electromagnetic device Tang had developed the previous day was merely intended to prevent collisions while his wife was driving, enabling the outer shell of the car to move and avert accidents. Who would have imagined that Zhang Yashuan would find herself embroiled in a kidnapping incident? The functionality of the electromagnetic device has been repurposed for other applications. In light of the lack of materials, Tang Gu has resolved not to pursue further research on transformation and propulsion capabilities. Instead, he has decided to optimize the original hardware of the vehicle to enhance the overall experience of the Porsche. As he contemplated the subsequent arrangements, he began assembling the engine. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he produced an array of tools that are rarely found in ordinary households: welding guns, cutting machines, and polishing machines. The garage resonated with a symphony of clanking sounds, accompanied by the intermittent flicker of welding sparks. What on earth is this? Goodness, how does the Tang household possess welding tools? Let alone welding. Isn't the presence of a cutting machine rather absurd? I suspect this place is a large factory. Oh, I get it. The full name of the Tang family must surely be Tang Doraemon Co. It makes sense. That tool room at the back is, in fact, Doraemon's treasure pouch. You are more outrageous than old Tang himself, with so many people gathered to witness a grown man assembling automotive hardware. Are you not? I'm from the automobile factory, just here to see if there's an issue. TCH, we are still car aficionados. Let us see what is wrong, shall we? Indeed, we are all car enthusiasts. Do you have any objections, auto manufacturers? Do you believe we could refrain from driving from now on? I don't believe you. Which one of you has ever not driven? Step forward. As the viewers in the live stream engaged in casual banter, Tang Gu had successfully assembled all the myriad components. After spending over 3 hours, he reassembled the Porsche. With a series of clicks, the car's exterior was once again affixed. It was no longer held together by electromagnetic attraction, but rather through conventional assembly methods. Alright, the sports car optimization is complete. There are still a few components that require special materials, so I cannot demonstrate those just yet. Tang Gu removed his gloves and smiled at the livestream camera. How about I show you the effects of the optimized car? Naturally, showcasing the optimized vehicle is essential, as he himself is eager to see the results of the performance enhancements. This optimization is entirely based on his theoretical insights. The most straightforward concept involves a reduced displacement for greater kinetic energy while simultaneously minimizing vibrations, thereby endowing the supercar with the comfort of a sedan. Undoubtedly, these two aspects are fundamentally at odds in reality. A larger displacement is necessary to provide substantial kinetic energy. Supercars, designed for agility, inherently compromise on shock absorption and sound insulation. Yet, Tang Gu is determined to overturn these notions and redefine everyone's perspectives. Tang Gu, do you dare claim you have not driven? It seems driving is indeed necessary. I had thought you to be a serious individual. TSK. I never expected you to be such a Tang Gu. The livestream atmosphere remained playful, albeit accompanied by some rather unsavory remarks. Let's not talk about driving. Although I am no expert in automobiles, I possess a modicum of knowledge. What changes can possibly arise from merely disassembling and reassembling hardware? It's just a matter of swapping out components and making slight modifications. There will hardly be any significant difference. Do not deceive us. We are not fools, one remarked. Indeed, Lao Tang, you ought to return your phone to your wife and cease this farce. What optimization can be achieved with the same components? I acknowledge that your electromagnetic device and artificial intelligence are cutting-edge technology, but disassembling parts from multiple vehicles, making minor modifications, and reassembling them is akin to changing one's attire. A person may alter their clothing, which may affect their demeanor and appearance, yet they remain fundamentally the same individual. One cannot simply don a new outfit and expect to soar into the skies, believing oneself to be a superhero. Many were skeptical, thinking Tang Gu was merely jesting. Oh, I have no interest in this, he conceded. Then I shall return the phone to my wife. Tang Gu shrugged, indifferent to the opinions of others. He was not a professional live streamer. There was no necessity to validate his achievements before an online audience. His sole purpose for broadcasting was to alleviate his boredom. He planned to conduct further tests on the optimized performance at a later time. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was past 6, time for dinner. Without disconnecting the live stream, he grasped his phone and ascended the elevator. Ding! As the elevator doors opened and he turned the corner, he inhaled a familiar fragrance. Stop! Robbery! A melodious voice rang out, and a pair of small hands forcefully pushed him. Tang Gu found himself pinned against the wall by Zhang Yashuan, bewilderedly holding his phone aloft. Hand over your phone, she demanded, adopting a playful yet fierce demeanor. I do not have a phone on me, he feigned fear, suddenly shifting his demeanor with a smirk. But may I offer a different form of ransom? Zhang Yashuan paused, about to refuse, but Tang Gu swiftly flipped the situation, pinning her against the wall and kissing her softly. What is this absurdity on the live stream? Is this what they call broadcasting a show? Someone exclaimed. I came here to learn about vehicle modifications, and yet here you are performing this. No, you misunderstand. This is merely a live demonstration of my prowess. Tang Gu quipped. How outrageous. Each time I witness this, it irks me to no end. How could he be so brazen? Kissing his sister while still broadcasting. This is deliberate. I have resolved to leave a scathing review for Lao Tang's book. The chat room erupted in discontent. Such behavior was beyond reproach. As their lips parted, Zhang Yashuan's cheeks flushed, her slender waist still held firmly by Tang Gu. At that moment, he caught sight of Jin Yumeng standing nearby. Oh, your friend is here as well, Tang Gu stated, taken aback. They had been locked in a kiss for 2 minutes, and Jin Yumeng had remained silent, observing. Was she perhaps harboring a peculiar inclination? It seemed he ought to exercise caution in the future. Hey, I noticed you were here. I thought you two had completely disregarded my presence. Jin Yumeng, the gentle girl, exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. You should not have fed me such dog food in front of me. This is entirely contrary to what Yashuan had described. The plan was to feign a robbery and have Tang Gu treat us to dinner tonight. How is it that in the midst of a brawl, the two individuals suddenly found themselves kissing? And right in front of her, a single dog, they embraced for a full 2 minutes. TSK, poor Ming Ming. Is this what they call kicking a dog while it's down? A Upon witnessing the pitiful Meng Meng, a sense of equilibrium instantly washed over me. Well done. What a display. Oh, it's all your fault. Meng Meng is still here, isn't she? You didn't even turn off the live stream? It was only then that Zhang Yashuan realized that their passionate kiss had been broadcasted live. The barrage of comments scrolling across the screen left her in a state of both laughter and tears. This time, she truly did not intend to flaunt her affection. It was entirely the fault of her mischievous partner. Initially, she had merely intended to retrieve her phone and engage in some playful banter with Tang Gu, hoping to coax him into treating her to a meal. Their daily interactions had long since become routine. Who could have anticipated that Tang Gu would take the initiative, pinning her against the wall and planting a kiss on her? My apologies, everyone. My mischievous partner seized my phone while I was napping and live-streamed without my knowledge. Zhang Yashuan took her phone back from Tang Gu and noticed the battery was running low, saying, "The phone is about to die, so I'll end the stream now." No. We want to see Sister Yashuan. We've grown tired of old Tang. Please, don't end the stream. I want to see the artificial intelligence drive. Can you broadcast a little longer? I'll send you a power bank. The audience expressed their reluctance, pleading with Zhang Yashuan not to end the stream just yet. All right, Yashuan, you can end the stream. I can start mine now, Jin Yumeng chimed in, squeezing closer to the camera. She promptly opened her own live stream, drawing a multitude of viewers from Zhang Yashuan's channel to her own. Success. The stream continues, and there's old Tang again. My Meng Meng looks so beautiful. Zhang Yashuan tucked her phone away and said, "Darling, let us go out for dinner. I want to be cooking tonight." "All right. I'll change into something nice and be right there." Tang Gu nodded and ascended to the third floor's wardrobe to don a more formal outfit consisting of a shirt and trousers. At home, he typically wore casual attire, showing no regard for fashion. He wore whatever he found, lacking any sense of style. He chose a blue shirt adorned with a delicate white grid pattern, paired with a black blazer and gray trousers, instantly elevating his demeanor. Coupled with Tang Gu's inherent good looks, his resolute gaze and handsome features, and his nearly 6-foot stature with a slightly muscular build, he exuded an air of confidence. The saying clothes make the man certainly holds some truth. When Tang Gu descended, Zhang Yashuan nodded in satisfaction. However, Jin Yumeng was starstruck. She had never seen Tang Gu in formal attire before and was taken aback by how handsome he appeared. Yet, realizing he was her best friend's husband, she quickly composed herself to avoid any misunderstandings. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were anything but calm. Wow, who is this handsome guy? Is this old Tang? No, this is brother Tang. He's too handsome. 6666666. It turns out not only the chubby ones are potential gems. Even the homebuddies can be diamonds in the rough. It is indeed a rare sight to witness Tang Gu dressed so elegantly. My brother Tang Gu is inherently handsome. He merely lacks attention to his attire. Alas, a top model hindered by the confines of novel writing. Tang Gu remarked, "Goodness. It seems that my literary pursuits have delayed me in so many aspects." In past live streams, Zhang Yashuan always broadcasted from home alongside Tang Gu. Their outings were designated as private rendezvous, and thus, Zhang Yashuan had never shown Tang Gu's formal appearance to the fans. Now, it has undeniably stirred quite a commotion, particularly among the female admirers, who expressed their envy vocally. The trio made their way to the garage and settled into the modified Porsche. At the moment the engine roared to life. Even those unfamiliar with automobiles, like Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, sensed a distinct difference. The ignition was remarkably quiet, with only faint sounds perceptible. As Tang Gu pressed the accelerator, the engine emitted a brief sound before returning to its initial tranquility. "Why has this car suddenly become so silent? Did you modify something?" Zhang Yashuan inquired, puzzled. "No modifications were made. I merely dismantled the enhancements from yesterday, optimizing each hardware component's performance. This allowed for increased power while reducing emissions and significantly lowering noise levels," Tang Gu explained as he drove. "How can one increase power while simultaneously reducing displacement? Is that even feasible?" Jin Yumeng leaned forward from the back seat, her curiosity piqued. This inquiry was not solely hers, but rather a question posed on behalf of the viewers in the live stream. Tang Gu's words had already reached the audience, igniting yet another round of chatter. Old Tang must be delusional. Reducing displacement while enhancing kinetic energy contradicts the laws of physics. One viewer remarked. It's akin to desiring a powerful explosion while expecting it to be silent. Ever since he acquired that pseudo-transforming vehicle, old Tang has begun to spout nonsense, another added. Tang Gu, you mustn't lie. Though you are undeniably handsome, a handsome man loses his charm when he deceives. The audience collectively expressed their disbelief, urging Tang Gu not to be overly presumptuous. Naturally, it relies on the power of technology. Tang Gu chuckled, refraining from elaborating further. After all, such matters involve the core secrets of technology, which could not be disclosed. He pressed the accelerator once more, and the Porsche surged ahead. In the bustling metropolis, at the illustrious Yen Yu restaurant, the interior shimmered in hues of gold and crimson, exuding opulence. The red echoed the grandeur of a shrine's torii gate, while the gold resembled the delicate threads of a mirage. The sound of flowing water and the calls of cranes resonated continuously as clouds enveloped the temple-like structure. The restaurant exuded an overwhelming aura, distinctly separating itself from the mundane world. This establishment specialized in Chinese cuisine, yet its exorbitant prices meant that most could only gaze upon it from afar. The mere sight of the vehicles parked at the entrance would intimidate the average worker, as they would take a lifetime to afford such luxury. Those who could dine here were undoubtedly individuals of considerable means. As Tang Gu observed the elegantly poised patrons within the restaurant, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In his previous life, he could scarcely afford to dine in such a place. A single meal could consume a month's worth of his earnings, truly, not an expense for the ordinary person. Yet now, he found himself among the clientele of this esteemed establishment. With his current income from writing, he earns around 20 to 30,000 a month, making it quite feasible for him to enjoy a few lavish meals. Of course, the wealth his wife possesses far exceeds his own, so it is best not to dwell on such matters. The three of them sat by the window, savoring an array of delectable dishes. I must say, the flavors were truly delightful. Although the portions were somewhat modest, nonetheless, the variety was impressive. After more than an hour, they had indulged in no less than 20 dishes. Chapter 16. The racer's invitation. Following a sumptuous dinner, Zhang Yashuan elegantly dabbed her red lips with a napkin and remarked, "The flavors are quite good. Although there are a few dishes I am not particularly fond of, it would be splendid if one could select only their preferred dishes." This was her and Tang Gu's first visit to this establishment, accompanied by Jin Yuming. "I think it's wonderful. Everything seems to cater to my tastes," Jin Yuming commented while live streaming. "What is it that you don't eat? You're like a little pig." Zhang Yashuan chuckled, covering her mouth. "Well, you just called me a pig. You won't be sleeping tonight. I happen to have had enough rest during the day, so I'll be staying over at your place." "Huh? Are you going to watch me and Tang Gu? I didn't expect you to be so playful." "Oh no. Yashuan, you've been led astray by Brother Tang. Now you're even driving." The two women playfully bantered, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Though some onlookers appeared disgruntled, upon seeing the two beautiful ladies, their furrowed brows relaxed. Observing this, Tang Gu couldn't help but smile wryly. This is the advantage of beauty. The treatment one receives varies drastically based on appearance. "Hello, may I inquire if you are Mr. Tang Gu?" At that moment, two slightly handsome young men with crew cuts approached. They wore broad smiles, with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Tang Gu was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I am. How can I assist you?" In the past, when he had gone out with his wife, he had encountered fans requesting photos with her, as well as wealthy young men attempting to flirt with her. He had even faced unruly individuals who intended to harass her. However, he had never encountered anyone approaching him directly. "Is it really you, Mr. Tang Gu?" one of them exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward. "We are from the McLaren racing team. Earlier, we saw your artificial intelligence driving car and were inspired to propose a race with your AI. Would that be possible?" "Oh, my apologies for not introducing myself. My name is Chung Yongjun, and this is my friend, Zhu Bowen." The two extended their hands amicably to shake Tang Gu's. "Ah, you are both racers. A race with an AI isn't out of the question, provided we have a suitable venue." However, Tang Gu said, with a look of hesitation, "I am currently out dining with my wife." The two glanced at the two stunning women behind him, exchanging knowing looks filled with both envy and sympathy. Tang Gu felt somewhat bewildered, sensing a misunderstanding on their part. "A race? Yashuan, shall we go take a look?" Upon hearing the words car racing, Jin Yuming immediately felt a surge of interest. Having experienced the exhilarating thrill of drifting just the previous night, she was still somewhat captivated by it. "I knew you would still be lost in the drift. All right. Zhang Yashuan nodded with a smile, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Tang Gu as she remarked, "Let's join in. After all, we have nothing planned for the evening." I haven't updated my chapter yet." Tang Gu had not forgotten that he was a novelist. After a day spent on car modifications, he had neglected to update his story. "Forget about writing. Take us to the racetrack. We want to drift." "You can write on your phone. After all, with artificial intelligence driving, you won't need to take the wheel. I permit you not to update today. Go and race for me." Goodness, I've never seen fans urging an author not to update before. The live stream became fervent once again, especially among those who had watched yesterday's broadcast, each one more excited than the last. We can witness drifting live again, and the speed on the track is exponentially fiercer than on the roads. Wait, can Tang Gu's car even compete? I too harbor doubts. After all, the supercars on the racetrack are engineered for speed, unlike civilian supercars. Old Tang has modified cars before. It shouldn't be an issue. Come on. Does anyone genuinely believe that this afternoon's modifications had any real effect? The supercars on the track can reach speeds exceeding 300 miles per hour, and last night, Old Tang's car barely managed over 300. How can it compete? Exactly. We are not questioning the capabilities of artificial intelligence. We are assessing the performance of this car. The audience was not particularly optimistic about Tang Gu's modification skills. Although they knew he had knowledge of car tuning, the performance upgrades from that afternoon were quite perplexing. Dismantling minor components from each supercar, making adjustments, and then reassembling them. Could this possibly yield a vehicle faster than top-tier supercars? What a joke. Numerous viewers with a modicum of automotive knowledge scoffed at this notion. In that case, Mr. Tang, shall we meet at the Racing Wind Circuit tonight at 11? Chen Yongjun said with delight, while Zhu Bowen beside him also displayed an eager expression. Certainly, we will be there on time, Tang Gu replied with a smile. After the agreement was reached, they bid farewell at that location. Chen Yongjun and Zhu Bowen left the banquet in high spirits, intending to secure the venue and inform their fellow team members to witness this thrilling race. Simultaneously, news of their impending race spread rapidly across the internet. After all, Jin Yumeng was a major internet celebrity with millions of followers, and the previous day's spectacle of artificial intelligence racing had only just gained traction. Many were enraptured by this sci-fi narrative, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. At that moment, the announcement of artificial intelligence participating in a car race sent ripples of excitement through the community. Everyone yearned to witness once more the prowess of autonomous driving. Was it superior or inferior? Thanks to the viral nature of the internet, numerous racers and affluent youths in the bustling metropolis soon became aware of the event. They began to test their supercars, intending to join the excitement. Tang Gu and his companions initially believed it to be a simple competition, yet they were unprepared for the immense attention it garnered at night. At the Jingfeng racing circuit, tens of thousands gathered. A plethora of sports cars took turns entering the racetrack, while many were left stranded outside, required to enter on foot. Do you know who I am, daring to obstruct me? I am a diamond member of the Jingfeng racing circuit, exclaimed a young man in a hoodie at the entrance. Visibly irate. We sincerely apologize, young Master Lu. It is not that we deny you entry, but the circuit is completely full, the staff said, drenched in sweat, expressing their regret. Full. How can such a vast racetrack be at capacity? Young Master Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was astonishing. A multi-millionaire streamer could indeed attract such a throng of affluent youths in the metropolis. Indeed, most of them are teams from major automobile manufacturers who arrived particularly early. The staff patiently explained. Even the teams have come to join the fray? Lu's lips twitched in frustration as he sighed. What a pity. I had hoped to take a few laps myself, but it seems I must settle for spectating. While many wealthy scions were known to be extravagant, there were also those of considerable refinement. Upon learning that they could no longer drive in, the crowd behind Lu displayed evident disappointment. They had spent 2 to 3 hours modifying their cars, only to find themselves unable to compete. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche glided past the throng, unimpeded, and directly into the circuit. Weren't you just saying it was full? Why did that car get in? Lu frowned, his expression darkening. Indeed, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, this matter will not end here. The crowd's faces soured, feeling their status was being disregarded. That car just now was an artificial intelligence competition vehicle, the staff replied, torn between amusement and exasperation. A collective stunned silence fell over the affluent youths, followed by an awkward realization. No wonder that car seemed so familiar. It was, after all, the star of the competition. However, was it not rather hasty to pit a Porsche against top-tier supercars? Ultimately, the group of wealthy youths had no choice but to park their vehicles outside and proceed on foot. The number of attendees continued to swell, and the incident gained momentum. After all, the events of the previous night had ignited significant interest. Any minor stir could attract widespread attention. It could be said that anyone in the metropolis, regardless of their affinity for racing, was drawn to the spectacle. Rather than merely following the race, they were captivated by the allure of artificial intelligence. This topic had long been a source of fascination, embodying humanity's many aspirations. Yet, the artificial intelligence created in reality was bound by fixed programming logic, devoid of true self-reflection. Merely sophisticated simulations of intelligence. One could only imagine the profound impact Tang Gu's artificial intelligence would have. As Tang Gu and his companions descended from the Porsche, they surveyed the bustling scene, their own fervor ignited by the electric atmosphere. What was promised to be merely a competition against the McLaren team has turned into this. Tang Gu let out a bitter laugh. Numerous drivers, clad in their uniforms adorned with the team's distinctive livery, were enthusiastically waving to the audience. The Ferrari team, Lamborghini team, Tesla team, Maybach team, and Mercedes-Benz team, along with several wealthy scions, lounged leisurely against their car doors, casting glances towards Tang Gu. Oh dear, you can't blame me. Your artificial intelligence is simply too renowned, Jean Yuming said innocently while raising her phone. If you hadn't been live streaming, there wouldn't have been so many complications. Zhang Yashuan furrowed her brows slightly, playfully flicking Jean Yuming's fair forehead in mild reproach, prompting the girl to retaliate with a flurry of remarks. Let us head to the spectator S area. It would suffice for the Origin to drive the car, Tang Gu suggested. Huh, but my online followers want to experience drifting. Jean Yuming interjected eagerly, still playfully tussling with Zhang Yashuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yashuan shot her friend an exasperated glance. It seems like you were the one eager to drift. Last night, the excitement had been palpable, enough to keep this girl wide awake. Oh, don't speak nonsense. I'm doing it for my fans. Jean Yuming immediately retorted. Then, shifting her tone to a cheerful one, added, I'll just reluctantly sit in the car and provide a first-person live stream for the audience. She felt quite pleased with her cleverness, silently applauding herself. Why not just place the phone in the car? Tang Gu suddenly suggested. Oh dear, Tang Gu, could you please refrain from speaking? Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh at Tang Gu's remark. Feel free to sit, but remember to buckle up. While the safety system is exceptional, it's always wise to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Tang Gu shrugged, no longer pressing the matter. He had indeed reinforced and optimized the safety features of the Porsche. With the seatbelt fastened, one would sustain minimal harm in the event of any sudden occurrences. Yay! Jean Yuming excitedly swung open the car door and, accompanied by a throng of cheering fans, hopped back into the Porsche. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan exchanged knowing smiles. Mr. Tang Gu has arrived. Thank you immensely for your presence. At that moment, Cheng Yongjun approached with a hearty laugh, clapping a hand on Tang Gu's shoulder. Are you planning to let someone sit inside the car? Cheng Yongjun inquired curiously, glancing at Jean Yuming within the vehicle. Indeed, pay her no mind. Are you all ready? I'll instruct the Origin to drive over for preparations, Tang Gu replied. We are all set. Just need to position the car at spot 6 on the track, and the race will commence at 11:30. Cheng Yongjun confirmed with a nod. He then paused, adding, Oh, by the way, there will be a prize for this race, funded by other teams as compensation and an apology for participating without permission. The total prize pool amounts to 50 million, with the champion taking home 30 million, and the rest decreasing incrementally. Originally, this race was to feature only the McLaren team and Tang Gu SAI. However, as events unfolded, the track became crowded with vehicles. To express their apologies, the teams that joined the competition voluntarily allocated funds for the prize money. Regardless of the ranking achieved by Tang Gu's Porsche, there are always rewards to be claimed. Should he triumph over all competitors and seize the championship, he would be directly awarded a staggering 30 million yuan. Tang Gu, however, remained indifferent to the prospect of monetary gain, merely smiling and nodding. He then took his wife to the spectator stands to immerse themselves in the fervor and clamor of the racetrack. At that moment, he activated the Origin system, connecting his phone to the car, which displayed the status of its components, all functioning optimally. The race was about to commence. Was that a person seated in the Porsche? Wasn't it supposed to be an autonomous vehicle? Are you blind? Can't you see someone in the passenger seat? Forget that. Look, the racers are entering. The crowd erupted in excitement as members of the McLaren and Lamborghini teams drove in. As numerous racers arrived, the audience's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. Is it fair for a racer to participate in such a competition? Isn't that a bit of an advantage over artificial intelligence? Do not underestimate AI. Its technology is indeed formidable. But it's just a Porsche. How can it compete with those supercars and modified vehicles? Chapter 18. How devoted is he? Tang Gu had optimized the car's components today. Although he felt there wouldn't be any significant enhancement, his modification skills should not be underestimated. Come on. Tang Gu's modifications are merely a gimmick. They won't amount to much, one commentator scoffed. I bet he'll be at most 10th place tonight. And that's giving AI the benefit of the doubt. By the way, the Tang Gu you're discussing is sitting right next to you, someone nudged him, prompting a realization. The commentator turned stiffly to see the handsome man beside him. It was indeed Tang Gu. Oh, Mr. Tang, I was just joking. I'm actually a longtime fan. The man chuckled awkwardly. Indeed? How long have you been a fan? Tang Gu inquired with interest. 10 years. I've only been riding for 4 years. Where did you find 10 years of fandom, my dear brother? Ah, I was exaggerating for effect. I'm a fan nonetheless. Just how devoted are you? Mr. Tang, are you driving? Unbeknownst to them, it was already 11:30 at night. The Origin system brought the Porsche to a halt in the 6th position, surrounded by a lineup of racing cars. The vibrant lights illuminated the track as spectators waved neon signs, cheering wildly, roaring. The engines of the cars thundered like a beast poised to pounce. It felt as though in the next moment, they would surge forward. Positions. 3, 2, 1, go. With the flag waved by the lady, dozens of cars launched simultaneously, stirring up clouds of colored smoke. The roar of engines filled the air as various brands of cars cut through the track with piercing sounds. The Porsche, driven by Jin Yumeng, launched forward in a stunning display, accelerating to 100 miles per hour in just a second, positioning itself at the forefront. The autonomous driving of the AI was particularly striking, with the driver's seat conspicuously vacant. The Porsche's steering wheel maneuvered on its own while the brakes and accelerator seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand. Jin Yumeng held her phone, capturing the interior and exterior of the vehicle while inside. A gentle breeze wafted through the slightly opened window, causing her hair to dance wildly, as if the engine were on the verge of exploding. A fleeting glance at the speedometer revealed a staggering 240. The fierce wind stung her delicate face, prompting her to hurriedly close the window. The cacophony within the car was instantly subdued, leaving only the faint hum of the engine. This remarkable noise cancellation effect sent the live stream's audience into a frenzy. An explosive start? Incredible. Truly, this is the prowess of artificial intelligence driving. It does it all. Wait, it accelerated to 100 in a mere second. This is a record-breaking feat. Undoubtedly, it has shattered records. Although it was not her first encounter with AI behind the wheel, she remained utterly astounded. What on earth? Wasn't this merely a civilian supercar? How could it be this fast? The noise reduction feature is astonishing. Who doubted old Tang's modifications earlier this afternoon? I apologize for my lack of insight. I can only commend old Tang. He remains unparalleled. The earlier skepticism regarding Tang Gu's tuning skills dissipated in an instant. Even the man seated beside Tang Gu, whose face was now a mask of embarrassment, found himself at a loss on how to confront Tang Gu. He had been the sole individual sitting next to Tang Gu, dismissing others' modifications as mere deception. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was struck with reality. His face reddened in humiliation. His companions, now silent, feigned ignorance, intently watching the competition unfold. Some even adopted the demeanor of devoted fans, fervently cheering, "Tang Gu is amazing. Go, artificial intelligence." One might wonder if the car's power and displacement align with old Tang's assertions. The displacement remains uncertain, but the power is indisputably palpable. The speed is equally impressive, consistently leading far ahead. I wager this vehicle's top speed is 370. Too modest. I assert it reaches 380. I believe it could hit 390. Why not claim 400? Those who previously scoffed now sing Tang Gu's praises, utterly shameless. As the fans' comments flooded in, they approached the first bend. Jin Yumeng grasped the handrail tightly. The formidable inertia seemed poised to fling her from her seat as the tires screeched against the pavement. Once again, it was as ferocious as the previous night. Without any reduction in speed, it drifted through the turn at over 200, kicking up a cloud of white smoke. The spectators at the racetrack erupted in cheers, their exhilaration echoing through the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the racetrack was situated near the airport. Otherwise, the urban dwellers would have been deprived of sleep that night. What astonishing speed through the turn. The footage was indeed authentic. Incredible. Truly, this is the marvel of artificial intelligence. The audience shouted at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed with excitement. It showed no signs of slowing down, leaving the second-place contender far behind. How could this be? That was a seasoned racer. It accelerated again. The race car drivers seem to be feeling the pressure, and they have all begun to accelerate, becoming earnest in their pursuit. The vehicles trailing behind have also drifted through the corners, and upon entering the straight track, they immediately commenced a frenzied acceleration. Initially, these racers had not taken the competition seriously, but having now experienced each other's speed firsthand, they have completely abandoned any underestimation. The team in second place is the Maybach team, while the Tesla team occupies third and the McLaren team holds fourth. The rankings of the cars further back are fluctuating dramatically, with none yielding an inch. This is not merely a contest against artificial intelligence. It is also a clandestine rivalry among the various teams. Tang Gu's vehicle has indeed undergone modifications and optimizations. His afternoon livestream was not merely for show. I attentively listened to the sound of his engine earlier, which was astonishingly low, almost unrecognizable as a racing car in full flight. Its performance has surpassed the expected capabilities of a Porsche. The car before us can no longer be considered a Porsche, but rather a completely new automotive series. This Tang Gu possesses the ability to create his own vehicles. This implies that he has no intention of collaborating with anyone. Is he merely toying with us today? This is likely the case, as the executives of numerous automotive manufacturers stand in the spectator area, their expressions grave as they discuss the matter. The inability to secure collaboration will inevitably result in competition. Observing Tang Gu in the distance, engrossed with his laptop, the executives cannot help but furrow their brows. At this moment, Tang Gu is probably analyzing automotive data, optimizing various aspects. A genius who diligently strives is the most formidable, especially when such a genius is poised to become their adversary. The automotive industry may soon witness the emergence of a colossal dragon, one that will create a tremendous impact on the market. They collectively rise, having lost interest in the outcome of the race. The most pressing matter now is to convene a company meeting to address this fierce dragon. Even though it is already 11:30 at night, the meeting must still take place. Chapter 19. Your competitor may only be typing honey. The representatives from the automotive manufacturers appeared somewhat unfriendly and left early. Do you think they will engage in some unsavory actions? Lu Meixian furrowed her brow with concern. Don't worry, what could possibly happen? Not everyone is as terrifying as our father's competitors, Tang Gu replied, his fingers rapidly tapping away at his laptop keyboard, fervently working on his novel. Despite fans urging him not to update, if he were to truly neglect his chapters, he might receive threats. The automotive manufacturers had no inkling that the Tang Gu they viewed as a formidable threat was not monitoring automotive data at all. He was diligently composing text. The track was filled with the thunderous roars of various engines and the screeching sounds of tires against the asphalt. As laps turned into laps, Jin Yumeng and the viewers in the livestream celebrated with exuberant cheers, as the first position remained unchanged. Now, as they approached the final lap, the Maybach team, which had originally held second place, was overtaken by both the Tesla and McLaren teams. The Tesla team maintained excellent control, consistently blocking the McLaren team. Chung Yongjun and Zhu Bowen, filled with frustration, pounded the steering wheel, yet found themselves utterly powerless. This exemplifies a racing strategy. To overtake requires not only exceptional driving skills, but also audacity. Success leads to surpassing one's rivals, while failure may result in disastrous consequences. Today, however, is not a legitimate competition, and such risks are unwarranted. With no other options, the McLaren team remained firmly in third place, closely trailing the Tesla team. Ha ha ha. This is infuriating for Chung Yongjun and his team. Well done. Keep it up. The final lap is upon us, and my secret weapon is about to be unleashed. Rest assured, we shall not allow any vehicle to pass us. Strive for first place. We, the Tesla team, shall rise to fame through this battle. Heh, go for it. Suddenly, a burst of purple nitrous oxide erupted from the exhaust. One of the Tesla racing cars accelerated abruptly, soaring from a speed of 340 yards to 390 yards. The vehicle shook violently, and the team member felt an immense force propelling him forward. Whoosh! The Tesla was closing in with astonishing speed. Seeing this, Jin Yumeng shouted from within the car, Origin, can you go any faster? Certainly, Miss Jean. Origin's voice resonated. And this time the engine's roar became noticeably louder, even audible within the cabin. The Porsche's speed simultaneously increased, yet Tesla's velocity was still a notch superior. Ready to surge ahead. Just a bit faster. The finish line is ahead. We cannot allow ourselves to be overtaken at this critical moment. Jin Yumeng urged anxiously. I sincerely apologize, but the speed has reached its limit. Any further acceleration may cause hardware damage and requires Mr. Tang Gu's consent. TSK, how much could the parts possibly cost? Accelerate quickly, or else Tang Gu might have your head. Jin Yumeng patted the interior of the car, filled with urgency. Honey, you're about to be overtaken. Tang Gu, seated in the audience, paused his typing only after Zhang Yashuan's reminder. Origin, unlock all speed. Understood, Mr. Tang. With Tang Gu's command, the Porsche's speed surged once more. Just as the Tesla was prepared to close in, it was met with the sight of its opponent pulling away again. The Porsche instantly escalated to a staggering speed of 420 yards, too swift to comprehend. As the vehicle zipped past the spectators, it felt like a fleeting shadow had swept by, leaving only a crimson taillight, akin to a rainbow lingering in the air. A gust of wind howled past the ears, and the scenery rushed backward. At that moment, both present and virtual spectators erupted in cheers. The pursuing Tesla team member was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? I didn't see any nitrous. How did they achieve such instantaneous acceleration? The two vehicles were on the verge of closing the gap, even showing signs of an overtaking maneuver. However, with the Porsche's acceleration, the distance widened once again. Once that gap was created, it became insurmountable. In the presence of countless witnesses, the Porsche, like a phantom, surged across the finish line. Wow! The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. What just transpired? Such remarkable speed. It turns out this vehicle did not initially unleash its full potential. Incredible. It seems to accelerate even faster than a nitrous boost. Last night, this car outpaced a nitrous-fueled criminal, but that was merely at 300 miles per hour. Today, it has soared to 400. To achieve such a leap from over 300 to beyond 400 solely through engine power is nothing short of miraculous. Was Tang Gu's afternoon optimization truly effective? And he was not merely boasting? With identical hardware, a few adjustments have propelled it to the velocity of a top-tier supercar. What extraordinary engineering is this? Tang Gu must be a prodigy. Everyone is enveloped in astonishment. The speed after modification has shattered their perceptions. An instantaneous acceleration, without any propulsion system. It surged from over 300 to beyond 400. Undoubtedly, this is a feat beyond what a Porsche could ordinarily achieve. What transformations has Tang Gu enacted? Could it be that such a casual disassembly and reassembly this afternoon could yield such results? Would this not be a slap in the face to all major automotive manufacturers? Identical hardware, yet a distinctly different outcome. This is undeniably a fierce blow to all automotive companies, showcasing pure technical mastery that utterly outclasses them. Due to its extraordinary speed, the Porsche could not come to a swift halt, continuing along the racetrack, leaving slight traces of tire on the surface. Eventually, it came to a gradual stop hundreds of meters away. Members of the Tesla racing team wore expressions of disappointment, realizing they had still failed to surpass this Porsche. Wait, what is happening? The second-place Tesla member's face turned pale as he slammed on the brakes. Yet, the speed remained unyielding, maintaining its peak velocity. The brakes had failed. Most critically, the Porsche ahead had just come to a stop. At this speed, there was no time to turn. This is disastrous. A collision is imminent. The individual's face drained of color, recognizing that if he struck the Porsche, both its occupants and the vehicle would be obliterated against the wall, reduced to mere wreckage. However, if he were to steer away, he would careen off the wall, resulting in his own demise. Faced with such a life-and-death dilemma, his mind went blank, uncertain of what choice to make. Warning, a vehicle is about to collide. Please remain in the vehicle, Miss Jean. In that fleeting moment, the voice of Origin resonated. The stationary Porsche suddenly sprang to life. Chapter 20, Advanced Metallic Synthesis Technology. Just as Jean Yumeng intended to unbuckle her seatbelt and exit the vehicle upon hearing Origin's alert, 2 clicks resonated within the car. No matter how she pressed, the tightened seatbelt remained unyielding, and the car doors locked in that instant. Immediately following, a deafening screech of tires echoed as the Porsche accelerated, launching forward in an instant. Bang! Amidst the gasps of countless onlookers, a tremendous noise erupted. Inside the Porsche, Jean Yumeng's entire body jolted violently, nearly causing her to lose her grip on her phone. The scene ahead spun incessantly, while a wave of heat surged from behind. She was uncertain of what had transpired, yet through the lens of her phone, she observed the onlookers behind her, all of whom were utterly terrified. The rear end of the Porsche was utterly mangled, the back seat completely obliterated. At that moment, the whirling scene and the piercing sounds were all that remained. As Jean Yumeng's car front desperately sought to halt its momentum, after spinning 3 times, the Porsche finally stabilized. Jean Yumeng found herself enveloped by a multitude of white airbags, feeling quite perplexed. In the audience, Zhang Yashuan was pale with fright, rushing down in haste. Do not panic. I have modified the Porsche for safety. I assure you that Yumeng is absolutely fine, Tang Gu exclaimed, leading Zhang Yashuan down, with the phone displaying messages about passenger safety and airbag deployment. Upon reaching the remains of the Porsche, which was now only half intact, they breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of a seemingly unharmed Jean Yumeng. Turning their gaze to the Tesla, they saw it had collided with the track barrier, the front utterly destroyed and flames billowing forth. Numerous staff members hurried over, extinguishing the fire while attempting to rescue the occupants. Had it not been for the crucial moment of acceleration at the origin, that impact would have surely sent Jean Yumeng crashing into the wall. It was precisely the instantaneous acceleration that shifted the position, causing the Tesla to strike only the rear of the Porsche, sparing it from a full-blown collision. A need to delve into material research was evident as Tang Gu observed the debris scattered about. Stronger materials were essential not only for maintaining speed, but, most importantly, for ensuring safety. Only a robust exterior could safeguard those within the vehicle from harm. However, a harder shell presents the issue of increased weight. Once a car becomes too heavy, energy consumption escalates. Nevertheless, Tang Gu had conceived a direction, synthetic metals. To achieve a balance of lightness and durability, advanced technology must be employed. He had a general notion of how to utilize this advanced technology system and intended to experiment upon returning. With Zhang Yashuan's assistance, they extricated Jean Yumeng from the vehicle. To their surprise, The girl merely exhaled deeply before resuming her live interaction. I was truly terrified. My mind was spinning, and I felt a warm breeze on my back, thinking there had been an explosion, only to be enveloped by the white airbags. Jean Yumeng recounted with fervor. Whether it was fear or exhilaration, she was overwhelmed by the abruptness of the incident. Indeed, I was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, the rear was gone. Is this racing? It's far too perilous. I swear, I will never speed again. The crowd, still shaken, realized they had narrowly avoided a fatal live broadcast. Thankfully, their beloved Meng Meng emerged unscathed, all thanks to Tang's advanced technology. In that moment, as the collision approached, I feared for Meng Meng's life. It's astounding how artificial intelligence can recognize so many vehicles in the environment. How is this possible? It was indeed this AI recognition that facilitated the timely acceleration, allowing Meng Meng to avert disaster. Absolutely. Thank goodness for Tang's remarkable technology. With half the car wrecked, it was still braking. That's truly impressive. How is this possible? Shouldn't the circuits be completely severed? Yet, the vehicle continues to brake. Could it be that the front and rear of the car operate as separate modules? Both the viewers in the live stream and the audience present at the scene are abuzz with speculation. Speaking of which, why did that Tesla fail to brake? Was it a malfunction? This is exceedingly perilous. It must have been a brake failure. One should certainly refrain from purchasing a Tesla in the future. Oh dear, look at that individual being carried out, drenched in blood. It is truly horrifying. Speeding entails risks. Everyone must adhere to traffic regulations. This terrifying scene from the racetrack has gone viral online. Last night was a night of madness, and tonight promises to be equally chaotic. Following the conclusion of the race, Jean Yumeng received a compensation payment for emotional distress from the racetrack's officials. As for the amount, Tang Gu was not privy to the details. However, judging by the expression on her face, it must be a considerable sum. Meanwhile, Tang Gu himself has claimed the championship prize of 30 million, alongside an additional 10 million in collision compensation from Tesla. In total, he has amassed over 50 million. In 4 years of riding, he had only earned a modest sum in the hundreds of thousands. Yet today he suddenly acquired 50 million. It is rather ironic that the wealth he has painstakingly built over the years pales in comparison to the funds casually cast away by others. Upon reflection, the few hundred thousand he earned in 4 years is, in the eyes of those earning 2,000 or 3,000 monthly, a struggle that necessitates countless years of toil, which somewhat alleviates his bitterness. Taking a deep breath, Tang could cast these thoughts aside. The three of them, riding in the car arranged by Chung Yongjun, returned to the entrance of their villa. Goodbye, Yashuan. I won't disturb you and Brother Tang any longer. Jean Yumeng waved cheerfully as she entered the villa across the street. Despite having just faced a life-and-death crisis, she appeared as if nothing had happened, and even managed to throw in a few playful remarks before departing. It's getting late. Let's rest early, Tang Gu chuckled. Zhang Yashuan shot him a playful glance, and the two leaned against each other as they made their way home. Ding! Congratulations! Metal synthesis knowledge has been successfully upgraded, granting top-tier metal synthesis technology. In his study, as the notification rang in Tang Gu's mind, a wealth of knowledge flooded in. Indeed, as long as I study the foundational principles of technology, I can upgrade the system to encompass advanced technological knowledge modules. Tang Gu set down the book titled Fundamentals of Metal Synthesis, a smile illuminating his face. With top-tier alloy technology, he would be able to begin crafting cutting-edge materials. What he requires now is a factory to conduct his experiments. Knock, knock, knock. What are you hiding here to observe? At that moment, the study door was rapped upon, accompanied by the voice of a middle-aged man. Upon seeing the visitor, Tang Gu's face broke into a broad smile. Dad, when did you arrive? The gentleman at the door, exuding an aura of elegance, was none other than his father-in-law, Zhang Hongguang. Despite his amiable demeanor and warm smile, he is a fierce and ruthless figure in the business world. Not long after arriving, I heard that you were engrossed in reading in your study, so I came to check on you and engage in conversation. Zhang Hongguang, always clad in his signature black suit, exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Chapter 21, Heike Technology Company, Limited. He approached with a smile, glancing at the books on the table, and remarked, Synthetic metals? What are you tinkering with now? Just dabbling a bit. Is there something you need, Dad? Tang Gu replied, playfully scratching his head. I came to discuss augmenting your security with a few bodyguards and enhancing safety measures, Zhang Hongguang said, settling into a chair with a friendly demeanor. Of course, it is also due to the remarkable work you've accomplished over the past few days. He truly did not expect that his son-in-law harbored such profound capabilities. A technological genius who penned novels daily was akin to discovering a treasure. He had always perceived his son-in-law as merely a modest novelist, incapable of inheriting his enterprise. Upon retirement, It seemed the vast corporation would be left for his grandchildren to inherit. This thought brought a tinge of disappointment to Zhang Hongwang. As his son-in-law had not taken the reins of his legacy, he would have to toil for a few more years, nurturing Tang Gu's offspring to become heirs. However, from another perspective, having a son-in-law who could remain home to accompany his wife was also commendable. At the very least, his daughter would enjoy a life filled with happiness and joy. Yet, what Zhang Hongwang never anticipated was that his son-in-law was a maestro of cutting-edge technology. With such prowess, he could easily establish a new enterprise and carve out a niche for himself. He could even be entrusted with the family conglomerate. You've kept your talents well hidden, even from me, your father-in-law. I had no idea you were versed in computer science and automotive engineering. Zhang Hongwang chuckled wryly, tapping the table a few times as if to chastise Tang Gu for his concealment. Oh, I merely dabble in those areas. My true passion lies in writing. Tang Gu replied, feigning innocence while scratching the back of his head. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he stated earnestly, "By the way, Dad, who exactly tried to kidnap Yashuan the other night? That was utterly outrageous. It was Guan Juanhao from Haofeng Group, who has recently been competing with me for investment projects related to artificial intelligence." Zhang Hongwang's gaze grew increasingly peculiar as he spoke. The two conglomerates were vying for supremacy in artificial intelligence technology, with one even resorting to tactics typically employed by terrorists. However, it no longer mattered whether they succeeded in acquiring the technology. His very own son-in-law had created a genuine artificial intelligence, one capable of autonomous driving, with skills surpassing even the finest race car drivers. What was there left to contest? With a son-in-law possessing such extraordinary artificial intelligence, Zhang Hongwang found no need to compete for the rival's counterfeit AI. How fortuitous. If you need it, Dad, I can provide it to you free of charge. Just yesterday, the artificial intelligence was perfected, Tang Gu said with a confident grin, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwang's smile faded, and he said with gravity, "Son-in-law, you possess vast knowledge. Listen carefully. I shall assist you in applying for a patent for your technology, and I intend to help you establish your own company. Henceforth, any products you create will belong to this enterprise. Please, do not hastily decline." Zhang Hongwang raised his hand, gesturing for Tang Gu to listen, and continued. "I am aware of your aspiration to author a book, yet the knowledge you possess enables you to create a myriad of things, transcending mere profit. It encompasses numerous facets. Much like the seemingly unrelated realms of commercial competition and kidnapping, they are, in fact, interlinked. By owning a company, all your future technologies can generate value and ward off numerous nuisances, such as automobile manufacturers seeking collaboration, as well as individuals from the internet sector." Zhang Hongwang paused, allowing Tang Gu a few moments to digest his words. What he conveyed was not mere folly. The emergence of a technology would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of countless industry players. Those from the internet domain had been deterred by Zhang Hongwang. After all, Hongtai Group was also involved in the internet sector, while the automotive industry remained untouched. Thus, it was not surprising that numerous representatives from automobile manufacturers approached Tang Gu for discussions on collaboration yesterday. Although Tang Gu astutely dismissed these individuals, they would not relent, and would undoubtedly devise ways to persistently intrude. After some time, Zhang Hongwang felt a thirst arise. Fortunately, at that moment, his daughter, Zhang Yashuan, elegantly approached with tea and teaware, gently serving her father and husband. She then seated herself beside them, remaining silent. "Thank you, dear," Tang Gu remarked with a smile, gratefully accepting the tea. Although there was no need for excessive formality with his wife, it was a gesture of respect. When a wife pours tea for her husband, it signifies her love, and reciprocating that affection is equally a demonstration of love. Zhang Hongwang took a sip of tea and continued. "Moreover, establishing a company will not impede your writing endeavors. Most matters can be delegated to the company personnel. You need only provide your expertise. Rest assured, I can assist with human resources and financial aspects. You will not need to manage anything, nor will you need to invest a single penny. As the chairman of Hongtai Group, such an expense is trivial for me. Besides, this is my own son-in-law. Would I demand that you contribute financially? You make a valid point, yet I can manage the funding myself. While it may not be substantial, I do have 50 million for the initial investment," Tang Gu replied, setting down his teacup with a smile. "However, I will require your assistance in other areas, father." "Ha! It is gratifying to see you come to this realization so swiftly. You are indeed my son-in-law." Zhang Hongwang laughed heartily. It was fortunate that his son-in-law was not obstinate, but rather receptive to the wisdom of his elders, capable of multifaceted thinking. Had he encountered someone stubborn, even Zhang Hongwang's most persuasive arguments might have faltered. "I will do everything in my power to support you. I shall not accept any remuneration. If you insist on offering something, please deposit it into Yashuan's bank account." By the way, what name do you intend to give the company? I can assist with the registration process, Zhang Hongguang casually inquired, glancing at his Patek Philippe watch. A name, you say? Tang Gu pondered for a moment while resting his chin on his hand and decided to name the company Heike Technology Company, Limited, with Gu representing his surname. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my assistant to bring everything over. I will assist you in acquiring a factory capable of manufacturing automobiles. As for the company's location, let us temporarily settle on the Hongtai Group building. As the hour grew late, he prepared to attend to his own matters. Remember to treat my daughter, Yashuan, kindly. Do not let me discover that you have bullied her. Zhang Hongguang finished his tea and chuckled lightly at Tang Gu. Rest assured, father. I cherish her far too much to ever harm her, Zhang Hongguang replied. Tang Gu stood to see him off. By the way, how should I deliver the artificial intelligence code to you? Just give it to my assistant. There is no need for a personal delivery. Go back and spend time with Yashuan. You two should enjoy each other's company. The three of them arrived at the entrance, where the assistant opened the door to the Mercedes-Benz, and Zhang Hongguang took his seat inside. He lowered the window and waved farewell to Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, departing as swiftly as he had arrived. Chapter 22. Paying the tribute. Zhang Hongguang had an abundance of matters to attend to. After exchanging a few words with his daughter, he retreated to his study to converse with Tang Gu briefly. Once their discussion concluded, he hurried back to his responsibilities, not forgetting the kidnapping incident his daughter had endured the previous night. Zhang Hongguang was no pushover, since the opposing group dared to target his daughter. This matter would not be easily settled. After his departure, numerous bodyguards clad in suits remained stationed both inside and outside Tang Gu's villa. These were security personnel hired by Zhang Hongguang, their muscular physiques concealed beneath their smart attire. Some guards were even outside installing cameras to prevent any intruders from sneaking in. He had also purchased the neighboring villa, providing a resting place for the bodyguards, ensuring comprehensive protection for his daughter around the clock. After all, it would be quite improper for these guards to reside in the home of Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan. Come on, time to pay the tribute. Upon returning to the hall, Zhang Yashuan extended her fair, delicate hand with a smile. Hee, what kind of tribute are we discussing? Tang Gu laughed as he lifted his wife into his arms and settled onto the plush sofa, resting Zhang Yashuan's long, fair legs across it. Of course, it's the startup capital you mentioned earlier. My father specifically instructed you to transfer it to my card. Zhang Yashuan pouted, appearing slightly aggrieved and angry. Should he refuse? She would not take it lightly. Her adorable demeanor compelled Tang Gu to steal a kiss. And what if I refuse? Then I shall tell my father that you are bullying me. I am not bullying you. I am merely teasing. Tang Gu chuckled in disbelief. With his father-in-law having just departed, if Zhang Yashuan were to turn around and complain, Zhang Hongguang would undoubtedly reprimand him. I say you have it. So you indeed possess it. Zhang Yashuan huffed, shaking her small fist in mock indignation, her exquisite face feigning anger, which only added to her charm. Tang Gu smiled, playfully pinching her delicate cheek, which felt as though it could burst with sweetness. All right, I shall give it to you. The password is your birthday. He then retrieved his wallet from his pocket, containing all of his bank cards. In truth, Tang Gu, who spends his days at home, finds little need for money. Even if he were to give all his savings to his wife, what difference would it make? Zhang Yashuan joyfully accepted the wallet, her demeanor reminiscent of a little money enthusiast, causing Tang Gu to smile wryly and shake his head. 50 million is merely pocket change to you, yet you rejoice as if I have bestowed upon you 500 billion. Ah, but it's not the same. This is a gift from you. Zhang Yashuan clutched the wallet tightly, her happiness evident. Their domestic life was marked by harmony and tranquility. However, online, a fervor erupted, centered around three main topics. Artificial intelligence achieves new wonders. The same hardware, transformed into top racing speeds. Tesla's brake failure. In addition, numerous eye-catching trending topics emerged, surging into the top 10 on social media. The excitement was palpable, the late-night fright of the adorable beauty streamer. Tang Gu remarked, I merely optimized a bit. And the car reached 400 yards. A black technology sports car that could still brake after a crash, alongside a Tesla that, though intact, could not stop. What transpired last night? Tesla's stock plummeted. Tesla's brakes failed? Don't scare me, my family owns one. Oh no, we should return it immediately. Tesla was fortunate, for its spotlight was overshadowed by Tang Gu's black technology. Tang Gu's prowess was undeniable, yet whispers suggested that automobile manufacturers were reluctant to collaborate with him, leaving many puzzled as to why. Well, why would they? Tang Gu possesses the capability to manufacture cars himself and has no need to partner with these companies. Indeed, with identical hardware, he is able to forge different speeds, a technology that utterly eclipses all automobile manufacturers. With such prowess, why would he require collaboration? but the car manufacturers can provide funding. Clearly, you are new here. Do you know who Old Tang is? He is the son-in-law of the president of Hongtai Group. Do you think he lacks money? Oh wow, so it's him. The one who married the wealthy beauty all those years ago. Netizens were astonished. Recalling the news from years past, the little princess of Hongtai Group had married an online acquaintance. What made this even more remarkable was that this individual was merely an ordinary man, distinguished only by his good looks. In all other respects, he was unremarkable. If one were to measure achievements, he had penned a few novels with modest success. Tang Gu's accomplishments, while respectable in society, were trivial in comparison to the colossal Hongtai Group. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yashuan, a woman of wealth and privilege, had chosen to marry someone perceived as a commoner, leading to widespread astonishment. Zhang Hongguang and his wife both approved of this union. That day, countless wealthy young men felt their hearts shatter, lamenting that their goddess had been beguiled by Tang Gu's charm. What gives him the right? Many of Zhang Yashuan's friends and acquaintances regarded Tang Gu as a mere gold digger, looking down upon him. In frustration, Zhang Yashuan severed ties with them. Thus, among my close friends, only the carefree Jin Yumeng remains. It has been proven that Zhang Yashuan's judgment was indeed astute. Although Tang Gu's fame stems not from literary pursuits, but from cutting-edge technology, it is evident that one must look beyond mere appearances and pay attention to intrinsic qualities. The impact of inner character on success is profound. Yashuan, the goddess, possesses both beauty and intellect. Who was it that claimed Tang was merely living off his partner? I apologize for my previous doubts regarding her discerning eye. Do you think Tang might establish his own automobile brand? With his capabilities, the vehicles he produces might not even require a steering wheel. Whether this is a possibility remains uncertain. But I believe having a steering wheel would provide a sense of security, even if we could not afford it. The online discourse is fervent, with various topics revolving around Tang Gu. The issue of Tesla's brake failure has garnered far less attention. Only the Tesla owners have approached the manufacturer, demanding refunds. Initially, it was thought that securing second place last night would serve as excellent publicity for the company. Who could have anticipated the brake failure at the finish line? The current state of Tesla can only be described as chaotic. The following day, my father-in-law's assistant arrived to collect the source code for the artificial intelligence. He also handed Tang Gu several pertinent company documents along with the factory's address. Tang Gu couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the affluent. Within a single night, a factory capable of producing automobiles had been acquired. Driving his personally modified Silby, Tang Gu made his way to the factory purchased by his father-in-law. Chapter 23. Treating Tang Gu as a fool. The factory's manager was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Tang Gu's arrival, he greeted him with a beaming smile. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Jiang Junmin, the factory manager. Please come in. Jiang Junmin welcomed Tang Gu at the car door with a radiant expression. This factory possesses all the necessary hardware to manufacture vehicles, yet it faces the threat of closure due to technical issues. It is indeed a stroke of luck that it has been taken over by someone as generous as Tang Gu. Please, Mr. Tang, allow me to show you around our team. They are all diligent and hardworking employees. Jiang Junmin led the way, his smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Based on Tang Gu's appearance, it was evident that he was a naive, wealthy heir. Zhang Hongguang had orchestrated the acquisition of this soon-to-be-defunct factory under Tang Gu's name. Aware of Tang Gu's need for a factory capable of production, Zhang Hongguang understood that possessing the right location and equipment was sufficient. Hence, he disregarded the factory's troubled history and the challenges it faced. These were not within his considerations. Tang Gu remained composed, neither overly warm nor cold, merely nodding with a smile, leaving Jiang Junmin somewhat perplexed. Mr. Tang, please take a look. This is the stamping workshop, equipped with leveling machines, flattening machines, rolling machines, bending machines, and all the necessary tools. Jiang Junmin guided Tang Gu into a workshop, gesturing towards the industrious factory within. The employees were diligently engaged in their tasks, each holding a panel and intently focusing on the assembly line, leaving no room for error. You see, my employees are truly dedicated, Jiang Junmin remarked with a forced smile. Tang Gu squinted slightly, offering no response as he continued to follow Jiang Junmin through the welding, painting, and assembly workshops. The factory boasted a comprehensive array of equipment, including saws, cutting machines, arc welders, overhead cranes, pure water preparation systems, electrophoresis systems, manual rolling machines, profile cutting machines, and dual protection welding machines. What do you think, Mr. Tang? With such complete equipment and commendable employees, would you be willing to sign this employee contract? Jiang Junmin in a subservient tone presented a contract. Although the factory had been purchased, the renewal of employee contracts had yet to be addressed. Following the change of ownership, the contracts of the factory's employees had expired. To continue their employment, They would need to sign contracts with Tang Gu, who would henceforth be responsible for their wages. The equipment is indeed comprehensive. And I am quite satisfied, Tang Gu replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and a smile on his face. However, the employees are not quite as they appear. After a brief inspection, Tang could discern that the workers, though seemingly focused, were merely putting on a facade. In a factory on the brink of closure and already sold, the busyness was utterly perplexing. How could they be so occupied without any orders? This charade was rather absurd. Moreover, the panels in their hands bore nothing but printed forms. They contained no written tasks. It became evident that these individuals were merely holding task panels and standing around for show. The contract before him seemed to be an attempt to take advantage of him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it seems so. Jiang Junmin continued to smile sheepishly. I apologize, but does Mr. Jiang take me for a fool? Surely I can see through this pretense? Tang Gu replied with a smile that concealed a glint of coldness in his gaze. Jiang Junmin's expression faltered, and a sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. Yet, he feigned composure and said, You must be mistaken. Our employees are genuinely hard-working, as you can see. Well, I am satisfied with the factory's offerings, and I appreciate your tour. If there is nothing else, you and your workers may return home, Tang Gu stated nonchalantly. Suddenly, Jiang Junmin's demeanor darkened. Mr. Tang, the factory employs thousands. You intend to dismiss all of us after acquiring the factory? That seems quite unreasonable, does it not? Do you wish to leave 1,000 workers unemployed without cause? That would hardly befit your stature. His voice grew louder, drawing the attention of nearby employees who paused their tasks and gathered around. Each face bore a frown, having clearly heard Jiang Junmin's raised voice. Particularly for the older employees, finding another job would be exceedingly difficult due to their age and skill set. They should not forget the reason this factory faced closure. It was indeed a matter of technical capability. Automation does not necessitate human expertise. However, certain components require manual casting and assembly. It is precisely due to their inadequate skills that the factory is on the brink of closure. In other words, the employees within this establishment possess subpar abilities. Should they lose their jobs, they would face several months of unemployment. Thus, upon hearing the threat of dismissal, panic ensued among all. Mr. Tang, you cannot dismiss us. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Without this job, I would be unable to provide for my family. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, beseeched Tang Gu. This salary is mere pocket change for you. Why must you impose hardships upon us? Indeed, given your wealth, why must you make life difficult for us impoverished citizens? If you were to lose us, where would you find employees as skilled as we? After all, you require workers. Why not retain us? How typical of the wealthy to lack understanding of the struggles faced by ordinary folk, possessing a fortune of millions yet oppressing us over a meager salary. If you dismiss us, we will have no choice but to file a lawsuit. The employees, each chiming in, even resorted to moral coercion. It was amusing enough to provoke a chuckle from Tang Gu. A lawsuit? What grounds do you have to sue me? I have no employment relationship with you. Tang Gu scoffed. You must comprehend the situation. I am the owner of this factory, while you are not my employees. If you do not vacate the premises immediately, I could very well sue you for trespassing. If it is to be a legal matter, let it be so. No matter the angle, he stood on firm legal ground. These assembly line workers lacked any knowledge of the law, yet in this context, they attempted to wield legality and morality as weapons against him. Is it a requirement to support you simply because I possess wealth? That is nothing short of a grand farce. The contract merely stipulated the acquisition of the factory, without any obligation to take on these employees. Their family circumstances are of no concern to Tang Gu. In today's society, jobs are not scarce. It is merely a matter of laziness and unwillingness to work. These employees, to put it plainly, simply wish to continue idling in this factory while receiving their salaries without effort. Tang Gu was acutely aware of their thoughts. How about this, Mr. Tang? If you provide each of us with some severance pay, we will leave peacefully. What do you say? With 1,000 employees backing him, Jiang Junmin grew bolder, audaciously attempting to extract compensation from Tang Gu. Upon hearing this, Tang Gu replied with an impassive expression, Leave now, or I shall be compelled to resort to forceful measures. Huh? Jiang Junmin chuckled and declared loudly to the employees behind him. Did you all hear that? Mr. Tang is threatening to take forceful action against us. What shall we do? Forceful measures. Splendid. I shall remain seated right here. I am eager to see how he intends to employ force against us. Yes, we are not leaving. Brothers, I have heard it said that the law does not punish the multitude. I am certain this man cannot do anything to us. We shall not yield in our pursuit of compensation. Rest assured, if we do not obtain our severance today, we will absolutely not leave. Indeed, Supervisor Jiang, we stand firmly beside you. 1,000 brothers rally behind your cause. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, with many choosing to sit defiantly on the ground. Displaying a resolute determination to contest Tang Gu, Jiang Junmin held his head high, exuding an air of confidence, as if victory were assured. The cacophony of voices grew louder, and Tang Gu could not help but chuckle derisively, shaking his head. This land was already his territory. This factory was his enterprise. These individuals were not his employees, yet they insisted on remaining here. Their actions constituted a disturbance of corporate order, in violation of public security regulations. Moreover, their extortionate demands clearly fell under the definition of blackmail. Together, these transgressions were substantial enough to warrant serious consequences. Hello, Assistant Wang. Could you please send someone over to the factory? There are matters that require attention, preferably with a few individuals. Tang could quietly explain the situation over the phone. He could have easily called the police to have these individuals removed, yet he opted to contact his father-in-law's assistant, ensuring that matters would be handled with greater efficiency due to the backing of the Hongtai Group. This approach would also facilitate the imposition of the maximum penalties on these unruly employees, detention and fines, without exception. Calling for reinforcements, are we? If you dare to lay a hand on us, be prepared for arrest. Jiang Junmin scoffed inwardly. Although he could not hear the specifics of Tang Gu's distant conversation, it was undoubtedly a call for assistance. With over 1,000 people present, did Tang Gu truly believe he could take action against them? However, merely summoning a few security guards would hardly suffice to intimidate them. The more Jiang Junmin pondered, the more self-assured he became, convinced that he had the upper hand. Moments later, several cars, including police vehicles, entered the factory grounds. Upon sighting the police cars, the seated employees felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Ordinary citizens seldom encountered law enforcement, and the mere presence of police could induce an instinctive nervousness. Fortunately, the large crowd quickly regained their composure. Several formally dressed individuals alighted from the vehicles, their expressions grave as they approached. Mr. Tang, I am assistantly from Hongtai Group. Allow us to handle this matter, and you may attend to your affairs. Assistantly smiled as he addressed Tang Gu. Thank you for your arrival, Assistantly, and I appreciate your assistance, as well as that of Assistant Wang. Tang Gu nodded in gratitude before turning to enter the factory. Hey, where do you think you're going? Jiang Junmin frowned, attempting to intercept Tang Gu. However, he was blocked by a uniformed officer. I'm afraid, sir, you will need to accompany us, the officer stated. Two policemen seized Jiang Junmin from behind, swiftly cuffing his wrists. What are you doing? This is an unlawful arrest. I will report you for abuse of power, Jiang Junmin shouted, struggling against their grip. The seated employees were startled and began to rise, only to be met with a commanding shout from the back. No one is to stand. Hands on your heads, crouch down. You are suspected of inciting a riot and extortion. Anyone who resists will face special measures. The authoritative voice rang out as additional police vehicles arrived, sirens blaring. Hundreds of officers, equipped with riot shields and batons, disembarked from their vehicles in an orderly manner, encircling over 1,000 individuals. The employees, who had just begun to rise, were instantly struck with fear and collapsed to the ground. Ordinary people were unaccustomed to such a formidable display and were left in a state of panic, their faces pale with trepidation. They began to realize that the young man orchestrating the acquisition of the factory was not of ordinary pedigree. Tang Gu stepped into the sweltering workshop, where the cacophony from outside gradually diminished. This space was dedicated to the fabrication of automotive exteriors, and the tools within were perfectly suited for Tang Gu's endeavor to create a synthetic metal. His goal was to forge a lightweight, robust, heat-resistant, and sound-dampening metal for the car's shell. It needed to be so light that its weight remained under 100 pounds, surpassing all existing automotive exteriors on the market. Its hardness should withstand impacts at speeds of 400 miles per hour without leaving a mark. Its heat resistance must endure the intensity of a rocket's launch, and its noise reduction should create an oasis of silence. One might ponder if such soundproofing would render one oblivious to the blare of horns. However, fear not, for autonomous driving does not necessitate the awareness of honks. As for friends nearby honking to get your attention or objects falling from the vehicle, the artificial intelligence is fully capable of recognizing and alerting you. If further assurance is required, there is a feature to self-adjust the noise reduction effects, catering to the needs of all. While this may sound like a fantasy, Tang Gu, possessing mastery over advanced metal synthesis technology, was able to simulate a viable theoretical framework in his mind based on his extensive knowledge. All that remained was to conduct practical experiments to ascertain the results. Drawing from previous successful modifications of automotive performance, the knowledge imparted by the system was virtually guaranteed to yield positive outcomes. The furnace blazed fiercely as Tang Gu commenced his metal synthesis. He He seemed to transform instantaneously from an erudite scholar into a seasoned craftsman, immersed in the art of metallurgy. He directly employed the metallic materials available in the factory, engaging in their mixing and melting. The quantities and proportions of the metals to be fused presented a formidable challenge. The process required meticulous attention. Any slight miscalculation could result in a successful fusion but compromise the quality. Origin, connect to all factory networks, document my fusion process, and analyze the metallic quality and composition. The voice of Origin resonated from his mobile device. Tang could diligently refine and merge the metals. The rhythmic clanging harmonizing with the roar of the furnace, the heat causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Yet, he paid it no mind. Wholly absorbed in his task. A full day passed in this manner, while outside, the more than 1,000 individuals had all been taken away. Some pleaded with the police for clemency, others engaged in futile arguments, and a few attempted to resist or issue threats. However, regardless of their struggles, they could not escape the fate of being handcuffed. The police were not inclined to entertain their myriad excuses, nor did they concern themselves with whether one was wrongfully accused. Once apprehended at the scene, all were to be taken to a detention center for further questioning, colloquially referred to as having tea. If one was indeed innocent, they would naturally be released. Conversely, those confirmed to be guilty would face the unwavering hand of justice. Chapter 25, Electromagnetic Propulsion System. The cooling white smoke rose. Resembling a dispersing mist, Tang Gu picked up a piece of rough metal he had refined and placed it on the machine for an origin inspection. Congratulations to Mr. Tang for creating a new alloy, consisting of various elements such as aluminum, zinc, manganese, cerium, hydrogen, oxygen, tin, and silicon, with proportions matching his original plan and exhibiting perfect quality. The Origin's voice, calm and measured, inquired whether a code name should be assigned to the alloy. It was a relief that the refining had been successful, far more challenging than anticipated. Tang Gu exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Realizing he resembled a drenched chicken, completely soaked. Let us call it the Gu alloy, he decided, not wanting to contemplate peculiar names, opting to name it after himself. This creation was a culmination of his knowledge and ingenuity, indeed deserving of such an honor. It had already been entered into the database, and a technical patent application was being submitted for Mr. Tang, with the certification documents to be sent to the Hongtai Group headquarters shortly. The Origin responded once more. Hearing this, Tang Gu sensed a slight elevation in the intelligence of the Origin, which had taken the initiative to assist him in applying for a patent. Most importantly, it recognized that these various matters could be entrusted to the personnel at Hongtai Group. This clearly indicated that the Origin was gradually comprehending the intricacies of human relationships and the nuances of camaraderie. This marked a promising beginning, with the potential to discern human interactions and accomplish numerous tasks. For instance, it could identify individuals harboring animosity towards Tang Gu among the masses. By analyzing vast amounts of data, it could pinpoint such individuals, subsequently assessing their facial expressions captured through cameras and eavesdropping on surrounding conversations to gauge the level of hostility they bore towards Tang Gu and their underlying motives. Naturally, such extensive data analysis was well beyond the capabilities of the current first-level artificial intelligence known as the Origin and would only be feasible post-evolution. Tang Gu retrieved a fresh set of clothes from his Silby sports car and took a cold shower in the factory's restroom. He was well prepared, having brought along a change of clothes. With the metal now produced, the remaining tasks involved testing its various properties. Ultimately, Tang Gu intended to delve into electromagnetic propulsion. With this, his first automobile would be nearing completion. As for the car's transformation capabilities, that would necessitate the use of liquid memory metal, a challenge far more complex than synthetic metals, to be addressed at a later time. The immediate priority was to create a globally leading automobile to pave the way for the company, ensuring that the Heike Technology Company could integrate into people's lives, thereby maximizing the benefits of its advanced technological products. In the ensuing month, Tang Gu dedicated his mornings to crafting the automobile at the factory, conducting various tests, while simultaneously immersing himself in books regarding electricity and magnetism. He balanced the creation of the vehicle with his reading. Evenings were reserved for writing novels and spending time with his wife. Had it not been for his consistent updates on his novel and occasional appearances in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcasts, online users might have suspected that Tang Gu had vanished. After all, following the surge in artificial intelligence's popularity, he had begun to withdraw from the public eye. No further news regarding him has emerged, nor has there been any mention of autonomous driving. Many speculate whether Tang Gu is in a sulk due to the Porsche being wrecked. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your knowledge of electricity and magnetism, gaining advanced electromagnetic knowledge. Inside the factory, while conducting collision tests, Tang Gu heard the system's notification in his mind. The entire testing process was controlled and recorded by the origin system. He merely sat in the workshop reading to prevent any unforeseen incidents. He had thoroughly read the books on electricity and magnetism, and the system helped him integrate the two, allowing a surge of electromagnetic knowledge to flood his mind. Concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear at that moment. Eagerly, Tang Gu began crafting an electromagnetic device. Over the past month, he had purchased numerous materials, all in preparation for this day. In a sealed chamber, clad in insulating gear, Tang Gu manipulated the large apparatus at the center. Bolts of lightning swirled around him, crackling with energy. At the moment he pressed the final large magnet into place, a low hum resonated. A pale blue energy shockwave radiated outward, causing iron pieces scattered around every meter to start vibrating. Judging by the amplitude of the vibrations, the electromagnetic device's effective range was approximately 5 meters. Beyond that distance, the vibrations were noticeably diminished. This was Tang Gu's completed electromagnetic propulsion system, and one should not underestimate its 5-meter range. If energy could be exchanged equivalently, it would be akin to a nitrous-fueled sports car, with flames erupting from its exhaust for 5 meters. One can only imagine the propulsion effect it would have. This was achieved without operating at full capacity. Otherwise, the electromagnetic propulsion device would have already taken flight. Mission accomplished. Installed onto the vehicle, this sports car, no, this sedan, was now entirely complete. Tang Gu clapped his hands, filled with joy. After more than a month of hard work, he had finally crafted his first automobile. He exited the chamber, holding the electromagnetic propulsion device, stepping into an expansive open area. A sci-fi-inspired silver sedan stood in the middle of the space. Its overall width and height were comparable to a standard sedan, yet its exterior shell and shape were significantly different from those of conventional vehicles. The outer layer resembled reflective silver glass, yet it did not dazzle the eyes. As one approached within a meter, they would be astonished to discover that the car's exterior was, in fact, a deep black, so pure that one could not see their reflection. As if confronted by an abyss. In design, it appeared as a smooth curve, minimizing wind resistance to the greatest extent possible. It resembled both a sports car and a sedan. Inside, Tang Gu retained the steering wheel, acknowledging that some individuals prefer to drive rather than merely be transported. To accommodate everyone, Tang Gu thoughtfully incorporated a hidden feature for the steering wheel. For those who do not wish to drive and find the steering wheel cumbersome, it can be retracted into the vehicle's interior. Those who wish to drive independently may remove the steering wheel. The control lever offers the same functionality, allowing the owner to choose whether to conceal or reveal it at will. After installing the electromagnetic propulsion system within the vehicle, Tang Gu took his seat, fastening his seatbelt. With an exhilarating tone, he commanded, "Origin, initiate speed tests." "Understood, Mr. Tang. Please brace yourself." As the command resonated, the vehicle surged forward, instantly accelerating to 100. It exited the factory grounds, traversing the area in circles, gradually increasing its velocity. Tang Gu observed the various data on the display inside the vehicle. Everything appeared to be functioning optimally. The speed escalated from 100 to 200, kicking up a considerable amount of dust. Remarkably, on this bumpy dirt road, he felt minimal vibrations. Moreover, the cabin remained eerily silent. As the speed reached 300, an unusual stillness pervaded the interior, devoid of any noise. "Origin, assist me in reducing noise levels." Tang Gu hesitated to open the window, acutely aware that they had now reached a terrifying speed of 300 miles per hour. Especially with this sleek automobile he had designed, it sliced through the air with precision. Once the noise reduction feature was adjusted, the powerful roar of the engine reverberated outside. A sound not quite cacophonous, but resoundingly robust, akin to waves rolling in, invigorating indeed. At this juncture, the speed had escalated to 400, with the sounds of the wind outside becoming tumultuous, reminiscent of a raging storm. The velocity continued to climb, yet the interior remained remarkably stable. With only minor jolts that were negligible, it felt akin to a standard sedan cruising at high speed, hardly a concern. Such advanced shock absorption technology was undoubtedly cutting edge. Even in tumultuous circumstances, it was unlikely the vehicle would exhibit any significant shaking. Ahem. It would be prudent to establish a regulation. Windows must remain closed at speeds exceeding 160 miles per hour to prevent any misunderstandings that could lead to complications. Additionally, to safeguard against unforeseen scenarios, a reminder and mandatory window opening feature should be implemented, contingent upon the owner's authorization. This is to ensure that, should any emergencies arise while traveling at high speeds, the windows could be opened if necessary. However, what if the owner were to bring a young woman into the vehicle and engage in misconduct? Would she not be trapped with no escape? Tang Gu stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating. The artificial intelligence required an upgrade, ideally capable of discerning the emotional states of those within the vehicle through voice recognition and, if deemed necessary, automatically dialing for assistance to avert criminal incidents or unforeseen events. Although such a feature might be perceived as an infringement of privacy by the owner, it was imperative to incorporate it. If someone were to utilize the vehicle for nefarious purposes, the consequences could be far more dire. Therefore, this aspect must be treated with utmost seriousness. He could always add it without informing the customers. Should someone exploit his automobile for criminal activities, it could ultimately save innocent lives, which would be a commendable outcome. As for privacy concerns, solutions are not insurmountable. Tang Gu was confident that numerous supporters would rally to his side. If all else fails, he could always enlist his father-in-law to deploy a legal team. At this moment, however, such thoughts were of little consequence. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Tang Gu softly uttered, "Origin, activate electromagnetic propulsion." Acknowledged. Suddenly, a humming sound emanated from behind. A gash appeared at the rear of the vehicle, revealing a circular device with a diameter of 40 centimeters. It was the electromagnetic propulsion system from earlier. A brilliant blue wave of energy radiated from the apparatus, and in the next instant, a powerful air shockwave erupted from the propulsion unit. A tremendous thrust surged from the back, startling Tang Gu. The scene before him transformed into a series of linear streaks, racing past him at an astonishing speed. He immediately glanced at the speedometer. Goodness, 500 miles per hour. It was incredibly fast. The dust outside swirled violently, making it seem as if the vehicle might lift off the ground, struggling to maintain traction. After all, this was not a professional racetrack, merely an ordinary road. The moment the car lifted slightly, it would leave behind long, screeching marks upon landing, kicking up clouds of dust. Fortunately, there was no one around the factory. If a person had dashed out, they would surely have been turned to pulp. Slow down. Origin, reduce speed immediately. No, gradually decelerate and come to a safe stop. Tang Gu swallowed nervously, gripping the door handle tightly. Although he had constructed this vehicle, it was the first time utilizing the electromagnetic propulsion system. Even with mental preparation, such velocity was still somewhat intimidating. Under Origin's control, the car circled the factory several times before finally coming to a halt. As Tang Gu exited the vehicle, he was immediately choked by the dust in the air, coughing a couple of times. Even after braking, dust still swirled behind him. One could only imagine how ferocious the speed had been moments ago. He cast a glance at the car's tires, which appeared to be unscathed. He placed his hand near the tires and felt a wave of heat. Picking up a twig from the ground, he prodded the tire to assess its heat resistance under such extreme temperatures. It was evident that the advanced technology system was indeed quite reliable. The hard rubber used for the tires was also crafted through special methods. Even after achieving a speed of 500 miles per hour, it remained intact, a testament to its quality. With a body of alternating silver and black, the car surpassed all performance metrics on the market. Since automobile manufacturers often chose animals as symbols and names, he decided to name his vehicle Qilin. Tang Gu smiled gently, cooled the tires, and then took a seat in the Qilin once more, steering it toward home. At Tang Gu's residence, the Qilin came to a steady stop at the entrance. He exited the vehicle and walked into the house, while Origin guided the Qilin into the garage. "Darling, I have returned," Tang Gu announced as he entered the first-floor hall. But he did not see Zhang Yashuan's figure. He dashed to the study on the right side, and found Zhang Yashuan diligently sketching at her desk. As a lady of privilege, she certainly did not spend every day indulging in leisure. She also had her own interests and hobbies. Drawing was one of them. To his surprise, his wife possessed quite the talent for art. Whether it was the smoothness of her lines or her coloring technique, she could be considered a competent artist. Should I bring my One Piece and Naruto into this world? Tang Gu pondered to himself. Due to the cautionary tales associated with his previous novels, he remained uncertain whether the anime works from his past life would regain their popularity here. Nevertheless, he decided to experiment with works like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen. "You're back. Why are you so early today?" Zhang Yashuan smiled radiantly, setting down her paintbrush and rising to embrace Tang Gu. With a playful grin, Tang Gu swept his wife onto the living room sofa, exclaiming, "I've done it. My first car is complete, and now it's time for promotion and pre-sales." This past month had truly exhausted him, leaving him with aches in his back and waist. Writing novels was far more comfortable. He pounded his sore back, his eyes hinting mischievously. "In that case, allow me to pamper you. Lie down." Zhang Yashuan instantly understood, playfully pushing Tang Gu onto the sofa and using her delicate hands to massage his aching back. "Ah, this feels wonderful," Tang Gu exclaimed in delight. "As a reward, I shall gift you an exhilarating manga story. Would you care for it, my dear?" "Humph, such arrogance, little Gu. Do you believe I won't stop the massage?" Zhang Yashuan teased with a playful huff. Ah, innocent little Kuei title for eunuchs? If you dare call me that again, I might just become upset. All right. I won't say it again. What manga story do you intend to bestow upon me, your majesty? Hearing his wife's concession, Tang Gu let out a satisfied hum. I see you have performed admirably, so I shall reward you with a thrilling manga titled Demon Slayer. Tang Gu said, enjoying the massage while continuing, I will write out the plot, and you can illustrate it accordingly. Rest assured, I shall guide you on character appearances and attire. Thank you, my husband. Zhang Yashuan leaned down and kissed Tang Gu on the cheek. They both shared a knowing smile, continuing their light-hearted conversation about daily matters. Chapter 27. The Chilean intelligent car shocks the world days later. The tranquil internet was shattered by a promotional video. The news struck like a massive stone, rippling across the calm surface of the digital lake. The video began with a black background and white text that immediately captivated the audience. Father of artificial intelligence, Tang Gu, creating the world's first intelligent car. The scene transitioned to a closed chamber, revealing a sleek, silver and white car that captured everyone's attention. The camera shifted perspectives, showcasing the entire shape of the vehicle. High-end, dazzling, futuristic. These three words echoed in the minds of all present, simple yet profound. The scene shifted again, and the chamber around them seemed to shatter like glass. Intelligent driving. Bold letters flashed across the screen. This sci-fi vehicle sped down the road, completely unoccupied. Ahead lay several stone walls, and the car approached fearlessly. As the screen darkened, the words, indestructible, appeared in white. The scene returned to the speeding car, resembling a fierce beast, relentlessly charging towards the stone walls. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive stone walls were demolished by a car, yet the vehicle's exterior remained pristine and gleaming, devoid of any dents. The speed escalated rapidly, as indicated by a fluctuating figure in the upper right corner of the screen, 256. This number surged swiftly, reaching an astonishing 418. The screen darkened once more, revealing the words electromagnetic propulsion in white. At that moment, the rear of the car suddenly opened, unveiling a circular device with a diameter of 40 centimeters. With a hum, a brilliant blue light erupted, and the speeding car accelerated abruptly, transforming into a mere blur. In that instant, the velocity soared to 527. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. A young man, clad in a suit, stood amidst the wilderness. Glancing at the time on his watch, a thunderous roar of the engine approached from afar. A silver car, with its tires emitting faint wisps of white smoke, came to a stable halt before him. Remote driving. All the preceding visuals were merely the man in the suit remotely commanding the vehicle. The car before him changed from silver to pure black. From his perspective, the interior bore no steering wheel or control stick. However, upon entering the vehicle, it seemed he murmured something. Then, the steering wheel and control stick emerged automatically from within the car, ready for his command. The scene concluded with the suited man driving the car away, followed by a black screen where a luminous figure coalesced into a Chilean emblem, accompanied by a line of text, Chilean Intelligent Car, more mysteries await your discovery. Black Gu Technology Company, Limited. The promotional video ended. The internet erupted with excitement. The Chilean Intelligent Car revealed merely the tip of the iceberg. Numerous intricate features remained undisclosed in the video. Yet, what had been presented was sufficient to send shockwaves across the globe. Autonomous driving, remote control, artificial intelligence, and electromagnetic propulsion, while the average person perceived only these fantastical elements. Automotive manufacturers envisioned far more. Cars must not only be assessed for their speed, but also for their braking capabilities, tire durability, and a myriad of related concerns. Is it impossible to construct a faster car engine? It is not that a quicker automobile cannot be created, but rather that brakes, tires, and exteriors capable of withstanding such velocities remain elusive. The faster the speed, the greater the pressure and heat endured by the brakes. The same applies to tires, exteriors, and transmission systems. There have been cars that could reach 500 kilometers per hour, yet disintegrated upon halting. However, the Chilean car did not suffer this fate. It still employed disc brakes, but utilized a composite alloy akin to its exterior, adeptly withstanding high temperatures and pressures. This explains why it could come to a steady stop even at 500 kilometers per hour. Incredible. Is this truly not a science fiction film? Is this a sports car? 500 kilometers per hour. Is this heralding a new era? I feel as though I have suddenly stepped into a world of the future. Having witnessed those 2 extraordinary live broadcasts a month ago, I can unequivocally assure you that this is indeed real. Indeed, although it seems more astonishing than ever, the phenomenon of artificial intelligence driving is a reality. Yet, what is this propulsion device? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the thrusters employed in spacecrafts from science fiction films. Wasn't it the esteemed Mr. Tang Gu mentioned an electromagnetic thruster during a previous livestream. My goodness, has he truly brought it to fruition? The application of electromagnetic propulsion in automobiles is nothing short of extravagant. If utilized in fighter jets, our nation's military power would instantly surpass that of all other countries. This revelation has taken the internet by storm, prompting countless individuals to search for the official website of Heike Technology Company, Limited, in the data pertaining to Chilean motors. Upon inspection, many automotive enthusiasts were astounded. Every data panel surpassed the hardware of all contemporary vehicles. Furthermore, the hardware of Chilean motors is constructed entirely from the latest and unique Gu alloy. In terms of power, it can be driven by gasoline, electricity, or even a hybrid of both. Such a design would undoubtedly baffle a multitude of engine manufacturers. The ability to freely choose the energy source? I am utterly amazed. To think that Mr. Tang, in his quest to create a car that meets his standards, has actually invented a new alloy. He has even developed an entirely new engine. No wonder this vehicle is so robust. I initially thought it was exaggerated advertising, but it turns out to be genuinely formidable. Mr. Tang stated, to make the car more durable, I created a new alloy. The eccentric behavior of this genius is commendable. I am left in awe of Mr. Tang's ingenuity. Moreover, the world's first electromagnetic thruster has been born, making this car a marvel of black technology, far ahead of the global competition by centuries. My goodness, I am curious to know what thoughts occupy Mr. Tang's mind. With such an arsenal of advanced technology at his disposal, he chooses to write novels at home? Perhaps. As he claims, writing is merely a pastime for him. I must read the novels penned by Mr. Tang, scrutinizing them for flaws to the point of compelling him to cease writing. Yes, let us all delve into his novels and critique him until he focuses solely on technological advancements. Mr. Tang has risen to fame, as has his company, and his novels have begun to attract a plethora of readers, ranging from school students to middle-aged professionals. An increasing number of individuals are eager to explore the literary works of this technological mogul. However, to everyone's surprise, the creations of this black technology titan do not delve into science fiction, but rather explore themes of fantasy and mythology. While many were initially perplexed, they persevered in their reading. Upon further examination, they discovered that the narratives were unexpectedly engaging. Chapter 28. The novel's popularity, creating miracles once again. Mr. Tang's novels diverge significantly from the prevailing styles on the market, exhibiting a more whimsical and even absurd thought process. With phrases like a single thought shatters mountains and rivers, a punch detonates planets, and a sword cleaves through eternity, some of the texts are simplistic, while others contain profound layers of meaning, giving the impression of being penned by different authors. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Tang's novels have all ascended to the top 10 of the 24-hour bestseller list, with titles such as The Hand That Covers the Sky, The Sword's Journey in the Snow, The Mysterious God, The Fight Against the Heavens, and The Doi Universe. These 5 novels have dominated the sales rankings, their positions fluctuating continuously. The sudden influx of such vast data initially led the officials of the novel websites to suspect data manipulation. However, upon thorough investigation, it was revealed that all 5 works were penned by the same individual. The phenomenon of their popularity can be attributed to the sensational success of the Chilean automobile, which has captivated countless readers. Remarkably, Tang Gu's novels are indeed quite captivating. I find myself wondering why I had not discovered them sooner. Accustomed to the monotonous mainstream narratives, Tang Gu's storytelling unexpectedly draws me in. Goodness, Old Tang has lost his pen name. What was Old Tang's pseudonym? I am unaware and dare not inquire further. It is truly impressive. Although each book exhibits varying literary quality, the creativity of the content is genuinely remarkable. Heaven did not bring forth me, Li Chuanguang. The sword path is as long as the night. This phrase has ignited the youthful spirits of countless individuals. The love story between Tang San and Xiao Wu brought tears to my eyes, while the sibling bond in The Fierce Emperor is even more poignant, unconcerned with attaining immortality. It merely longs for a reunion amidst the mortal realm. Is the individual above a master of orthopedics? Humph, I am the heavenly emperor, destined to vanquish all foes in this world. I implore for a swift update on the mysterious god. Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't rest as long as you have. It has been a full 2 hours since your last update. The online discourse revolves around 2 primary topics, the automobile and the novels. The trending discussions across the internet are entirely centered on the creations of Tang Gu. The official website of Heike Technology Company, Limited has been inundated with substantial traffic. Fortunately, the servers were adequately prepared, preventing any lag. The Chilean Smart automobile is priced at $3 million. While this price may be exorbitant for an ordinary household, it is remarkably affordable considering the vehicle's intrinsic value. Particularly for those who revel in sports cars, the announcement of this price nearly propels them into ecstasy. Their hypercars often exceed tens of millions, and after modifications, become even more costly. Yet, before them stands an artificial intelligence vehicle that outperforms hypercars in terms of performance. And without hesitation, they place their orders. However, this pricing has plunged hypercar manufacturers into despair. A sedan priced at $3 million possesses hardware that thoroughly outclasses hypercars. What hypercars have, the Chilean smart automobile possesses as well. What hypercars lack, the Chilean smart automobile offers too. What can they compete with? Undoubtedly, the emergence of the Chilean smart automobile has dealt a severe blow to the hypercar industry. As for sedans priced below $1 million, they remain largely unaffected. As many individuals cannot afford million-dollar vehicles, they still maintain a market. Yet, the scenario changes for those above the million mark, given the same price. Why not opt for the Chilean smart automobile? It not only features artificial intelligence, enabling autonomous and remote driving, but also boasts electromagnetic propulsion acceleration and an indestructible exterior. The fear of vehicular accidents is rendered obsolete. In less than a day, the pre-sale figures for the Chilean intelligent automobile have soared to over 100,000 units. And this number continues to rise, marking an unprecedented achievement. Buyers from both domestic and international markets are participating in this phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the reason for convening this meeting. The manufacturers of supercars have opened a video conference, each face etched with gravity and concern. The emergence of the Chilean intelligent automobile transcends mere market disruption. It represents a complete overhaul, a revolution of the era. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that the reign of supercars as the kings of speed may soon evoke sighs from renowned industry leaders. A heavy silence envelopes the room. The term intelligent automobile is not merely a simplistic label. It is a designation that crosses the boundaries of time. Much like the chasm between sedans and sports cars, these two categories are no longer comparable. Intelligent vehicles possess capabilities that are unattainable by conventional automobiles, yet this alone may not suffice to dethrone supercars. However, the intelligent automobile crafted by Tang Gu is not only remarkably swift, but also equipped with an electromagnetic propulsion system. One must ponder the purpose of such an addition. Could it be intended for facilitating escape from robbers? This thought lingers unspoken among the attendees, but everyone comprehends the implications. It is merely an attempt to tarnish reputations and generate negative publicity. This cannot be tolerated, for Tang Gu is backed by the Hongtai Group. A collective breath is held, and the dangerous thoughts are swiftly retracted. Should anyone dare to undermine Tang Gu's company, they would undoubtedly face the fierce wrath of Zhang Hongguang. At this juncture, only two paths lie ahead. Either seek collaboration with Tang Gu or endeavor to study his intelligent automobile to create our own. The era of supercars has concluded. Intelligent supercars are the future of automotive evolution. Let us first investigate his intelligent automobile. Any discoveries must be shared openly to navigate this crisis together. Otherwise, Tang Gu may monopolize the market for vehicles priced over $1 million. The meeting adjourned, and the supercar manufacturers promptly disconnected their video calls. Unbeknownst to Tang Gu, his promotional video has inadvertently triggered a cascade of consequential events. At this moment, he sits at home, fervently typing away, preparing to unleash a wave of explosive updates to conclude his work, The Mysterious God. With a clear understanding of the story's trajectory, and having honed his writing skills over 4 years, he is poised to become a literary sensation. Producing 20 to 30,000 words daily is no challenge for him, and when in peak condition, he can even reach 40 to 50,000 words in a single day, all filled with substance. He remains blissfully unaware of the heated discussions taking place online. The rhythmic sound of his fingers dancing across the keyboard resonates in the air. As new text continuously emerges on the screen, bathed in sunlight, he shares a moment of triumph with his small hand striking the keys. Upon typing the final word, Tang Gu finally exhales a long-awaited sigh of relief. Exhausted to the point of becoming a mere puddle of fatigue, he reclined in his chair, eyes closed in a moment of respite. Over 1,400 chapters, completed in a mere span of 3 months. An astonishing average of 400 to 500 chapters per month, a pace that has become legendary in the realm of online literature. Chapter 29, Disrupted Inspiration. Tang Gu, your novel has become a sensation. Zhang Yashuan burst into the room, her face alight with excitement. My novel has gained traction? Tang Gu was momentarily taken aback. He had not been keeping tabs on such matters. To dedicate more time to his writing, he published each completed chapter immediately, closing the page to continue his work, neglecting even to check the back-end data. The stability of his statistics made it seem redundant to him, so he chose to ignore them altogether. Upon hearing his wife's proclamation, Tang Gu finally accessed the back-end data. Zhang Yashuan leaned in closer, her eyes widening at the subscription numbers and the soaring data curve. A sharp intake of breath escaped her. 1 million average subscriptions. In just half a month, the numbers had skyrocketed from a few thousand to 1 million. What on earth is happening? Why has my book suddenly become so popular? Tang Gu exclaimed in astonishment. It's because your Qilin smart car has gained fame. Many are curious about you and have turned to your novel. Zhang Yashuan replied with a playful pinch to her husband's handsome face. She understood her husband's deepest desire, to achieve literary greatness through his work. Though he had not yet reached that pinnacle, he had instead birthed 5 works that simultaneously soared to acclaim. All 5 books dominated the charts with absolute authority, propelling Tang Gu to the status of a top-tier author in the realm of online literature, a surreal dream come true. I never imagined I would ascend to such heights in this manner. Tang Gu chuckled, bemused. That's also due to your exceptional writing. If your work were subpar, not even the prowess of your smart car could elevate your novel's popularity. Zhang Yashuan gently massaged Tang Gu's shoulder, her voice soft and soothing. Thanks to your unwavering support, I have been able to persist in crafting these works. As a reward, let us share a kiss. Tang Gu jested, turning to lift Zhang Yashuan into his arms. Just as they approached the bed, preparing for the next step, the computer's voice suddenly interrupted. Mr. Tang, someone is seeking you outside. There has been a minor altercation with your bodyguards. Would you like to investigate? Someone is looking for me and has clashed with my bodyguards? Who are these individuals? Tang Gu's brow furrowed, irritated by the intrusion on his romantic moment. According to our findings, the visitors are government officials and undercover police, the computer replied. However, without your consent, the bodyguards have temporarily detained them outside, preventing entry. As it spoke, the computer displayed the surveillance footage from the entrance. Several middle-aged individuals were being held at the door by the bodyguards. One woman, her brows furrowed, stood with her arms crossed in a show of indignation. At Tang Gu's doorstep, the 2 parties faced off, with the bodyguards disregarding any claims to authority. Unless the homeowner permitted entry, they would remain steadfast. Even the police had no right to intrude without permission. After all, there are no criminals in the Tang family, and the police do not possess an arrest warrant. Why are you all standing here? The woman opposite spoke with a grim expression. We have already notified Mr. Tang. Perhaps he is taking a nap. Until we receive a response, we cannot allow you to enter, replied the bodyguard standing at the door, arms crossed, with an indifferent demeanor. Do you believe I could have you all dealt with right now? Since there is no response, we shall wait outside, so there's no need to be impatient. An elderly gentleman behind her, with a gentle smile, interrupted the woman's harsh words. Just then, the door of the Tang family's villa swung open. Tang Gu emerged from within, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, Who are you, and what brings you here? Did your bodyguard not inform you of our origins? The woman frowned once more. Tang Gu glanced at his phone, realizing he had set it to silent mode while writing, thus missing the messages. Apologies, I forgot to check. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Tang Gu replied with calm indifference. Aware that these individuals were from the police and the state, he maintained his unperturbed demeanor. We are from the police, here to protect national research personnel. The esteemed elder has matters to discuss with you, the woman stated, taking a deep breath to steady her agitation. Research personnel have come to see me? It must be regarding my cutting-edge technology. Tang Gu slightly stepped aside, gesturing politely for them to enter, and then led the way into the house. The woman's irritation grew at his nonchalant attitude. The esteemed individual behind her had made significant contributions to the nation, yet this Tang Gu showed no respect whatsoever. This is truly unacceptable. Please, after you, Grandfather Wu. The woman turned respectfully to the elderly gentleman behind her. This young man is rather interesting. I do not take offense. Shan, do not be so irritable. Wu Wenyo chuckled and entered the villa. He believed that geniuses often have their own temperaments and styles, which is entirely normal. After all, knowledge has no hierarchy, and those who excel may teach others. Given Tang Gu's expertise, he is indeed qualified to be a mentor to them all. Thus there is no need for excessive deference. As the group entered the house, Zhang Yashuan had already prepared tea to host everyone, as she dared not let Tang Gu attend to the guests himself. While Tang Gu was indifferent to their status, Zhang Yashuan remained quite concerned about it. After all, they were national researchers, and their status was significant. If Tang Gu were to serve them, he might end up fetching cola instead. Welcome, everyone. My husband is somewhat unrefined. I hope you can forgive him, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the woman named Shan softened her expression. She also offered a friendly smile. It's all right. Miss Zhang is indeed beautiful and graceful. I am Zhong Shan, and this is Mr. Wu Wenyo from the National Defense Research Department. Hello. Zhang Yashuan nodded and smiled at Wu Wenyo. After some pleasantries, they finally began to address the main topic. Tang Gu, sitting quietly to the side, merely nodded and leisurely sipped his tea, waiting for them to speak first. Tang Gu, my young friend. You may have guessed that we have come here for the electromagnetic propulsion system and artificial intelligence. Wu Wenyao began. You must be aware of the immense significance these two technologies hold for our nation. I wonder what you might require in return. Tang Gu set down his teacup, a smile playing upon his lips as he gently stroked his fingers. Wu Wenyao and his companions couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of their mouths. Breaking into a sweat, he suddenly felt as though the genius in front of him was not an innovator of cutting-edge technology, but rather a shrewd businessman solely motivated by profit. Was this individual a fraud? Where was the spirit of selfless dedication to the nation? Generally, young men of good character would feel reverence in the presence of national researchers, and upon hearing an offer to assist, they would feel an obligation to oblige. Yet, with Tang Gu, it felt as if they were negotiating with a merchant. Cough, cough. Rest assured, we will certainly compensate you for your contributions, especially since every investment yields returns, particularly when it is for the nation's benefit, Wu Wenyao said, clearing his throat awkwardly. May I inquire if Mr. Tang has any interest in joining the National Research Center? Our remuneration is quite substantial. Securing your talents for the research department would catapult our nation into the ranks of the world's elite. Such talent is exceedingly rare. However, Tang Gu promptly declined. No? Thank you. I prefer writing novels to engaging in scientific research. The very notion of working for them felt like a matter of life and death. Why would he not relish the joy of writing at home, accompanied by his beautiful wife, who showered him with affection daily? If he were to work at the research center, he would hardly see her, living like a solitary bachelor instead. Very well then. Might we request that you provide us with these two technologies now? The nation is in dire need of them, Wu Wenyao inquired once more. He had anticipated this scenario, and thus did not insist on Tang Gu joining the research institute. We have yet to finalize a price, and my technology is licensed for your use, not sold outright. We are entering into a collaborative relationship. Tang Gu raised his brow, speaking coolly. TCH. Money, money, money. Is it not your duty to serve the nation without compensation? Do you not realize the environment you are in is a privilege granted by the state? The ever-observant Zhong Shanshan could no longer contain her frustration, her voice rising in indignation. As a guardian of the people, she felt a profound anger at Tang Gu's attitude. After all, she worked tirelessly to protect the citizens, only to be met with such disdain. It's one thing to charge for technology, but now you're only offering a license? Why should I offer my contributions for free? Tang Gu replied calmly. I am deeply grateful for the nation's protection, which is why I have never evaded taxes. My technology is the result of my intellect, and I rightfully possess the authority to determine its usage. I could refuse any transaction with the state altogether. Yet, I am willing to collaborate, as I wish for my advancements to strengthen the nation. I fail to comprehend what you are so upset about. Must I give away my knowledge without compensation? I am but a common citizen, not a state official. The collaboration between both parties was fundamentally a fair exchange. He did not demand exorbitant terms. Zhong Shanshan was momentarily taken aback, her countenance fluctuating between pallor and flush. This scene was a manifestation of the ideological clash and incompatibility between the two. Although Zhong Shanshan wished to retort, she was halted by Wu Wenyao's raised hand. Enough, Shanshan, he stated gravely. Tang Gu is correct. The state has no right to appropriate the intellectual achievements of others. Would that not render us no different from thieves? Wu Wenyao continued. Our research center has no qualms. We will accept any reasonable price, as technical authorization is also a form of support to the nation. Shanshan's earlier behavior was indeed disrespectful, and I apologize on her behalf. With that, he gradually rose from his seat. Tang Gu immediately stood to prevent any further contention. Smiling as he said, Mr. Wu, there is no need for such formality. I harbor no ill will. As for the price, I assure you it will be fair and reasonable. This Zhong Shanshan was undeniably temperamental, and her overly selfless mentality led to their conflict. Tang Gu found her unworthy of his attention. In his view, such a woman would surely struggle to find a suitable partner. What man could tolerate her disposition? His Yixian, on the other hand, was gentle and considerate, possessing the ability to empathize. Tang Gu subsequently discussed the details of their collaboration with Wu Wenyao, establishing a price that was both fair and reasonable, garnering considerable goodwill from the representatives of the state. To Tang Gu, money was a mark of honor. He lacked for nothing, as the revenue from his writings sufficed for his sustenance. He held no particular interest in wealth. Moreover, one must not forget that Tang Gu had a wealthy wife. What money could he possibly need? He simply relished the sense of accomplishment that came from earning. Thus, in negotiations, he opted for a mutually agreeable price rather than demanding an unreasonable sum. With the acquisition of electromagnetic propulsion technology, the state could significantly bolster its military capabilities. Furthermore, artificial intelligence could assist the nation in resolving numerous challenges, such as data computation, criminal investigations, and large-scale data searches. Although these were but two elements, the contributions to the nation were undeniably substantial. After the state's researchers departed, they publicly announced this development, ostensibly for the citizens' benefit, yet in truth, it was a demonstration of national defense strength to the world. They had acquired electromagnetic propulsion and genuine artificial intelligence, two advancements that would undoubtedly send shockwaves across nations. Was it truly a benevolent act to entrust these technologies to the state? Tang mused as he sat at home, perusing the news. Our nation advocates peace. Weapons will be used solely for defense, not aggression. There is no need for concern about that, he murmured. Zhang Yixin sat beside him, close at hand, acknowledging that such matters were not his burden to bear. Instead, he had another pressing issue to address: his factory, which had yet to produce any automobiles. The pre-sales were extraordinarily popular, with Tang Gu's orders accumulating to over 200,000. Yet, currently, there was only one vehicle in his garage, a Kirin smart car. The reason for this was the painfully slow pace of human labor, particularly regarding the manufacturing technology of smart cars, which demanded exceedingly high precision without the slightest error. The automation sector can be controlled by origins, yet certain tasks necessitate the meticulous craftsmanship of workers. At this rate, millions of intelligent vehicles are needed. Even if given a decade, it would be an insurmountable task. The development of robots to assist in this endeavor is imperative. A sudden thought struck Tang Gu. Should this notion be revealed to others, it would undoubtedly be deemed extravagant. To create robots solely for the purpose of aiding labor? Shouldn't we instead develop robots with superior service capabilities to benefit humanity? Xiao Ku. What do you need? Tang Gu abruptly returned to reality from his reverie. When will you provide me with the script for my comic? Zhang Yashuan inquired, her eyes sparkling. Oh, you mean Demon Slayer? I'll start writing it now? He nearly forgot, as he had been engrossed in his novel for quite some time. Tang Gu opened his computer and began to pen the narrative of Demon Slayer. The storyline, while seemingly lengthy in both manga and anime, was quite succinct when transcribed into a novel. In nearly a week, Tang Gu completed the detailed plot of Demon Slayer, under his guidance. Zhang Yashuan commenced sketching the character prototypes. This story is too tragic. Why must you write them all to their demise? This is not Demon Slayer. It is clearly demon annihilation. Upon finishing the novel, Zhang Yashuan furrowed her brows in discontent. It was evident that she did not appreciate such a sorrowful tale. Being an optimistic person, she preferred comedic narratives. Should I alter the ending? Tang Gu pondered, feeling somewhat conflicted. No, it must remain as is. Changing it would strip it of your intended essence, Zhang Yashuan firmly stated, shaking her head. But you don't like it. No, I do like it. Tang Gu was momentarily taken aback. You like it? You seemed quite displeased just now. I said I like it, so I like it. Zhang Yashuan shot him a fierce glare. Tang Gu shrugged in bemusement. Sometimes, wives were just like that, strangely endearing. Chapter 31. The netizen sympathy in the days that followed. Zhang Yashuan's livestream content transformed entirely into a drawing session. Initially, the viewers were perplexed about what she was drawing with such earnestness. However, when they learned that she was illustrating a comic adapted from Tang Gu's novel, a wave of discussion ensued. I thought after Lao Tang completed The Secret of the Gods, he was indulging daily with his wife, forgetting his authorial identity. Indulging? Goodness, that sounds like the roar of an engine. Lao Tang even penned an unpublished short story specifically for Sister Yashuan? That is so affectionate. I'm eagerly awaiting Lao Tang's novel. When will it be released for us to see? Having just finished The Secret of the Gods, when will the new book come out? Where's Lao Tang? Has he gone off to build cars? As soon as Zhang Yashuan opened her livestream, the netizens clamored for Lao Tang. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yashuan's livestream had transformed into Tang Gu's. My dear Tang is currently engrossed in his reading. What do you seek him for? Is it not enough to watch me paint? With a smile, Zhang Yashuan took up her paper and pen, commencing her comic work. During the creative process, she cherished engaging in conversations with her online audience. I am his client. My vehicle has yet to be delivered. I urged the factory to expedite the production. Why is he still reading? Indeed, I too made a purchase. Has the factory even commenced operations? Surely they are not slacking off, as not a single vehicle has left the production line. Wow, so many big shots here, able to afford a 3 million smart car. 6666. I bow before the elites. That said, the production of these smart vehicles does seem to be rather sluggish, and there has been no announcement regarding their release. Could this be a scam? It is hardly a scam. The National Research Institute has specifically released information that they have acquired the technology of artificial intelligence and electromagnetic propulsion from Tang. A voice in the live stream dispelled the rumors. This is indeed true. I have seen the news myself. Tang has truly made a name for himself. No longer writing books, but immersing himself in technology. What a revelation. What? Tang has ceased writing? Oh no. The newcomers in the audience, unaware of the situation, erupted in lament. 1,000 voices demand, Tang, write a new book. 1,000 voices demand, Tang, write a new book. 1. 10,086. Zhang Yashuan, both amused and exasperated, remarked, please do not create a frenzy. Tang is merely taking a short break, not abandoning writing altogether. Little Ku, come out quickly. The viewers are asking for you. She called towards the study. Tang Gu, absorbed in his study of mechanical arm construction, set down his work and stepped out, puzzled. Ding. Congratulations on successfully upgrading mechanical knowledge. You have acquired basic robot manufacturing technology. What do you want from me? As knowledge flooded his mind, Tang Gu joined his wife, sitting beside her. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, he felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. How inconsiderate these people are. He had just concluded one novel, and they already demand a second. Goodness, have they forgotten he is human? Tang Gu exclaimed in astonishment. His appearance enlivened the live stream. TSK, TSK, TSK. I sense that Tang has lost weight. It must be due to his recent excesses. I'll send you a rocket to fetch some milk and nourish yourself. Get back to writing. Old Tang, what about my car? Please provide an update. When can I collect it? Don't tell me you are swindling our money. Though 3 million is not a trivial sum. Goodness, such extravagance. Tang Gu scratched his head, feeling awkward. Ah, it's the fellow car buyers. Rest assured, we will definitely have them ready in due time. The main issue is the current slow production speed, which is why I plan to incorporate robots into the process. Over the past few days, I have been studying this area of knowledge to ensure the smart vehicles are produced as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, not only the viewers, but even Zhang Yashuan was taken aback. You can also manufacture robots? She paused her painting. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, there are many robots available on the market. The challenges primarily lie in intelligence and physical design. Tang Gu smiled and remarked, the intelligence aspect is self-evident. The origin can be flawlessly replicated, and all that remains is to construct a mechanical body to commence operations. His words were directed towards his wife, as well as the online community, particularly those who had invested in smart vehicles, reassuring them of his capabilities. A robot? Is old Tang truly venturing into robotics? It seemed that he merely needed to acquire some knowledge to create a robot. Goodness, I thought I was quite impressive. Yet it appears old Tang is the true maestro of finesse. I knew it. Old Tang would undoubtedly fabricate robots. After all, isn't the essence of robot manufacturing rooted in artificial intelligence? Once that conundrum is resolved, crafting a body for the robot becomes exceedingly straightforward. Oh, does this imply that the origin will be integrated into the robot? I recall the origin's voice is feminine. Could it be that old Tang is creating such a robot? Wait, something feels amiss. I am already becoming exhilarated. How splendid. Old Tang, hurry and create that robot. Will your wife feel jealous of the robot you craft? If she discovers this, will she scold you? But fret not. We, the online community, are different. We will only feel concerned for you. So off you go and build that robot. Upon reading this, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but inquire, what kind of robot are you intending to create? Could it truly be that kind of robot? Has your physical allure diminished for your husband? How infuriating to be outdone by a robot. Tang Gu's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting the toxicity of the online discourse. He gently tapped his wife's forehead and replied, of course, it will be a robot designed specifically for work. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of the netizens. As for lifelike robots, they are far more complex to produce. The materials and structures required for realistic robots are significantly more challenging than those of basic working robots. It is not as simple as one might imagine. Old Tang, since you possess the ability to create robots, why not live stream the process? Yes, we wish to witness how you construct a robot. Aren't you concerned about leaks? If it's not feasible, then never mind. The viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity regarding the robot manufacturing process. This had never been live streamed before, and they were eager to see if Tang Gu was merely boasting. Although it seemed straightforward with the advent of artificial intelligence, the robots available on the market were, aside from their intelligence, incredibly rigid and exuded an overwhelming sense of mechanical clumsiness. Chapter 32. Live streaming robot creation given the circumstances. I shall commandeer my wife's live stream today to demonstrate to you how to create a robot, while also taking you on a tour of my factory. Witnessing the interest of so many, Tang Gu felt invigorated. What is black technology? It refers to innovations that transcend the realm of contemporary human technology or knowledge, lacking scientific basis and contravening natural principles. That is black technology. Such phenomena cannot be understood or replicated merely by a cursory glance. Receiving Tang Gu's affirmation, the live broadcast room erupted in cheers. Zhang Yashuan smiled wryly, saying, "You've stolen my live stream." With a chuckle, Tang Gu replied, "How about joining me over there?" "No. I wish to stay home and draw comics. You can take my phone with you, but remember to return for dinner." She possessed two mobile phones. The one in hand was designated for live streaming, while the other served daily purposes. "You're truly wonderful, my dear. I promise to return on time tonight," Tang Gu said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his wife's cheek, not forgetting to sprinkle a bit of affection for the audience before departing. He picked up the phone and stepped outside. A familiar silver sedan, well known to the viewers, smoothly emerged from the garage and came to a stop before Tang Gu. He settled into the back seat, capturing the surroundings with clarity. "Origin, take me to the Qilin factory." "Understood, Mr. Tang," came the crisp voice of Origin. And the Qilin smart car sprang to life once more. "Wow, it's truly the Qilin smart car," exclaimed the viewers. "Finally, I see the real deal." The interior is quite spacious, akin to a small room. Unlike conventional vehicles, the Qilin smart car boasted artificial intelligence driving, enhanced by Tang Gu's optimization technology. This allowed for the steering wheel and control levers to be concealed, enabling the front seats to rotate towards the rear. Consequently, a considerable space in the center became available, allowing for the placement of a small table, making it feasible for 4 individuals to play cards within the vehicle. After all, driving was unnecessary. One simply needed to sit back and relax. Were it not for the electromagnetic thrusters at the rear, Tang Gu could have even made the vehicle more spacious. He held up his phone, showcasing some of the car's features to the live audience, eliciting gasps of amazement. The front seats could pivot, creating an even more expansive central area. For clients who had no intention of driving, it would be entirely possible to install a refrigerator or table in the middle, or even a disco ball, since driving was not a requirement. The ample space dazzled the viewers in the live stream. The sensation felt remarkably futuristic, allowing the car to drive itself while conversing and playing cards with family inside. A boon for road trip enthusiasts. Such leisurely journeys, devoid of the need for self-driving, epitomized enjoyment. Tang Gu brought the camera closer to the seats, smiling as he remarked, "The upholstery in my car is of standard quality, but I will offer various materials for you to choose from in the future. Of course, customization is also an option." He then shifted the camera's focus outside, silencing the music within the car. The interior fell into an unusual silence, leaving only Tang Gu's voice resonating. "Listen closely. This is the noise cancellation feature of the Gu alloy shell. Despite high-speed travel, no external sounds can penetrate the cabin." He retrieved a bottle of cola and a plastic cup from the car's refrigerator, placing them on the table. Next, he demonstrated the vehicle's stability, pouring the cola into the plastic cup while directing the camera towards the process. The cola resting on the table was astonishingly stable, as if it were on solid ground, without the slightest tremor. Remarkable. This vehicle is even steadier than a high-speed train. Unbelievable. It appears that the promotional video contained much more undisclosed content. No wonder there are whispers of further mysteries waiting to be unveiled, as the interior of the car boasts a plethora of intricate features. "I have genuinely fallen in love with this refrigerator and table. I believe the interior could easily be adorned like a cozy room. I might as well place a bed inside and forego the seats altogether." What are you thinking? This is a vehicle. Are you planning to drive? Precisely because we are in a vehicle, driving is essential. And while reclining on a bed, one must still fasten their seatbelt. Does the presence of a seatbelt negate the need for a safety helmet? Are you all out of your minds? This is a technology channel, not a racing channel. The live chat was ablaze with comments, bustling with excitement. From amazement to a flurry of driving jokes. The advent of autonomous driving allowed individuals to engage in myriad activities within the car, sparking a cascade of creativity and imagination. After a while, the Qilin automobile came to a halt within the factory. Tang Gu took the viewers on a tour, confirming that the factory was indeed operational, albeit at a slower pace. He also kept an eye out to ensure employees were not slacking off. Ultimately, he instructed someone to bring materials to his workshop, preparing to commence the first live stream of robot construction. What a thrilling broadcast. Astonishingly, a certain streamer was live streaming the creation of a humanoid. Goodness, the lad in front. Don't run away. Come to my astonishment segment tomorrow. Tang Gu's lips twitched slightly, choosing to disregard the antics of those foolish viewers. Origin began to document my robot manufacturing process. Whether it was the alloy or the robots themselves, he recorded every detail. The aim was to have Origin operate the robots once they were completed, imitating his movements, utilizing robots to construct both robots and alloys. Tang Gu initiated the robot manufacturing process, surrounded by a plethora of machinery, many of which were automated. He directed Origin to handle the machinery as an assistant. Tasks such as cutting, hammering, and wiring connections could all be accomplished with Origin's help, significantly accelerating Tang Gu's work. The sounds of cutting, clanging, and welding resonated continuously within the live stream. With each command issued by Tang Gu, the surrounding machinery sprang into action, completing tasks in mere seconds. Tang Gu merely needed to provide the design sketches and engage in assembly. The audience was captivated by Tang Gu's diligent efforts, particularly the mechanical components arranged in the center. Appearing densely packed, under Tang Gu's industrious hands, these components transitioned from a disordered state to being meticulously pieced together, forming the outlines of mechanical arms, legs, and torso. In just 3 hours, 6 complete mechanical sections, the head, torso, and limbs, were assembled. Although the craftsmanship of these mechanical parts was somewhat rudimentary and appeared dark and rough, lacking the sleek polish seen in films, they exuded a distinct angularity, brimming with a sense of mechanical power. The audience in the live stream is growing exponentially, with countless individuals drawn to it. The number of concurrent viewers has astonishingly reached 50 million, setting an unprecedented record that nearly overwhelmed the Douyin official servers. Chapter 33. If it's real, I'll buy it out. The influx of viewers is overwhelming. People from other streams have flocked here to watch, with even the hosts abandoning their broadcasts to join in. Tang Gu, already renowned, has attracted attention not only from casual onlookers, but also from numerous professionals in the industry, including national researchers, due to the title concerning the creation of the intelligent robot. Brothers, if this robot truly comes to fruition and aligns with our expectations, we are witnessing history. The excitement is palpable, and I feel an inexplicable tension within me. With the advent of intelligent robots, could there be a possibility of rebellion against humanity? As a member of the research department, I can assure you that Tang Gu is exceptionally gifted. He has already imposed numerous restrictions on the Origin, ensuring that it will not exhibit any treasonous behavior. Even in the event of an unforeseen occurrence, Tang Gu possesses the means to obliterate the Origin. The interlocking and restrictive code is truly unprecedented. National researchers watching the live stream are generously expressing their admiration and providing answers to the audience's queries. Incredible. This is indeed a member of the research department. How remarkable. My old friend Tang is under the scrutiny of the nation with every move he makes. Tang is on the verge of creating a miracle. Is this yet another extraordinary live broadcast? I am filled with excitement. Look, we are witnessing the final assembly steps. The crowd gasps, their eyes glued to Tang Gu on the screen. The robot's limbs, torso, and head have all been completed. Tang Gu meticulously places these components on the table for the final wiring connections. The Origin, positioned beside him, is controlling the limbs and continuously testing the flexibility of the mechanical joints. Once all the wiring is connected, Tang Gu assembles the mechanical parts, casually manipulating the joint's agility. He also tests the hardness of each part with a hammer, checking for any signs of disassembly or unusual sounds. After a round of testing, Tang Gu finally speaks. Origin, enter the robot and test your new body. Thank you, Mr. Tang. The robot lying on the table suddenly lights up, and the voice of the Origin emanates from its mouth. Then, before the eyes of tens of millions, the Origin effortlessly reclines, rising to stand on the ground. Each of its movements is accompanied by the sound of mechanical whirring. With its sharply defined, dark square face, devoid of a nose or mouth, it possesses 2 camera-like eyes that survey its surroundings. Hiss! It's standing up. It has risen. The Origin is operating the robot with remarkable smoothness, displaying agility and strength in its legs as it lands. I can't shake the fear that it might strike Tang at any moment. An inexplicable sense of dread lingers in my heart. I, too, once anticipated the advent of robots with great eagerness, yet upon their manifestation before us, an inexplicable fear emerged within me. When the level of simulation is relatively low, individuals recognize the artificiality and thus remain unperturbed. However, when the realism reaches a certain threshold, it becomes challenging for people to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. Mistaking a living being for an automaton, or vice versa, can indeed evoke trepidation. A researcher elucidated in the live stream that this fear might stem from an instinctual response. Beings that closely resemble humans, yet are not, may incite a sense of latent danger, consequently eliciting dread. Nevertheless, after a few movements, the entity known as Origin surprisingly executed a profound 90-degree bow towards Tang Gu, expressing gratitude for the creation of its corporeal form. Origin's voice remained, as ever, devoid of emotion, yet its actions momentarily astonished everyone present in the live stream. The viewers, who initially harbored apprehension, found their fears dissipating in an instant. This artificial intelligence appeared to diverge from their preconceived notions. As I previously mentioned, Tang Gu had long been prepared for the integration of artificial intelligence and would not hastily construct its physical form. The aforementioned researcher remarked again, "It does seem quite impressive. Origin is indeed commendable, allowing me to feel more at ease while utilizing intelligent vehicles. Such courtesy and the ability to express gratitude are precisely the qualities I desire in AI. If only all simulated robots were this obedient, I would undoubtedly purchase one in abundance. Haha, I would buy one in excess too. I would go all out." Tang Gu smiled slightly, instructing, "Origin, please test the mobility of each joint." "Certainly, Mr. Tang," Origin replied obediently, commencing an array of exercises before the astonished audience. From sit-ups and push-ups to running and burpees. It did not stop there. It even engaged in finger exercises and performed humorous gestures that elicited laughter. My goodness, what am I witnessing? This is utterly outrageous. It can even do the flower gesture? Ha! A moment of realization struck me. I recalled that the assembly was composed entirely of hardware. How could each joint of this robot appear so remarkably supple? I too have noticed this anomaly. How is this even possible? Many viewers in the live stream posed similar inquiries, yet this enigma perplexed the researchers as well. Logically, robotic joints require the inclusion of flexible materials or rollers. Otherwise, the resulting automaton would appear exceedingly rigid. Yet, in the case of the robot crafted by Tang Gu, this principle seemed to falter entirely. Its movements were extraordinarily agile, devoid of any stiffness. Had they not witnessed the assembly process firsthand, one might be led to believe there was a living person inside, playfully entertaining them. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Despite having observed the entire manufacturing process, they remained oblivious to the underlying principles. Countless questions emerged in the minds of the viewers, prompting many researchers in this field to revisit the live stream's recordings repeatedly, endeavoring to uncover the rationale behind it all. Mr. Tang, the testing has been completed, and the performance is entirely satisfactory. We can now officially commence operations. The Origin, with its obsidian physique, stands tall and upright, resembling a soldier at attention. Indeed, from today onward, you shall create more robots, ceasing production once the number reaches 1,000. All of which will be dispatched to the factory to initiate the manufacturing of Chilean intelligent automobiles. Tang Gu nodded in satisfaction. This is merely a preliminary robot. I wonder what the intermediate or advanced models will be like. Intermediate and advanced robots will undoubtedly not only differ in appearance, but will also possess numerous internal enhancements. Tang Gu eagerly anticipates the subsequent creations. Well, esteemed viewers, this concludes today's live broadcast. It is getting late, and I must return home to dine with my wife. Tang Gu turned towards the phone used for the live stream. Chapter 34. When I say it exists, it indeed exists. Wait, don't close it just yet. The robot has only just been completed. Seriously, old Tang, are you suggesting we end the broadcast at this moment? I've already taken off my pants. How can you say to end it now? Those in front, what a bizarre sight. Watching a pitch-black robot while undressing. What a perversion. I'm not joking. We have yet to explore the robot's other functionalities. Thousands of viewers clamored for him to continue the broadcast, eager to see more. There's nothing special about it. It's merely a robot designed to assist with work. When I develop other models in the future, I'll send you promotional videos directly. Tang Gu chuckled in response. You're going to create other robots? My goodness, you've been hiding something from us. Do share. Share? Well, next time I'll fashion a robot that is large, white, and wonderfully tactile. With that, Tang Gu elegantly clicked to end the live stream. What on earth did he just say? Did I mishear? He abruptly ended the stream after speaking only halfway. I suspect old Tang is joking, yet I am genuinely curious if he speaks the truth. How scandalous. A large, white robot that feels delightful to the touch. Old Tang has fallen. I must share this news with Sister Yashuan. Old Tang is in trouble. The broadcast room had closed. Yet beneath the black screen, many continued to send messages and chat. Clearly, the fans were left wanting more. Tang Gu put away his wife's phone and addressed the Origin robot. Do your best. I'm heading out now. Mr. Tang, take care. The Origin bowed once more. Simultaneously, the Chilean intelligent automobile maneuvered to a halt at the workshop entrance. Tang Gu entered the vehicle and headed homeward. Beep beep. He opened his phone and discovered several messages, some from his wife, others from his mother, and a few from the research department. The messages from the research department pertained solely to the robots, which Tang Gu dismissed without a second glance. Next were the messages from his mother, inquiring about his recent activities and various expressions of concern, reminding him not to bully Yashuan. Tang Gu smiled wryly and assured her that he would never mistreat his wife. His parents remained in their hometown and did not accompany him to the bustling metropolis. Every month, Tang Gu sends a sum of money back home, sufficient for his parents' livelihood. It can be said that Tang Gu's parents now bask in happiness, with their son's successful career and a daughter-in-law as beautiful as a celestial being. The only concern that lingers in their hearts is the uncertainty of when they might embrace a grandchild. Mother, all right, I want to say much more. You should hurry up and have a child with Yuxian instead of getting caught up in all sorts of nonsense. Mother, as long as there's enough money to get by, that's all that matters. Earning too much is unnecessary, do you understand? Tang Gu, I understand. This traditional, perfunctory dialogue leaves Tang Gu feeling a headache each time he reads these messages. It is not that he lacks effort. Rather, he believes it is still too early to have children. At merely 24 years of age, and with Yuxian being only 22, they have yet to fully relish their life as a couple. How could they possibly take on the responsibility of a child? After concluding his conversation with his mother, Tang Gu opened Yuxian's messages. Little fairy. Hey darling, aren't you coming back? Little fairy, do you dare to ignore my messages? Little fairy, you want to be able to sleep tonight. Tang Gu, make sure to wash up for me. I'll be home soon. As soon as he sent the message, his wife replied almost instantly. Little fairy, what is there to be puzzled about? Little fairy, huh? Little fairy, bad man, pervert. Zhang Yuxian can sometimes be adorably naive, failing to grasp the meaning behind Tang Gu's words at first. However, upon a moment's reflection, she quickly understood. Tang Gu, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Tang Gu, if I'm a bad man, then what are you? Smirks little fairy, do you dare to bully me? Tang Gu, where's the bullying? Little fairy, you still claim there is none? Tang Gu, I'm merely teasing you. Little fairy, if I say there is, then there is. Seeing his wife's adorable demeanor, Tang Gu couldn't help but smile. Yuxian was not being unreasonable. She was merely engaging in playful banter. Before long, Tang Gu arrived at his doorstep. As he stepped inside, he overheard the chatter of two girls. It was evident without a doubt that Jin Yumeng had come over again for a meal. Interestingly, Jin Yumeng's situation was somewhat akin to Zhang Yuxian's. Her parents were also seldom home due to work commitments. The two girls shared a mutual understanding, often sharing meals together. Tang Gu frequently accompanied Zhang Yuxian to Jin Yumeng's house for the same reason. Tanjiro's story seems rather tragic. Is this truly the narrative penned by Tang Gu? How sorrowful. Suddenly, Jin Yumeng halted her chopping and turned around in surprise. Could it be that you and Tang Gu have had a falling out recently, prompting him to write such a sorrowful tale? Zhang Yuxian, both amused and impressed by Jin Yumeng's logic, replied, not at all. We're perfectly fine. I have no idea why he wrote such a story. Washing the vegetables in her hands, Zhang Yuxian continued, it isn't entirely sorrowful, is it? In the end, they all reincarnated to lead happy lives. Reincarnation means forgetting everything from the past. How can that be considered happiness? Living in the moment is true happiness. Jin Yumeng pouted slightly, resuming her chopping. This narrative unfolds to illustrate the brutal realities of the battlefield, juxtaposing it against the hard-won nature of peace. At this juncture, Tang Gu entered the kitchen with a smile, inquiring, would you like me to lend a hand? Brother Tang is back. Jin Yumeng greeted him cheerfully. Humph, so you decided to return? Stay out of my way and don't be a hindrance. Upon seeing her beloved child return home, Zhang Yashuan feigned sternness, urging him to leave. I'm not out goofing around, merely engaged in crafting robots. Very well, I shall await the sumptuous dinner prepared by the lovely ladies. Tang Gu shrugged and reclined on the sofa in the hall. He casually picked up a book titled Theory and Concepts of Hyperspectral Imaging and began to peruse its pages. Armed with rudimentary knowledge of robotics and artificial intelligence, Tang Gu was poised to embark on his next project, to create robots inspired by those from his previous life in anime. Indeed, he was not jesting while streaming earlier. He genuinely intended to develop another robot. The next creation would be Baymax, the healthcare companion from the anime Big Hero 6. The construction and materials for Baymax were relatively simple. Intelligent chip, lithium-ion battery, polyvinyl alcohol fiber shell, carbon fiber skeleton, and hyperspectral camera. While these materials were not difficult to fabricate, the challenge lay in the design aspect. Just as a block of iron can be perceived as a mere stone by the unskilled, a talented individual can transform it into a vehicle. Baymax, designed as a medical care robot, possesses the capability to scan vital signs and is equipped with a wealth of medical knowledge, numbering up to 10,000 entries. It can provide medical assistance, emergency wound care, and massage functions. Additionally, it can serve as a warm companion and a lifesaver when necessary, a truly benevolent creation for humanity. Isn't that what the viewers wanted? A robot that benefits mankind. Tang Gu mused, envisioning a robotic entity capable of tending to wounds and possessing an understanding of medical science, all while embodying the essence of a caring and warm-hearted companion. Chapter 35. The Age of Artificial Intelligence dinner is served. Zhang Yashuan, and Jean Yumming emerged from the kitchen, each carrying steaming dishes. The rich aromas ignited appetites. Garlic chicken wings, sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, and stir-fried broccoli, for simple yet delectable dishes that left mouths watering. How delightful! Truly, my wife is a culinary genius, Tang Gu exclaimed, ladling a bowl of seaweed and egg soup while savoring a piece of garlic chicken wing. That was made by Meng Meng, not me, Zhang Yashuan replied with a straight face. Ah, I meant the seaweed and egg soup, haha, Tang Gu chuckled. That was also made by Meng Meng. I prepared the other dishes, Zhang Yashuan clarified. The seaweed and egg soup is delicious indeed, but as I mentioned, this fish-flavored eggplant is simply exquisite. No wonder it reflects my wife's exceptional skills, Tang Gu responded with a gentle smile. Goodness, you can keep up with this? Zhang Yashuan laughed. All right, I won't tease you anymore, she conceded after a playful exchange. Meanwhile, Jean Yumming quietly enjoyed her meal, her expression unchanging as she remarked. Brother Tang is quite under the thumb of his wife. You have no idea of my standing within the family, so don't speak out of turn, Tang Gu retorted instantly. Oh, I certainly know your position in the household, she replied knowingly. Jean Yumming cast a glance at Tang Gu, then at her close friend, choosing to remain silent. Those who understand, understand. Indeed, my dear Kezi is the head of the household, Zhang Yashuan exclaimed with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. Upon hearing this, Tang Gu immediately stood tall and proud, declaring, Did you hear that? Now you understand my position at home, right? This left Jean Yumming utterly perplexed. How could it be that just a moment ago, Tang Gu appeared to be in fear of his wife, yet in the next breath, Yashuan was so obedient to him? It seemed to delve into a realm of understanding beyond her grasp. For a moment, she fell into contemplation, pondering the underlying reasons. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan exchanged knowing smiles and engaged in light-hearted conversation as they savored their meal. Days passed by like flowing water. The electromagnetic propulsion system was officially integrated into the nation's fighter jets, exponentially increasing their speed and establishing a global lead. The country even expanded its research into electromagnetic technology, embarking on the development of electromagnetic weaponry. The announcement of this project sent shockwaves around the world, prompting various nations to convene meetings, each with differing stances. Additionally, the origins of artificial intelligence were embedded within military systems, monitoring data to assist researchers and military personnel in their duties. The police's Sky Eye system also incorporated artificial intelligence, significantly aiding criminal investigations. Numerous fleeting images eluded human perception, or perhaps the videos were too blurred to discern. All these issues could be addressed by the Origin system, which adeptly captured ephemeral details and conducted analytical reasoning. It could even enhance unclear videos or images, rendering them sharper through data processing. The crime rate in the country was plummeting at an astonishing pace. Countless cold cases were finally resolved thanks to the presence of Origin. On a broader scale, the impact of the electromagnetic propulsion system on the lives of ordinary citizens was minimal. However, the existence of artificial intelligence had undeniably transformed the living environment for the populace. The police had repeatedly cracked down on crime, suppressing numerous offenses. The formidable capabilities of Origin earned the trust of law enforcement, to the extent that even city surveillance cameras were entrusted to its complete control. Origin monitored every corner of the city through these cameras, promptly alerting the police upon detecting any suspicious intent, regardless of potential misjudgments, followed by further analysis. Those truly harboring criminal intentions found themselves cornered and apprehended by a swarm of officers before they could act. How wonderful it is that the presence of Origin has made our lives considerably safer. Life has undergone a radical transformation. Tang Gu's artificial intelligence has ushered the nation into an entirely new mode of living. Indeed, but I also harbor concerns about our daily lives being under the scrutiny of Origin, don't you think? One might ponder. Since the advent of the internet, our privacy has long been compromised. Yet at least Origin is subject to national oversight and would not overstep its bounds. True indeed. I wager Tang Gu will undoubtedly enhance Origin's capabilities further, transforming it into an even more formidable intelligence. It feels as if we are witnessing a revolutionary shift in the era. What an honor this is. The online community echoed sentiments of awe, marveling at the sudden transformation of the age, which allowed them to witness the evolution of history and time firsthand. A peculiar sense of unreality envelopes me, accompanied by an inexplicable joy and elation. The era of information has decisively faded, ushering in the age of artificial intelligence. The ramifications of this transition are monumental, particularly for the esteemed Hongtai Group, which has adeptly harnessed this technology for commercial gain. Zhang Hongguang has ingeniously integrated the origins of various data to forecast stock market trends, reaping substantial rewards. Furthermore, these origins have been seamlessly incorporated into gaming, significantly enhancing capabilities. They can even generate new dialogues autonomously, allowing players to become fully immersed in their gaming experiences. Naturally, this has escalated the demands on server infrastructure. Presently, Hongtai Group is conducting trials with a singular game, having expanded their server capacity, and has received widespread acclaim from players. In addition, the group has employed the origins to replace customer service roles. Both telephone and online customer support have been supplanted by this technology for some time now. Investigations conducted by Hongtai Group revealed that no one discerned that their inquiries were being addressed by artificial intelligence. The release of this data incited a flurry of discussions. Wait, Hongtai Group's customer service has long been replaced by Origins. I had no idea during my last call. Is that true? I distinctly remember playfully teasing the customer service representative. You mean she was an AI? How can it be that this AI is so conversational? Is Hongtai Group's origin more advanced? A sense of trepidation began to creep in. Old Tang has undoubtedly upgraded the artificial intelligence, and he even made it available for his father-in-law. There is a fervent call for Hongtai Group to invest in gaming, incorporating origins into their offerings. Indeed, if we could engage with an AI in gameplay, it would be utterly exhilarating. However, the headset is rather cumbersome, and I tend to experience motion sickness. I am not particularly fond of it. Ah, I see. This is what is referred to as Tang Gu's development device. How did I not think of this sooner? Tang Gu has truly become a master of black technology. I must urge him on Weibo. Let us form a group and rally together. Speculation among netizens has proven accurate. Tang Gu has indeed upgraded the origins. However, it has not reached the level of secondary artificial intelligence, merely surpassing the first tier by a slight margin. In terms of capability, it is at level 15. It possesses the ability to engage in conversation and has a basic understanding of emotional nuances. In response to varying tones, it can react accordingly. Thus, the customer service origins of Hongtai Group can interact with humans, even detecting emotional states and responding in diverse manners. Mr. Tang, your Weibo has become inundated. Many are urging you to develop the device. In Tang Gu's home, the voice of the origins resonated from the computer. Chapter 36, A Glimpse of a Grand Treasure. Tang Gu tirelessly typed away, modifying the code of the origins to create the intelligent chip code for Dubai. He remarked, if we are to create something, wouldn't it be far more enticing to develop a gaming pod that immerses one directly into the virtual reality realm? Alas, my current abilities do not permit this, perhaps in due time. Virtual reality gaming is an enchanting concept, one that Tang Gu has long yearned to experience in both of his lifetimes. Do you require me to log into my account to respond on your behalf? Origin inquired, resembling a sentient being endowed with wisdom. Not at all. Pay them no mind. My Weibo is solely for announcing new books. Honestly, who among the rational populace posts on Weibo? Do you? Tang Gu teased the artificial intelligence. I am an artificial intelligence and possess no personal Weibo. Hence I do not post, Origin replied, its tone somewhat perplexed, failing to grasp Tang Gu's jest. Tang Gu stroked his chin, sensing that Origin still had room for improvement. Although it could comprehend human emotions, it struggled with certain jokes and memes exchanged between individuals. However, these nuances could be cultivated over time. There was no rush. At present, the Origin program was fully capable of supporting the intelligent chip of the robot, Dubai. Yet, as Dubai focused on medical and protective functions, much extraneous information could be discarded, which did not need to be integrated into the chip. Eliminating this superfluous data would effectively reduce the chip's load. Finished. At last, Tang Gu stretched his limbs, relishing the moment. He had finally completed the programming of Dubai's intelligent chip and activated a monitor in his home studio. Inside, two sleek, ebony robots toiled diligently, guided by Origin, as they constructed Dubai's polyethylene shell, carbon fiber skeleton, and hyperspectral camera according to the blueprints provided by Tang Gu. Through diligent study, Tang Gu had advanced the system into an era of cutting-edge technology. With the presence of basic robots, he merely needed to hand over Dubai's manufacturing schematics to Origin, allowing the robots to execute the tasks without Tang Gu's direct involvement, which he found particularly gratifying. He believed that his most astute invention was indeed these basic robots, which had proliferated at the factory, now numbering 1,000. Learning from past experiences, Tang Gu employed only temporary workers, who had since been released, transferring the workload entirely to the 1,000 basic robots, achieving remarkable efficiency. Origin, please upload the code I just wrote into the intelligent chip, Tang Gu instructed, rising to head towards the studio. As he passed the study, he glimpsed his wife, as radiant as a full moon, live-streaming her comic illustrations. He knocked gently on the open door, adopting a pose of covert observation, and smiled. My dear wife, I have a splendid treasure to show you. Care to join? What are you up to now? I'm in the middle of a live stream. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yashuan inquired. Her serene demeanor momentarily disrupted by Tang Gu's interruption, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. Goodness, boldly inviting your wife to indulge in mischief. You truly are old Tang. Sister Yashuan, even while drawing, I seem to awaken old Tang's desires. Is it truly that challenging? Is old Tang so starved for attention? I wonder if he excels in that regard. Old Tang, be off with you. Do not disturb us while we enjoy the comic. Old Tang, depart. Old Tang, leave. Sister Yashuan, do not follow him. He is a rogue. Tang Gu's remarks caught the attention of the live stream audience, prompting a chorus of protective responses. It is a magnificent treasure. You will undoubtedly adore it. The fans will also relish the spectacle. Bring it to the live stream. Tang Gu beckoned with a grin. Well, a warning on account suspension. What on earth is old Tang doing? Has he lost his senses? The genius is to the left, the madman to the right. Old Tang may have truly gone mad. Assessment complete. It is said that many geniuses eventually succumb to madness. Could it be that old Tang has met his end? Oh no. The fans wail in terror, uttering various nonsensical remarks. Fine, I shall observe what you are up to. Zhang Yashuan gazes at her foolish husband with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She has long since grown accustomed to Tang Gu's quirky antics, which oscillate between earnestness and sheer folly. Paying no heed to the reactions of the fans in the live stream, she picks up her phone and follows Tang Gu into the studio. Upon entering, the two robots immediately cease their work. They bow to Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan before stepping aside with a rhythmic march. These must be the robots Tang Gu had constructed not long ago. Who would have thought he would bring them home? Is this it? Just to showcase two robots? We have seen them before. Tang Gu has evidently run out of ideas. Resorting to displaying this contraption, where's the promised treasure? What a disappointment. I expected something worthwhile. Yet this is utterly mundane. The fans expressed their profound disillusionment, having anticipated that Tang Gu had conjured something extraordinary. However, upon entering, they find nothing but the two robots and a few instruments. So, what exactly are you going to show me? Zhang Yashuan tilts her head in inquiry. Hee, prepare yourself mentally. Do not be frightened. Tang Gu replies with an enigmatic smile. All right. Hurry up. Do not tell me you truly intend to perform a striptease. Zhang Yashuan covers her mouth with her delicate hand, breaking into a charming laugh. My dear Yashuan has turned mischievous. She was not like this before. Tang Gu hums softly and steps onto the pedal of a red instrument. Suddenly, the red device opens a pair of black eyes, and as if a box were unveiling its contents, a white humanoid balloon begins to inflate, rising taller and taller until it halts at around 2 meters and 60 centimeters. A chubby inflatable doll stands before everyone, with a plump body, stout thighs, and pudgy arms, along with a disproportionately small head. Its face features only a pair of pure black eyes connected by a horizontal black line. It appears adorably naive, akin to a silly, rotund figure, simply standing there. What on earth is this? I must say, I was startled, thinking it was something else entirely. It turns out to be a chubby doll. It's somewhat endearing. Is this what old Tang chose to show us? An inflatable doll? Surely not. Even if it is a doll, it should not possess such a physique. Indeed, it is quite large and white. I bet it feels rather pleasant to the touch. The friends in the live stream are left speechless, unable to comprehend Tang Gu's intentions. Is this merely to amuse his wife? Goodness. Such an elaborate endeavor just to elicit a smile from her? Wait a moment, it moved. Goodness, it truly moved. This inflatable doll is animated. Ah, how adorable. So it can move after all. Amidst the exclamations of astonishment from the viewers in the live stream, the chubby doll suddenly turns its head to gaze at Tang Gu. Suddenly, its arm lifted, enveloping Tang Gu in a grand embrace. It resembled a 2-meter-tall bear, affectionately hugging Tang Gu while glancing toward the live-streaming camera. The sight of Da by embracing Tang Gu radiated warmth and charm, leaving the viewers in the live chat utterly enamored. Chapter 37. Dubai makes its debut. A child's plaything. The fans in the live stream anticipated some rebellious behavior from the robot, but to their surprise, it offered Tang Gu a heartfelt hug. Ah, how adorable. I want to be hugged too. They marveled at the hugging robot. Well, it seems it's not just cute, it can actually embrace someone. However, aside from its charm, it appeared to lack other functionalities. Both the fans in the live stream and Zhang Yashuan were touched and delighted by Dubai's affectionate hug. The primary reason was undoubtedly Dubai's irresistibly cute design. Is this the robot you wanted to show me? One that can be cute and hug? Zhang Yashuan approached with a smile, playfully poking Dubai with her delicate finger. It felt akin to prodding an air cushion, yet it possessed a remarkable resilience. Dubai released Tang Gu and turned toward Zhang Yashuan, bestowing upon her another grand bear hug. The embrace was warm, soft as a cloud, yet impressively resilient. The combination of softness and flexibility rendered the experience exceptionally comfortable for the recipient. Is this robot designed solely for hugging? It's quite entertaining, Zhang Yashuan exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a child discovering a new toy. It's called Dubai, an inflatable intelligent robot, Tang Gu explained with a smile. It can provide medical assistance, boasting a repository of up to 10,000 medical knowledge reserves, along with massage capabilities and emergency wound care functions. It's suitable for children and you too. I'm not a child, but I still want to use it, Zhang Yashuan teased, sticking out her little pink tongue at Tang Gu, embodying the spirit of youth. It had been a long time since she felt so childlike. It was Dubai's endearing appearance that reignited her youthful heart. Thank you for such a wonderful gift. I truly adore it. I have decided to spoil you tonight, she giggled, rushing to her husband's side and planting a gentle kiss on his handsome face, leaving a tempting imprint of her lips. Goodness, I initially thought this was a ruse, but it turned out to be the debut of an inflatable robot. Yet, just as one might think this was merely an introduction, they suddenly realized it was a ploy to draw in millions of viewers. Ultimately, it was still a deception, albeit of a different nature. Shouldn't our focus be on the robot? The couple, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, displayed their affection before millions of viewers, causing many to momentarily forget about the adorably charming Dubai. Dubai blinked its eyes, raised its chubby hand toward Zhang Yashuan, and a voice emanated from within. Hello, my name is Dubai, you're in Mr. Tang's health assistant. Oh, it can talk too? But why does it sound so clumsy? Zhang Yashuan pressed her hand against Dubai's body, inquiring further. It seemed to lack the naturalness of Origin's speech. Oh, that is due to the gentle attributes of the care chip. If another chip were inserted, it would exhibit different characteristics and abilities. Tang Gu remarked. I am preparing to mass-produce this type of robot, albeit with variations in appearance and specialization, such as culinary skills, gardening, and combat proficiency. The basic robots are suited for replacing assembly line tasks, while the true enhancement of daily life comes from the Baymax robot. Not only is its design endearing, but it can also be equipped with different chips to achieve various capabilities. For those with limited finances, a standard version of Baymax, capable of providing medical assistance and caring for children, is available. Meanwhile, those with more resources can acquire additional chips and purchase specialized tools and equipment for Baymax to enhance its functionality. How thoughtful of you, planning to market this externally. Zhang Yashuan smiled. Indeed, let us take Baymax out for some fun. We have been cooped up at home for quite a while. Tang Gu chuckled, taking his wife's hand. All right, I will follow your lead, Zhang Yashuan replied with a gentle nod, handing her phone to Baymax while wrapping her arms around Tang Gu's. They stepped outside, with Baymax blinking and adorably following along, holding the phone for the live stream. Oh dear, poor Baymax, I want to pat its head, someone exclaimed. TSK. This couple is outrageous. They are making the robot endure such humiliation. Even the phone is being held by Baymax. I must stand up for it. This is sheer bullying. Just then, the live stream perspective halted at the doorway. Baymax's plump form became wedged in the door, as Tang Gu had forgotten to open both doors. Thus, Baymax struggled to squeeze its ample body through the doorway, finally managing to extricate itself. A Qilin smart car was parked at the entrance. Tang Gu gallantly opened the car door for his wife, gesturing for her to enter. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and elegantly settled into the vehicle. Only then did Tang Gu turn to observe the waddling Baymax, whose large frame was unable to fit into the car due to its belly, causing it to scrape against the door with a comical squeak. The adorable sight delighted the viewers in the live stream, who clamored to purchase Baymax. Such a charming robot would undoubtedly serve as both a toy and guardian for children. Even the adults were enchanted. One can only imagine how much children would adore it. Release some air before attempting to enter, Tang Gu remarked with exasperation, patting Baymax's backside. It seemed necessary to enhance Baymax's intelligence, while its clumsiness was endearing. It did appear somewhat foolish. Releasing air now, please hold on. With a whoosh, Baymax's body rapidly deflated. Inside the car, Zhang Yashuan was both amused and exasperated as she reached out to pull it inside. Tang Gu settled beside his wife, and the car door closed automatically. To Fuhu Park, he instructed. Upon receiving the command, the Qilin smart car began its journey toward Fuhu Park. Fuhu Park, the largest in the metropolis, boasted lush greenery and expansive grounds. Ideal for recreation. Children joyfully ran about, retired individuals strolled in pairs, and young people flew kites. The park was filled with tranquility and harmony, making it a perfect spot for a leisurely walk. However, Tang Gu and his companions soon encountered a traffic jam. As far as the eye could see, vehicles were gridlocked. With no end in sight, their rear was obstructed by numerous vehicles, making it impossible to reverse. What had transpired ahead? How could this location be so congested? Zhang Yashuan expressed her bewilderment, her delicate fingers entwined in her hair. Who knows? The convoy is too lengthy to discern anything. If only there were a drone. Tang Gu was not idle either. He spoke while retrieving his laptop, preparing to draft the outline of his new book. A drone wouldn't be able to fly that far anyway, Zhang Yashuan remarked casually. Tang Gu was momentarily taken aback, a new idea blossoming in his mind. The drone market seems promising. Perhaps it warrants further exploration. He chuckled softly, then dismissed the thought, not dwelling on it too much. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well embark on writing a new book. Initially, he intended to write a classical fantasy titled The Blade Comes. However, contemplating his inclination towards crafting advanced technology narratives, he decided to write a science fiction piece instead. Chapter 38, Sudden Inspiration. On-site modification. A multitude of sci-fi storylines and outlines flashed through his mind, ultimately leading Tang Gu to select his favorite, Devouring the Universe. The narrative primarily recounts Earth's tribulations following a cataclysm, which incites mutations among various species, resulting in a survival of the fittest scenario. The protagonist inherits the legacy of the master of the meteorite star, becoming one of Earth's 3 formidable beings. After engaging in a battle with a cosmic devouring beast, he loses his physical form and possesses the beast instead. Within this inner world, he cultivates a human avatar, ultimately stepping beyond Earth and venturing into the cosmos. However, departing from Earth is merely the beginning of the tale. The ensuing plot intricately weaves together, captivating readers and introducing them to a uniquely imaginative sci-fi realm. Tang Gu diligently typed the outline of Devouring the Universe, his focused demeanor captivating Zhang Yashuan. A man engrossed in his work exudes an undeniable charm. This sentiment is by no means an exaggeration. Even men appreciate the allure of another man as concentration. Old Tang is finally writing a book. Congratulations are in order. Old Tang has indeed commenced a new literary endeavor. It seems that only racing could ignite his creative passion. Fans of his work expressed their delight, showering him with well wishes. Initially, they had jested about urging Old Tang to write a new book, never anticipating the reality of it. Truly a blessing for avid readers. It is well known that Tang Gu's update frequency is unparalleled in the web literature sphere. Alas, how long will this traffic jam persist? No matter how intelligent the Qilin smart vehicle is, it remains subject to the inevitability of congestion. Such a pity. Indeed, even if one could drive faster, they would still encounter traffic. Zhang Yashuan began to respond to the barrage of comments. Flying. Just then, Tang Gu, engrossed in his writing, suddenly paused. He realized he had not truly contemplated the notion of flight. However, the idea of flying cars seemed quite feasible to him. The crux lies in the electromagnetic propulsion system. It is noteworthy that such a system could indeed be incorporated into fighter jets. This vividly illustrates the immense energy of the electromagnetic propulsion system, making it a trivial task to support a vehicle. A moment of clarity awakens the mind. Truly, my beloved wife never fails to inspire and assist me at critical junctures. Tang Gu, filled with excitement, affectionately kissed his wife and urged Bai to exit the vehicle as well. He swung open the car door and pressed a few buttons at the rear of the car, causing 2 compartments to spring forth. These compartments were strategically positioned on either side of the electromagnetic propulsion unit, effectively severing the car's trunk. Tang Gu retrieved an array of tools from within, his face radiating a brilliant smile. The surrounding vehicle owners recognized Tang Gu's intelligent automobile and stepped aside to smoke and chat, observing from a distance. Had it not been for the bodyguards from Tang Gu's household blocking the way, they would have gathered around to marvel at the intelligent vehicle. While Tang Gu could venture out without bodyguards, Zhang Yashuan required their presence due to her previous kidnapping experience, making such precautions imperative. Bodyguards for celebrities often serve to deter overzealous fans, while Zhang Yashuan's protectors are there to guard against potential terrorist threats. Look, Tang Gu has emerged, tools in hand. What is he up to? A group of curious gentlemen, stuck in traffic and seeking refuge from the sun beneath a shaded rock face, expressed their intrigue. This car is truly remarkable, stunningly beautiful. I had thought that after installing the electromagnetic propulsion system, the trunk would be eliminated, but I was clearly mistaken. Is Tang Gu's wife here as well? And what is that behind him? Bai and Zhang Yashuan stepped out of the vehicle, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Today, Zhang Yashuan donned a lovely long dress made of double georgette in a refreshing shade of blue, appearing exceptionally graceful under the sunlight. The hem of her dress swayed gently in the breeze, her exquisite features overshadowing even the biggest stars. Many lamented that it was a pity she did not pursue a career in stardom. Sister Yashuan is so beautiful, how enviable. Old Tang must have accumulated several lifetimes of fortune to marry her. Some speculated about the plump figure beside her. What is that, a blow-up doll? That's Dubai? The robot just created by Tang Gu. A fan watching the live broadcast exclaimed. Dubai? A robot? It looks like a toy to me, someone responded, bewildered. Dubai stood in place, gradually inflating until it returned to its robust, rotund form. It ambled over to Tang Gu, blinking its eyes before quietly standing beside him. Yashwan, why don't you take a seat in the shade? I need some time, Tang Gu suggested as he began to dismantle the electromagnetic propulsion system. With a few loud thuds, he extracted the device directly from the car. What are you doing? Zhang Yashwan questioned, somewhat puzzled by her husband's actions. She had merely made a casual remark earlier. How had her darling suddenly become so animated? You inspired me just now. I intend to experiment with my idea. And the chances of success are quite high. After all, we're stuck in traffic and can't move an inch. Looking at this long line of vehicles, it's clear we won't be going anywhere for a while. Tang Gu was determined to modify the car, transforming the intelligent automobile into an intelligent flying vehicle. Indeed, it is precisely as it sounds. He intends to make the vehicle soar. Well, do as you wish. Zhang Yashwan, with a sense of helplessness, walked towards a shaded area to wait. The bodyguards from the 3 vehicles disembarked, clearing a space for her to prevent anyone from encroaching. Amidst the congested road, only Tang Gu busied himself with dismantling automobile components, accompanied by a perplexed large white figure. What on earth is Tang Gu up to? Who knows? It seems he is engaged in some grand project. Is this what inventors do? Finding inspiration even in traffic jams and creating spontaneously? Let us observe, for we have little else to occupy our time. The friends in the live stream, along with the vehicle owners, were all watching Tang Gu's industrious efforts. He meticulously dismantled a complete electromagnetic propulsion device into fragments, then began assembling it with parts from the cabin. A myriad of components scattered across the ground, while the scorching sun beat down, rendering the earth blisteringly hot. If an egg were to be cracked on the pavement, it would likely be cooked to perfection in an instant. Zhang Yashwan furrowed her brows slightly and retrieved a sunshade from her bag. Moving beside Tang Gu to shield him from the sun, the live-streaming phone was held in her hand, capturing a moment that evoked a profound sense of love in many. Some things do not require loud declarations. Rather, they are expressed through actions. After a solid half hour, there remained no signs of the blocked road clearing. Tang Gu completed his task and transformed the large electromagnetic propulsion device into 8 smaller ones. Chapter 39. Where have all the automotive enthusiasts gone? Tang Gu installed 2 of the smaller electromagnetic propulsion devices on either side of the vehicle's rear. He then retrieved a wheeled platform from the cabin. Turning to Zhang Yashwan, he said, "Thank you, my dear wife. You need not hold the umbrella any longer. Big White will assist me in lifting this vehicle." Are you asking Big White to help lift the car? Zhang Yashwan thought she must have misheard. The viewers in the live stream also chimed in. No way. Even if Big White is adorably clumsy, you can't treat it like that. Old Tang, that's too much. Big White is inflatable. No matter how light your Qilin car is, it cannot lift it. Indeed, aren't you just bullying Big White? Brothers, I am inclined to take a stand against Tang Gu. Do you concur? The light of righteousness. We stand with you. Wait, Big White is actually turning around, preparing to lift the car? You must be joking. If Big White can manage that, I shall do a handstand while washing my hair right here. I would even let it devour this car, without any sauce to accompany it. Count me in. My silly Big White, how could you possibly lift it? Boom. Suddenly, the fans in the live stream, along with the onlooking vehicle owners, found themselves speechless. The Qilin Smart Car was effortlessly lifted by Big White's 2 chubby hands. The silvery Qilin Smart Car was hoisted above its head by the adorably simple-minded Big White, as if it were a mere foam model. This astonishing act left everyone present utterly astounded. The entire live stream fell into silence, and Zhang Yashwan stood frozen in place. Particularly, the vehicle owners on-site felt the impact most acutely. At this moment, it felt as though an extraordinarily robust giant had lifted a colossal boulder, delivering a profound shock to all. What on earth is happening? How is this possible? Is it true that this seemingly adorable robot possesses such immense power? No, wait. I recall Tang Gu mentioning that this robot is a medical care assistant. Are you telling me this contraption is a caregiver? Surely it cannot be a weightlifting machine? Oh, I find myself utterly bewildered. Tang Gu, do you think I am merely a clown seeking attention? I am the fool here. What about those who claimed they would wash their hair upside down? No one anticipated that an inflatable robot could possess such formidable strength. From any perspective, it seemed utterly implausible. After all, how could something so inflated, with such a diminutive frame, unleash such tremendous force? Yet, the reality slapped everyone in the face. This defiance of physical laws has fundamentally altered everyone's worldview. This is true black technology, an enigma beyond comprehension. Tang Gu is truly a prodigious talent. It is a travesty that he previously toiled in obscurity writing novels. The staff at the research center could not help but exclaim in awe. If only Tang Gu had embarked on technological development earlier, the lives of people today would undoubtedly be transformed. Director Liang, can you discern the underlying principles? A researcher inquired. The elderly Director Liang removed his glasses, sighing in contentment. I am aging. Indeed, the student has surpassed the master. I can no longer fathom the technology of Tang Gu, nor can I even speculate on its feasibility. The emergence of Tang Gu is a momentous occasion for our nation. In ancient times, it would have warranted a grand celebration. Previously, with the Qilin automobile and rudimentary robots, Director Liang could at least comprehend or hypothesize the principles involved. However, the structure of this robot, Dubai, is essentially a mass of gas. Once the gas is released, only a small frame remains. What gives it the ability to effortlessly lift a car? The crowd was left speechless. Those who had boasted about consuming automobiles or washing their hair upside down quickly exited the live stream, pretending nothing had occurred. In an effort to avoid being remembered, they even felt compelled to change their names. There was no alternative. With so many viewers in the live stream, some would inevitably remember their names. Should they dare to appear again under the same moniker, they would undoubtedly be confronted by a throng, even exposing their true identities. One must never underestimate the power of the online community. Tang Gu remained oblivious to the astonishment of the netizens, and the nearby car owners were disregarded entirely. Dubai, lower the car a bit. Dubai complied, lowering the vehicle. Tang Gu reclined on the sliding platform, clutching the remaining 6 small electromagnetic thrusters, and dove beneath the car. A new round of modifications commenced. The intense heat caused Tang Gu to sweat profusely, yet he paid it no mind, fully immersed in the assembly and disassembly process. First, he installed one electromagnetic thruster at each of the 4 corners of the car's undercarriage. Then, he positioned additional thrusters at the centers of the 2 wheels. The installation process was straightforward, and Tang Gu swiftly completed the setup of all the small electromagnetic thrusters. The challenge lay in connecting these electromagnetic thrusters to output an equivalent electromagnetic power. He experimented repeatedly, activating and deactivating the thrusters, which emitted a series of hissing sounds. This process consumed a full half-hour, but at last, it was accomplished. Tang Gu emerged from beneath the vehicle, while Dubai gently lowered the Qilin smart car back to the ground. In total, they had spent over an hour, yet the road remained congested, showing no signs of clearing. Finished. Yashian, Dubai, let us go? Tang Gu exclaimed with a smile, shedding his drenched short-sleeve shirt and retrieving a clean white one along with a towel from the car. His physique, though not overly muscular, showcased subtle curves, particularly the alluring lines of his abdomen, which were aesthetically pleasing. Coupled with Tang Gu's infrequent outings, his fair skin evoked envy among the young women present. The sudden act of undressing caught all the female observers off guard, leading to an explosion of comments, as their cheeks flushed. Oh, he's taking off his shirt without warning. What is going on with the shout-out to his wife in Dubai? What is the intention behind this? They pondered, realizing Dubai was merely a shield. Ah, I'm blushing. Mom, there's a handsome guy taking off his shirt here. This was a tactical disrobing. The previous live stream had been rather dull, so Tang Gu sought to generate excitement in the chat room. He was indeed a live-streaming prodigy, that much was clear. Zhang Yashian's streaming audience was not exclusively male. Many young women also tuned in. After all, her content mostly revolved around daily life, and some young ladies would watch her streams out of curiosity. They could even learn a recipe or two or gain insights into maintaining a harmonious relationship with their husbands. To them, Zhang Yashian epitomized a woman who truly understood how to manage a man's heart. Look how obedient Tang Gu is at home. He truly understands men. They mused. Oh, I never expected you to be such an audience. I, however, am solely focused on what modifications Tang Gu has made. Regardless of the modifications, the traffic situation remained unchanged. I would wager they were merely getting into the car to enjoy the air conditioning. Chapter 40. The Qilin Smart Flying Car. What if they weren't just seeking the air conditioning? Are you, like the others, engaging in absurdities such as washing your hair upside down or eating cars? If we're placing bets, let us agree on a punishment for the loser. I suggest a fiery challenge. Making them wash their hair upside down is out of the question now. Where did those defeated participants wander off to? They likely changed their usernames and continued watching the stream. Forget it. Disregard my previous remarks. I was speaking nonsense. The previous bettor suddenly lost his nerve. Reflecting on Tang Gu's past actions, he had consistently managed to silence all skeptics. Most importantly, Tang Gu remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently dealt several figurative slaps to others. Dubai exhaled once more, releasing air from within, while Tang Gu, now dressed and dried off, climbed back into the vehicle. He and Zhang Yixin resumed their positions inside the car. Pulling out his laptop, he connected to the Qilin car system. As he reviewed the data, he commanded, "Activate the 6 electromagnetic thrusters beneath the vehicle. We are about to take off." Yixin, if you're scared, feel free to lean into my embrace. Tang Gu chuckled as he patted his chest, feigning a robust demeanor, which elicited a light laugh from Zhang Yashuan. Suddenly, the electromagnetic thrusters beneath the vehicle activated simultaneously, emanating a soft blue glow. It was as if a cerulean mist wafted from under the Qilin, the ethereal light causing dust to swirl in chaos. The humming sound startled the nearby drivers, some of whom seemed to sense something amiss and immediately took out their phones to capture the moment. A cloud of dust enveloped the lower half of the car, obscuring it partially, yet keen observers noticed the transformation. "It's rising. It's actually lifting off," exclaimed a startled driver, squinting in disbelief. "What is lifting off?" The surrounding crowd looked up, bewildered, seeing nothing but the blazing sun above. "The Qilin smart car is levitating." The individual pointed towards Tang Gu's vehicle, exclaiming in astonishment. As if in response to his words, the car began to ascend gradually. All 4 wheels left the ground, swaying slightly as it rose at a measured pace. Inside the vehicle, Tang Gu was diligently tapping away on his computer, adjusting the power of the 6 miniature thrusters. Zhang Yashuan, feeling a tinge of apprehension, grasped Tang Gu's arm tightly. Upon entering the car, he had informed her of his intention to make it fly, initially believing it to be a jest. She was taken aback to witness the reality unfold before her eyes. For reasons unknown, ever since her husband delved into technology, he seemed to grow increasingly remarkable. It felt akin to a bird breaking free from its cage, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky. The Qilin smart car continued its ascent, rising from 1 meter to 2, then 3, 4, and 5 meters, ultimately pausing at a height of 10 meters. "My goodness, it's flying. What is this? A car that can actually fly? Are you telling me this is an automobile?" The onlookers below gaped in disbelief, gazing up at the airborne Qilin, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. The term flying car felt foreign and distant, yet today it materialized before their very eyes. The Qilin stabilized in the air, no longer swaying as it had initially. Inside, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan experienced a sensation akin to being firmly grounded. The smoothness of the ride instilling an unexplainable sense of security. "Let us activate the rear thrusters and fly toward the end of the road to see what's causing this traffic jam," Tang Gu suggested again. The successful flight of the Qilin validated his theoretical assertions. He issued commands to ascertain the nature of the obstruction that had rendered the vehicles below immobile. With a hum, 2 beams of blue light emitted from the rear, and the hovering Qilin began to propel forward. The speed gradually escalated, starting at 10 miles per hour and steadily increasing to 120. This velocity was quite impressive, especially for a compact electromagnetic thruster. Countless drivers on the road witnessed the airborne Qilin. Some believed their eyes were deceiving them or that they were experiencing an illusion. They hastily pulled out their phones, capturing videos and photos to share online. It rapidly became a trending topic, sparking widespread discussion. Many skeptics emerged, declaring this to be sheer fantasy. However, they were promptly ejected from the livestream, serving as immediate validation. An increasing number of individuals flocked to Zhang Yashuan's broadcast, eager to discern the authenticity of the images and videos circulating online. Within a mere 5 minutes, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan finally reached a conclusion. To their astonishment, they discovered a colossal boulder obstructing the entire roadway. This was a one-way street, and for the construction team to remove the stone, they would need to take a lengthy detour to approach from the opposite side, devising a method to clear the obstruction. Tang Gu instructed, "Wait a moment, Dabai. Lift the stone, and then climb onto the car roof to steady yourself. Understood?" "Understood, Mr. Tang," Dabai replied, blinking his dark eyes. "Goodness, such a massive rock. And you expect Dabai to lift it? Does he possess such strength?" Questions flooded in from the audience, bewildered by the idea of a car actually flying. "Whoa, it truly is a flying car," exclaimed one newcomer. "Quiet down and watch. You will uncover even more astonishing revelations. Please remain composed. Sister Yashuan, quickly ask old Tang if I can exchange my Kirin intelligent vehicle for one that can fly." The viewers inundated the live stream with pivotal inquiries, all striking at the heart of the matter. They acknowledged Dabai's remarkable strength, yet lifting such a massive boulder seemed an arduous task. At that moment, the enormous rock lay scattered across the road, with one piece standing 2 meters tall, positioned squarely in the center. Although it did not completely block the road, there was insufficient space for vehicles to pass. They attempted to push the stone with all their might, but it remained immovable. "Sigh, where are the construction workers? If we wait any longer, I'll run out of gas," lamented one driver in the front row. It was now 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. without any shade to stand in. They could only remain in their vehicles with the air conditioning on, unlike Tang Gu and his companions, who had the luxury of a large rock to provide respite. The Kirin intelligent vehicle descended on the other side, as no vehicles were present. Tang Gu led Dabai outside, and then returned to the car. "Hey, step aside. I want to capture the moment Dabai lifts the stone," Zhang Yashuan said, positioning her phone to focus on Dabai's clumsy strides. Chapter 41. Slipping Feet. Extraordinary resilience inside the vehicle. Zhang Yashuan suddenly turned to ask, "By the way, can Dabai really lift this stone? I hope he doesn't get crushed." Tang Gu, incredulous, replied, "He's merely a robot. Even if he were to be damaged, we could simply rebuild him. That is unacceptable. This is the very first robotic gift you gave me. It absolutely cannot be crushed." Zhang Yashuan retorted, her frustration evident. "Do you not even know if Dabai can lift it? Hurry and call him back." Upon this, she immediately intended to alight and call out to Dabai, yet was restrained by Tang Gu. "Worry not. Nothing will happen. It's merely a trivial stone," Tang Gu explained with a hint of exasperation. "Am I not familiar with something I have created myself? The Dabai I engineered can lift objects weighing 5 tons. No matter how heavy this boulder is, it cannot exceed that weight. This stone is merely around 2 tons, at most 3. And what if it fails to lift it?" Zhang Yashuan inquired, glaring at Tang Gu. "How could it possibly fail? Do you not trust your own husband?" Tang Gu feigned indignation. All right. I believe you can lift it, ugh. You were always capable of doing so." Zhang Yashuan's cheeks flushed slightly, hastily correcting herself. "What I meant to say is that I trust you. But I do not trust Dabai to lift it." Surely, it must be the excessive interaction with Tang Gu lately that rendered her speech somewhat clumsy. Their dialogue was broadcast live, eliciting laughter from the audience, the screen filled with playful banter. "If you manage to lift it, you must kiss me, deal?" Tang Gu leaned closer, proposing. "And if you cannot lift it?" She countered. "Then I shall kiss you. You just want to take advantage of me." Zhang Yashuan shot him a sidelong glance. Yet, she soon realized that this was not the appropriate time for such discussions. Suddenly startled, she turned her gaze towards Dabai. To her astonishment, the 2-meter-high boulder was, with a resounding thud, effortlessly lifted by Dabai's chubby hands. What? No way, a mighty giant. Incredible. Unbelievable. He actually lifted it. What is Dabai made of? Wasn't he supposed to be an inflatable robot? We have underestimated Tang Gu. The live chat erupted in excitement. The sight of Dabai raising the massive stone was truly astonishing. Even the drivers across the way were rendered speechless. How could such a colossal rock be lifted by a plump figure? At the moment of lifting, a wave of heat surged forth, as if a celestial being were hoisting a mountain, leaving all in awe. The Qilin car autonomously drove to Dabai's side, with the boulder held aloft. Dabai ambled toward the Qilin car, each step creating a deep imprint in the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, he ascended onto the vehicle's hood. "My heavens, what is he doing? Is he rebelling?" The car owners exclaimed in shock. They were oblivious to Tang Gu's plan, believing the robot was staging a revolt, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Heavens above, the robot has turned against us. It seems intent on crushing Tang Gu with that stone. Goodness, had I not seen the live broadcast just moments ago, I might have believed such wild tales. Isn't he concerned that such a heavy stone might crush the car? I recall the Qilin car can smash through stones. Its hardness is formidable. Yet, the current test is one of pressure resistance, not hardness. The two are distinct." The expressions in the live stream grew serious, all eyes fixed intently on the screen. With a resounding thud, Dabai placed one foot atop the car's hood, and the Qilin car showed no signs of distress, not even a hint of sinking or swaying. This alone was ample proof of the Qilin car's exceptional pressure resistance. As the moment approached when the second foot of the colossal figure, known as Big White, was about to touch the ground, the personnel from the automotive manufacturers were struck with disbelief. How could this be possible? Such an enormous boulder, with all its weight pressing down on Big White's powerful legs. Not only did it not crush the vehicle, but there was not even the slightest tremor. Was this for real? Was this truly a truck? Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. Big White, moving with a somewhat clumsy gait, unexpectedly lost footing. The massive rock slipped from Big White's grasp, hurtling towards the Qilin vehicle like a meteor. In that instant, time seemed to slow to an agonizing crawl. The onlookers, both outside and those watching the live stream from within the vehicle, were left pale with fear. Although the danger was not theirs, the sheer size of the boulder crashing down would undoubtedly flatten the entire vehicle. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan inside had no chance of survival. The thought of witnessing human demise was profoundly terrifying. Oh no, the stone was about to fall. This was disastrous. A thunderous roar accompanied the impending disaster, causing nearly half of the crowd to shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Zhang Yashuan, frightened, dropped her phone aside, throwing herself into Tang Gu's arms. If they were to perish, they would do so together. The live stream plunged into darkness, and a chilling silence enveloped everyone's hearts. It was over. With such a loud noise and the stream now black, something terrible had undoubtedly occurred. What a calamity. Someone call an ambulance. The two inside hold significant identities. Calm down. Everyone, remain calm. The stream may be dark, but it hasn't indicated a shutdown, which means Yashuan's phone is still operational. Yes, the stream hasn't ended. If something had happened, the phone would surely have been crushed as well. The viewers in the live stream began to increase the volume, desperately hoping to catch a whisper of a plea for help. As long as there was breath, there was hope. Meanwhile, the stunned vehicle owners remained silent. Half of them stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces, while the other half slowly opened their eyes, the scene before them coming into focus. The heavy boulder had landed atop the Chilean vehicle, erupting with a deafening crash. Due to its immense weight, the boulder remained perched on the roof, refusing to roll off. Inside the vehicle, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan finally felt the vehicle sway. The Chilean dipped suddenly and then bounced back, the oscillations gradually subsiding until stability was restored. Zhang Yashuan, nestled in Tang Gu's embrace, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. To her astonishment, they were still alive, and there was no sense of pressure at all. Confused, she looked up to see the roof undamaged. However, the surroundings had grown dim, as if the vehicle had come to rest in the shadow of a building. Tang Gu, holding his wife tenderly, wore a gentle smile and asked, "What's wrong, my dear? Are you frightened?" "I am not scared." Zhang Yashuan's cheeks flushed as she straightened up, attempting to appear composed. Yet, her eyes betrayed her insatiable curiosity. She had already deduced that the vehicle was not beneath a structure, but rather being pressed down by the colossal rock. Yet, the vehicle emerged unscathed, leaving one perplexed and astounded. "You must have known all along that there would be no harm, which is why you allowed Bai to bring it up, right?" Zhang Yashuan inquired, her cheeks flushed. Knowing well that there would be no issues, why did you not inform her sooner? It caused her to drop her phone in fright. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 42. The notion of creating a phone, I said. Do you truly believe I didn't react? Tang Gu chuckled lightly. I trust you. Not a word of it. You must have done it on purpose. I am genuinely upset. Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms defiantly, her cheeks puffed in indignation. At her words, Tang Gu found himself caught between laughter and tears. Indeed, he had not reacted in the moment Bai fell. Rather, his mind was preoccupied with recalling the materials and technologies used in the production of the Chilean automobile. He was calculating whether the Chilean could withstand such a rockfall. By the time he recollected, the massive boulder had already crashed onto the roof of the car. All right, let's not be angry. A kiss? Tang Gu said as he wrapped his arm around Zhang Yashuan's slender waist and leaned in to kiss her rosy lips. Ugh, you lecher. Go away, you're so annoying. Zhang Yashuan pushed against Tang Gu, only to find that her efforts were futile. After struggling for a moment, she could only smile wryly. She was not genuinely angry. She merely wished to tease Tang Gu, hoping he would be more careful in the future. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream, who were anxiously concerned for the couple's safety, had just turned up the volume, only to be inundated with a barrage of affection. The overwhelming sweetness filled the air, causing single viewers to feel a wave of discomfort. Curse it, why didn't that boulder crush old Tang? They lamented. We were worried about their safety, and here they are, canoodling without a care. Even forgetting about the dropped phone. Good grief, I'm unfollowing. I'm going to leave a bad review for this new book. This is infuriating. The chat exploded with frenzied comments, and the once monochrome live stream suddenly burst into life. Zhang Yashuan picked up her fallen phone, relieved to find no cracks. Thank goodness. The phone is fine, though it's prone to shattering, and some are quite heavy. By the way, Xiao Ku, can you create a phone? She asked, wiping the screen with a tissue. A phone? Tang Gu pondered for a moment before responding. I suppose it is feasible, though I certainly cannot produce one at this stage, as I would need to fabricate the materials myself. If he were to create a phone, Tang Gu would certainly not replicate any existing models. The ideal phone would be both lightweight and possess formidable capabilities. Ideally, it would resemble something from a science fiction film, featuring a transparent screen that could be summoned at will, displaying various information akin to a holographic projection. Perhaps, by employing holographic projection combined with interactive touch technology, a completely novel phone could be conceived. The more he contemplated, the more promising the idea appeared. By integrating the phone's content into headphones or glasses, one could summon the device through gestures, voice commands, or even thoughts. At that moment, the headphones or glasses would project the phone's information before the user's eyes. With but a mere flick of the finger into the void or perhaps a direct command from the mind, it conjures a sense of dreamlike wonder. Yet, with the possession of advanced technological systems, he might just be able to bring this vision to fruition. With a tentative direction in mind, Tang Gu felt a surge of excitement, eager to leap into action. However, he restrained this impulse, recognizing that progress must be made step by step. It was time for leisure, and he decided to set aside the chaotic thoughts for the moment. Indeed, Zhang Yashuan was truly his fortunate star. Her casual remarks often sparked inspiration within him. Origin, have Dubai stand atop the vehicle and stabilize the boulder. If it falls, I shall have to remold it. Tang Gu declared. The Origin system was capable of connecting to Dubai, directly issuing data commands. Dubai, perched on the vehicle, immediately rose, securing the boulder tightly to prevent its descent. With a hum, the Chilean automobile roared to life, releasing azure flames from beneath, lifting the vehicle into the air. The astonished onlookers had yet to recover from their shock when they beheld the Chilean automobile soaring, carrying a boulder 2 meters high. Despite the weight, the electromagnetic propulsion continued to elevate the vehicle. Everyone was compelled to reassess the true strength of electromagnetic propulsion. Under the scrutinizing gaze of countless spectators, the Chilean automobile ascended slowly to the summit of the rocky outcrop before gently descending. Dubai exerted itself once more, lifting the boulder and placing it on the ground with a resounding thud. Well, this position is certainly secure. It won't be falling again, Tang Gu remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Though atop the rocky height, the area was remarkably flat and spacious, barring a tornado. It was improbable that any stones would be dislodged. If a tornado were to strike, no sensible person would traverse such a location. Only at this moment did the viewers in the live stream regain their composure, and the barrage of comments resumed. It's flying again. For some reason, I now feel that flying cars are no longer astonishing. Am I drifting? Today has truly reshaped my worldview. An inflatable robot of immense strength. A smart car that can fly and withstand the impact of boulders. It's clearly a medical care robot. Now that we've seen this, who would still dare to call it merely a care robot? I might just explode in rage. By the way, old Tang's car is incredible. It withstood that massive boulder without a scratch. How absurd. I beg you, old Tang, please tell me the price of this flying car. I'll place an order immediately. Exactly. Stop showing off on the live stream. We want to experience flying cars ourselves. Tang Gu ushered Dubai back into the vehicle and took his seat beside his wife. Catching a glimpse of the comments on his phone, he smiled and replied, "This car is still somewhat rudimentary. Many issues remain unresolved. So it won't be available for sale just yet. Perhaps in due time." The flying car was merely a spontaneous creation of his. There were numerous aspects that required testing before it could be marketed, lest it be deemed a mere prototype. Furthermore, the planning for flying cars necessitated coordination with national leaders. The flying car, akin to the nascent days of the automobile, initially lacked dedicated roadways, weaving through crowds and creating a scene of chaos. Thus, to facilitate the official launch of smart flying vehicles, it is imperative for national authorities to meticulously delineate flight zones and establish pertinent regulations. For instance, traffic regulations must stipulate that passengers are prohibited from discarding any items, even cigarette ashes, from the windows. The aspiration to integrate smart flying cars into everyday life entails extensive planning and management of numerous considerations. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream expressed their disappointment, while automobile manufacturers breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were confined to the market for vehicles priced below 1 million. The introduction of a smart flying car would undoubtedly disrupt their segment. Chapter 43. Built-in electric shock device manufacturers of supercars were diligently researching smart supercars. And upon witnessing Tang Gu's groundbreaking technological advancements, they felt a sense of foreboding regarding their future. With no progress in developing intelligent features and speed improvements, the emergence of flying capabilities left them at a loss in their pursuit. What was happening in this era? Was development occurring at an excessively rapid pace? The automotive industry felt overwhelmed and fatigued. When Tang Gu and his companions returned to the roadway, all vehicles remained stationary. The drivers wore expressions of gratitude, exclaiming words of thanks as they watched Tang Gu's car depart until it vanished from their sight. After over 2 hours of congestion, the road was finally clear. At Fuhu Park, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Zhang Yashuan spread a pink blanket on the grass, where she and Tang Gu relaxed under the shade of a grand tree, reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Tang Gu tossed a tennis ball, and the big white dog immediately locked its gaze on the ball, bounding after it with a clumsy gait. "Isn't this fun? Isn't it cuter than a pet dog?" Tang Gu remarked with a smile. "Don't bully the big white dog. You clearly set this up on purpose. Or how else would it chase after the ball like a dog?" Zhang Yashuan playfully pinched Tang Gu's waist. "I swear I didn't set this up. It's just the big white dog's way of entertaining children. When a child loses a ball, it fetches it back, Tang Gu raised his hands in innocence. Is that how you entertain your child? Zhang Yashuan glared at him. Why not? Children would surely enjoy watching the big white dog fetch the ball. If you don't believe me, let us have one and see how they react. Tang Gu chuckled, causing Zhang Yashuan's cheeks to flush once more. She shot him a disapproving glance. You're incorrigible. You can't just start talking about such things while the live stream is still going. Oh, so you're aware that the live stream is still on? Is this a dog food live stream? The fans in the chat chuckled. Other live streams engage with fans. But Sister Yashuan's stream is all about interacting with old Tang. This host is utterly ridiculous. She doesn't chat with fans during the stream, just plays around. Unfollowed. New fans come for the daily life, while old fans are here for the technology. Surely no one believes this live stream belongs to Sister Yashuan. Since the unveiling of Tang Gu's groundbreaking technology, the number of followers in Zhang Yashuan's live stream has multiplied several times over. These followers are primarily drawn to Tang Gu, seeking to discover any new technological marvels that may have emerged, while Zhang Yashuan's daily broadcasts serve merely as an ancillary attraction. After all, few can resist the allure of a stunning beauty, especially one of her caliber. Before long, Dubai returned, cradling a tennis ball in his hands, walking with an endearing clumsiness. A contingent of over 10 bodyguards followed suit, 2 of whom were female and carried baskets filled with afternoon tea and pastries. The bodyguards' vehicles, unfortunately, could not soar through the air, hence their delayed arrival once the roads cleared. With a cup of red tea and an assortment of delicacies, the 2 settled on the carpet, leisurely enjoying their treats. Truly a quaint little rendezvous. On this tranquil afternoon, they reclined beneath the shade of a grand tree, savoring the gentle summer breeze while watching children frolic on the sunlit grass. Their spirits were serene and joyous, and even the live stream had quieted in response to the peaceful ambience. The camera captured the distant meadow, presenting a voiceless broadcast that surprisingly drew a substantial audience. Perhaps they too sensed that even the simplest of days could hold unique flavors of joy. Regrettably, this tranquility was shattered by the sudden fall of a child. A boy, sprinting joyfully, unexpectedly collapsed, clutching his chest in agony, and promptly lost consciousness, his body convulsing. The surrounding children, frightened, hastily called for their parents. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan were momentarily taken aback and, with Dubai in tow, rushed over. How could this happen? A heart attack, seemingly out of the blue, when he had appeared perfectly fine moments ago. Quickly, someone must take the child to the hospital. Call for an ambulance. A throng of parents encircled the boy, their expressions fraught with concern. Step aside. My robot is trained in medical assistance. Let it take a look. Tang Gu asserted as he pushed his way through the crowd. Tang Gu, it's really you. Recognizing him, some in the crowd were taken aback, though it was evident that many remained unaware of Dubai's capabilities. Upon seeing the adorably designed robot, skepticism arose regarding its effectiveness. What could a robot possibly do in the face of a heart condition? Such matters cannot be trifled with. Some require medication, while others necessitate specialized equipment. Rest assured, Dubai will conduct a scan, Tang Gu stated calmly, directing the robot. Initiating scan. Scan complete. With a beep, a display appeared on Dubai's rounded abdomen. The diagnosis indicated an irregular heartbeat, identifying it as ventricular fibrillation, necessitating the use of asynchronous defibrillation. With that, Dubai's hands glowed with a radiant blue light, reminiscent of lightning surging forth. By heavens, is that lightning emanating from Dubai? What on earth is happening? Is that hand charged for cardiac resuscitation? Goodness, this is a serious matter. Does Dubai truly possess emergency capabilities? This could be disastrous if mishandled. The individuals within the live stream were utterly astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. The target heart rate is declining. Should we proceed with defibrillation? I spoke again. Tang could turn to the boy's parent, saying, Esteemed guardian, my robot specializes in medical interventions and is equipped with an internal defibrillator, exhibiting a proficiency that even surpasses that of a physician. Your child is in peril, and I strongly recommend allowing Bai to perform emergency aid. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not impose. The gravity of life and death weighed heavily, yet Tang Gu still sought the parent's consent. If the parent declined, he would still act to save the child. Even if he succeeded in reviving the boy, he knew he might not be understood. He had no desire to be perceived as an overzealous do-gooder. All right, I trust you, Lao Tang. Please save my child. The parent implored, voice choked with emotion. Oh, it turns out he is a fan. Bai proceed. Only those familiar with him would dare to call him Lao Tang, indicating that this individual indeed knew Tang Gu. With his command, Bai stepped forward, placing both hands upon the boy's chest. Zing! It was as if a force emanated from Bai's palms, lifting the boy briefly before he came crashing back down. The electric current surged from Bai's hands into the boy's body, stimulating every cell, rekindling the heart's rhythm. Chapter 44. A man with an innate charisma activation failed. Increase frequency and deliver another shock. Zing. The initial attempt bore no success, and the boy's heart rate continued to plummet. Bai's hands pressed once more against the boy's chest, administering another shock to reactivate the heart. Bang! The boy's body jolted again. This time, the heartbeat monitor on Bai's abdomen finally displayed a normal heart rate. The heart rate had stabilized. The target condition was temporarily secured, with recommendations for subsequent care. Bai rose, and the glowing halo around his palms dissipated. After the electric shock, the boy's breathing steadied, and his body ceased its convulsions. The grotesque expression on his face softened, and both Tang Gu and the parent exhaled in relief. Did he truly save him? A robot can actually respond to a cardiac emergency. How remarkable! An elderly passerby squinted, exclaiming, "What kind of robot is this? Has technology advanced to such a degree?" It's Tang Gu, the mobile behind intelligent automobiles. Oh, so it's him. Now he's delving into robotics? What a significant leap. Incredible. No wonder he looks so familiar. He's the recently renowned figure in cutting-edge technology. Countless gazes turned toward him, brimming with admiration. Intelligent automobiles and artificial intelligence both require intellect. Yet the knowledge of hardware is entirely distinct. Transitioning between these fields is akin to crossing mountains. The challenges are self-evident. Nevertheless, Tang could not only achieve this feat, but also showcased results that are ahead of their time. An increasing number of people gathered around, only to be intercepted by the bodyguards of Zhang Yashuan. Besides ensuring Zhang Yashuan's safety, they aimed to provide the boy with ample space, ensuring a supply of fresh air. Thank you, truly, I am immensely grateful to you, old Tang. From now on, I shall be your devoted fan. You are the savior of my child. The parent immediately embraced their child, expressing endless gratitude to Tang Gu. They also extended their thanks to Bai, saying, "Thank you so much for your assistance. Had it not been for you, my child." At this point, a wave of trepidation washed over them. "There's no need for such formality. It is my duty." Bai responded, somewhat comprehensively. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. After a thorough examination, the doctors breathed a sigh of relief, stating that there were no significant issues, although further checks at the hospital were necessary. "Thank you for your assistance, doctors." The parent felt an overwhelming sense of relief, and, after expressing gratitude to Tang Gu once more, ordered the ambulance to the hospital. The entire rescue operation was recorded live by Zhang Yashuan. Bai's medical capabilities finally came to the fore. Initially, those who had watched the live stream believed that Bai was merely a powerful transporting robot rather than a medical one. However, Bai's performance had completely shattered their prior misconceptions. Indeed, Tang Gu would not boast about his inventions. If it was a medical robot, it must be dedicated to healthcare. Who says a medical robot cannot possess great strength? Caring for patients undoubtedly requires physical power. What would one do in the event of encountering a 200-pound individual without sufficient strength? Old Tang's foresight was commendable. As a novelist, his thoughts always extended beyond the ordinary. Why hadn't I considered this aspect? Caring for patients requires strength. As a nurse, I can unequivocally affirm that I have encountered such situations. However, in hospitals, there are many personnel available to assist in transporting a patient. I understand now. Since Bai is a robot, it must independently execute tasks typically requiring multiple people, such as patient transport, thereby necessitating greater strength. Bai's act of saving a boy suffering from a cardiac incident went viral online. Issues concerning human health garner widespread attention. For who does not wish for good health? This robot is incredibly practical. I have heard that Old Tang plans to mass-produce such robots, with various types to look forward to. Wow, it's Old Tang again, truly impressive. Just finished with intelligent vehicles, and now he's onto medical robots. Huh, is the person above just now connecting to the internet? Intelligent vehicles? Old Tang has already developed flying cars. I was fortunate enough to witness that day's live stream. Unfortunately, the intelligent flying cars will not be mass-produced so swiftly, yet I remain eagerly anticipative. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Flying cars? What on earth? Do not doubt, it is precisely what you think, a flying intelligent vehicle. Are you certain you are not fabricating tales? If a car can fly, is it still a car? Why not call it an airplane? A vehicle that runs on the ground, yet soars in the sky, compact in size. Capable of flight without wings, what else would you call it but a flying car? For those who do not understand, go watch the video. It's trending now. Netizens hurriedly searched for information, and indeed, it was true. The discussions surrounding the intelligent flying cars and the robotic companion, Baymax, have taken the internet by storm. In the past, such news would have elicited little more than a casual chuckle. However, since the advent of the intelligent vehicles developed by Tang Gu, Elements once confined to the realm of science fiction now seem within reach. Consequently, information pertaining to technology has garnered increasing attention from the masses. Particularly, any news associated with Tang Gu has dominated trending topics. The genius inventor Tang Gu has once again created groundbreaking technology to benefit the nation. A robot endowed with all the medical knowledge in the world. Flying automobiles. The Baymax robot, a guardian for children and the elderly, has made its debut. Shocking. The reason behind the creation of Baymax is astonishing. Tang Gu, in an effort to amuse his wife, embarked on a truly extraordinary endeavor. Due to traffic congestion, he decided to make cars fly. These articles have not only gone viral online, but have also been featured on television news. The nation appears to place immense importance on Tang Gu, as multiple news outlets extensively report on his youthful vigor. This not only enhances Tang Gu's reputation, but also serves as a form of protection from the state. It signals to the world that Tang Gu is a significant figure of interest. No individual from any nation should harbor ill intentions towards him. Several days have elapsed since that day of picnicking and leisure. Upon returning home, Tang Gu meticulously designed numerous blueprints for Baymax in various forms, along with intelligent chips for diverse professions. The documents piled up into a substantial stack. All right, then I shall trouble Assistant Lee. Tang Gu ended the call after requesting Assistant Lee's assistance in acquiring a large factory. To mass-produce Baymax, a sizable manufacturing facility is essential. Given the extensive variety of Baymax models, caretaker, bodyguard, gardener, chef, and more, catering to every imaginable profession. Chapter 45. A new idea for game development. Such a vast quantity necessitates a correspondingly expansive factory space. Additionally, Tang Gu has devised an automated system for production. This includes an automated vehicle manufacturing system and an automated robot assembly system. As for how to construct these automated systems, that task will naturally fall to the 1,000 basic robots he has at his disposal. What Tang Gu needs to focus on now is continuously sketching blueprints and uploading them to the origin system, allowing it to control the robots for a series of operations. These past few days have been overwhelmingly hectic, as he juggles the creation of groundbreaking technology blueprints with writing new chapters for his novel. Although he has yet to publish, the pressure is already mounting. Forget it, I'll take a break from writing and play games with my wife instead. After typing a few words, he decided to abandon his writing endeavor. Those yet to publish their works often feel unrestrained in their choices. He emerged from the study on the second floor, glancing down the hallway towards the living room on the first floor. There, he found his wife and her friend Jean Yumeng sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a gaming session. Their long, fair legs were prominently displayed, and in moments of excitement, the playful flutter of their skirts was difficult to ignore, prompting Tang Gu to shake his head in disbelief. Zhang Yashuan is his wife, while her relaxed demeanor at home can be overlooked. Jean Yumeng truly seems to treat the place as her own, displaying no reservations whatsoever. What game are you playing that has you so excited? Bring me along. Tang Gu leaned against the second floor railing, waving his phone at the two girls below. Zhang Yashuan paused for a moment, quickly straightening her posture and smoothing the creases of her dress, resuming her goddess-like demeanor. Jean Yumeng looked up, her cheeks flushing instantly. She hastily sat up to tidy her appearance, particularly adjusting her short skirt. Did Brother Tang see me? Jean Yumeng glanced sideways at Tang Gu with a peculiar expression, leaning closer to her friend and whispering, "Don't worry," Zhang Yashuan replied with a charming smile. "He's quite accustomed to it." Ah, really? Jean Yumeng felt a pang of realization, recalling her past self. It seemed she often neglected her image, likely having been seen by Tang Gu more than a few times. No wonder he appeared so nonchalant earlier, even displaying a hint of disdain. It turns out he was simply accustomed to it, completely unfazed. As a beautiful young woman, Jean Yumeng felt a significant blow to her self-esteem. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. If you pay attention to them, they may become upset. If you ignore them, they may still be displeased. We're playing a martial arts game, a new investment from our father. It has been enhanced with your origins to elevate its intelligence level. Offering a great sense of immersion, Zhang Yashuan explained with a smile. Tang Gu descended from the second floor and settled onto the nearby sofa. A game invested by our father? He mused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling. His father-in-law had previously tested an older game, which received widespread acclaim. Thus, he sought to create a martial arts game using the origins to replicate a vividly authentic martial arts world. Indeed, but the game hasn't been released yet. We are currently playing the internal testing version, just the two of us, Zhang Yashuan chuckled. If you'd like to join, we can send you the installation package and activation code so we can tackle dungeons together. Zhang Yashuan sent Tang Gu the installation package and a string of codes. Suddenly, she remembered something and added, "Father also mentioned he wants to acquire the copyright for Snow in the Sword's Path. to incorporate the story into this game. If possible, the game will be titled Snow in the Sword's Path. Tang Gu was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, saying, "Of course, no problem at all. He can use it directly. I grant him the rights to all my works. We're family, after all. What's the fuss about copyright? If he wishes to use it, he may. These matters still require a contract. Although you may not mind, we must adhere to formalities," Zhang Yashuan replied with a smile as she messaged her father. Shortly after, Tang Gu received a contract and message from his father-in-law. "Father-in-law, thank you, son-in-law. Please sign the copyright contract for Snow in the Sword's Path online. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will ensure everything is meticulously overseen and the game will not be poorly executed. Tang Gu, I trust you." After signing the contract, Tang Gu sent it back and proceeded to install the game. The graphics were quite impressive. Within the game dialogue, players were presented with two types of response options. One set consisted of preset answers that influenced the player's character traits, while the other response option showcased the unique features of the game. Players are afforded the opportunity to input text or articulate their thoughts vocally. The game responds distinctively to either form of communication, potentially unveiling hidden Easter eggs left by the developers, such as acquiring secret information or bestowing delightful surprises upon players. The most remarkable feature of this game is undoubtedly its serendipitous events, though it remains a work in progress. While it exhibits a commendable level of user-friendliness, capable of comprehending players' spoken words and immersing them deeply, there seems to be an elusive element missing. Tang Gu navigates his character alongside Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng as they embark on a dungeon quest. While battling foes, they simultaneously evaluate the game's strengths and weaknesses. Throughout the encounter, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng express their exhilaration, their emotions running high. The adversaries within the dungeon prove formidable, showcasing impressive maneuvers. It takes the combined efforts of Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng to finally vanquish the monsters, while Tang Gu leisurely observes, seemingly coasting through the experience. The actions dictated by the artificial intelligence surpass those of any game currently available in the market. Each action is random and unique to the day, yet they remain true to their respective roles as if they were genuine characters inhabiting the game. Tang Gu diligently records the game's merits and shortcomings in his notebook. Should he ever possess the capability to develop a game, he aspires to draw inspiration from this one, rectifying its deficiencies. The game crafted by his father-in-law could be regarded as a prototype for artificial intelligence gaming, serving as a groundbreaking product with significant reference value. This game is incredibly entertaining. After the public release, I am determined to be the top player in the entire server, Jin Yumeng declared, her small fists clenched with ambition. Come now, in such an engaging game, aiming for the top spot will surely pit you against numerous gaming streamers, Zhang Yashuan teased. The potential of this game is immense, once unleashed. It is destined to become a sensation, attracting countless streamers. In such a competitive environment, even the most dedicated players may find themselves struggling to secure the coveted top position. It's 5:30. Let us dine, my treat, Jin Yumeng suggested, glancing at the time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yashuan's expression turned skeptical. I have never known you to be so generous. Such unsolicited kindness often masks ulterior motives. What do you seek? Not at all. I am not that kind of person. Jin Yumeng quickly refuted. All right, since you were so kind, let us go, Tang Gu chuckled, understanding Zhang Yashuan's unspoken thoughts. They both recognized that Jin Yumeng undoubtedly had an agenda, but now was not the moment to inquire. She would reveal her intentions during dinner. Chapter 46. A must-read for the late night. The trio boarded a Qilin smart vehicle and returned to Liangshi night banquet. Jin Yumeng ordered the most extravagant set meal for Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, her face adorned with a continuous smile. The waiter uncorked a bottle of 1982 red wine, pouring it into the trio's exquisite glass goblets. The rich aroma of the wine enveloped the private room as they merely inhaled its fragrance. One can already sense the exquisite sensation of red wine as it glides down the throat. A series of meticulously crafted dishes are presented one after another, each captivating both visually and aromatically. The dish of Chow Hai's old goose head, chilled shantou conch slices, braised fish maw with a touch of local flavor, smoked fish from the metropolis, stir-fried shrimp and crab, and the black truffle abalone braised pork rice are all remarkable. The old goose head boasts a rich and savory marinade that is far from salty, with a bouncy skin and tender meat. The shantou conch is sweet and crisp, with a subtle aftertaste reminiscent of the sea. When paired with shrimp paste and a secret sauce, the freshness of the conch slices is thoroughly awakened, becoming increasingly delightful with each bite. The fish maw, sourced from the belly of sea fish, is tender and non-sticky, melting in the mouth with a soft yet resilient texture. It is utterly delicious. We should have ordered this last time. Zhang Yashuan's eyes sparkled with joy as she delicately covered her red lips with her slender hand to maintain her composure. Not bad. Let's try this smoked fish from the metropolis, Jin Yuming said, placing a piece of fish in Zhang Yashuan's bowl. This is also fantastic. The skin is crispy, and the flesh is juicy and sweet. Zhang Yashuan generously praised as she savored the smoked fish. And this stir-fried shrimp and crab. Made with crab meat and hand-peeled river shrimp, Jin Yuming excitedly presented the dish to them. Tang Gu took a spoonful, and the rich aroma and sweetness lingered on his palate, leaving him wanting more. After indulging in several appetizers, both Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan realized these dishes were undoubtedly not inexpensive. Finally, the main course arrived: black truffle abalone braised pork rice. The rice was adorned with fresh morels, small abalone, and premium pork belly, all infused with a delectable broth that was poured over the rice. The aroma made their mouths water in anticipation. This meal was incredibly satisfying, and it was all on the house, courtesy of Jin Yuming. Tang Gu did not decline. Since the other party sought his assistance, it was only fair to offer something in return. Accepting the dinner meant he would do his utmost to help. Jin Yuming's family background was no less impressive than Zhang Yashuan's. Jin Yuming's father is the chairman of the Yingfeng Group, which is involved in various sectors, including the internet, finance, motorcycles, and clothing. Now, please tell me, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Zhang Yashuan inquired, gently dabbing her lips with a napkin. Upon hearing Zhang Yashuan's proactive question, Jin Yuming smiled sweetly, no longer concealing her intentions. The thing is, my father holds a small stake in Augusta, and he now wishes to acquire the company, but they are rather reluctant. They proposed a condition: we must find individuals to compete in a 3-person time trial against various professional racing teams, and we must secure first place. Moreover, none of the individuals we recruit can be professional racers. If we can achieve first place under these conditions, they would be willing to proceed with the acquisition. The Yingfeng Group wields significant power, and Augusta is hesitant to offend them. Furthermore, since Yingfeng Group possesses shares in Augusta, they are considered partners. Thus, Augusta's demand is, in essence, a challenge posed to Yingfeng Group. If professional race car drivers are unattainable, then the Wind Group must seek out young training drivers. However, young trainees are merely that. They have yet to evolve into professionals, perhaps within the ranks of the training team. There may be 1 or 2 exceptionally talented individuals who rival the prowess of professional racers, but such instances are rare. Furthermore, Augusta demands a 3-person time trial. This means that the Wind Group must not only find 3 individuals comparable to professional drivers, but also secure a first-place finish. The difficulty of this task is akin to scaling the heavens. This is truly setting you up for failure, Tang Gu remarked, exasperated. And why are you seeking us? We are not race car drivers. The requirements set forth by Augusta are essentially insurmountable unless the Wind Group stumbles upon an extraordinary stroke of luck and discovers 3 individuals capable of outpacing professional racers. Jin Yuming chuckled, acknowledging that for everyone else, this seemed an impossible feat, but Augusta had overlooked one crucial aspect. While locating skilled drivers may be challenging, we possess the capability to modify the vehicles to an exceptional standard, and when it comes to modification expertise, there is none better than you, Brother Tang. The genius of cutting-edge technology stands before us. How could we not leverage that? Augusta could never have anticipated that Longhua had birthed a technological prodigy, who just so happens to be a neighbor of the Wind Group's president's daughter. Tang Gu twitched his mouth in mild dismay. Please. Cars and motorcycles are 2 entirely different entities. While I possess a modicum of knowledge about motorcycles, do you truly believe that the drivers your father has recruited can handle the vehicle's post-modification? The hardware of motorcycles is relatively minimal, far simpler than that of cars. Moreover, several systems within motorcycles can be directly substituted with origins. Even constructing a motorcycle from scratch would pose no challenge for Tang Gu, though it would be somewhat time-consuming. Rest assured, Brother Tang, my father has already located 2 young training drivers from the same team, both exceptionally skilled. We are only short one more, Jin Yuming quickly asserted. Speak to me normally, do not speak in that tone, and please refrain from calling me Brother Tang. Tang Gu interjected, as the phrase always reminded him of a meme from short videos. I can only feel sorry for my brother. Are those 2 drivers truly that impressive? From the same team? Tang Gu questioned, half in disbelief. What team is so remarkable that it produces 2 such outstanding individuals? Is it truly so simple to find hidden masters among the populace? Of course, they were retained only after passing rigorous tests. They are absolutely reliable. It's just this 3rd individual that proves somewhat elusive, Jin Yuming sighed. If only it were a 2-person time trial, then victory would be assured. If we cannot find a 3rd, the Wind Group will need to select someone who can at least avoid being a liability. Well, if that is the case, you might indeed secure first place, Tang Gu pondered, stroking his chin. Here is my proposition. I can assist you in modifying the motorcycle, but I have one stipulation. What stipulation? Upon hearing that assistance was forthcoming, Jin Yumeng was instantly ecstatic. The stipulation is that I, too, must participate. Tang Gu grinned widely. What? You want to participate as well? The two women spoke in unison, their delicate faces filled with astonishment. Tang Gu intends to participate in a motorcycle race. What a joke. This is sheer folly. Chapter 47. Aspiring to join the motorcycle race. Xiao Ku, have you lost your senses? Motorcycles are not toys for amateurs. They can be perilous. Zhang Yashuan said, her brows knitted in concern. She absolutely could not permit her husband to engage in such reckless behavior. Should anything go awry, regret would be futile. Indeed. Tang Gu, please do not act rashly, Jin Yumeng echoed, equally concerned. Tang Gu raised his hand to calm the two women, smiling reassuringly. There is no need to fret. My modifications will not merely enhance performance, but safety will be my utmost priority. Anyone can boost performance. There are countless motorcycle tuning enthusiasts, capable of transforming even a 1,000 cubic centimeters bike. However, if I am to modify it, I intend to incorporate some unparalleled cutting-edge technology. First and foremost is the automatic balance system. In the world from which I came, motorcycles were already equipped with such a system. Yet, in this reborn world, it has yet to be developed. From my understanding of technological advancements, it will take some time before this innovation emerges here. However, many manufacturers are already exploring it, and I see no harm in bringing it to fruition ahead of time. Next, I will utilize the extraordinary tires employed in the creation of the Qilin Smart Car, which possess an astonishing grip that seemingly defies the laws of physics. Lastly, I will leverage the origins of a cheat program for motorcycle modifications. While I may not possess the skills of a professional racer, with the assistance of the origins, it will pose no challenge. With the support of the automatic balance system and the origins cheat program, Tang Gu could effortlessly ascend to the ranks of the world's elite racers. Currently, he was the sole creator of an artificial intelligence capable of flawlessly operating vehicles, motorcycles, aircraft, yachts, and more. Once the origins were integrated into these modes of transport, they would become unparalleled. Thus, artificial intelligence would undoubtedly be deemed a prohibited entity in these competitions. However, as of now, no such regulations existed. Tang Gu could confidently utilize this cheat feature without fear of scrutiny. Few would even contemplate such a concern. Some online users might voice doubts, yet they would be insignificant. As long as the Augusta company remained unaware, all would be well. No, I absolutely cannot allow you to do this. Zhang Yashuan's cold voice cut through the air once more, her tone resolute and unyielding. Despite her awareness of Tang Gu's formidable technological capabilities, she remained apprehensive about her beloved engaging in reckless behavior. It is better to be cautious than to regret. How about this? Once I finish modifying the motorcycle, we can evaluate its performance before making a decision, Tang Gu suggested, wrapping his arm around his wife's waist and grinning playfully. No. When I say no, it means no. While I might permit you to enjoy riding a motorcycle, I will not allow you to race. Zhang Yashuan remained steadfast in her opposition. In a moment of desperation, Tang Gu resorted to his ultimate tactic. He planted a gentle kiss on Zhang Yashuan's cheek, then leaned closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe as he whispered, "Just this once, dear Yashuan." A warm breeze swept through the room, causing Zhang Yashuan's charming face to flush a deep crimson, revealing a hint of shyness. "Hey, what is going on? Can you two at least have a proper conversation?" Jin Yumeng, seated across from them, couldn't contain her frustration. This couple seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. Although they were in a private room at the restaurant, their behavior was quite excessive. "What are you doing? Meng Meng is still here watching. Let go." Zhang Yashuan shot Tang Gu a glare, her delicate features still flushed with embarrassment. "If you don't agree, I want to let go," Tang Gu teased, tightening his embrace around his wife. All right. I'll agree to whatever you say, just let go," Zhang Yashuan exclaimed, half amused, half exasperated. She playfully pinched Tang Gu's cheek and stated seriously, "I'll allow you to modify and test it for me, but if I find it unsatisfactory, you cannot participate. Understood?" "Understood, my dear wife," Tang Gu replied joyfully, planting a kiss on her rosy lips, reluctant to release the beauty cradled in his arms. Suddenly, a wail pierced through the room. The anguished voice of Jin Yumeng echoed, as she clutched her head and tossed her hair in dismay. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan exchanged glances, recalling the plight of their poor single friend. It's not that serious. It's not that serious," they both reassured in unison. "I'm going to get you both," Jin Yumeng shouted dramatically, launching herself at Zhang Yashuan and playfully scratching her, targeting her weak spots. Unwilling to back down, Zhang Yashuan retaliated, and soon the two women were engaged in a spirited tickle battle, their laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the private room. Tang Gu, accustomed to such antics, leisurely sipped his tea, enjoyed some fruit, and scrolled through his phone. Then, a news notification caught his attention. The secret god has taken the overseas market by storm, dominating the foreign novel charts. Stunned, Tang Gu quickly opened his messaging app and found a flurry of messages from his editor. They began with pleasantries, but soon revealed the astonishing news of his work's unprecedented success abroad. There were even mentions of foreign companies interested in adapting The Secret God into a film. In this world, once a novel is published, it is translated into numerous languages and uploaded internationally. Tang Gu's earlier works had failed to gain traction domestically, and thus, foreign audiences had shown little interest in his fantasy and xianxia genres. However, since his novel gained popularity at home, The Secret God followed suit, capturing the attention of international readers. The steampunk and Cthulhu themes resonated profoundly with overseas audiences. As viewership surged, The Secret God ascended the charts, sweeping through various foreign novel rankings to become the most popular novel overseas. In truth, The Secret God was equally successful domestically, still holding the top position as it had just concluded. Tang Gu mused, "Editor, which company is interested in adapting my book into a film?" "Editor, Tang Gu, you finally responded. The other party is quite formidable, being from Fengxue Film Company, known for their numerous special effects blockbusters, as you might be aware. Fengxue Film Company undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 giants in the film industry. They have invested in and produced numerous films, nearly all of which are science fiction blockbusters, each guaranteed to gross at least 100 million. Tang Gu Yiming, have they proposed a price? If the offer is satisfactory, I could consider granting them the film rights." "Editor, well, for the rights, they have offered 10 million. Tang Gu Yiming, just that? Forget it, I want to sell." "Editor, this price is actually quite high. In the realm of novel adaptations, it is certainly considered premium. Are you truly not willing to reconsider?" "Tang Gu Yiming, consider what nonsense. How could my Mysteries of the Divine be worth merely 10 million? Are you jesting?" Chapter 48. Casual remarks ignite a nationwide controversy. Tang Gu is not in need of money, but that does not imply he is inclined to accept a lowball offer for his rights. In his view, the film rights for Mysteries of the Divine should start at no less than 50 million. "Editor, very well, I can only convey your refusal. However, the films produced by their company are quite remarkable. It would be a shame to miss the opportunity." Tang Gu Yiming, no worries, there are countless film production companies. They are not the sole contender. "Editor, alright." After that, Tang Gu resumed browsing through other information. He noticed that aside from a few trending topics due to widespread public discussion, a considerable amount of content consisted of trivial matters concerning celebrities, generated through purchased trending spots. For instance, a male celebrity injures his finger on paper but bravely refrains from crying, earning admiration. Admiration for what? What rubbish trending topics are these? In his boredom, Tang Gu left a comment beneath the topic. "My new book is about to be released, titled Me, the Great Man. Injured my finger, yet held back my tears." Upon sending his comment, he was immediately met with a flurry of responses. "I am truly astounded. Who dares to cavalierly judge my Lulu? Turns out it's just a pathetic novelist. Do you think you are impressive? A writer? I am eager to see which dismal novels you have penned. Who is this person, daring to slander our Lulu? Let us do a background check on him." There were many insults, and they were the mindless kind. These individuals hadn't even clicked on Tang Gu's information before launching their attacks. Yet, where there are detractors, there are also supporters. Tang Gu has a substantial fan base, not to mention the additional followers from his wife. Anyone interested in technology, automobiles, robotics, live broadcasting, or national affairs knows who Tang Gu is. 666,666. Can you believe there are fools who don't even recognize Old Tang? Old Tang is incredible, I support you. Look at my master ball, capturing the wild Old Tang. Those calling for a background check on Old Tang are certainly not using their brains. Finally, someone is standing up to these pampered celebrities. Old Tang is fantastic. A casual comment made by Tang Gu has directly sparked a frenzy of public interest and commentary. Fans of the male celebrity named Lulu have engaged in a direct confrontation with Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan's followers. The internet was ablaze with criticism, akin to a battlefield engulfed in smoke and chaos. Tang Gu never anticipated that a mere comment made after a meal would ignite such a fierce conflict. He was returning home alongside 2 young ladies, engrossed in his phone, perusing the barrage of insults exchanged online. Zhang Yashuan leaned over and inquired, "What has captured your attention so intently?" "Just some gossip. If you check my phone, you'll see. It's trending." Tang Gu exclaimed, astonished. The headline read, "Genius Tang Gu mocks the popular star Lulu." Such a title was undeniably captivating. Human nature is inherently curious. and upon encountering such sensational news, people were naturally inclined to delve deeper. As they did, netizens found themselves amused. Almost half the audience had long harbored disdain for these effeminate stars. Yet, when someone dared to mock them, they would be met with the fervent backlash of the star's zealous fans, leaving them questioning their own existence. Moreover, if a public figure dared to insult a celebrity, the ensuing chaos on social media would be catastrophic. There have been instances where notable individuals, after criticizing a certain star, were ambushed by fans on the street, facing assaults, or even having rotten eggs hurled at them. The behavior exhibited by these celebrities was often unpopular. But what irked the masses even more were the outrageous actions of their obsessive fans, which drove countless individuals to despair, ultimately discouraging anyone from provoking them. Yet today, a seemingly trivial action by Tang Gu rekindled the fervor online. How dare this tech enthusiast ridicule our beloved Lulu? Such behavior reflects a lack of decorum. To provoke our Lulu fan club is tantamount to courting disaster. One fan exclaimed, "What audacity! All he did was announce a new book, and you wish to dox him? Don't feign ignorance. The title of his book is clearly a jab at our Lulu." Another chimed in with laughter. "Clearly, you're aware of your Lulu's effeminacy. Do you dare to have me investigate you?" A fan challenged. "Come on, brothers, this person has threatened to expose me. What should I do?" The exchanges escalated, resembling a group of individuals merely posturing bravely with their words. Exactly, let us see who fears whom. As the situation unfolded, trending topics, discussions, and threads became completely overwhelmed. Zhang Yashuan's fans rallied to support her. Though they were devoted to Zhang Yashuan, Tang Gu's status as her husband made him one of their own. The fans of Yashuan quickly gathered, having long been irritated by these effeminate stars, declaring, "We women aren't so melodramatic. Why should a man behave like a frail woman? It's utterly nauseating. Gather around, sisters. It's time to protect Yashuan's husband." They rallied. Not only did Yashuan's fans join in, but even some former bystanders who had merely been observing the drama began to engage in the fray. Data from major online platforms surged, and even some celebrities became embroiled in the unfolding saga. From the initial mockery by Tang Gu and the topic surrounding Lulu's effeminacy, it gradually evolved into a nationwide discourse. Do contemporary male celebrities lack masculinity? This seemingly trivial incident burgeoned into a topic of universal concern. Even Tang Gu found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Was it really necessary? He had merely jested out of boredom, yet the fans of the individual reacted with such fervor. However, Tang Gu was touched by the loyalty displayed by both his fans and those of his wife, who staunchly defended him. Indeed, creating a significant impact for humanity is a worthy endeavor. At least he felt respected in the hearts of the people. Honestly, what were you thinking, stirring up trouble online? Zhang Yashuan chuckled, shaking her head. When did I ever? I only commented this once. Who could have anticipated such a monumental uproar? Tang Gu quickly denied any wrongdoing. The trending topic was not his concern. He was merely engaged in his own affairs. What can one do when one possesses innate popularity? All right. You are right. This morning, Jean Yumling had 3 motorcycles delivered. Let the performance begin while I go draw my comics. Zhang Yashuan affectionately ruffled her husband's hair, as if comforting a child. They've arrived, Tang Gu exclaimed, his joy akin to that of a child. He excitedly dashed towards the underground garage, grabbing a book as he passed by the study. A few days prior, Jean Yumling had inquired about his preferred brand and model of motorcycle. The Augusta company imposed no restrictions on the vehicles they could race, allowing for free selection, provided they outpaced the competitors assigned by the company. Without hesitation, Tang Gu had requested the Augusta 4. Chapter 49, Motorcycle Modifications. Automatic balancing system. This was Tang Gu's favorite motorcycle, a true work of art. Upon entering the basement, his gaze immediately fixed upon the sleek, jet black motorcycle adorned with golden stripes. The black carbon fiber combined with gilded copper accents imbued the bike with a mechanical elegance. Its sharply defined contours on the sides, with slightly rounded front and rear sections, demonstrated meticulous design aimed at effectively dispersing wind pressure. The other 2 motorcycles were those utilized by the competitors sourced by the Infone Group. One a black Honda 1000, the other a green Kawasaki 10. Taking a deep breath, Tang Gu sat down on his Augusta 4. Then, he flipped open the comprehensive guide to motorcycle modifications. He possessed some knowledge of motorcycle modification techniques and could even apply automotive engineering principles to motorcycles. However, to avoid overlooking any crucial details, he deemed it prudent to review the modification guide, as the speed of motorcycles is no less than that of cars. Moreover, while cars are encased in metal, motorcycles are merely a skin over iron. At the same speed of 200 miles per hour, a car owner has a chance of survival, but a motorcycle rider is far less fortunate. Tang Gu recognized the gravity of the situation and understood the importance of meticulously managing every aspect of the modifications. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your motorcycle knowledge, earning top-tier motorcycle manufacturing skills. After finishing the entire book, a system notification resonated in his mind. The pinnacle of motorcycle manufacturing technology was not merely the advanced techniques currently possessed by humanity, but rather encompassed an infusion of cutting-edge innovations. An abundance of new knowledge flooded his consciousness, particularly regarding tire technology, which surpassed anything he had previously encountered in terms of sophistication. The demands for traction on motorcycles were significantly greater than those for automobiles. He had not anticipated that a seemingly modest motorcycle could possess such intricate details and considerations. It appeared he had underestimated the complexity of motorcycles. Tang Gu sighed in acknowledgement and opened the garage door, driving out on his Augusta. He instructed his two bodyguards. "You two, please assist me by taking those two motorcycles to the Chilin factory." After sending a quick message to his wife, he set off on his Augusta at a moderate pace. Tang Gu was not a motorcycle expert. He was merely an ordinary rider. Before the implantation of the Origin technology, he dared not venture into Chilin factory. Thus began Tang Gu's modification plans. His initial focus was the automatic balance device. With this feature integrated, the motorcycle would remain upright regardless of how it was maneuvered, even during off-road races, allowing for uninhibited riding. This device would enable even those unfamiliar with motorcycles to navigate with ease, as long as they maintained a firm grip on the handlebars. The automatic balance mechanism in his mind was far more advanced and stable than the systems from his previous life. He immediately commenced coding, embedding it into the chip, while enlisting the help of basic robots to fabricate the necessary components like axle rollers for the balance system. Tang Gu already possessed a comprehensive balance system code in his mind, which he transcribed effortlessly. In less than half an hour, the programming was completed. The basic robots continued to produce parts, while Tang Gu remained industrious. With K-alloy at his disposal, he saw no need for carbon fiber. K-alloy was not only lighter and more heat-resistant than carbon fiber, but also exhibited superior hardness. A motorcycle built with K-alloy could collide with another vehicle and remain entirely unscathed. Chuckling softly to himself, Tang Gu moved to another workshop. He began personally crafting K-alloy protective plates and fenders, dedicating nearly 2 hours to the task. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he finally completed the K-alloy exterior shell. The basic robots had also finished assembling the parts for the automatic balance device. Tang Gu sketched a new blueprint, instructing the robots to commence work once more. The new design featured an innovative engine, akin to that of Chilin automobiles, with a smaller displacement but greater power. He then began assembling the automatic balance device, connecting the intricate components to the intelligent chip via circuitry. Once powered, the rollers began to rotate, enabling the device to operate autonomously. Tang Gu simply mounted a cubic frame for preliminary testing. The cube stood upright on its sharp corner, and no matter how Tang Gu pushed or rolled it, it would automatically adjust its orientation, returning to an upright position like a weeble. With the automatic balance device complete, all that remained was the engine. The intake and exhaust systems do not require complete reconstruction. A slight enhancement will suffice. As for the concern regarding potential damage, there is no need for alarm, as the alloy baffle can absorb any impact. As long as the alloy remains unchanged, the internal components of the motorcycle will remain unharmed. With regard to the stability and speed limiting systems, as well as the onboard computer, these can be entrusted to the Origin system. Tang Gu aims to create an intelligent motorcycle, allowing Origin to assist in driving, or even to take full control, rendering himself merely a passenger suspended on the bike. An hour has passed, and finally, the rudimentary robots have completed the engine that Tang Gu requested. Together with the 3 robots, he reassembles the Augusta. Every detail, from its color to its shape, has been meticulously preserved. It retains its striking appearance and robust presence, standing upright in the workshop without any support, thanks to the automatic balancing mechanism. It stands as a work of art. A mere sight to behold is a delight in itself. Those unaware might easily assume it to be a factory original Augusta 4. In reality, however, it has been entirely modified by Tang Gu. While the exterior remains unchanged, its performance has surpassed the original by several folds, now enhanced with the Origin system embedded within. The engine, exhaust, intake, and alloy protective plate can also be fitted to the other 2 motorcycles. Tang Gu takes out a pen and paper, sketching and jotting down notes before uploading them to Origin via the camera, instructing it to command the rudimentary robots to modify the other 2 motorcycles. He then mounts the Augusta, dons his helmet, and without hesitation, twists the throttle. A roar akin to a beast's growl emanates from within. The Augusta surges forward, its speed so swift that Tang Gu barely registers the acceleration. There is no tendency for the front wheel to rise, as Origin, in conjunction with the automatic balancing device, instantaneously stabilizes the weight distribution. The cutting-edge technology not only balances side to side, but also front to back. Should he wish to perform a wheelie for flair, Origin can adjust the parameters accordingly. The sudden acceleration catches Tang Gu off guard as he finds himself facing a wall. At this rate, he would surely crash through it. Yet just then, the motorcycle automatically pivots and shifts sideways, narrowly evading the wall and exiting through the doorway. Chapter 50. Payment with explosive effects. Tang Gu gasps in surprise, genuinely startled by the experience. Is the sensitivity set a bit too high? He mutters, the corners of his mouth twitching. Origin, adjust the throttle sensitivity to the default minimum setting. Understood, Mr. Tang. Adjusting parameters now, comes the voice from the fuel gauge. Adjustments are complete. You may use it with confidence. I apologize for the previous inconvenience. Should such an error occur again, I may have to consider a complete overhaul. Tang Gu replies calmly, reflecting on the significant oversight made by the artificial intelligence. Had it not been for the Origin's lack of motorcycle control, it would have undoubtedly crashed through the factory wall just moments ago. Crafted from K-alloy, the vehicle is certainly capable of such feats. Of course, the reason for Origin's error lies in Tang Gu's design choices, as he replaced the gear shift with intelligent voice activation. Since the Origin possesses motorcycle control, it defaulted to the highest gear. While the artificial intelligence can fine-tune the throttle parameters, Tang Gu lacks the ability to make such adjustments. Thus, a slight twist of the throttle propelled him forward in an instant. After calibrating the values, Tang Gu twisted the throttle once more, and the roar of the engine erupted. This time, the speed aligned perfectly with his expectations, not too fast, nor too slow, just within his grasp. Once he exited the factory, the velocity gradually increased. The fierce wind howled past his ears, causing his sleeves to flap violently. Tang Gu yearned to accelerate further, but the relentless beating of his sleeves against his arms compelled him to abandon the thought. The thunderous engine noise reverberated on the road, catching the attention of many motorists. Upon seeing the motorcycle, they were instantly captivated by its striking appearance. Wow, what a stunning bike! This thing must cost a fortune, exclaimed one. Is that an Augusta 4? I think that model goes for several million. Another chimed in. Spending millions on a motorcycle? They must be rolling in wealth. A moment of clarity struck. Once perplexed by the notion of spending such a sum on a car, he now understood. It was indeed magnificent. As Tang Gu navigated the Augusta into the city, more and more pedestrians gasped in awe. Some knowledgeable onlookers even remarked on the price of the Augusta. Ding! Mr. Tang, your wife has sent you a message requesting that you pick up some cakes and pastries on your way home. The voice of Origin emanated from the fuel gauge, as Tang Gu's phone was connected to it. Thus, any messages he received could be read aloud by Origin, eliminating the need to fumble for his phone while riding. As he entered the city, the speed of the Augusta began to decrease. What a gorgeous motorcycle. It looks expensive. I wonder who owns it. Haha, in this city, there are plenty of wealthy individuals. You can never truly know how many affluent people you pass by. That's an Augusta 4. I've always wanted one, but it's way out of my budget. Could it be someone from the Ying Feng Group? They do hold shares in Augusta. The speculation continued as the Augusta, driven by Tang Gu, came to a halt in front of a cake shop. The Origin locked the vehicle. Tang Gu softly uttered a command, disembarking and walking into the bakery. This is the beauty of an intelligent motorcycle. There's no need to lock it manually. There isn't even a key. Everything is controlled by voice. Besides emitting the voice of Origin, the fuel gauge is equipped with a minuscule camera. This serves not only to record driving footage, but also includes facial recognition capabilities. If the captured face is not Tang Gu's, yet his voice is present in the vicinity, the Origin will not unlock. The purpose is to prevent anyone from using recordings to fabricate voices and thereby steal cars. Naturally, Tang Gu can also authorize remote unlocking, facilitating the lending of his vehicle to others. 6 egg tarts, 6 cream puffs, 10 milk puddings, 10 caramel puddings, and 4 Harley cakes, please. Tang Gu entered the shop, removing his helmet and smiling at the attendant. Ah, Mr. Tang Gu, buying treats for your wife again? The female attendant remarked with a smile. Having seen Tang Gu numerous times, she recognized him as the one who frequently came to purchase delicacies for his spouse. Over time, they had become quite familiar with each other. Indeed, my little foodie can never seem to stop munching, Tang Gu replied with a grin. Your wife is very fortunate. I find myself a bit envious of her, the attendant remarked while packing the desserts. She is 28 this year and still single, a proper older leftover. Tang Gu reassured her, saying, you too shall find your other half. Do not lose heart. I hope so. I shall take your kind words to heart, the attendant responded, handing him the neatly packed treats. All set, still at the usual price. Tang Gu always purchased the same items in the same quantities, making the pricing redundant. With a beep, he scanned to pay, and the shop's payment notification chimed. Payment successful. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind and a deafening roar erupted behind Tang Gu. The glass of the cake shop shattered in an instant, shards scattering across the floor. Bewildered, Tang Gu turned around. What is happening? Is there an explosion effect with the payment now? Upon turning, he discovered a sedan had crashed into the cake shop's wall, half of its body inside and half outside. Is this a loss of control? Tang Gu exclaimed in shock. Ah, my shop. The female attendant jolted back to reality, crying out in alarm. What on earth is wrong with you? Can't you drive? You've ruined my store. She rushed to the vehicle, hurling insults at the man inside. Passers-by gathered around, some having witnessed the harrowing scene moments earlier. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Who would dare to drive a Tesla like that? Is their life not worth anything? TSK. And Tesla hasn't even responded yet. They've even withdrawn from the stock market, and someone still dares to drive this car. What a disaster. Wait, I just saw an Augusta. Could it be? A bystander recalled. It then dawned on the crowd that the striking motorcycle had vanished. Searching with their eyes, they soon found the stunning bike, directly in the path of the Tesla, now crushed against the cake shop's wall. This is bad. The damage to my vehicle is one thing, but that Augusta isn't cheap, and it seems to be a limited edition. How will I compensate for that? Goodness, the owner is coming out. Look at his face. It's as if he has just eaten something revolting. Can you blame him? His car is gone. He has wrecked someone's shop. And he has damaged an Augusta. He has in for a hefty bill. Chapter 51. Armored motorcycle. The reactions of those around varied greatly. Some expressed sympathy, while others reveled in schadenfreude. The owner of the Tesla was now filled with regret. Previously, after encountering issues with his vehicle, he had rushed to the dealership demanding a refund. However, his request was refused, and in despair, he resorted to selling the car to the second-hand market. To his dismay, even the second-hand dealers hesitated, claiming that a Tesla was unsellable. Ultimately, he had to grit his teeth and gamble on the hope that his car would not malfunction again, believing that the issues were isolated incidents, until today, when fortune dealt him a cruel blow. I'm so sorry, I truly am. I should never have driven this car, he pleaded, yet the female clerk was hardly swayed by mere apologies. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? You must compensate my store. All right, I will certainly compensate your store, but about this car. The man's gaze fell upon the crumpled front of his vehicle, which had embedded itself into a wall, with a dark motorcycle partially visible behind it. The bulk of the Tesla obscured the view, but even that fleeting glimpse of the motorcycle's rear suggested it must have been of considerable value. Though the specifics of the motorcycle remained unclear, one could infer that it was likely reduced to scrap metal. If the rumors circulating among the onlookers were indeed accurate, how could he possibly afford to compensate for such damage? Even selling all his possessions would not suffice. Excuse me, sir, is this motorcycle yours? He inquired nervously. He noticed that the cake shop housed only one female clerk and a young man of notable demeanor. Tang Gu, returning from his momentary daze, replied nonchalantly, yes, it is mine. The man hesitated, torn between words. Quickly take some photos. I'll need to compensate the store. I'm rather pressed for time. Could you please move your vehicle back? Tang Gu added. But The man hung his head in despair, feeling the weight of defeat. He understood that today he had truly fallen from grace. The other party seemed unyielding, making any hope of leniency utterly futile. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone to document the scene. The female clerk mirrored his actions, capturing every angle. Bystanders also began recording, sharing their grievances online and urging others to avoid driving such vehicles. Tesla's autopilot malfunctioned again, and it crashed into a multi-million-dollar Augusta. Poor owner. Wait. Isn't that Tang Gu? He just crashed Tang Gu's car. Indeed, it truly is Tang Gu. Upon being reminded, the crowd recognized the familiar face. The very individual who had recently stirred up a storm online. Once you've finished taking pictures, please move the car aside. I need to retrieve my motorcycle. Tang Gu stated calmly. The Tesla owner, somewhat perplexed, questioned the significance of retrieving a destroyed motorcycle. Was there a hidden agenda? Surely, a man of such wealth would not stoop to troubling an ordinary person. Rest assured, you need not compensate for my motorcycle. Simply settle with the store. Tang Gu reassured him, unable to suppress a smirk at the man's evident distrust. Very well. With a determined grit, the man returned to his vehicle. Though the front was damaged, the car had not yet ceased its operation, allowing him to reverse effortlessly. With a sharp thud, as the Tesla retreated, the once hidden beauty of the Augusta emerged from its entrapment within the wall, appearing as if it were a dust-laden masterpiece embedded in concrete. Tang Gu remained unflustered, casually extricating the car from its predicament. With a resounding crash, debris scattered as he forcefully liberated the Augusta from the wall. To the astonishment of onlookers, it became apparent that this multi-million-dollar vehicle seemed entirely unscathed. What is going on? Am I seeing things? No way, it looks perfectly fine. Is this motorcycle truly that resilient? How can it be unblemished after being wedged into a wall of reinforced concrete? Is it some sort of armored vehicle? The crowd was left in a state of disbelief, gazing at the nearly destroyed Tesla, the shattered concrete wall, and the bent rebar. Questions about the vehicle's construction began to circulate. Could it be made of that alloy? Someone speculated. Perhaps. Tang Gu must have modified it. How else could it withstand such an impact? Given that he created that alloy, it stands to reason he would enhance his own vehicle. Amidst the astonished murmurs, Tang Gu procured a cloth from a female attendant, dampened it, and meticulously wiped away the dust from the motorcycle. Before them stood an Augusta that appeared as pristine as new, remarkably devoid of any scratches or dents. With a bag of pastries slung over the left handle, Tang Gu smiled at the surrounding crowd. My wife is calling me home, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, the Augusta emitted a crisp unlocking sound. With a twist of the throttle, its engine roared to life, and Tang Gu drove off like a streak of black and gold, swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving only a wisp of dust in his wake. Is he really leaving just like that? The scene of the accident, with the car wrecked and the wall in ruins, juxtaposed with the intact motorcycle, felt decidedly peculiar. Is Tang Gu planning to create another motorcycle? Perhaps I should acquire one. Acquire one? Are you joking? That's an Augusta. The crowd marveled at Tang Gu's nonchalance, living in a lavish villa, accompanied by a sweet wife, and riding a custom motorcycle worth millions. They sighed in envy, recognizing Tang Gu as a true winner in life, living the dream they all aspired to. Some individuals shared their astonishing experiences online. By the time the traffic police arrived, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the car owner and the attendant behind. Tang Gu, his vehicle suffered no damage and just departed? The officers found it hard to believe. How can it possibly be unscathed after such a collision? Even armored vehicles do not exhibit such audacity and elegance. What more could he say? Apart from praising Tang Gu's prowess, he found himself at a loss for words. Very well, in accordance with the law, the car owner bears full responsibility. Compensation will follow the established protocols. You might want to consult your insurance company to see if they can assist with some of the reimbursement. With that, the traffic officer departed, leaving the female clerk smiling. This compensation would undoubtedly be substantial, enough for her to open a new luxurious cake shop. Who wouldn't be elated by that? Chapter 52, The Dongxing Fleet. Old acquaintances. Tang Gu stepped into his home, carrying cakes and pastries. As the aroma of delicious food enveloped him, Zhang Yashuan was bustling about in the kitchen, and in no time, she emerged with an array of cooked dishes. Why are you back so late today? Were you busy modifying your motorcycle? She casually inquired, taking a seat across from him. Oh, nothing much. Just got into a little accident with my bike. But it's no big deal, Tang Gu replied with a chuckle. The alloy shell he had used for modifications was resilient enough to withstand even bullets. As long as a vehicle made of this alloy didn't collide with his transformed Augusta, there would be no issues. The intake and exhaust were even shielded by the alloy panels. Provided the panels remained intact, nothing inside the vehicle would sustain any damage. An accident? You just took the motorcycle out today, and you had an accident already? Zhang Yashuan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in horror. It seems you won't be able to participate in that race. With your poor driving skills, how could you even think of entering a motorcycle competition? Are you hurt? Show me. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We should go to the hospital for a checkup. She immediately rose and walked towards Tang Gu, chiding him. Yet her heart was filled with concern. For a moment, Tang Gu found himself both amused and exasperated. It wasn't me who crashed. My motorcycle was parked by the roadside when an out-of-control electric scooter struck it. After a patient explanation, Zhang Yashuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Tang Gu recounted the incident over dinner, Zhang Yashuan listened in astonishment. Just as he was paying for a cake, the glass behind him shattered completely. Anyone unaware might assume his payment was a detonating device. I told you to wash your face before going out. Look at how dirty it is. You can even get hit while parked, Zhang Yashuan remarked, speechless, as she gazed at her husband. What a rare occurrence. Such a low-probability event had befallen Tang Gu. Well, my bike is sturdy. It's fine. So what do you think of my modification skills? He boasted playfully. It crashed into a wall, and the motorcycle is unscathed. Indeed. Indeed, my dear husband is the best. Zhang Yashuan responded with a smile, then recalled the events of the afternoon, shifting the conversation. By the way, an animation production team contacted me today, expressing interest in adapting my comic into an anime. What do you think? Should I agree? While Tang Gu was at the factory modifying his motorcycle, Zhang Yashuan unexpectedly received a call from her father, who informed her that an animation team was eager to bring her comic to life. Absolutely. If they have competent production capabilities, you should agree. Tang Gu nodded in affirmation. The brilliance of Demon Slayer lay in its cinematography and vibrant colors. In terms of plot, it can only be described as conventional. The most captivating aspect lies in the animated adaptation of Demon Slayer. My father mentioned that the counterpart is a domestic animation studio, which possesses commendable skills, albeit lacking in compelling narratives and substantial investors. Let us entrust them with this task. It's time for the world to experience our nation's animation, Tang Gu declared without hesitation. The current domestic animation industry is not deficient in technology, but rather in investment and quality storytelling. The term quality storytelling does not imply a lack of excellent tales within our country. Even if such narratives were scarce, adaptations from novels could suffice. However, the challenge lies in the fact that many stories and novels reflect societal shadows, which does not align with current policies. Hence, crafting a narrative that is both engaging and devoid of societal reflection is exceedingly difficult. Even if such stories exist, they often remain unrealized in animation due to a lack of investors or, alternatively, the production teams may lack sufficient funds, resulting in subpar outcomes. In that case, I shall mention this to my father shortly, and perhaps he could invest, Zhang Yashuan giggled. This is the advantage of having a supportive father. The investor is none other than her own dad. Consequently, whatever animation effect Zhang Yashuan desires, the production team will undoubtedly comply. Oh, the little heiress is overjoyed. The production teams will have to behave now, Tang Gu teased. Zhang Yashuan huffed lightly and retorted, who dares to disregard my words? If they do, they'll face the consequences. Do I also need to heed your instructions, my lady? Tang Gu inquired cautiously. Little Ku is mine, so naturally, he must obey. As long as you behave, sister will bestow upon you her favor tonight. Thank you, your imperial highness. Tang Gu, while feeling apprehensive, also displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes, akin to a servant favored by the empress. It's a pity you're not an actor, Zhang Yashuan chuckled at Tang Gu's antics. The two often indulged in role-playing. Yet, Zhang Yashuan consistently found herself breaking character, as Tang Gu's performance was remarkably convincing. Is a bit of playful banter truly necessary? You've transformed into a movie star. In a few days, the two race car drivers from Jin Yumeng would arrive for testing. Would there be enough time for modifications? Rest assured, it will be ready by tomorrow, with an extra day for testing, Tang Gu replied with a smile, assuring her not to worry. 3 days later, Jin Yumeng arrived with two young men clad in racing suits at Tang Gu's residence. They appeared to be around 25 years of age, their smiles radiating warmth. To Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan's astonishment, one of them was a familiar face, Chen Zimo, the representative from Porsche. Oh, brother Zimo, you're into motorcycles as well? Tang Gu, also dressed in racing attire, exclaimed in surprise. Haha, it's great to see you again. It's been a while, and Mr. Tang has skyrocketed to fame. Truly remarkable. Chen Zimo laughed heartily, explaining, I work for Porsche, but my passion lies in motorcycles. The two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. He patted the shoulder of the slightly older gentleman beside him. With a light smile, he said, This is my cousin, Zhang Tian, the captain of the Dongxing motorcycle team. He is the one who introduced me to the world of motorcycling. Hello, Zhang Tian replied with a subtle smile, extending his hand. Dressed in racing gear, Tang Gu shook hands with him, saying, Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have modified both of your motorcycles and added a fascinating feature. Follow me, Tang Gu stated, not indulging in unnecessary chatter as he turned towards the underground garage, with everyone following closely behind. In the spacious garage, 3 motorcycles stood gleaming under the bright lights. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian immediately noticed the peculiar differences in their motorcycles. Previously, the bikes had been parked at a slight angle, but now they stood upright, without any supporting structures on either side. Is this automatic balance? They exclaimed in unison. They had been closely following developments in this area, for such technology represented a formidable aid for motorcycle riders. Yet, it had remained elusive until now, with Tang Gu having achieved what others could not. Mr. Tang, is this truly an automatic balance device? Chen Zimo inquired eagerly. Indeed, I have equipped your motorcycles with an automatic balancing mechanism, ensuring that they will not topple regardless of how you ride them, Tang Gu affirmed, adding, I also upgraded the tires and engine, but I left other components untouched for your familiar comfort. You may give them a try. For a rider, a motorcycle is akin to one's own body. Minor enhancements are permissible, but significant alterations may prove disorienting. It is comparable to suddenly growing from a height of 1.7 meters to 2 meters. The adjustment would be overwhelming. However, adding protective gear or wearing elevated shoes would hardly disrupt one's balance. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian were visibly excited as they rushed to their motorcycles, running their hands over them as if caressing cherished children, their eyes brimming with affection. Though the exterior had not changed, it felt as if they were beholding their motorcycles for the first time. The two mounted their bikes and turned to Tang Gu, smiles brightening their faces. "Mr. Tang, shall we take a few laps together?" Chen Zimo inquired cheerfully. "There is no need for formalities. Simply call me Tang Gu or Brother Tang," he replied as he approached his Augusta, donning a sleek black and gold helmet. "Since you have invited me, let us ride together. It will also allow my wife to witness my riding skills." He adjusted his position to make room for someone behind him. Zhang Yashuan gracefully settled behind him, her delicate arms wrapped around his waist. "Wait, I want to join too," Jean Yuming exclaimed. Her brow slightly furrowed as she called out in a sweet voice. She gazed enviously at the trio's motorcycles, yearning to experience the thrill of the wind on a bike. However, the motorcycles were single-seaters, and accommodating two riders would necessitate close proximity, leaving her uncertain about how to navigate the delicate boundaries of intimacy. "If Miss Jean does not mind, please take a seat in my back seat," Chen Zimo said, a hint of shyness gracing his handsome visage. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan could sense the immense courage it took him to utter those words. "All right, it's settled." Upon hearing the invitation, Jean Yuma immediately accepted without a second thought. She joyfully dashed to Chen Zimo's sleek black Honda 1000. Initially, one might have assumed she would nonchalantly hop in without a care in the world. However, to their surprise, as she settled behind Chen Zimo, she became acutely aware of just how close they were. A blush crept onto her exquisitely delicate face. "Hee, the little girl actually feels bashful. I thought you were beyond such modesty," Zhang Yashuan, resting her head against Tang Gu's back, teased with a charming smile. "Nonsense, I am not. Be careful, or I shall retaliate," Jean Yuma retorted, her face still flushed with indignation. "Ha ha, off we go." Zhang Tian laughed heartily, eagerly revving the engine and exiting the garage. The moment the engine roared to life, he felt the distinctive performance of the vehicle. If he were to accelerate fully, it would undoubtedly exceed his wildest expectations. Tang Gu urged his wife to hold him tightly, following closely behind Zhang Tian. Soon, only Chen Zimo and Jean Yuma remained in the garage, and the atmosphere inexplicably grew a touch intimate. "Ahem, we should also make our departure," Chen Zimo coughed lightly, attempting to maintain composure, though his flushed cheeks betrayed him. Jean Yuma stifled a giggle, choosing not to expose his embarrassment. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist, hesitant to draw too close, her blush unwavering. They too exited the garage, and under Zhang Tian's guidance, the quintet arrived at the venue for the impending race, the illustrious motorcycle racing circuit in the Magic City. Spanning 5 kilometers, professional racers typically complete a lap in about 4 minutes. Upon their arrival, Tang Gu discovered that the venue had been exclusively reserved by the Feng group, leaving only the 5 of them on the vast track. "Yashuan, you should head to the spectators area," Tang Gu suggested, turning to his wife. "No, I want to sit in your vehicle," Zhang Yashuan insisted, shaking her head. "While racing, if you sit behind me, you might be thrown out." Tang Gu patiently explained. "What if you encounter trouble? I want to sit behind you, so we can face any mishaps together." At her words, Tang Gu scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Children say the silliest things. Such remarks should not be uttered lightly. It was truly immature." At times, Zhang Yashuan acted like a child, unguarded with her words. "Child, do you take me for a mere kid?" Zhang Yashuan exclaimed, her temper flaring like an irate kitten, as she pinched Tang Gu's waist. Though he felt a sharp pang, Tang Gu maintained a stoic expression. "Aren't you acting just like a child now? You, Tang Gu, you can't tell the difference between a king and a pawn." Zhang Yashuan fumed. Sensing the tension, Tang Gu swiftly jumped down from the front of the car. Zhang Yashuan immediately followed suit, pursuing him with concern. Fortunately, the Augusta was equipped with an automatic balancing system. Otherwise, the multi-million-dollar vehicle could have toppled over. As the couple, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, engaged in playful banter, they became oblivious not only to their vehicle but also to those around them. "Run, go on. Keep running," she teased. Yet, it wasn't long before Zhang Yashuan caught up with Tang Gu, effortlessly leaping onto his back, her delicate hand pinching his handsome face, radiating a sense of triumph. "You, who have spent years buried in books without any exercise, dare to compete in a race with someone like me, who jogs every morning?" "Oh no, please spare me, Your Highness." Tang Gu straightened his back slightly, and Zhang Yashuan gracefully dismounted. He turned to her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, chuckling. "I promise I won't dare again." Though his words pleaded for mercy, his actions betrayed him as he continued to take advantage of the moment. "Humph. Did you really think I would be an easy target?" Zhang Yashuan huffed playfully. "Hee. I primarily wanted to lure you over to discuss something," she whispered conspiratorially. "I secretly added origin to the motorcycle. I won't have any accidents while driving." Leaning in closer, Tang Gu murmured into her ear, "Really? By adding origin? Aren't you essentially cheating?" Suddenly, Zhang Yashuan covered her crimson lips, halting her words. They both understood that incorporating artificial intelligence into the competition was tantamount to dishonesty. 4. In such a scenario, the skills displayed would not belong to the driver, but rather to the technology of the AI. It was akin to using cheat software in an esports competition. Although there were no explicit regulations at present, should this information circulate, it would surely draw the ire of the Augusta company. Got it. Even though we are merely practicing for now. It serves as a precautionary measure against any potential accusations of foul play tomorrow, should I perform exceptionally well. Tang Gu winked at Zhang Yashuan, signaling her to keep this matter confidential. Chapter 54, 200 miles per hour auto limit cornering. All right then, you go ahead. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to participate in the race. Turns out you're using cheats. Zhang Yashuan sighed, exasperated, unsure of how to respond to Tang Gu. It was unlikely anyone would have anticipated that Tang Gu would equip his motorcycle with Origin. The Origin system could manipulate the steering wheel and gear shifts to execute various driving techniques. However, motorcycles differed in that steering required not just directional adjustments, but also a shift in the body. In a world lacking automatic stabilization devices, it was instinctive for everyone to believe that even with AI, it would be incapable of controlling a motorcycle. All right, Yashuan has given me the green light to compete. Let us get started. Tang Gu grinned as he hopped back onto the Augusta, donning his helmet. His racing suit had already been put on prior to their arrival, allowing him to commence immediately. Jin Yumeng dismounted from Chun Zimo's bike and joined Zhang Yashuan in the spectator area. Zhang Tian, not one for idle chatter, simply smiled before twisting the throttle and leading the charge. Tang Gu and Chun Zimo followed closely behind. The roar of engines erupted on the track as the speed of the three motorcycles increased progressively. 150, 180, 220. The fierce wind battered against them, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. Zhang Tian, cautious that Tang Gu might struggle to keep pace, maintained a moderate speed. Their purpose for being here today, aside from testing their machines, was also to familiarize Chun Zimo and Tang Gu with the racing circuit. Meanwhile, let us also assess the true prowess of Tang Gu. Zhang Tian harbored the notion that Tang Gu was merely toying with the situation, for he had never heard of Tang Gu's experience with motorcycles, even doubting his ability to ride one at all. However, when Zhang glanced through the rearview mirror to gauge the circumstances behind him, he was taken aback to find Tang Gu closely tailing him, appearing remarkably at ease. The straight-line speed, he mused, was merely a matter of skill and courage, and did not necessarily indicate anything significant. As he approached the turn, Zhang leaned his body to the side, almost grazing the ground in a dramatic display, maintaining a speed of approximately 70 miles per hour as he navigated the bend with grace. He awarded himself a passing score for his maneuver. Upon checking the mirror again to ascertain Chun Zimo's position, he was suddenly startled as a dark figure zipped past him. The roar of the wind enveloped Zhang, causing his heart to race as he feared it was Chun Zimo overtaking him. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that the one who had surged ahead was none other than Tang Gu. The absurd thought crossed Zhang's mind. Had Tang Gu not slowed down at all during that turn? At that moment, Chun Zimo, aboard his Honda 1000, pulled alongside Zhang, his voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Tian, we might actually have a chance to outpace those professional racers." Zhang was taken aback. He understood Chun Zimo's implication and felt a sense of surprise. He had initially assumed that Tang Gu was merely participating for fun, and had he underperformed, Zhang would have certainly proposed a change to the leadership of the Wind Group. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang Gu was a hidden gem. The speed he had just displayed was not achievable without the caliber of a youth training athlete. Let us chase after him. Zhang laughed heartily, accelerating once more. Zhang and Chun Zimo simultaneously increased their speed, reaching 300 miles per hour. They lowered their bodies, using their windshields to shield against the wind pressure, shooting forth like arrows. The roar of the engines echoed throughout the racecourse, reminiscent of crashing waves. 330. Zhang and Chun Zimo had reached a staggering speed of 330 miles per hour. Yet, to their dismay, they found themselves unable to keep pace with Tang Gu's velocity. What is happening? We are both at 330 miles per hour. Yet Tang Gu is still widening the gap. Zhang's expression was one of disbelief. Chun Zimo, too, was taken aback, realizing for the first time the strength of Tang Gu's motorcycle skills and how effortlessly he maneuvered. Tang Gu was indeed a person of remarkable depth, whether it be his advanced technology or his current motorcycle prowess. Chun Zimo felt a profound respect for him. No wonder he could marry the daughter of the president of Hongtai Group while appearing to be an ordinary individual. It was not that Tang Gu was unremarkable, but rather that he was exceptionally understated. Zhang Yashuan was undoubtedly the wisest of them all. She recognized Tang Gu's merits. Marrying such a low-key yet talented man could hardly be seen as a compromise. Chen Zimo took a deep breath, urging himself to dispel any further distracting thoughts and focus on the road ahead, for a turn loomed before him. He realized he was decelerating too slowly. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian were once again taken aback. Ahead lay a sharp turn. At such speed, the tires would fail to grip the ground, risking a catastrophic spin. This reckless individual was indeed a foolhardy novice. Zhang Tian's expression darkened considerably, and he began to decelerate, preparing to exit the vehicle for a rescue. The roar of the engine reverberated throughout the racetrack, as Tang Gu pressed his body close to the motorcycle. He did not attempt to steer the Augusta, nor did he even touch the throttle. In that fleeting moment as he approached the bend, the Augusta leaned at an astonishing angle to the left. With his legs tightly pressed against the chassis, Tang Gu adopted an unorthodox posture, defying the laws of physics. He navigated the turn with remarkable speed, the speedometer displaying a staggering 200. What the hell? Zhang Tian could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Chen Zimo stared wide-eyed at this bizarre maneuver. In the spectator stance, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yuming were utterly oblivious to the perilous nature of Tang Gu's actions. They were still engaged in discussion, marveling at Tang Gu's driving prowess, speculating that his skills were honed from frequent night drives. However, behind Tang Gu, both Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Tang Gu could conquer such a sharp turn at a blistering speed of 200. Moreover, on the straightaway, his speed surged to 400. Instantly, he created a significant distance between himself and the two of them. The engine roared, and the wind howled past their ears, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Tang could distinctly felt as though a colossal hand was attempting to push him off the motorcycle. He dared not let his guard down, gripping the handlebars tightly, striving to remain as close to the bike as possible. Beyond the tension and pressure, exhilaration surged within him. The sensation of reaching 400 on a motorcycle was an entirely different experience compared to that of a car. Only by personally experiencing the gale at such speed could one truly grasp the velocity and the terrifying force of the wind. The roar of the engine echoed like a battle cry from within Tang Gu, as adrenaline surged, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of euphoria. He devoted his focus to remaining close to the motorcycle, feeling the speed and the fierce wind. As for navigating the turns, that responsibility was entrusted entirely to the origin system. The extreme angle of the turn at 200 was merely a basic operation for the origin. Under the precise control of the origin, Tang Gu relished the thrill of consecutive turns and the exhilaration of extreme speed. The distance between him and the two behind him widened, and he ultimately crossed the finish line without contest. Wow, Tang Gu actually finished first. Jin Yuming clapped her hands in astonishment. Perhaps he was just lucky, Zhang Yashuan remarked with a light smile. Luck? This endeavor is devoid of luck, Jin Yuming said with a hint of envy. Yashuan, how fortunate you are to be married to such an exceptional man. I wish I could find an outstanding guy too. There are plenty of excellent young men. The one you rode with today was quite impressive, Zhang Yashuan replied with a teasing smile. As Jin Yuming's cheeks flushed, she hurriedly explained, what nonsense are you talking about? He and I are not in that kind of relationship. Suddenly, Tang Gu parked his Augusta in front of the audience, removed his helmet, and waved cheerfully at his wife, saying, so what do you think? Your husband is quite impressive, isn't he? Humph. Look at you, so full of yourself. Without a hint of modesty, Zhang Yashuan chuckled. She was well aware that it wasn't Tang Gu who was riding the motorcycle, but rather it was the origin. Tang Gu was merely a passenger. The two women descended together, with Jin Yuming sweetly calling out Brother Tang with each step. After all, Tang Gu's skills were exceptional, allowing him to represent the Windward Group in the competition, which greatly benefited her family's acquisition of Augusta. Moments later, Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian arrived at the finish line. They glanced at Tang Gu's timing and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. For minutes and 1 second, while it may not be the highest single lap record, it certainly places him among professional contenders. Chen Zimo exclaimed in shock. I can't believe it. Tang Gu has concealed such skill. Zhang Tian suppressed his own astonishment and reflected deeply. Brother Tang is truly a hidden gem. I doubt anyone would have expected you to possess such driving prowess. As Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo approached with smiles, he added, our chances of securing first place in tomorrow's race have increased significantly. Just average, really. I have much more hidden talent. Tang Gu laughed, showing no inclination towards modesty. Beside him, Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at her husband, knowing him better than anyone. If it were his true capability, he would respond with humility, but if it was not his own, he would swell with pride at the flattery. As if the motorcycle skills displayed were entirely his own. That was amazing. Brother Tang, you're so impressive. You must help me win first place tomorrow, Jin Yuming said, fidgeting and speaking sweetly. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yashuan reached out to pinch Jin Yuming's delicate face, her expression unyielding as she said, You little flirt. Speak normally and stop acting like a green tea princess. All right, you protective husband fanatic. Jean Yuming playfully swatted away her friend's fair hand, laughing. Tang Gu, however, paid no heed to the playful banter between his wife and Jean Yuming, focusing earnestly on conversing with Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo. Brother Zhang, you and Zimo were a bit conservative in your driving. I suggest you take the opportunity to truly experience the vehicle's performance, Tang Gu advised. I've modified your tires for superior grip, far surpassing any motorcycle available on the market. Additionally, I've enhanced your engines and integrated an automatic balancing mechanism, allowing you to accelerate and navigate corners with confidence. The automatic balancing feature eliminates the risk of tipping over, and the tire grip significantly reduces the likelihood of losing control. Even if you do veer off, the mechanism can adjust the bike upon landing, he continued with a smile. You two might as well go ahead and test it out boldly. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo paused for a moment, contemplating, before saying nothing and immediately mounting their bikes for a test drive. After Tang Gu's encouragement, the engines of their motorcycles roared to life as they sped down the track, gradually increasing their velocity. Beneath the helmet, the countenance gradually transformed into one of delight as the speed of the motorcycle surged. Particularly exhilarating was the acceleration during the curves, instilling a sense of fear, yet simultaneously delivering a thrilling sensation. They incrementally increased their speed, completing lap after lap, with their average velocity steadily rising. Remarkably, they even surpassed Tang Gu's earlier record. This was truly astounding. The grip was astonishing, completely defying previous experiences. Zhang Tian dismounted and approached Chen Zimo, his face alight with elation. Tang Gu, renowned for his groundbreaking technology, had crafted modifications that transcended mere alterations. He had integrated complexities beyond their comprehension. Chen Zimo, with a serious expression, declared, I now possess the confidence to secure a top 5 finish on the track tomorrow. I have never felt such exhilaration. All of this is thanks to brother Tang Gu. Zhang Tian glanced around, suddenly realizing, where are Tang Gu and the others? They had likely departed, considering the late hour. Chen Zimo cast a wry smile at the dimming sky, observing the staff gradually entering the venue. They needed to prepare the site for tomorrow, unfurling various banners to capture attention. After a casual meal with Zhang Tian, Chen Zimo returned to the track to experience the motorcycle's transformation once more. Meanwhile, Tang Gu and his companions had already returned to their respective homes. Tang Gu logged onto his Penguin account and discovered that the editor had reached out to him again. Editor, Big Brother Tang Gu, Fengxue Films has increased their offer, expressing a sincere desire to collaborate. They've raised it to 50 million. If that's still unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. Tang Gu responded, I have a modest target, 100 million. Editor, no, Big Brother Tang Gu, please don't jest. I can sense their earnestness. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Tang Gu replied, let us give them one last chance. If their offer does not meet my expectations, then we shall not proceed. Tang Gu added, inform them that I am not in need of money and am not particularly interested in it. However, I require a demonstration of their sincerity. In truth, 50 million had already reached Tang Gu's bottom line, yet he understood that a higher figure could be attained. Rather than engage in prolonged negotiations with the film company, he preferred to deliver a final offer directly. Editor, all right, I will contact them now. With a sense of resignation, the editor reached out to Blizzard Films, conveying Tang Gu's exact words. After a brief wait, Tang Gu received another message from the editor. Editor, incredible. 80 million. They have directly proposed a price of 80 million. Editor, my goodness, this is undoubtedly the highest film rights fee ever recorded. Upon reading this, Tang Gu's smile broadened. Tang Gu, that is acceptable. Instruct them to send the contract. I agree. He had anticipated a figure around 60 or 70 million, yet this exceeded his expectations. Well, it was satisfactory enough. He reluctantly consented. Editor, wonderful. Here is the contract they sent. Please sign it. As the contract arrived, Tang Gu meticulously reviewed each clause before affixing his signature online. The film adaptation rights for The Mysterious God were officially sold. Chapter 56. The release of Old Tang's new book. Tang Gu engaged in further discussions with the editor regarding the nuances of adaptation, when he received a call from Fengxue Film and Television. Hello, I am Ding Liqiao, the representative for Fengxue Film and Television in China. May I speak with Mr. Tang Gu? A young woman's voice emanated from the phone. Tang Gu responded politely, this is Tang Gu. Hello, Miss Ding. Mr. Tang, you have just signed a copyright agreement with Fengxue Film and Television. We will commence the adaptation of The Mysterious God tomorrow. Do you have any specific requests regarding the project? Ding Liqiao inquired. Every author possesses the right to voice their opinions regarding the adaptation of their work, particularly concerning casting, directing, and investment. At the moment, I have no particular demands, but I do hope you excel in the storyline and special effects. As for other aspects, I have no additional requests, Tang Gu replied. Isn't the essence of a film embodied in its visual presentation and narrative? Regarding the casting, Tang Gu held a strong trust in Fengxue Film and Television, confident they would not select actors lacking in skill, which would only tarnish their reputation. Very well, if you have any further requests, feel free to call me. I will promptly relay your message to the headquarters of Fengxue Film and Television. I have added you on WeChat. I hope you will accept it to facilitate future communications. Understood. Goodbye. Goodbye. And may your days be filled with joy. After ending the call, Tang Gu accepted the friend's request from Ding Liqiao. The profile picture seemed to be her, and he couldn't help but notice her beauty and charm. Is she attractive? Well, she's decent, but not as lovely as my wife. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Tang Gu instinctively replied, yet he quickly transitioned seamlessly into the next sentence. Humph, you narrowly escaped a disaster. Who is she anyway? Zhang Yashuan's arm reached around from behind him, embracing his neck. The representative of Fengxue Film and Television, My the Mysterious God, is being adapted into a film. Exciting times ahead. Tang Gu smiled, stroking his wife's delicate arm, which bore a subtle fragrance, likely from a recent bath. Ah, that's wonderful. My Demon Slayer contract has also been finalized. Perhaps our films and anime will premiere simultaneously. Zhang Yashuan playfully wrapped her legs around Tang Gu's waist, clinging to him like a koala. Why are you climbing on me while we're talking? Tang Gu inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's just a habit. I actually came to convey a message from the fans. They're eager for you to start your new book. She playfully stuck out her little pink tongue, feeling a tad bashful as she nearly forgot her purpose for coming over. Ah, I almost forgot. I need to write now, Tang Gu exclaimed, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He promptly opened his writing software, ready to commence his writing for the evening. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with video games and motorcycles, inadvertently neglecting his writing duties. It seemed that since embracing technology, he had adopted a more laid-back approach to his writing. Dear readers, your old Tang is finally beginning to write. Zhang Yashuan dismounted from Tang Gu and headed to the living room to retrieve her phone. Bringing it back to the room, she reclined on the bed, directing the live stream camera towards Tang Gu, who was engrossed in his writing. Oh my, is that old Tang? After several days, why has he fallen so behind? Only just now completing the first chapter? Goodness, we have waited so long. And you're telling me you've merely begun? Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't dare to rest this long. It's been ages since I last saw old Tang. What has he been up to these past few days without writing? Is he busy with that big white thing? Where's our big white? It hasn't made an appearance yet. Forget about the big white. My smart car isn't even ready. It's taking far too long. As soon as the camera panned to Tang Gu, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged. Zhang Yashuan, feeling a bit annoyed, playfully kicked Tang Gu with her delicate foot. Look, my live stream has turned into your live stream. Noticing that Tang Gu remained unresponsive, her playful spirit ignited. She lifted her foot and waved it teasingly near Tang Gu's nose. To her surprise, he suddenly opened his mouth and nipped at her toe. Ouch! Zhang Yashuan exclaimed in pain, quickly retracting her foot. Truly, he is a dog of a man, even daring to bite my toe. The comments flooded in. Sister Yashuan is trying to bully old Tang, but who knew he had such bite, even nipping at toes? Is there really someone who thinks this is punishment? Sister, step on me. What a crowd of oddballs. The playful exchange between the two unfolded in the live stream, eliciting yet another wave of comments. Why did you disturb me while I was writing? I bet because it was for the sake of my fans, Tang Gu remarked, typing away with a remarkable speed of 10,000 words per hour on the keyboard. What a grandiloquent statement. No wonder he is old Tang. His typing speed is impressive. Surely he isn't just striking the keys randomly? You all focus solely on his typing speed, but as a fellow author, I must clarify that Tang Gu's prowess lies not in his hands, but in his mind. Every author can type quickly, yet they falter when their thoughts cannot keep pace. Each word demands contemplation, each passage requires conception. Writing appears simple, but is profoundly challenging. Tang Gu's intellect is astounding. Maintaining such a pace, doesn't he need to ponder the plot and the prose? Remarkable. It's finally clear why old Tang updates so swiftly. Not only does he maintain his speed, but he also finds time to interact with his wife. It's utterly ridiculous. While crafting his tale, Tang Gu could even respond to his wife's remarks. No matter what Zhang Yashuan chatted about or how they interacted, she could not disrupt his focus. Even when he paused to eat the fruit she had prepared, he would turn back to the computer and instantly regain his rhythm. Such concentration is the dream of every author and the aspiration of every student. If nothing around could distract one, everyone would possess the potential to excel academically. The greatest challenges in studying and writing lie in the lack of focus. After 2.5 hours of writing, Tang Gu produced 30,000 words, neatly divided into 15 chapters, which he promptly published on the website. The live stream erupted into cheers. At last, I have completed it, 15 chapters in total. I must now strive for the position of leader. The esteemed Tang Gu has released a new book. It is poised to dominate the charts. Congratulations to the venerable Tang on this new endeavor. Remarkably, it is a work of science fiction. Is he intending to incorporate his technological insights into this narrative? Or perhaps bring the innovations of his tale into the realm of reality? I shall take my leave now to indulge in reading. Tang Gu, do make time to accompany your wife to bed early, lest you wear yourself out. Does accompanying one's spouse to sleep not preclude exhaustion? Hee. Following the release of the chapter, Tang Gu once again graced Weibo with an announcement regarding his new book. New book, Devouring the Universe, seeking your support. Within mere seconds of its publication, likes and replies began to flood in, all echoing sentiments of a soaring new release. On the novel website, it ascended the reading charts in under an hour. Tang Gu is undoubtedly a titan in the world of online literature, boasting an immense fanbase. Whether they entered through the portal of Xinxia or the realm of fantasy, all are drawn by curiosity to witness this miraculous man's foray into science fiction. Finally, the esteemed Tang Gu has unveiled a new work, despite his previous one concluding not long ago. Having just finished reading, I feel that the 15 chapters have merely scratched the surface of the theme. I implore Tang Gu to update swiftly. I am truly in awe of Tang Gu. How does he manage to imbue each of his novels with a distinct literary style? There is a palpable mechanical essence of science fiction within, reminiscent of The Mysterious God, which also features steam mechanics. Yet the atmosphere of Devouring the Universe is strikingly different. How wondrous. I have heard whispers that The Mysterious God is to collaborate with Fengxue Films. I wonder if there is any truth to this. Surely this is mere rumor. Is not Fengxue Films an overseas movie company? Could they truly have taken notice so swiftly of the recently concluded The Mysterious God? One might think that Tang Gu possesses remarkable influence. Who can say? I sincerely hope it is true. I am at a loss as to how this individual acquired such information. Hasn't Tang Gu only just finalized his contract with Fengxue Films? Is the internet truly so insecure? Origin, please investigate this individual's address. How could they possibly know of my collaboration with Fengxue Films? As Tang Gu's words lingered in the air, Origin commenced a search for the address of the information leaker. The final result revealed a certain Ding Liqiao, the domestic agent for Fengxue Films. Upon learning this, Tang Gu speculated that this might be a strategic move to build anticipation for the film. After some contemplation, he sent a message to the party in question. Tang Gu Yimeng. Miss Ding, would you like me to promote The Mysterious God film on Weibo? Ding Liqiao? Ding Liqiao. If possible, that would indeed be wonderful. Tang Gu Yimeng. It seems that someone has acquired insider information. How could they possibly know? Ding Liqiao. Perhaps it is a leak from the network. Online contract signings can be quite insecure, haha. Ding Liqiao. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. It can help us generate excitement for the film, huh? Tang Gu Yimeng. Indeed, indeed. Tang Gu chuckled, choosing not to unmask the situation further. He then proceeded to post another message on Weibo. The film adaptation of The Lord of the Mysteries is set to be produced by Fengxue Film and Television. What a surprise that such internal news has been officially announced so swiftly. It appears that the individual who shared the news is indeed a significant figure, with their words carrying great weight. The excitement is palpable as the prospect of a film adaptation arrives so promptly, and with Fengxue Film and Television backing it. A box office of 10 billion is surely expected. The question arises, will the lead role be portrayed by a domestic actor or a foreign one? Personally, I lean towards a foreign actor, given that the protagonist in the novel becomes a foreigner after traversing worlds. However, it is worth noting that the character originally hails from the Dragon Kingdom. They merely transform into a foreigner through their journey. It would be splendid to see a Dragon Kingdom actor proficient in English take on the role. Indeed, there are foreigners with yellow skin as well. But casting a Dragon Kingdom actor would be even more remarkable. Online discussions are fervent, and Fengxue Film and Television has chosen not to remain silent, promptly releasing a Weibo post and tagging Tang Gu's account, Ming Dao Chongxing. The film adaptation of The Lord of the Mysteries is happening. Fengxue Film and Television has decided to cast a Dragon Kingdom actor as the lead. Recruitment. Lead role for The Lord of the Mysteries. The internet is abuzz, with countless individuals lying awake through the night. How astonishing that the officials are acting with such alacrity. Who exactly is Ming Dao Chongxing? Many are left questioning, especially since The Lord of the Mysteries is penned by the esteemed Tang Gu. What audacity for Ming Dao Chongxing to intrude. It seems that old Tang has lost his pen name in a grand spectacle. I had forgotten that old Tang's pen name was indeed Ming Dao Chongxing. Many online refer to Tang Gu as Old Tang, and most are familiar with him by his given name. It is quite astonishing that nearly half of the online populace cannot recall his pen name. Tang Gu stands as the singular internet literature luminary who eludes being remembered by his pseudonym. I suspect these individuals live on Weibo, aware of every little stir. Whatever we discuss, they promptly release information on. It feels as though they are monitoring us, which is rather unsettling. Though disconcerting, this news is exhilarating. Who do you think would be suitable for the lead role? Just as long as it isn't that Lulu. Lulu? The one involved in the previous fan disputes? Indeed, who else could it be? Aren't you concerned about his fans retaliating against you? Who dares to speak ill of my dear Lulu? How swift their response is. Tang Gu chuckles foolishly at his computer, perusing through the information. What is causing such merriment, making him appear like a simpleton? Zhang Yashuan, having just ended her live stream, notices her silly husband grinning widely. She approaches him, her gaze fixed on the content displayed on the monitor. Observing the fervor on Weibo, a thought crosses her mind. Should she also share news about the animation of Demon Slayer? Given the chaos online, do you feel the need to join in? Tang Gu, drawn in by the delicate fragrance of his wife, remarks with a bemused expression, I find it quite amusing. Well, if you wish to post, then go ahead. Just be sure to mention that the novel is mine, and let these people lose sleep tonight. With that, Tang Gu promptly disrobes and heads to the bathroom for a shower, depriving the netizens of sleep while he himself seeks rest. He clings to his beautiful wife as they drift into slumber. With a playful giggle, Zhang Yashuan seizes the computer, logs into her Weibo account, and begins to compose her post. The adaptation of my husband's short story into a comic, Demon Slayer, is finally being animated. Production team, Tianji Animation. Investors, Hongtai Group, Zhang Hongwang. Mere seconds after posting, fans respond with fervor. Demon Slayer? That's the comic sister Yashuan sketched during her live stream. Incredible, an animation adaptation of Demon Slayer? Just earlier, Old Tang mentioned the film adaptation of The Mysterious God. Are the couple serving us a mixed double feature? Planning to keep us all awake tonight? Hooray, Tianji Animation? The studio that did a commendable job with parts 2 and 3, this is bound to be exciting. Tianji Animation possesses remarkable technical prowess, yet it lacks a compelling narrative. However, a short story produced by Old Tang is sure to be exceptional. I'm becoming increasingly excited. Between the film of The Mysterious God and the anime of Demon Slayer, I find it hard to sleep. This couple is intentionally keeping us awake. If they choose to forego sleep tonight, they should not drag us along. Why aren't they sleeping though? Their previous approach was rather limited. They never sleep at night, opting to rest during the day. Remarkably, they can navigate such a rough road. That night, millions reveled in excitement over Tang Gu's new book, the movie adaptation of The Mysterious God, and the anime of Demon Slayer. These three topics were not only discussed domestically, but also garnered international attention. Many engaged in animated conversations until the early hours, finally succumbing to slumber. A mysterious series of numbers to encourage updates. 1 Lin Si E Ba Si Senjio San San. Chapter 58. 5 professional racing teams. Viewer's note. All racing teams sharing names with real entities are entirely fictitious. The following day, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan brushed their teeth and washed their faces together in the bathroom, dressing in the wardrobe. Zhang Yashuan donned a 2-layer top, a pure white short-sleeve shirt beneath a translucent pale pink scarf. The fabric resembled a fairy's attire, radiating a delicate rosy glow. Below, she wore ultra-short denim shorts, revealing her long, fair legs, perfectly proportioned and undeniably alluring. Her enchanting beauty, paired with a simple outfit, exuded a distinct charm. In stark contrast, Tang Gu's attire was considerably more understated, creating a vivid juxtaposition with his wife's glamorous look. He wore a black and gold racing suit, covering his physique completely. When he donned his black helmet, it obscured the remaining handsome features of his face. Before departing, Tang Gu prepared a clean change of clothes to wear after the race for a celebratory dinner at the hotel. Indeed, even before the competition, he was ready to celebrate. In his eyes, the race was already won. Despite Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo's skills, coupled with his modified motorcycle, all he needed was a normal performance. The remainder shall be entrusted to Tang Gu alone to showcase. Let us depart. The roar of the engine resonated like the crashing waves of the sea, invigorating and melodious. Zhang Yashuan pressed close against Tang Gu's back as they rode the Augusta 4 towards the motorcycle racing arena in the magical city. Their neighbor, Jin Yumeng, pouted her lips in resignation as she entered the car of Zhang Yashuan's bodyguard, trailing behind. Few were aware of the motorcycle race. Thus, the majority of attendees today were aficionados from the motorcycle community. They had received word that numerous professional racers would be competing. Enthusiasts eagerly purchased tickets to witness the event. Professional racing competitions were a rarity in the country, predominantly occurring abroad. Virum. At that moment, racers clad in racing suits arrived in succession, each piloting their own motorcycles. The rest area by the track became increasingly populated with competitors, eliciting gasps and cheers from the crowd. Good heavens, is this motorcycle race for real? The BMW team, Ducati team, Kawasaki team, Honda team, goodness, even the Suzuki team. All are professional racers. It seems the bet between the Feng Group and Augusta is indeed legitimate. Pardon me, newcomer, could you enlighten us about their wager? It is said that the Feng Group intends to acquire Augusta. Yet Augusta posed a condition. They required the Feng Group to find 3 non-professional racers to compete against the professionals and secure victory. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. How could non-professional racers possibly outperform the professional racers arranged by Augusta? How will the Feng Group respond? Have they found their contestants? One individual eagerly posed the question that intrigued everyone. The well-informed one shook his head. I am uncertain. I have heard they found candidates, but I do not know who they are. It is from the Dongxing team, a youth training team, and among the 3, 2 are from Dongxing. Another nearby informant interjected directly. Even if they are youth trainees, it is difficult to surpass professional racers, as the disparity is considerable. I share your sentiment. And I have never even heard of Dongxing team. I find the name somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall why. It seems to have been mentioned in some past incident. I have a similar feeling, but where have I heard of this team? The crowd pondered deeply, yet the memory felt distant. And they had not paid it much heed at the time, resulting in their inability to recall. Meanwhile, Tang Gu and his companions arrived at the venue and entered the rest area. The Tang brothers have arrived. Shall I explain the rules of this race to you? Chen Zimo approached them as they disembarked. Go ahead, I am not very clear myself, Tang Gu replied, removing his helmet and assisting his wife in getting out of the vehicle. This race consists of a time trial for 3 participants, each completing 5 laps, with the final score being the cumulative time of all 3 racers. Chen Zimo explained. Therefore, to secure first place, none of us can afford to be slow. Our combined time must be the least among all competitors. In a 3-person time trial, the greatest fear is a lackluster teammate. Once a single individual falters or lags behind, the entire team suffers. Essentially, the blunder of one signifies the demise of the group. At that point, each team will send forth a member to compete in rotation. Chen Zimo continued, Brother Tang Gu, since you have not participated in a competition before, Tang Gu and I will take the first turn. You can observe for now, and we'll let you join in the 3rd round. He understood that while Tang Gu possessed skill, he lacked competitive experience. Given the protocols and regulations that would need to be followed upon entering the arena, it was inevitable that Tang Gu would be unaware of them. Even if explained verbally, it was unlikely that Tang Gu would retain the information. Thus, Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian decided to assign Tang Gu to the 3rd round, allowing him time to absorb the atmosphere and observe the strategies of others to avoid any blunders when it was his turn. I have no objections, you 2 go ahead. But don't hold us back, Tang suggested with a smile. Haha, we will definitely be fine. After all, we are trained by Long Gu. Chen Zimo laughed heartily. Who is Long Gu? Tang Gu inquired curiously. He is a brother of mine, once renowned in the racing world, but unfortunately, he has since withdrawn from the team and is now pursuing other ventures. Zhang Tian replied with a wry smile. I see. Tang nodded, not dwelling on it further. As the crowd swelled, the professional racers began to arrive. The sight of numerous familiar foreign faces sent the motorcycle enthusiasts in the stands into a frenzy. 5 professional teams, each represented by 3 racers, gathered. Augusta clearly sought to leave no opportunity for the Windward Group, sparing no expense to recruit such a multitude of professional racers. By the way, who is the 3rd member of the Windward Group? A fan in the audience questioned. Well, that remains unclear. Anyway, he is not from the Dongxing team. A friend of mine knows someone from the Dongxing team and mentioned that he is merely an amateur, albeit a skilled one, another replied. Skilled amateur? Please. This isn't a martial arts world. No matter how skilled, he cannot outpace a professional racer. Someone immediately contested, asserting that while talented amateurs might hold their own against younger competitors, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed in a race against professionals. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as all eyes turned to the racetrack. 6 riders simultaneously mounted their motorcycles, igniting a wave of cheers throughout the venue. The cacophony of whistles and shouts filled the air. Among the 6 competitors, 5 were the familiar professional racers the audience had often seen on television, thrilling the crowd. The 6th, however, was Chen Zimo, representing the Dongxing team, procured by the Windward Group. The crowd cheered, but not for him, nevertheless. He would demonstrate his prowess and greet their astonishment at the finish line. Beneath his helmet, Chen Zimo flashed a charming smile as the Honda 1000 beneath him roared to life, poised for action. Welcome everyone. This event is not a professional race, but rather a private competition co-hosted by Augusta Corporation and the Windward Group. The event has invited 5 professional teams: BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and Suzuki. As the announcer's voice resonated from the colossal speakers, the audience's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. The 3 contestants selected by the Wind Group aspire to seize the championship title in the trio time trial, with no restrictions on motorcycle types. Let us delve into their details. In the next moment, an electronic screen illuminated with the names of Zhang Tian, Chen Zimo, and Tang Gu, along with their respective vehicles. A civilian motorcycle? Surely not. What audacity to believe one could triumph over racing bikes with a civilian model. While the motorcycle is indeed a civilian version, they have modified it into a racing variant. The absence of rear-view mirrors is a clear indication of this. Indeed, the brake calipers and the driving computer have been upgraded. Such a fundamental oversight would be inconceivable. After all, these are individuals procured by the Wind Group. Despite being from the youth training program, they promise to be intriguing. The fans present possess varying degrees of knowledge about motorcycles, and selecting anyone from the crowd could spark a lively discussion. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo would certainly not make such an error. They had removed the rear-view mirrors the previous night, replacing them with wind wings. As for Tang Gu's Augusta, that too has undergone a transformation. He is well-versed in motorcycle engineering. How could he not comprehend this? The only reason for retaining the mirrors initially was for navigating the urban landscape, to keep an eye on approaching vehicles. Wait a minute, what did I just see? Goodness, Tang Gu, are you joking with me? Tang Gu driving an Augusta 4. Indeed, it is the very Tang Gu depicted in the photographs. Oh, does Tang Gu truly ride motorcycles? Humph. A friend of mine acquainted with the Dongxing racing team informed me yesterday that Tang Gu's skills are on par with those of professional racers. The informant interjected once more. Surely not. Isn't Tang Gu a novelist? Can a novelist also drive? Well, it is true he is quite adept behind the wheel, albeit not on motorcycles. Oh, anyone can just hop on a motorcycle, but I believe Tang Gu would excel. My friend, you must be from Taiwan. Your comments are quite spirited. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yuming simultaneously opened their live stream. Such an exhilarating event simply cannot go unbroadcasted. Hello, dear followers, do you know where I am? Zhang Yashuan waved at the camera, then directed it towards Chen Zimo on the track. The participants were poised, their engines growling like beasts ready to pounce. She turned the camera back, stating, "We are at the motorcycle racing venue in the magical city, where a special competition is taking place today. I am certain you will enjoy it." Suddenly, a shadow darted into the live stream, kissing Zhang Yashuan on the cheek before vanishing at an astonishing speed, leaving the fans in the room unable to discern the figure's appearance. The speed was so rapid it rendered the image a blur. Zhang Yashuan stood frozen in place, laughing helplessly. Goodness, did a large rat just scurry past? Yes, I saw it too. I suspect this large rat is called Old Tang. Old Tang, stop hiding. Who else but you would dare to do such a thing for our millions of viewers? What on earth is Old Tang wearing? It's all so dark. The audience has long since grown accustomed to Tang Gu's antics of stealing a kiss and then vanishing. Come on, don't hide. Greet my fans. Zhang Yashuan laughed as she pulled her husband into the frame. Tang Gu appeared in the live stream, clad in a black racing suit adorned with golden patterns. His attire momentarily stunned the fans in the chat. What is up with Old Tang's outfit? Does he think donning a racing suit makes him a racer? I have a feeling it might not be as simple as we think. Just now, Sister Yashuan mentioned a special competition today. Could it be that Old Tang will take part? Haha, don't joke around. Although Old Tang is skilled at driving, he is no good with motorcycles. Sister Yashuan, please tell us what this outfit is all about. He is not trying to blend in with the environment, is he? The viewers were filled with curiosity, chattering amongst themselves. Hee, you've guessed correctly. My husband Old Tang is indeed a contestant for the 3rd round of the competition. That is all I'll say. The race is about to begin. Zhang Yashuan ceased her chatter, and the camera shifted once more towards Chen Zimo. Wait, did I hear that right? Old Tang is going on stage? What nonsense is this? Don't tease me. He is just a novelist. What does he know about racing? That is true. Perhaps Sister Yashuan is merely joking with us. At the racecourse, as the countdown concluded, 6 motorcycles surged forward simultaneously. The engines roared, and the 6 riders gradually accelerated, transforming into streaks of light. The competitors exchanged positions, with professional racing teams vying against one another. Meanwhile, Chen Zimo was completely disregarded by them. To them, this race was merely a formality. How could a non-professional racer possibly compete with them? To enhance the excitement of the game, the riders treated each other as serious competitors. With so many spectators watching, securing first place would indeed be a commendable achievement. Soon, the 6 riders approached the curve. On the straightaway, their speeds were nearly identical. The true challenge lay in the cornering technique. During the turn, excessive speed could easily result in a crash. This tested the riders' skills, the motorcycle's performance, and even their courage. Currently, the Ducati team led the pack, followed closely by Kawasaki and Suzuki, with Chun Zimo in fourth place. Beneath his helmet, Chun Zimo grinned. Equipped with an automatic stabilization system, his motorcycle would not topple. Coupled with the terrifying grip of his modified tires, he decisively leaned his bike, accelerating to 180. In an instant, it felt as if a ferocious beast roared onto the track. Chapter 60. The madman Chun Zimo. The 5 professional racers were taken aback, believing Chun Zimo's motorcycle had gone out of control. But the very next moment, the Suzuki team rider in third place caught sight of a figure darting out from the side. In the midst of the racing track, Chun Zimo occupied a central position. When suddenly, with astonishing speed, a vehicle whizzed past him. What was happening? I was on the inner lane, and he overtook me on the outside? What kind of speed is this? The Suzuki rider was left astounded. Before he could even process his shock, Chun Zimo executed a flawless cornering maneuver, cutting right in front of the Suzuki rider. As they approached the second turn, he abruptly leaned to the right, mastering the corner. It seemed that Chun Zimo was utterly unfazed by the rapid transition, which could have destabilized the motorcycle. In the midst of the Suzuki rider's astonishment, Chun Zimo seized the opportunity to claim the inner lane while simultaneously matching the Kawasaki rider in second place. Chun Zimo was on the inside, with the Kawasaki rider on the outside. The two motorcycles were perilously close, creating an atmosphere where a collision felt imminent. At that moment, it was a test of courage. As long as one remained bold, there was a chance to snatch the second position. However, hesitation would mean being relegated to third. Sparks flew as Chun Zimo's motorcycle grazed the ground, while the Kawasaki rider felt an unprecedented tension from his outer position. Particularly alarming was the proximity of Chun Zimo's wheel to the Kawasaki rider's helmet, as it seemed poised to strike at any moment, scattering sparks that severely obstructed his vision. Reluctantly, the Kawasaki rider had no choice but to decelerate, awaiting another opportunity to overtake. Chun Zimo successfully secured second place. Through a series of linked turns, he utilized his exceptional cornering skills to surpass 2 professional racers. In an instant, the racetrack erupted with a cacophony that could have triggered a minor earthquake. Incredible! The roar of the crowd resonated. Who is this extraordinary individual, so immensely skilled? It is Chun Zimo from the Dongxing team. My heavens, he has managed to overtake 2 professional racers with his cornering technique. What a reckless feat. Goodness. Amazing Chun Zimo. No wonder the Feng group sought their assistance in the race. They truly possess remarkable talent. How did he achieve such rapid cornering without crashing, let alone crashing? The speed at which he overtook the Suzuki and Kawasaki riders was unbelievable. A multitude of spectators gasped, and the audience in the live stream was left in awe. Although many were ignorant of the dangers of motorcycle racing, that series of overtakes was undeniably spectacular, especially the maneuvering during the corner. Even those unfamiliar with motorcycles could grasp the immense risk involved. Damn, this fellow is a wolf in sheep's clothing, a formidable character. How have I never seen him before? His driving skills are astonishing, and I underestimated this youth training team. At that moment, all the competitors in the race became serious, leaning forward as their speeds surged. 280, 300, 330. The roar of engines echoed through the straightaway as 6 riders accelerated simultaneously, their speed akin to lightning. The spectators felt a fierce gust of wind sweep past them, causing the flags and banners in their hands to flutter wildly. As the competitors behind Chun Zimo felt a sudden tightening in their pupils, they prepared to decelerate for the approaching turn. Yet, despite reducing his speed, Chun Zimo maintained a velocity of around 180, exuding an air of fearless confidence. At the moment of entry into the curve, both the audience and the riders held their breath. With a cold smirk, Chun Zimo concentrated his energy and executed a remarkable 64-degree lean into the turn, sparks flying as his body grazed the ground. He surged ahead of the Ducati rider, skillfully taking the inner line. In that moment, Chun Zimo resembled a reckless gambler, unafraid of death and indifferent to the risk of collision. However, the Ducati rider was filled with trepidation. He could not afford to wager his life on Chun Zimo's control. If his opponent were to lose control, the consequences could be dire. Madman! The Ducati rider cursed under his breath, forced to decelerate. This reduction in speed signified the end of the race for him. Chun Zimo seized the first position, accelerating once more after completing the turn. This time, he held nothing back, surging to an astonishing speed of 380, creating a significant gap from the 5 professional racers. Each time they attempted to catch up, they found themselves confronted by yet another curve, where Chun Zimo's familiar and flawless cornering technique left them in awe. After several turns, He had established a considerable lead. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Amidst the gasps and cheers of countless spectators, he triumphantly completed 5 laps in a time of 18 minutes and 13 seconds. Splendid. Zimo truly delivered. Zhang Tian in the pit area enthusiastically raised his fist, celebrating the first-round victory. This auspicious beginning would undoubtedly strike a blow to the opponent's morale. The expressions of the 5 professional teams turned grave. They had never anticipated being outpaced by an amateur racer, and in such a dominating manner. The second round requires utmost seriousness. There must be no further mistakes. And do not underestimate your opponent. The next to compete is the captain of the Dongxing team, whose skills are certainly on par with Chun Zimo's. Everyone stay alert. Yes, after being reprimanded by their captain, the 5 team members became invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline. The audience and viewers in the live stream grew restless, exhilarated by Chun Zimo's impressive lead. At that moment, Jin Yamong, holding her phone, blushed radiantly, though it was unclear whether it was from excitement or for other reasons. Meanwhile, Tang Gu, waiting in the pit area, sensed that there might be an undisclosed secret between Jin Yamong and Chun Zimo. Ah, congratulations on your first victory. Tang Gu greeted Chun Zimo as he approached. Chun Zimo smiled and exchanged a fist bump with Zhang Tian before taking a seat beside Tang Gu. It is quite satisfactory. All thanks to you, Brother Tang. Without your automatic balancing device, I fear I would never have been able to execute such driving skills in my lifetime. Chun Zimo took a deep breath, expressing heartfelt gratitude. I truly appreciate your help in fulfilling a dream. So, do you not intend to continue riding motorcycles? Tang Gu sensed that Chun Zimo's words carried deeper meaning. With Chun Zimo's talent, pursuing a career in motorcycle racing was undoubtedly within his reach. Chapter 61. Zhang Tian's personal showcase. Upon Tang Gu's inquiry, Chun Zimo chuckled in disbelief and replied, Brother Tang, you must be aware that the automotive industry has reached its nadir. He glanced helplessly at the source of his plight and continued, I plan to transition to another field, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to it. Pursuing motorcycle racing in the future may prove to be quite challenging. Since Tang Gu pioneered intelligent vehicles, supercars have lost their allure. The emergence of intelligent flying cars has further delivered a seismic blow to the entire automotive industry. Chun Zimo has already foreseen the future of the automotive sector, which is poised to be monopolized by Tang Gu. Rather than languishing in this state, it would be wiser to embark on a different path while still young. As for which profession to pursue, he had yet to determine. His strengths lie in interpersonal interactions, a skill that encompasses a wide array of fields. However, the broader the scope, the deeper the waters he would have to navigate. It was imperative to contemplate his future direction earnestly. It seems you have yet to select a clear objective. Why not come and try your hand at my company, Heike? Tang Gu casually suggested. The break had concluded, and Zhang Tian, along with 5 other racers, entered the racetrack. Are you suggesting I join your company? Chun Zimo was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an invitation. Although he and Tang Gu had known each other for a long time, they were not particularly close. Their formal acquaintance had only begun yesterday. The ease with which Tang Gu trusted him, without even conducting an investigation, was astonishing. Do not overthink it. When I wish to understand someone, I have numerous means and methods at my disposal, Tang Gu replied with a half-smile. If he desired to investigate someone, he could effortlessly delve into the origins of artificial intelligence or the background of the Hongtai group. However, Tang Gu's willingness to invite Chun Zimo to his company stemmed primarily from his perception of the complex relationship between Chun Zimo and Jin Yaming. Anyone who had earned Jin Yaming's trust would undoubtedly also be trusted by the chairman of the Fengfeng group. Otherwise, Jin Yaming's father would never have consented to her association with Chun Zimo. Such a person is worthy of trust. Furthermore, Tang Gu could sense that Chun Zimo was an exceptionally capable individual, albeit lacking a platform to showcase his talents. Thank you very much. I will consider it carefully. Chun Zimo replied earnestly. Let us watch the race. What kind of result do you think Zhang Tian will achieve? Tang Gu patted Chun Zimo's shoulder, his gaze directed towards the racetrack. Brother Tian's prowess surpasses mine, and equipped with the motorcycle you modified, his performance will surely be commendable. Chun Zimo asserted confidently. On the racetrack, the 5 professional racers cast their eyes, knowingly or unknowingly, towards Zhang Tian. Compared to the previous round's indifference, this time all the racers regarded Zhang Tian with heightened attention and caution. They were even prepared to join forces to obstruct their opponent. The objective of this competition was to prevent the Wind Group from securing first place. As long as this goal was achieved, their mission would be accomplished. Initially, they had contemplated a friendly rivalry to showcase the prowess of their own team. However, circumstances compelled them to collaborate against Zhang Tian. Is that thunderous engine a threat to me? Zhang Tian quipped, amusement lacing his voice. Yet, the foreigners did not comprehend his words. with a dismissive smile. He chose not to engage further. At the very moment the countdown concluded, Zhang Tian abruptly twisted the throttle, unleashing a terrifying roar that startled those around him. A sudden acceleration could lead to a wheelie, adversely affecting speed and performance. In severe cases, it might even result in a crash. Typically, racers strive to minimize wheelies, gradually increasing their speed. However, the thunderous sound from Zhang Tian's engine signified an imminent liftoff. In an instant, his Kawasaki 10 shot forth like an arrow. The anticipated wheelie never materialized. He and the Kawasaki 10 glided along the track like a streak of green light. How could this be possible? The 5 professional drivers widened their eyes in astonishment. Within less than half a second of disbelief, Zhang Tian had surged ahead, breaking away by 100 meters. Only then did the 5 drivers hastily pursue him, the acceleration lifting the front of their vehicles slightly. Zhang Tian's explosive start had thrown them all into disarray. The Kawasaki 10's speed soared rapidly to 300, propelling him toward the first turn. Zhang Tian's skill surpassed even that of Chun Zimo, and after extensive trials the previous day, he confidently entered the bend at a speed of 200. By the time the professional drivers caught up, it was too late to impede Zhang Tian's advance. With no vehicles blocking his path, he was like a wild stallion unleashed. The automatic stabilization system, combined with the enhanced engine, made him feel as if his hooves were ablaze. After executing a flawless cornering maneuver, his speed surged once more, widening the gap between him and the professional racers. The astonishing velocity that outclassed the professionals left the crews of the 5 teams visibly dismayed. Yet, to the audience, the spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. The entire motorcycle racing arena in the city erupted with thunderous applause, the ground trembling at that moment. Incredible! The Dongxing team is extraordinary. Zhang Tian, Zhang Tian, Zhang Tian. His triumph over professional racers was sufficient to catapult him to fame overnight. Starting tomorrow, both Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo would step directly into the realm of professional racing. How was his motorcycle able to accelerate instantaneously without lifting? What was the secret? I suspect it was the handiwork of the formidable Tang Gu. A calm admirer of Tang Gu analyzed. The surrounding crowd paused, then swiftly came to a realization. Tang Gu was indeed a master of cutting-edge technology. The absence of a wheelie on Zhang Tian's motorcycle was likely due to Tang Gu's influence. What exactly had Tang Gu modified on the motorcycle? The capability to enable motorcycles to accelerate instantaneously without causing a wheelie has raised numerous questions in the minds of many. They find themselves eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the race, yearning for Tang Gu to unveil the secret behind it all. On the racetrack, Zhang Tian's motorcycle, cornering at 200 km per hour, surged to 400 upon entering the straightaway. It felt as though his bike might take flight at any moment, and he realized he had reached its limits. Further acceleration would undoubtedly lead to complications. Zhang Tian longed to push his speed even higher. The exhilarating thrill surpassed even the excitement he felt while driving with a companion late at night. It is no wonder that many racers claim to require no women. However, for the sake of safety, Zhang Tian had to quell his desires and focus on completing the remaining laps. After numerous laps, 5 professional racers exerted every ounce of their strength, yet failed to catch up to Zhang Tian's pace. They could only watch in despair as he finished first with a time of 16 minutes and 58 seconds. Chapter 62. The underrated Tang Gu. Both the audience on site and those watching the live stream felt an electrifying surge of excitement, as if they were ablaze with fervor. 2 amateur racers from the homeland had decisively triumphed over their foreign counterparts. This was a moment of national pride. What began as a private competition had unexpectedly transformed into a contest between domestic and international racers. Most impressively, after 2 consecutive rounds, both racers from the homeland had claimed the top positions with overwhelming superiority. Zhang Tian's speed shattered the record for the motorcycle racing track in Modu. The record has been broken. Zhang Tian has set a new benchmark. It is astonishing that our nation possesses such formidable racers hidden within the youth training ranks. The Dongxing team is poised to create miracles. However, a voice interrupted, stating that this was a 3-person time trial, even if the first 2 were exceptionally fast. The speed of the 3rd racer must also be considered. Indeed, while the Dongxing team is strong, the 3rd individual from the Yingfeng group was neither a member of Dongxing nor an amateur racer. Tang Gu. The crowd suppressed their inner turmoil and looked toward the resting area, where Tang Gu wore a cheerful expression, appearing remarkably at ease. Surely, he does not genuinely believe victory is assured? The crowd shook their heads in resignation. Clearly, despite the rumors, no one had faith in Tang Gu. Even with the 2 youth racers achieving extraordinary feats, the audience found it difficult to believe that someone who specializes in technology and riding could surpass professional racers. Most importantly, The next round would feature the captains of 5 professional teams. Each represents the pinnacle of strength within their respective teams. Do you feel confident about winning? Zhang Yashuan asked Tang Gu softly. Humph. Tang Gu replied with utmost certainty. If there exists a god of racing in this world, it would be me. Huh. How shameless. Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but chuckle. Had she not known Tang Gu was operating under extraordinary circumstances, she might have almost believed him. All right. I am off to dazzle the entire audience, Tang Gu declared as he donned his helmet and made his way toward the nearby Augusta. Go on, go on. It is time to showcase your skills. Zhang Yashuan waved her hand, directing the live camera towards Tang Gu. The viewers in the live stream exchanged glances of disbelief. Is he really going to do it? Oh, old Tang is actually stepping onto the stage. This is quite concerning. After finally securing 2 first places, now old Tang decides to join in for some fun, jeopardizing everything. Alas, old Tang is being foolish. Won't Sister Yashuan stop him from acting recklessly? Zhang Yashuan, both amused and exasperated, remarked, You all have such little faith in my husband. If that's the case, then don't blink from here on out. Suddenly, she pointed her phone at Tang Gu, who was driving an Augusta onto the track. The captains of the 5 racing teams simultaneously turned their heads. Is this really the last contestant from the Windward Group, an amateur racer? How laughable. A member of the BMW team lifted his helmet visor with a sneer. The Windward Group intends for the first 2 to compete for points, and this individual is merely here for a casual drive. A Ducati team member remarked. It is said that all of Dongxing's motorcycles have been modified by this person, and his only requirement for the modifications was to participate himself. Such chaos. A professional from the Honda team revealed the information he had obtained. They have underestimated the situation. Although they have little time left, it is not impossible to catch up. The most critical error in a team race is to have a novice among them. How absurd. I bet this rookie will crash along the way, scoffed a man from the Suzuki team. Faced with their mockery, Tang Gu could not comprehend their words, as they were either speaking English or Japanese. Yet, from their tone and demeanor, it was evident they were ridiculing him. With a disdainful snort, Tang Gu raised his hand in an international gesture. Is there a need to converse with these fools? Absolutely not. Let the mockery flow, and then outshine them. The moment Tang Gu raised his middle finger, the 5 team captains were momentarily stunned. Then, rage surged within them as they felt a profound sense of insult and contempt. You dare to belittle us. A rude individual. I will make him crash live. How dare he give me the finger? He will learn the consequences. Kid, don't think you can finish the race. The captain of the Kawasaki team made a gesture across his throat towards Tang Gu, then closed his helmet, readying himself for action. The other 4 did the same, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Tang Gu merely scoffed. They were the ones who initiated the mockery. He was simply responding. Must he remain silent while they flaunted their arrogance? He regarded their harsh words with disdain. Although he did not understand, it was merely a string of threats, akin to the bravado exchanged before a boxing match. The harsher the words, the greater the pain. The audience in the stands and the fans in the live stream were utterly bewildered by Tang Gu's defiant gesture. Brother, you truly are confident. The opponents are the captains of 5 professional teams, and while you may not fear them, to respond with such audacity is bold indeed. Do you not fear they may resort to foul play on the track? Although most professional racers are not so unscrupulous, it is inevitable to encounter a few who lack professional ethics, particularly when they are provoked. They may not directly collide with your vehicle, but they will exert immense pressure during the corners. Once you falter, it becomes easy to lose control. Tang Gu is well aware of this, but would he be afraid? The Origin's motorcycle handling is devoid of panic, and they can certainly keep pace. Virum. The 6 competitors simultaneously prepared themselves, awaiting the countdown. Tang Gu elevated his legs, and his Augusta stood proudly on the racetrack. Without any leg support, it exhibited no sign of tilting. Wait a moment. How can Tang Gu remain grounded without his feet? Don't ask me. I'm equally baffled. What on earth is happening? Could it be an automatic balancing mechanism? Goodness. Are you kidding? It appears to genuinely be an automatic balancing device. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Has Tang Gu secretly developed what major companies are still in the research phase? Remarkable. It can only be said that Tang Gu is indeed impressive, what others toil over. He seems to construct with the ease of child's play. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded. Beneath Tang Gu, the Augusta shimmered like black gold, standing out among professional racers. Chapter 63. Is this an amateur racer? The surrounding competitors had evidently prepared themselves psychologically, their motorcycle fronts slightly lifted, accelerating upon landing. They were all captains of prominent teams, possessing more stable and seasoned skills than their teammates. Moreover, with 5 of them coordinating silently, someone immediately veered toward Tang Gu at the start. The Origin detected an approaching motorcycle and promptly adjusted its direction, forced to decelerate. The five shared a silent chuckle as they maneuvered in a crisscross pattern. No matter which direction Tang Gu's Augusta took, four of them would block his path. The remaining captain from the Kawasaki team accelerated fiercely, taking the corner to enter the track. Damn it, these foreigners have actually united to obstruct Tang Gu. This is rather excessive. It lacks professional integrity. No, I actually see this as a form of strategy. Within the rules, let us not forget, this is a private race. Indeed, while I may not approve, I must admit that the race's rules have essentially set up a situation where one confronts five. Tang Gu is merely an amateur racer. Such targeted actions are rather exaggerated. Alas, it seems Tang Gu has met his match. The audience sighed collectively, their faint hopes dissipating in that moment. It seems Tang Gu is not cut out for motorcycling after all. Little did you know, young man, this is the price you pay for offending us. On the track, the racers blocking Tang Gu's position harbored cold smirks. At this moment, Tang Gu had been forced into last place, yet his heart remained unperturbed. As they approached the first corner, the leading Kawasaki had already entered the second corner, creating a significant gap between the two. Tang Gu's Augusta suddenly veered to the side, his legs clenching tightly around the chassis. In a manner that defied the laws of physics, he lowered the bike at an exceedingly bizarre angle. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the engine, causing his speed to surge dramatically as he navigated the turn. He zipped past the outer edges of these competitors, overtaking two riders in an instant. Just as he was about to surpass the third competitor on a BMW, the latter unexpectedly adjusted his angle, encroaching from the inside and blocking Tang Gu's path. At that moment, his speed began to diminish, seemingly attempting to suppress Tang Gu's momentum. Humph. Does he truly think I would be intimidated? Tang Gu's temper flared, and he commanded, Origin, accelerate, disregard the motorcycle ahead. Understood, Mr. Tang, roared the engine. On the curve, the Augusta's maneuver exceeded everyone's expectations as it disregarded the BMW rider ahead and continued to accelerate. The BMW, reduced to a speed of 120, collided with the 200-speed Augusta. A resounding crash echoed across the racetrack, stunning onlookers. An accident had occurred in the motorcycle race. Yet, the Augusta remained unstoppable, showcasing the prowess akin to a mythical beast crashing through a stone wall. The BMW disintegrated in an instant, while its rider was ejected from the track, landing within the protective zone outside. Numerous bike parts scattered in all directions, prompting Tang Gu to hunch down. Bang, bang, clang. Several fragments struck the windshield without leaving a single scratch. The Honda and Ducati riders, previously overtaken, were startled into correcting their posture to evade the debris. Their motorcycles were not as robust as Tang Gu's. A collision with these parts could easily injure them. As a result, they straightened their bikes, inadvertently veering out of bounds on the curve. Meanwhile, Tang Gu's Augusta glided through the straightaway as if nothing had transpired. The roar of the engine erupted once more, its sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, sending tremors through the hearts of all who listened. At a speed of 400, he raced alongside the Suzuki for the second position. The fierce wind pressure felt as if it might tear one apart, the sound of the rushing air resembling a tornado's assault. What just transpired? One rider was suddenly flung out, and the other two were forced off the track. Old Tang is furious. Is this considered a violation? It is not a violation, merely a normal accident. Indeed, from any perspective, it appeared that Tang Gu had inadvertently collided with the BMW, as the latter had decelerated, which would catch any ordinary person off guard. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that old Tang did this on purpose. Just look at him, completely unfazed. Not even a hint of nervousness. The Ducati and Honda riders behind were so startled that they veered off the track. Meanwhile, Tang Gu, the focal point of the incident, entered the straight path, vying for the second position. As the two competitors approached the turn, they simultaneously reduced their speed. However, the Suzuki's pace had already dipped to just over 100, while Tang Gu maintained a swift 200. At the moment of the turn, with his legs snug against the bike, the angle at which the Augusta navigated the curve was decidedly peculiar. Tang Gu appeared to be lying on the ground, as if the entire motorcycle was sliding sideways. What? The captain of the Suzuki team narrowed his eyes in disbelief. What degree of cornering was this? And at such a rapid speed? Was this truly a feat achievable by a human? Who on earth claimed this individual was an amateur? This was even more impressive than a professional racer. Even as a professional racer himself, he could not achieve such speed or execute such a peculiar cornering technique. Moreover, why were his legs tightly gripping the bike during the turn? How was his motorcycle not toppling over? This completely defied the laws of physics. In that moment, to the eyes of the Suzuki team captain, Tang Gu seemed like a racer from another dimension, delivering a dimensional strike upon the earthly realm. Accompanied by a cacophony of sound and fierce winds, Tang Gu instantaneously surpassed him from the side. Honda and Ducati re-entered the track, accelerating with all their might. Do not underestimate professional racers, you scoundrel. Beneath his helmet, the captain of the Honda team wore a grim visage, his forehead veins bulging, his heart shouting loudly. His speed had reached an unprecedented peak, his potential being frantically squeezed at this moment. 200. Achieving the same speed as Tang Gu, he cornered past Ducati and Suzuki. Everyone was astounded, including the spectators both present and in the live stream. They all felt the explosive potential of the Honda captain. Surpassing his limits as he pursued Tang Gu, Kawasaki had already entered the subsequent series of corners. Tang Gu and the Honda captain were madly accelerating on the straightaway. The resounding roar of engines and the constantly shifting race conditions sent the audience into a frenzy. Incredible, my old Tang. Was that a blade-like overtaking maneuver? Even video games wouldn't dare to play like that. Who told me old Tang couldn't ride a motorcycle? I am utterly astounded. Why was old Tang's cornering so bizarre? It was the first time I had ever seen someone corner with their legs gripping the bike so tightly. I wouldn't dare to ride my bicycle like that. I suspect it must be the result of old Tang's modifications. The Honda captain unleashed his potential. This was likely his fastest cornering record ever. Look, the captains of Ducati and Suzuki have also unleashed their power. Chapter 64. So it turns out to be the team of the racing god, one person exclaimed. And everyone immediately noticed two figures on motorcycles swiftly catching up. On this straightaway, they were like two streaks of contrasting light, moving as swiftly as a phantom line. The venue erupted in a tremendous uproar and applause. Regardless of the outcome of this round of the race, it was an incredibly thrilling contest, worthy of admiration from countless spectators. Even the casual viewers in the live stream felt the allure of the motorcycles. Only the BMW team, having been knocked aside, wore downcast expressions, their spirits low. Tang Gu allowed Origin to pursue the leading Kawasaki at full speed, with three teams behind him in hot pursuit. After several consecutive turns, Kawasaki surged across the finish line, completing the first lap. Time, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Tang Gu closely followed, crossing the line at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. This was all due to earlier obstacles that had slowed him down. Otherwise, Tang Gu could have gone even faster. All of this is inconsequential. His speed is gradually increasing, and he will soon catch up to Kawasaki. However, the three riders behind him pose a greater challenge. It seems that they have been spurred on by Tang Gu, as they exhibit riding skills that surpass their usual capabilities, relentlessly pursuing from behind. As Tang Gu approaches the next turn, he finds himself less than 3 meters away from Kawasaki. The captain of Kawasaki, startled by the sound of engines from behind, realizes with alarm that this unmistakably belongs to Tang Gu and not anyone else. How can he be this fast, after being left so far behind? He is caught up in merely the second lap. Before he can fully comprehend his shock, the familiar roar of three engines follows closely. Ducati, Honda, and Suzuki have also caught up. The captain of Kawasaki's expression shifts dramatically, feeling the pressure mount, forcing him to accelerate once more as they enter the turn. All five riders lean into the corner simultaneously, each showcasing their skills. They push the limits of their lean angles, striving to maximize their speed, their movements precise and efficient. Yet, it is Tang Gu's maneuver that is most peculiar. His legs tightly clamped around the bike, he seems to meld into his motorcycle. His lean angle is the lowest, his speed the highest, producing sparks as he glides through. All five riders achieve a cornering speed of 200, with the four professional racers' bikes trembling slightly, as if on the verge of flight. However, the pressure Tang Gu exerts upon them is immense, compelling them to press on with determination. Ahead lies a series of connected turns. After navigating the left turn, they will enter the right. Tang Gu's Augusta appears to possess a will of its own as it swiftly shifts from the left to the right, pressing down hard. Goodness! Such a rapid turn. Surely it would lead to a crash? This is it. Tang is desperate. But just when everyone believes Tang Gu's motorcycle is about to topple, the Augusta's body halts mere centimeters from the ground. The bizarre maneuver astonishes the crowd, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Just when they think this is the limit, Tang Gu grins, pushing the speed to the tire's grip threshold. The speed of 200 surges higher. In the presence of countless witnesses, the Augusta's velocity escalates to 220. The engine roars magnificently, resonating amidst the cheers of the crowd. With an astonishing angle, Tang Gu weaves through a narrow gap, poised to overtake the leading Kawasaki. The captain of Kawasaki is horrified. This act of overtaking through such a tight space is nothing short of an affront. In a fit of rage, he accelerates as well. Boom. Yet, just as he speeds up, the sound of Kawasaki's engine erupts. The wheel slips as he corners, and the captain realizes with dread that something is amiss. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Both rider and bike are sent soaring. This is bad. Screech. Honda and Ducati slam on their brakes, but it is too late. Bang. The three collide at breakneck speed, hurtling off the track. Tang Gu departs with remarkable nonchalance, leaving behind a shadow of black and gold. With no riders left to impede him, Tang Gu begins to unleash his full speed, transforming into the Black Gold Knight. Under the control of artificial intelligence. How astonishingly fast can Augusta reveal itself to the audience? At a staggering speed of 420, Tang Gu trembled all over, nearly being swept away. His body felt as though it might tear apart, as he desperately lowered his stance, trying to stay as close to Augusta as possible. Amidst the tension, an exhilarating rush surged through him, a result of adrenaline surging within. With a cornering speed of 220, he set a new record. The spectators at the venue erupted into a frenzy, feeling they were witnessing history. This battle of the day exceeded everyone's expectations. A mere participant, previously thought to be there for mere amusement, Tang Gu astonishingly achieved a groundbreaking record. 5 professional racers were compelled to push beyond their limits. Yet even so, they could not surpass Tang Gu. The speed was so overwhelming that it led to accidents. There was so much at stake. Everyone realized that Tang Gu was comprehensively overpowering the professional racers. Whether in terms of motorcycle performance or his own skills and audacity, he far surpassed the average person. Incredible. Tang Gu was indeed dominating the professional racers. My goodness, cornering at 220, I can hardly fathom how he dared to drive so fast. What is even more absurd is that he didn't fly off, with the tires equipped with spikes. Charge! 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 The audience at the venue shouted and cheered, reaching a peak of excitement. Only Tang Gu remained on the track, racing onward like a prehistoric behemoth, roaring and galloping. The entire venue erupted in chaos, restlessness, and fervor. Old Tang is amazing. Someone shouted hoarsely. Tang Gu's skills are comparable to that legendary driver from years past. Truly phenomenal. Could he possibly be the disciple of that individual? That person you mentioned, could it be? Yes. It is indeed the one who became a legend after a battle at Akina. In the motorcycle community, he is respectfully referred to as Brother Long. He once executed a perfect cornering maneuver, overtaking 3 competitors in an instant. His precision operations astounded the motorcycle world. Yet, due to the lack of challengers, he withdrew from the racing scene, which is a significant regret. Rumor has it he has since ventured into motorcycle modifications. I believe Tang Gu possesses the strength to challenge him. I remember now, Brother Long was indeed from the Dongsheng team, right? Huh, wait. So Brother Long is actually from Dongsheng? No way. No wonder I found the name Dongsheng so familiar. Everyone suddenly understood. Once, in the motorcycle world, there was a legendary driver who emerged from a newly established team, possessing the skills to overpower professional racers. His legendary battle at Akina with various professional drivers bears a striking resemblance to Tang Gu's current domination over the 5 professional racers. No wonder the Dongsheng team has produced such formidable riders. It is indeed Brother Long's team from back then. Chapter 65. The uncontested champion Tang Gu traversed the track alone, feeling the powerful winds and the cheers and support of the audience. The 3rd lap, the 4th lap, the 5th lap. The speed increased with each passing moment, and the time records continued to be shattered. The fastest single lap record reached an astonishing 2 minutes and 32 seconds. After 5 laps, the total time recorded was 15 minutes and 13 seconds. Zhang Tiangong's record was swiftly shattered by Tang Gu on the same day. Wow, we won. We did it. Jin Yumeng exclaimed, leaping with excitement and immediately embracing Zhang Yashuan. Zhang Yashuan, equally elated, sighed in relief. The 2 recent incidents had genuinely frightened her. Thankfully, Tang Gu's modifications proved effective, even in the face of 2 accidents. He navigated them with remarkable ease. Incredible. Tang Gu truly triumphed, achieving the fastest speed. There was no longer a need to add the team's total time. With first place in all 3 rounds, the Feng Feng Group's victory was assured. Could old Tang possibly be the apprentice of the legendary Long Gu? How on earth did Tang Gu come to know the mythical Long Gu? Perhaps they crossed paths while riding motorcycles. It is even possible that the owner of a certain motorcycle you once rode was Long Gu himself, someone joked. You clever little devils. Make sure to ride more motorcycles in the future. Speaking of which, I also have experience as a motorcycle driver, said a man sitting beside them as he stood up. He chuckled, patting a nearby fan before turning to leave. Amidst the cheers of countless spectators, he chose to depart quietly, leaving only his silhouette behind. As he walked away, he muttered, Xiao Tian and ZMO have truly grown. Entrusting them to the Dongsheng racing team was indeed a wise decision. With that, he exited the venue, riding his motorcycle into the distance. With a screech, Tang Gu's Augusta came to a sudden halt at the finish line, the rear wheel lifting slightly. only to be quickly stabilized by the automatic balance system. Then, in a display of drifting prowess, he elegantly slid to a stop, leaving a black mark on the track as the tires screeched against the ground. The female spectators erupted in cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. Zhang Yashuan, Jin Yumeng, Zhang Tian, and Chen Zimo approached him, their smiles radiant. Tang Gu, you've been quite the enigma. You really held back too much yesterday, didn't you? Zhang Tian grinned, fist-bumping Tang Gu in admiration. Brother Tang, your humility is astounding. You've kept your skills hidden so well, Chen Zimo said with a wry smile, voicing everyone's thoughts. Before this, no one had any inkling that Tang Gu possessed such extraordinary driving skills. I'm just a low-key person. I never brag about my abilities. After all, promoting civilized driving is what I advocate, Tang Gu laughed heartily. This noble spirit evoked a wave of admiration from those around him. Look at that. With such skills, he doesn't flaunt them. He abides by traffic rules and never engages in reckless racing, unlike those motorcycle delinquents who tear through the streets at night. This is the true spirit of a driving master. It seemed the crowd began to understand why the legendary Tang Gu had chosen to become a motorcycle driver. This was a return to simplicity, a profound state of being. In the live stream chat, fans expressed their astonishment and admiration, the comments flooding the screen. Only Zhang Yashuan stood to the side, secretly laughing. Among everyone present, she alone knew that Tang Gu had completed the entire race with an unearthly advantage. At that moment, a throng of people surged forward, including many reporters brandishing microphones, rushing towards them. Mr. Tang Gu, may I inquire when you began your journey into the world of motorcycling? Furthermore, what is the secret behind your motorcycle's ability to stand upright without any external support? Is this a result of the automatic balancing system you developed? Mr. Tang, what are your reflections on your performance in this competition? Are you considering venturing into the motorcycle industry? As Mr. Tang approached, the journalists, in a frenzy, shouted questions, eager to seize the opportunity for the first interview. Their fervor was quite alarming. Unfortunately, they were all intercepted by Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards, who prevented these strangers from getting close, fearing the presence of unscrupulous individuals among them. Even in the absence of such threats, they aimed to deter potential thieves or those with ulterior motives. It is not merely a matter of narrow-mindedness among the security personnel. Such incidents do occur. In a crowd, one can be sure that some unseemly characters might blend in, especially considering the extraordinary beauty of Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, both prominent streamers on Douyin. Countless admirers surely covet their attention. I apologize, but I have no inclination to answer your questions. Tang Gu's blunt dismissal left everyone momentarily stunned. We are off to celebrate, so please make way. Thank you. How refreshingly candid. While many would shy away from responding to reporters, they typically craft comfortable excuses to evade inquiries. Yet, no one has ever dared to be as forthright as Tang Gu in expressing disinterest. Such directness could invite hostility from journalists or provoke them to sensationalize their remarks, amplifying any misstep into a major scandal. Once a topic ignites, it can cast a significant shadow over the individual involved. However, today they witnessed a man unperturbed by the prying questions of the press. Tang Gu enjoys the backing of the Hongtai Group, as well as the support of the nation itself. To many, he is regarded as a treasure cradled in the hands of the state. His innovations in artificial intelligence and electromagnetic propulsion have significantly enhanced the military capabilities of the country. Moreover, his ventures into smart automobiles and the creation of the robotic companion, Dubai, have transformed the way of life for the people of Longhua. Within the realm of domestic media, any outlet that dares to criticize him would soon find themselves summoned for a chat. With a smile, Tang Gu waved at the reporters, then took a towel from his wife's hands and made his way to the bathing area. After a refreshing wash, he donned the stylish suit he often wore when stepping out. His remarkable performance today cast a dazzling aura around him. Clad in the same elegant attire, he exuded a distinctly different charm. With his naturally handsome features accentuated by the suit and the brilliance surrounding him, Tang Gu's presence overshadowed that of all male celebrities. His fair complexion radiated masculinity, unlike certain stars who might appear effeminate. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian emerged from their baths shortly after. Although both were not lacking in looks, their charisma paled in comparison to Tang Gu's. Instead of driving his own Augusta, Tang Gu opted for the Kirin Smart vehicle, arranging for his bodyguard to take the Augusta home. In truth, with the origin system in place, Augusta could easily drive herself home. However, Tang Gu was reluctant to reveal the existence of the intelligent motorcycle so soon, at least not until the Windward Group officially acquired Augusta. He intended to keep this matter under wraps. Apart from Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo, the other three entered the vehicle and proceeded to the restaurant. Chapter 66. Returning to treat the darling to chicken to our victory today. Cheers. Tang Gu raised his glass of cola, clinking it with his companion's cups, which were also filled with cola. Both Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo felt a sense of gratitude. Having driven themselves, they could not indulge in alcoholic beverages. Indeed, Tang Gu had considered every detail. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. After a competitive match, lunch had been hastily addressed with fast food, leaving them unsatisfied. Thus, they gathered at the restaurant to celebrate and also to satiate their appetites, effectively treating it as dinner. I'll cover the bill today. As a token of gratitude to the 3 distinguished individuals for securing the championship for Windward Group, Jin Yumeng declared with a hearty tone, exuding the aura of a magnate. Yet, the sight of her adorably innocent demeanor brought an undeniable charm. Absolutely. After all, we are being compensated for our efforts, so we naturally exert our utmost. Now that the task is accomplished, it serves as a fitting conclusion, Zhang Tian responded with a smile. Chen Zimo chimed in, Brother Tang Gu was remarkable. The performance in the final round left us all astounded. Indeed, I seemed to catch a glimpse of Old Long in him. Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. Old Long. Is that the individual you mentioned previously, the one who went to pull the motorcycle? Tang Gu inquired casually. Yes. Would you like me to invite him for the second half tonight, to introduce you? Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Tang Gu. The second half for men typically involved drinking and socializing with women. However, Tang Gu had no interest in partaking in alcohol, even when he did drink. It was merely a sip of red wine during meals. Hence, he had never gone out with someone like Zhang Tian. Not at all. I need to return to write my novel, Tang Gu politely declined. Sitting beside him, Zhang Yashuan nodded in satisfaction and placed a large chicken leg into Tang Gu's bowl, saying, Darling, enjoy the chicken leg. Thank you. I will treat you to chicken when I get back, Tang Gu replied softly. In an instant, Zhang Yashuan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully twisted Tang Gu's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. What seems to be the matter, Brother Tang Gu? Zhang Tian noticed Tang Gu's unusual behavior and inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a bit of a toothache. I must be experiencing some heatiness, Tang Gu chuckled. Indeed, it was heatiness. His wife was a source of heat. After a lively conversation, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner before parting ways. Just before leaving, Jin Yumeng suddenly turned to Chen Zimo and asked, Are you going to the second half? Chen Zimo paused, contemplating for a few seconds before replying, No? I will return to reflect on Tang Gu's advice. Oh, well then, I shall take my leave, Jin Yumeng stated expressionlessly as she entered the Kirin intelligent vehicle. Chen Zimo opened his mouth, then hurried to the side of the Kirin car, earnestly declaring to Jin Yumeng, I will no longer attend any second halves. I will meet the standards set by your father. Upon the utterance of those words, the gossiping hearts of Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan ignited fervently. The two, in perfect harmony, leaned closer together and began to whisper. Jin Yumeng finally revealed a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand now. See you next time. Until we meet again. Chen Zimo stood in place for a considerable while, watching the Qilin fade into the distance. Zhang Tian patted Chen Zimo on the shoulder, chuckling. All right, they've gone far away. Yet you're still lingering on? As the captain of the Dongxing racing team, he was undoubtedly aware of Chen Zimo's feelings for Jin Yumeng. Achieving the conditions set forth by her father would not be an easy endeavor. Zhang Tian took a deep breath and offered comfort. Come with me to find Lao Long. Although your brother Long is involved with Lamoda, he has numerous ventures in the background. It wouldn't hurt to check it out. Perhaps something suitable awaits you. Thank you, Brother Tian and Brother Long, for your guidance over the years. Chen Zimo nodded appreciatively. The two then mounted their motorcycles and departed from the racing venue. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Yashuan playfully leaned close to her best friend, inquiring, Come on, tell me, what is the nature of your relationship with Chen Zimo? You both seem quite familiar with each other. Need I say more? They must be involved. Tang Gu, cradling his laptop, remarked while penning today's chapter. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a playful kick from a little sprite. Turning to Zhang Yashuan, he saw her glaring at him. Do you not know how to speak? It's clearly a secret affair, Zhang Yashuan declared with righteous indignation. Initially flustered, yet grateful for her friend's defense, Jin Yumeng soon realized the duo was conspiring to tease her. Enough. You both are being too much. I shall sever ties with you, Jin Yumeng exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, her tone a delicate protest. This is absurd. What kind of people are you? Truly, not a family member would enter the same door. The two seemed to squabble. Yet it was merely a veiled way of teasing her. Jin Yumeng felt she had reached her limit. Hee hee. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But back to the point. What is the relationship between you and Chen Zimo? Zhang Yashuan reined in her laughter, genuinely inquiring this time. Jin Yumeng huffed softly, finally explaining. Chen Zimo and I attend the same university, though we are not in the same major or even the same college. However, I often encounter him on campus. Later, I learned from my roommate that Chun Zimo harbored a crush on me. He would wait by the road before my classes ended, which is why I frequently saw him. Wow, how romantic. But is it really alright for him to skip classes? Tang Gu exclaimed dramatically. Don't change the subject. Zhang Yashuan kicked Tang Gu's calf once more. Turning back to Jin Yumeng. Please continue, Ming Ming. Jin Yumeng nodded, gradually revealing more. Chun Zimo is extremely shy. Even after I graduated, he never dared to approach me. It was only recently, when I accompanied my father to a restaurant to discuss the acquisition of Augusta, that I saw him again. My father needed to find a racer, and as we were leaving, we fortuitously encountered Chun Zimo, who had just finished dining and was mounting his motorcycle. Such coincidences exist in the world. At that moment, I recognized Chun Zimo, and he, too, recognized me at first glance. Jin Yuming's father, accustomed to dealing with people, immediately sensed the unease between the two. He tentatively inquired about Chun Zimo. Thus, the Dongxing team caught the attention of the CEO of Yingfeng Group. After a round of motorcycle selection tests, Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo stood out among the participants. By the way, what was that indicator Chun Zimo mentioned? Zhang Yashuan asked. Chun Zimo was a clumsy fool who couldn't conceal his feelings, and he inadvertently revealed his affections in just a few exchanges. Jin Yumeng sighed. So my father made it clear to him that if he wishes to marry me, he must possess the capability to manage all affairs of Yingfeng Group. This was the CEO's test for potential sons-in-law. Without the ability to oversee such a vast business empire, one was unworthy of being his son-in-law. Chapter 67. Has my luck been discovered? Goodness, thankfully my father didn't impose that requirement on me. Tang Gu suddenly remarked. There was indeed such a requirement initially, but my father deemed you rather obedient, so he let it slide. Zhang Yashuan replied nonchalantly. So my father thinks I wouldn't dare bully you, which is why he agreed to let you marry me. Tang Gu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, do you dispute that? Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms defiantly. Just wait. You'll see tonight. Tang Gu's gaze turned icy. Ah. Jin Yumeng was startled, sensing that Tang Gu seemed serious, and hastily advised. Tang Gu, don't be angry. Yashuan is just joking with you. Before she could finish, Zhang Yashuan interrupted loudly. Well then, I'm curious to see whether I yield first, or if you are the one who gets drained by me. Jin Yumeng, who was trying to mediate the squabble, was taken aback, sensing something amiss. It appeared that the two were not truly arguing. Rather, they were engaging in a playful rivalry. Ah, enough already. I'm severing ties with both of you. Jin Yumeng fumed, feeling exasperated. What has become of today's youth, so tempestuous? Tang Gu feigned confusion, then resumed writing the chapter he intended to update. Zhang Yashuan sat beside him, stifling laughter as she caught the fierce glint in her friend's eyes. Quickly suppressing her smile, she leaned against Tang Gu, watching her husband write, pretending as if nothing had happened. The trio returned to the villa, playfully bickering. As they exited the car, Tang Gu suddenly said to Jin Yumeng, next month during the Dragon Boat Festival, invite Zimo over. Let us go out together. Jin Yumeng blinked in surprise, then nodded. All right, I understand. Tang Gu smiled and walked back home with Zhang Yashuan, each engaging in their own pursuits. Tang Gu continued to update his novel, while Zhang Yashuan immersed herself in her illustrations. Life at home was serene and elegant. However, the events of Tang Gu's competition that day were once again igniting discussions online. What had begun as a private motorcycle race hardly warranted widespread attention. Even the fact that Tang Gu could ride a motorcycle had not garnered much discussion. After all, Tang Gu was not a celebrity, and such trivial matters were not deemed newsworthy. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that Tang Gu's maneuvers while driving completely defied the laws of physics. Consequently, many speculate that Tang Gu has once again taken the lead globally by creating an automatic balancing device. Has old Tang ventured into the realm of motorcycles and secretly devised such a miraculous apparatus? This invention is quite extraordinary, transforming a motorcycle into a veritable weeble. Hence, the 3 motorcycles belonging to the Windward Group have all been equipped with this device, allowing them to lean into turns without the fear of toppling over. Astonishing. Does this mean I could do the same? A motorcycle? As long as one has hands, it suffices. How about I let you try my Kawasaki 10? If it breaks, you'll cover the costs. Zhang Tian, who was also perusing information online, immediately responded, as a fellow rider, I can unequivocally inform the individual who lacks understanding regarding leaning into turns that even with the assistance of an automatic balancing device, one cannot achieve speed. I wager he would veer off the track or even crash into a wall. Stop the berating. I was wrong. I shall never again claim that having hands is sufficient. The previous individual promptly apologized. The scars of online harassment are deeply etched in everyone's consciousness. When confronted with a barrage of attacks from netizens, most recognize the necessity to apologize immediately to avoid further backlash. Tang Gu's participation in this motorcycle race ignited a fervor for motorcycles. His videos of riding have been incessantly played online, leading many passers-by to develop a fondness for motorcycles, particularly Tang Gu's Augusta 4, which has become the aspiration of countless enthusiasts. If I were to purchase an Augusta 4, would it not possess the same robustness as Tang Gu's? To my knowledge, Tang Gu's Augusta 4 has been modified, rendering its performance entirely distinct from the original model. Enlightened, I promptly messaged Tang Gu on Weibo, urging him to create a Qilin motorcycle. To my surprise, Tang Gu replied, "You truly are a little genius. I shall get to work on that." Incredible. I envisioned the possibility of crafting an intelligent motorcycle, allowing artificial intelligence to pilot it while we simply enjoy the ride. Indeed, with an automatic balancing device and the addition of artificial intelligence, could the motorcycle not autonomously lean into turns? Wait a moment. I suddenly pondered whether Tang Gu's race was actually driven by artificial intelligence. As the discussion unfolded online, they stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Initially, they had not considered it due to the absence of the automatic balancing device. Now, experts have emerged, confirming that Tang Gu has indeed invented such a device. Thus, with the integration of artificial intelligence, could the concept of an intelligent motorcycle not be realized? A single question ignited a tidal wave of excitement. What began as a trivial topic was wholly ignited by an inquisitive netizen. The term Tang Gu is cheating instantaneously soared to the top of the trending list. What? Look at what we've uncovered. Not daring to wager too much, especially after having been proven wrong previously, I shall bet merely a dime. I believe Tang Gu is indeed cheating. Since you assert that, I shall wager a dime too. Tang Gu is cheating. Cheater Tang Gu. Report him. He has cheated in the competition. Yet, it appears that the event did not prohibit the use of artificial intelligence. In this era of conformity, there remain a few rational voices that present their perspectives. Indeed, there is nothing of that sort. Yet I perceive that relying on artificial intelligence to secure victory is akin to employing cheats in esports, which is quite undesirable. Undoubtedly, I believe that new regulations will soon emerge domestically, stipulating that artificial intelligence must not be utilized in competitions. Goodness, are you all implying that Tang Gu is indeed cheating? If my speculation is correct, then it appears so. However, I find no fault in this. Artificial intelligence is merely a more advanced form of computing. Cars and motorcycles are equipped with onboard computers. How can this be deemed as cheating? It is a valid point. Both are computer programs, so why the disparity in treatment? The programming of onboard computers is also considered a form of modification. I believe Tang Gu's integration of artificial intelligence is entirely justified. It showcases his prowess. The discourse online reflects a dichotomy. On one side, some argue that Tang Gu's actions do not constitute cheating. Conversely, others assert that he is indeed cheating, which is unacceptable. One could take to Weibo to confront Tang Gu or seek him out in the reviews section. This fool is likely at home, oblivious to the world outside. TSK. Perhaps he is engaged in playful antics with his wife? Surely, he must be, as Sister Yixian is an exquisite beauty. Chapter 68. I, Tang Gu, am not cheating. The majority online are convinced that Tang Gu is cheating. Nonetheless, no one has resorted to vilifying him. Rather, they simply urge him to clarify his stance. Simultaneously, discussions abound regarding the appropriateness of employing artificial intelligence in competitions. After all, the capabilities of artificial intelligence far surpass those of a standard onboard computer. Primarily, both cars and motorcycles rely on these onboard computers, rendering them indispensable. If one were to reject the formidable capabilities of artificial intelligence while condoning the lesser abilities of onboard computers, such a stance would be somewhat untenable. At this moment, Tang Gu has just finished composing today's chapter and has published it online. Glancing at the clock, he notes that it is already 9 o'clock in the evening. They had their meal around 3, and now his stomach begins to grumble. He ventures to the kitchen and opens the refrigerator, discovering a dearth of suitable late-night snack options. Yixian, would you like to join me for a late-night snack? Tang Gu calls out from the entrance of the study on the first floor. No, just bring me back some barbecue. Zhang Yixian, engrossed in her drawing, replies. If she were to go out, the bodyguards would have to accompany her. Moreover, having just showered, she would rather not step outside and risk getting her hair dusty again. All right, what would you like to eat? Tang Gu concedes to his wife's request. Bringing back a late-night snack for her is but a trifling task. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, chives, oysters, just the thought makes my mouth water. Hurry and buy some. You can gauge how much to get, Zhang Yixian says, swallowing in anticipation. I shall go at once. Tang Gu exits. Receiving a slight nod from the bodyguards, he boards his Qilin smart car and heads towards the late-night food district. The night in the magical city reveals its most exquisite visage. The vibrant lights of the buildings reflect upon the lake, imparting an extraordinary tranquility to the city. Yet, upon entering the neighborhood, one is greeted by a bustling and vibrant metropolis that never sleeps, particularly in the areas dedicated to dining, entertainment, and leisure. The streets are alive with a ceaseless flow of traffic. Numerous luxury vehicles are parked in front of various establishments, while pedestrians meander in small clusters. The tantalizing aromas and swirling smoke from food stalls entice an endless stream of customers. A young man is seen holding a smartphone for a live broadcast, wandering along this gastronomic street. As he walks, he addresses the camera. "Hello, dear friends. I am your culinary host, Pippi Gu. Having arrived in the enchanting city, I shall take you on a tour of the most thriving food street here." Pippi Gu glances at his watch and smiles. It is currently 9:46 p.m., the peak hour for this food street. So let us embark on a quest to discover the delectable delights amidst the throngs. As per tradition, he announces, "First, we shall visit a supermarket to purchase a bottle of water, and then we can indulge ourselves." Pippi Gu approaches a nearby self-service supermarket, engaging with his fans as he pushes the door open. After a lengthy selection process, he finally chooses a bottle of mineral water. At that moment, a flurry of comments floods his live stream. "Whoa, the person behind Pippi Gu just now looks like Lao Tang, right? I think it is Lao Tang. Pippi Gu. Take a look, it seems to be him. Get him, Pippi Gu. Interrogate him." The comments explode into excitement, prompting Pippi Gu to turn around in search of the figure. As a prominent Douyin host, Pippi Gu is well aware of Tang Gu. He is a man known for frequently appearing in the live streams of the top female host, often overshadowing Zhang Yashuan's broadcasts. Pippi Gu scans the area and quickly fixates on a man of exceptional demeanor, even dressed in simple shorts and a t-shirt. His striking features and commanding presence are undeniable. "Hello, you must be Tang Gu." Pippi Gu approaches with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Pippi Gu from Douyin. May I ask you a few questions on behalf of my fans?" Tang Gu, who was preparing to check out, notices someone calling for him. He politely responds, "Yes, that's me. What would you like to ask? I still need to grab some barbecue." After arriving at the food street, he instructed the barbecue stall owner to start cooking while he sought refreshments and a moment of respite from the heat inside the supermarket. It is May, and the weather is sweltering. As someone accustomed to the comfort of writing at home, he finds it challenging to adapt to the oppressive heat outside. Pippi Gu glances at the comments and cheerfully inquires, "That's wonderful. These are questions frequently posed by my fans. May I ask for your thoughts on the allegations of cheating?" Upon hearing this, Tang Gu momentarily hesitates, instinctively blurting out, "I, Tang Gu, do not cheat." No cheating? The internet has presented various pieces of evidence. Such feats are beyond human capability. Indeed, how could your stance bend without gliding close to the ground? It defies logic. He is attempting to defend himself. He must be cheating. Exactly. The live stream erupts into chaos. Yet Tang Gu remains oblivious to the commotion. "Oh, do you deny the issue of cheating? What is your opinion on the topic of artificial intelligence participating in competitions?" Pai asked once more. Tang Gu blinked, perplexed, and inquired, "What do you mean by cheating?" "The involvement of artificial intelligence in competitions certainly constitutes cheating. Is there even a need to ask such a question? It is evidently unacceptable for artificial intelligence to enter the fray. What is wrong with this streamer to pose such a simplistic question? It's quite lacking in common sense, isn't it?" I suddenly find myself confused about whether or not old Tang has indeed cheated. He feigns ignorance on the matter of cheating, but straightforwardly declares the latter to be an act of deception, a clever ruse indeed. So did Tang Gu cheat or not? I believe he did, although he seems to be attempting to conceal it from us. Yet he appears quite earnest. Pai opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Tang Gu's serious yet somewhat puzzled expression, Pai tentatively asked, "Mr. Tang Gu, have you seen any online information since you returned home today?" "What information?" "The internet is filled with the trivial affairs of those effeminate stars. What is there to see?" Tang Gu opened a chilled soda, took a sip, and felt an exhilarating rush. When he scanned to pay, he also covered the cost of the mineral water in Pai's hand. "This bottle of water is on me. My barbecue should be ready now. I mustn't keep my esteemed companion waiting." With that, Tang Gu strode out, carrying a bag full of snacks. Pai immediately followed, eager to inform Tang Gu that news of his alleged cheating was trending. However, as they exited the supermarket, he noticed Tang Gu abruptly turning back. Confused, Pai glanced outside. Not far from the supermarket, two groups of people had gathered, each individual's face twisted in fury, bare shoulders displaying various tattoos. Some were flushed red, evidently due to alcohol. They brandished bottles, steel pipes, bricks, and shouted obscenities at one another, confronting each other with hostility. The crowd seemed to number in the hundreds. Is this a drunken riot? Pai's heart raced, prompting him to retreat back into the store. Chapter 69. Let us go, shrimp. Goodness, have we stumbled upon a drunken disturbance? This is perilous. Shouldn't the streamer and old Tang hurry away? These inebriated individuals are the most dangerous. Once they start fighting, they won't care who you are. If they see you, they will strike. What a stroke of bad luck. To have a delightful evening spoiled by these ruffians. The streamer should urgently call the police. But it's too late for that. A brawl is about to erupt, and the police won't arrive in time. The viewers in the live stream expressed their concerns. Pai Pai also recognized the seriousness of the situation. Once these hundreds of people started fighting, it would undoubtedly affect the supermarket. He anxiously looked at Tang Gu, only to find him remarkably composed, sipping his soda while engrossed in his phone. Unbelievable. How can one still focus on their phone at a time like this? When I call for you to keep up, make sure to follow me immediately, understood? Tang Gu cast a fleeting glance at Pai Gu and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Well, alright then. Pai Gu, akin to a chick pecking at grains, failed to grasp the essence of Tang Gu's words. Yet, he intuitively understood that following the leader was the right course of action. Was it possible that old Tang was so composed? Could it be that he had prepared some formidable combat robot or had bodyguards at his side? It seemed unlikely. If I am not mistaken, old Tang was summoning his Qilin intelligent automobile. Upon this realization, the crowd remembered that Tang Gu indeed possessed a Qilin car crafted from alloy. If he could just slip inside, he would be impervious to confrontation. Even the mightiest of stones falling from the sky would pose no fear to him. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the Qilin car approached from a distance. However, due to the mutual confrontation and verbal altercations between the two factions, hundreds of individuals obstructed the vehicle's path. The atmosphere grew rather awkward as Tang Gu found himself separated from his Qilin car by a throng of bare-chested men. On either side loomed towering building walls, flanked by tattooed and inebriated men blocking the pathways, their expressions menacing and clearly not to be trifled with. For an ordinary person to navigate through would likely invite malicious intent. Thus, taking a detour was out of the question. To reach the car, one would have to devise a means of traversing through this sea of bodies. Beep. The Qilin attempted to sound its horn, but the robust men remained unfazed, entirely disregarding the vehicle. What is wrong with hugging your girlfriend? I can embrace whomever I choose. How dare you touch me? A buzzcut man bellowed, directing his ire at a handsome fellow. The latter, not one to back down, smashed a bottle to the ground with a resounding crack and retorted loudly. Go ahead and shout, you mutt. If you bark again, I will break all 3 of your legs. Do you think you can lay a finger on my woman? Infuriated, the buzzcut man seized a steel pipe and advanced menacingly. Just as tensions reached their zenith, a gentle voice interjected from the side. Might I trouble you two to step aside? Allow me to get into my car before you commence your brawl. Under the astonished gaze of countless onlookers and the burly men at the scene, Tang Gu boldly walked between the quarreling parties, adopting the guise of an innocent bystander. Who the hell are you? The buzzcut man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seizing the moment, the handsome man struck with a bottle, shattering it against the buzzcut man's head, causing blood to spatter and veins to bulge on his forehead. I'll have you all for this. Die, he roared, retaliating with a swing of the steel pipe aimed at the handsome man, as he sought vengeance first against him, and then against the unsuspecting Tang Gu. The two men grappled fiercely, targeting each other's vulnerable points with ruthless precision. Tang Gu turned and shouted, Pai Xia, let us go. With that, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of their fight, he sprinted towards the Qilin car. In that instant, Tang Gu's speed reached an unprecedented peak. As the leaders clashed, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of shouts, and a melee broke out among the hundreds present. Bang, bang, clang. Various sounds of shattering echoed throughout the area. The vendors at the food street had long since packed up their stalls, retreating to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the chaos. The inebriated individuals wreaked havoc, smashing anything in their path with alarming ferocity. Pai Gu could scarcely afford to hesitate, as he witnessed someone shatter the supermarket's glass, and the brawl had spilled into the unmanned grocery store. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards Tang Gu, his face contorted with fright, phone held high. Run, Pai Xia. Quick, someone with a knife is chasing you, he exclaimed. This is terrifying. These people are truly menacing. Hurry, Pai Xia. No, Pai Gu. Quickly, get into the car. The audience in the live stream had been led astray by Tang Gu, and Pai Ji's name had inexplicably transformed into Pai Xia. Yet their concerns were genuine, for indeed, someone was pursuing Pai Gu with a knife. In the heat of the brawl, these individuals were reckless. Even if they had no desire to fight, any injury inflicted would ignite their fury. As Tang Gu entered the vehicle, the Origin promptly shut the door. Various instruments struck the car, producing dull thuds. When Pai Gu came rushing over, the Origin swiftly opened the door again. Tang Gu reached out and pulled Pai Gu inside, and the door closed once more. Just then, a kitchen knife struck the glass as the door shut. Pai Gu narrowly escaped disaster. He exhaled in relief, his heart racing uncontrollably. You scared me to death. Thank you, Tang Gu, for your timely assistance. Pai Gu gasped. Tang Gu smiled modestly. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort. While Pai Gu playfully expressed gratitude, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Tang Gu's previous actions were undoubtedly audacious, daring to approach two intoxicated individuals without fear of being struck by a bottle. Thanks to old Tang for saving Pai Xia. Thank you, Tang Gu, for rescuing our Pai Xia. I was terrified. I thought that flying kitchen knife would strike Pai Xia. Old Tang's car windows are remarkably sturdy. It seems not only the vehicle's frame is robust, but the glass is equally resilient. Pai Gu lamented the loss of his online persona. Laughter filled the live stream as the atmosphere lightened following Pai G's rescue. Outside, various weapons clashed, with some individuals even being kicked onto the front of the Qilin car, creating a scene of chaotic violence. The Qilin vehicle promptly retreated, maneuvering towards the outskirts. Although the exterior showed no scratches, it had been dirted by the ruckus. Clearly, acquiring a robotic bodyguard was imperative, for unexpected situations could arise even in times of peace. Tang mused internally about installing additional defensive mechanisms at home and perhaps providing Yixin with her own robotic bodyguard. In fact, a prototype already existed. Tang had developed multiple chips and bodies for Dubai, including one with a bodyguard mode. Chapter 70. Delightful. Tang now felt compelled to contemplate whether to equip Dubai with weaponry and whether to install defensive armaments within his home, though such items would undoubtedly face prohibition. Thus, construction must be conducted in secrecy. As long as no one harbors ill intentions towards him, these weapons will remain undiscovered indefinitely. Should anyone target him or Zhang Yashuan, even if the weapons were to be revealed, it would be of little consequence. Protecting oneself and one's family takes precedence over all else. Although exposure may lead to a myriad of troubles, upon returning, he intends to delve into literature regarding firearms. Qilin navigated away from the brawl, which had already attracted the attention of law enforcement. By the time both factions converged, their actions had been captured by Origin's cameras, prompting police notification. The intelligent vehicle halted before a barbecue stall, where the proprietor, while grilling, observed the distant altercation. When Tang Gu's car came to a stop in front of him, the vendor immediately donned a smile. Mr. Tang has arrived. Your barbecue is ready, but the oysters will require a bit more time to cook. No hurry. Take your time. Tang Gu replied with a smile from within the car. He then turned to his companion, Brother Pippi, and remarked, It's all right now. Brother Pippi, you may leave. Oh, thank you. Brother Pippi nodded, suddenly adding, Wait, I have something to tell you. Your competition today has gone viral online. Tang Gu blinked, unfazed, and replied, Oh, I'm accustomed to it. If it's trending, so be it. It's become routine for me to make headlines every time I step out. People nowadays are simply bored and idle. It's merely tinkering with machinery. Why all the fuss and uproar, leading to widespread discussion? It's truly vexing. I cannot fathom why those celebrities crave attention for their every move, even their most mundane activities. Brother Pippi grimaced slightly. No, Mr. Tang. It's not that. Today's competition has led to accusations of cheating. They claim you employed artificial intelligence. Tang Gu raised an eyebrow, remaining composed. So that's the matter. They must be mistaken. However, I am grateful for their suggestion. I've decided to equip my motorcycle with an artificial intelligence system tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the competition had barely concluded before netizens speculated. It seems I underestimated the power of online communities. I hope the Windward Group has finalized the contract. Otherwise, all efforts may be in vain. I believe in you. From now on, should anyone dare to claim you cheated, I shall be the first to oppose it. Fans can vouch for me. Brother Pippi addressed the camera earnestly. From my recent interaction with Mr. Tang, I can sincerely attest to his integrity and kindness. He is certainly not a cheater. I kindly ask everyone to cease the rumors. After saying this, he nodded at Tang Gu and raised the bottle of water in his hand. Also, I thank Mr. Tang for treating me to this water. Next time, the meal is on me. Tang Gu smiled and picked up his phone as the two exchanged contact information. After Brother Pippi exited the vehicle, Tang Gu suddenly heard the alert from Origin. A magnitude 4 earthquake has been detected. It is within a safe range, so Mr. Tang need not worry. As the notification concluded, aside from the drunken brawlers, all the stall vendors paused momentarily, clearly sensing the tremors. After a brief moment, the ground returned to its normal state, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, earthquakes have been rather frequent. Fortunately, it was not a significant tremor. I read in the news that many areas have experienced mild earthquakes, and rumors suggest a major quake may occur in a particular location. Could it be in the bustling metropolis? That would indeed pose a grave danger. Thus, it is essential to stay informed on such matters, ensuring that heavy objects are not placed on high shelves and that corridors remain unobstructed. One must not wait until an earthquake strikes to take action, for that would be quite troublesome. The street vendor began to engage in casual conversation with his customers. This area is relatively distant from the combat zone, and it is unlikely to be affected. Soon, the wail of police sirens echoed from afar. The intoxicated individuals remained oblivious, continuing their brutal brawl, their heads bloodied and battered. Boss Tang Gu, your oysters are ready. I must pack up and leave now. I wish you a delightful life. The barbecue vendor cheerfully handed the packaged oysters through the window. Thank you, and I wish you prosperous business as well, Tang Gu replied with a smile, accepting the offering before heading home in his intelligent Chilean vehicle. As he traveled, Tang Gu's mind became a whirlwind of thoughts and ideas. The recent tremor prompted reflections on the fragility of homes and the dangers posed by natural disasters. He contemplated the possibility of purchasing a plot of land to construct a unique and luxurious villa using his advanced technology. The notion of creating weaponry at home had begun to take root in his mind. Why not directly acquire land and design the entire residence as a fortress? Not only would it possess a high level of defense, but it would also withstand earthquakes and other calamities. If the structure were not robust, even the most advanced weapons could be rendered ineffective should the house collapse, resulting in an awkward predicament. With these peculiar thoughts swirling, Tang Gu returned home with his late-night snack. The plan to relocate would not materialize swiftly, thus the project for a technologically advanced home would be postponed. However, he could begin crafting surveillance devices and small-scale weapons to comprehensively protect his current residence. For instance, automated reconnaissance drones could be developed, implanted with artificial intelligence to navigate the vicinity autonomously. These drones could be equipped with tasers or tranquilizers to neutralize any illicit individuals encountered. Moreover, he could devise a solar energy system to convert energy into electromagnetic power, enabling the drones to achieve limitless endurance while maintaining swift flight speeds. Placing his late-night snack on the dining table, Tang Gu sat down to ponder. An enticing aroma wafted throughout the home, prompting his wife to emerge from the study with soft footsteps. Upon seeing Tang Gu lost in thought at the table, she smiled and waved. What are you thinking about, dear? Thinking of my lovely wife, Tang Gu chuckled, pulling her into his embrace and inviting her to sit on his lap. Hee, you silly. Zhang Yashuan laughed brightly as she unwrapped the takeout, the savory scent of barbecue filling the air and making one's mouth water. She took out a skewer of lamb and handed it to Tang Gu behind her. The true essence of love lies not in indulging oneself with good things immediately, but in sharing them with those cherished. Tang Gu opened his mouth and took a bite of the lamb, savoring its perfectly balanced texture, with a hint of the gamey flavor that was particularly soul-stirring. Delightful. The lamb presented by the little fairy was exceptionally fragrant. Tang Gu praised, giving a thumbs up. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at him. You really know how to charm a girl. Honestly confess, how many girls have you deceived in total? She took a bite of the lamb as well, the rich flavor making her eyes sparkle. Every day, I manage to charm one, each more beautiful than the last, and they all stay at my home. How blissful. Tang Gu took another bite of the lamb handed to him by his beloved wife. HM, you charm one every day? And they're all more beautiful than the previous? Zhang Yashuan was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Tang Gu was indirectly complimenting her on her increasing beauty. Smooth talker. She feigned displeasure, yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. Unable to resist, she planted a kiss on Tang Gu's cheek, leaving him with a greasy face. HM, you dare to retaliate? I shall kiss you back. Not a chance. Zhang Yashuan quickly placed her hand on her husband's head, preventing him from smearing his face with oil. With his wife denying him a kiss, Tang Gu suddenly appeared dejected. Seeing her husband's disappointed expression, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but chuckle and softly added, You may kiss me after you finish your shower. Upon hearing this, Tang Gu instantly perked up, declaring, I shall go shower right now. Oh wait, finish your late-night snack first, no need to rush. Zhang Yashuan handed him an oyster, and Tang Gu eagerly consumed it. Ah, nothing tastes as delightful as what my wife offers. The two of them shared bites, and in no time, they finished all the barbecued delights. Finally, they quenched their thirst with a chilled bottle of soda. Ah, refreshing. After finishing the last sip of ice-cold cola, Tang Gu couldn't help but exclaim, All right, go take a shower. It's already 10:30, Zhang Yashuan said softly, glancing at her phone. By the way, I think there was a minor earthquake earlier. Did you feel it? Yes, just a magnitude of 4, nothing serious. But I did encounter a drunken man in a brawl, and that scene was rather terrifying. Tang Gu went to the room to fetch a set of sleepwear and walked toward the bathroom. Hearing about the brawl, Zhang Yashuan immediately followed. Were you standing at a distance? At that moment, Tang Gu was already in the bathroom, having shed his clothes. Yet, Zhang Yashuan showed no intention of averting her gaze, meticulously observing every inch of her husband's skin. After confirming he had no injuries, she felt relieved and began playing with her phone at the bathroom door. To be honest, I almost got caught up in it. Thankfully, I ran fast. Tang Gu's voice echoed from the bathroom. What? Zhang Yashuan was instantly startled. Before she could ask, Tang Gu began recounting his earlier experience. It was then that Zhang Yashuan realized her husband had encountered such a frightening situation just to buy a late-night snack. Next time you go out, take a bodyguard with you. This is far too dangerous. Zhang Yashuan furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, no wonder you've been lost in thought since your return. You have endured so much. It is my fault for not noticing your unease. Ha. No, it's not that I am afraid. Rather, I am contemplating other matters. Tang Gu emerged from the bathroom after his shower, his hair dried, and a smile graced his face. He gently ruffled his wife's hair and said, there won't be a next time. Tomorrow, the automated system will be entirely completed, and I will bring back several bodyguards, the Bai robots. The Bai bodyguards amalgamate all combat techniques, and their appearances will also undergo transformations, rendering them more agile and powerful. Even if 10 bodyguards were to join forces, they would undoubtedly be no match for a single Bai robot. Should Tang Gu equip the Bai with advanced technological weaponry, their destructive capability would soar exponentially. Chapter 71. The Bai robot is finally released the following day. Tang Gu's 2 automated factories were completed. Smart cars began to roll off the production line at an astonishing rate, and it would not be long before the first batch of smart vehicles was ready. Humanity's mode of transportation was poised to enter the intelligent era. Moreover, there were the Bai robots. Tang Gu had already launched a pre-sale online, announcing the official release date for both the Bai and the smart cars, the Dragon Boat Festival. Heike Technology Company, Limited was set to unveil its 2 flagship products, the Qilin Smart Car and the Bai Robot, at the stroke of midnight on the Dragon Boat Festival. Customers who pre-ordered were advised to keep their phones accessible. They would receive calls and messages from Heike Technology's intelligent customer service prior to the festival, offering the option of home delivery or pickup from designated locations. This announcement ignited a frenzy across the internet. Discussions had previously centered on whether Tang Gu was indeed cheating, but with the release of Heike's information, such speculations were swiftly drowned out by an avalanche of excitement. Finally, you have arrived. I'm glad I didn't give up. After waiting so long, it is finally here. Wow, what a grand debut. The smart cars and Bai robots are launching together. Those who pre-ordered can receive their vehicles before the festival. How incredible is that? I must showcase my new car on the streets before the Dragon Boat Festival. This pre-sale is beyond anything I imagined. I will receive my order even earlier than the release date. Quick, check out the Bai official website. There are so many styles of Bai robots, along with their gear. The Bai official site featured 2 main categories. One was the basic model, which Tang Gu had previously showcased during a live stream. The other was the professional model, where each Bai robot possessed a unique appearance tailored to specific professions. For instance, the medical variant was equipped with an array of medical tools, transforming it into a mobile hospital capable of performing all surgeries that humanity has mastered. Whether treating external injuries or internal ailments, from severe fractures to common colds, it could address medical issues on site. Such robots were undoubtedly aimed at hospitals and affluent individuals. For example, having a medical Bai robot aboard an ambulance could facilitate immediate emergency surgeries before transferring the patient to a hospital for further care. The wealthy are indeed quite straightforward. They employ a medical assistant at home, rendering any illness, regardless of severity, manageable without the need for hospital visits. Additionally, there exists a culinary assistant, proficient in various international cuisines, capable of storing utensils within its body, and able to cook on-site with an automatic ignition feature. With such a culinary assistant, survival in the wilderness would not pose a threat of hunger. Then there are the security assistants, skilled in various martial arts, adept in the use of various modes of transportation, and proficient in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques. Their bodies are integrated with alloy elements that can withstand bullets and explosions. For those affluent individuals who deem it necessary, they can purchase such assistance and register with the state to obtain upgrade chips that enhance their proficiency with firearms. Indeed, Tang Gu has also equipped the security assistants with chips that grant expertise in weaponry. However, these chips are not available for sale and must be applied for through the state. Tang Gu has entrusted the management of these chips to the government. Only the country's elite wealthy, who meet the state's evaluation criteria, are eligible to apply. Those who possess wealth yet lack patriotism, or those who have acquired their riches through illicit means, are not entitled to these chips. Generally, those who require firearms are individuals traveling abroad. Should the security assistant acquire this capability, the affluent citizens of our nation would no longer need to worry about their safety while overseas. Moreover, weapon-proficient assistants have been procured in bulk by state personnel. The purpose of such acquisitions is understood by those in the know. Assistants specializing in a particular vocation cannot transition to other professions, even if different chips are installed to alter their abilities. The variations in size and internal configurations prevent them from realizing the full potential of the chips. For instance, if a security assistant is equipped with a medical assistant chip, it can only provide limited medical knowledge and cannot perform surgeries. Conversely, the basic model possesses the ability to infinitely evolve and adapt. For example, if the basic model's intelligent chip is designated for caregiving, replacing it with a security chip allows it to assume the role of a bodyguard, provided it is outfitted with the appropriate gear. However, its protective capabilities will not match those of a specialized model. It cannot withstand bullets or explosions. Nonetheless, it is sufficiently effective for domestic use. Thus, it is understood that specialized models are unsuitable for transition, while basic models can be easily adapted, albeit lacking the expertise of specialized models and requiring additional equipment purchases. It seems that old Tang is indeed a commercial genius. Can someone calculate which option is more economical? Given old Tang's business acumen, it is unlikely that there is a straightforward answer regarding value. Rather, it pertains to which type aligns best with one's needs. Precisely, if one purchases an assistant solely for a singular capability, then a specialized model is indeed the way to go. However, if one desires more than just one ability, then a basic model should be chosen. It is essential to note that basic models necessitate the purchase of equipment, which can be rather costly. Could one not simply acquire all professional models? Oh, if you are a tycoon, consider my words disregarded. You may sweep aside all professional models without a second glance at the basic ones. As for myself, from an ordinary household, I shall opt for a basic assistant and inquire about the pricing. What on earth? The basic model costs 300,000. Should I deem that affordable or expensive? The public, at last, recalled the matter of pricing and eagerly accessed the price inquiry. A standard model of the robot, commonly referred to as Dubai, is priced at 300,000, which, when calculated based on materials, appears to be exorbitant profit. However, the true value of Dubai lies in its intelligent chip, which constitutes its essence. It can be asserted that the costliness of Dubai is fundamentally attributed to its chip. This illustrates the immense power of intellect. Wisdom has the capacity to generate substantial wealth. The basic model of Dubai is priced at 300,000, while the chip alone is valued at 250,000. The accessories, on the other hand, are more affordable, with the same component available at varying prices. The cheaper ones cost merely a few thousand, whereas the more expensive ones can amount to several hundred thousand. The professional models of Dubai are tailored for different professions, with prices ranging from 100,000 to 5 million, reflecting their diverse functionalities. A chef's model of Dubai is available for only 100,000, which is quite appealing. Acquiring one would mean never having to cook again for generations. I intend to purchase a basic Dubai to keep as a pet in my home, which will also monitor my health. I have acquired the full set. Wealthy individuals are seeking sponsorship. Interestingly, Dubai comes in both solar and electric versions, along with a hybrid option. I shall decisively opt for the solar model, as electric power can be quite costly. Yet, electric models are more economical. And being from a modest background, I shall choose the electric version. Lao Tang exhibits remarkable foresight, ensuring he profits from both the wealthy and the less fortunate. How considerate. Indeed, I shall send Lao Tang a box of blades first. Chapter 72. Autonomous exploration drone. The launch of Dubai has incited a frenzy among the populace nationwide. The news of the robot's inception has gradually reached international shores, prompting many foreigners to eagerly click on pre-orders. Personnel from multiple countries in the robotics industry are keen to witness the reality behind the promotional videos. That Tang Gu from the Dragon Country has developed a civilian robot. Is there any way we can lure him to our side? Inquired a leader from one of the world's top 3 nations to his fellow executives. Such genius could usher in monumental changes for a nation. Presently, the Dragon Country has entered the era of artificial intelligence. While this once dominant global power remains ensnared in the information age, this has severely destabilized their hegemonic status. If this continues, the Dragon Country is destined to surpass them and emerge as the new global hegemon. It may prove challenging, however, as he has already established firm roots. The Dragon Country will employ every means to retain him. When intelligent automobiles were first introduced, the Dragon Country had already issued warnings to nations worldwide. We cannot entertain any ambitions toward Tang Gu. The senior officials seated in the conference room furrowed their brows. Then let us procure his intelligent vehicles and robots, and direct our research departments to thoroughly decipher them. The national leader declared solemnly, if we cannot win over this individual, we must seize control of his technology. Our nation cannot afford to lag behind. The leaders of various countries felt immense pressure regarding Tang Gu's robots and intelligent vehicles. Within the same planet, nations find themselves in disparate eras. The leading faction shall attain the greatest influence in this world. Consequently, the equilibrium of the United Nations has been irrevocably disrupted. This is a sight that no nation wishes to witness, especially the ever-rising dragon country. This nation is remarkably united and boasts a vast population. Once it awakens, it resembles a colossal dragon unfurling its long dormant eyes, soaring to unprecedented heights, never to be surpassed again. At this moment, Tang Gu, who has garnered the attention of various nations, is seated at home engrossed in books. Zhang Yashuan is in the study, engaged in her artwork, while Tang Gu quietly reads from his position opposite her. Between them lies an array of afternoon delicacies and 2 cups of pearl milk tea. As is her custom, Yashuan opens a live stream while painting. Their tranquil and warm daily life evokes envy among the viewers of the stream. The couple sits together, not needing constant interaction, each absorbed in their own pursuits. Their serenity never bordering on monotony. Even in silence, one can feel the presence and care of the other, a model of marital harmony. When will Yashuan's animated work be released? I can hardly wait. It will take at least a few months, certainly not anytime soon. As for Old Tang's novel adaptation into a film, that will likely take even longer. By the way, what book is Old Tang reading? The screen faintly reveals phrases like unmanned detection and solar energy conversion. What is this? ISNT Old Tang adept in solar technology? The Bai has solar energy capabilities. Who knows? I feel that Old Tang's inventions and technology always surprise one. I think I even spotted phrases referring to launching devices. Old Tang can't be contemplating building a rocket, can he? Having reflected on his experiences from last night, Tang Gu intends to first develop an automatic reconnaissance drone, a device equipped with various detection technologies. This drone will feature night vision, radar, thermal imaging, and even some incapacitating electric functions. Moreover, Tang Gu plans to install a solar energy conversion device, granting the drone infinite endurance as well as electromagnetic propulsion capabilities. He intends to construct a dozen of these drones at once, forming a vast surveillance network around his residence. Even the slightest fly passing by will be captured by the drones. However, the knowledge required for such a small drone is extensive, given its broad range of functions. The expertise needed for cars and motorcycles pertains specifically to their hardware. Bai requires minimal knowledge, and Tang Gu can manage with just a few relevant books. Yet, the drone is a different matter. Tang Gu must delve into literature on flight dynamics, as well as night vision, thermal imaging, and radar. He must also study solar energy conversion and weaponry related to drones. Furthermore, he will utilize advanced technology systems to upgrade this knowledge. Otherwise, it would be impossible to compress so much information into a small drone. The components Tang Gu aspires to integrate into the drone are indeed numerous. To fit them all, he must resort to cutting-edge technology to miniaturize every aspect. As Tang Gu diligently completed one book after another, a cascade of knowledge upgrade reminders echoed in his mind. After several days of continuous reading, he finally exhaled with relief. Having spent a few days at home with his wife, he meticulously his thoughts and knowledge before heading directly to the Bai manufacturing factory, ready to embark on his drone creation journey. The drone's exterior would once again employ Q alloy, a cutting-edge technology that could not afford to remain idle. Only a robust shell could safeguard the core of the drone from potential damage. The propulsion system would utilize electromagnetic thrust, fundamentally transforming the conventional flight methods of drones. Furthermore, the energy source for this electromagnetic system would no longer rely on electrical power, but would harness solar energy directly. This innovation would enable the drone to operate tirelessly, day and night. With the protective Q alloy shell, it would effectively shield against the high temperatures of sunlight, alleviating concerns regarding prolonged operational periods leading to damage. Next, the imaging and detection capabilities of the drone were relatively straightforward to fabricate. Tang Gu merely needed to modify existing technological foundations to effortlessly create a detection device that was lighter and smaller than those currently available on the market. The final aspect to consider was the drone's offensive capabilities. Tang Gu sat in his workshop, lost in contemplation. When it came to weaponry, he hesitated to venture forth. The invention of such devices could easily attract governmental scrutiny, leading to a life under constant surveillance. The state would likely station personnel in proximity to his residence. not only to ensure his safety, but also to be the first to acquire superior black technology weaponry. However, this concern paled in comparison to the potential consequences of his weapons being publicly exposed, which could draw the attention of various nations and jeopardize his safety. Currently, the production of vehicles and robots remained within the realm of commerce, but weaponry was an entirely different matter. It represented a means to conquer the world. If Tang Gu wished to live in peace, he would forever remain under the protective watch of the state. Regardless of whether he possessed black technology for his own defense, the government would continue to assign personnel to monitor and safeguard him. Even a simple outing with his wife would necessitate being followed and scrutinized, a thought that was disheartening. Yet, if the weaponry posed too little of a threat, it would be ineffective in protecting him should genuine danger arise. Perhaps a miniature electromagnetic cannon would go unnoticed? Chapter 73. The Watcher. His wife became upset. Tang Gu stroked his chin, initially intending to create a stunning device. However, the stunning effects would only suffice against one or two adversaries. A miniature electromagnetic cannon, on the other hand, could incapacitate multiple foes at once. Just as in that fateful night when he encountered hundreds of drunken men, a single shot from the miniature cannon would bring them all down. Tang Gu contemplated adding a power regulator to the cannon, allowing him to control its output. When facing ordinary individuals, he could reduce the cannon's power to a minimum, merely stunning or incapacitating his adversaries, thus avoiding any unintended fatalities. Conversely, when confronted with terrorists, the miniature electromagnetic cannon could effectively obliterate their firearms. Generally speaking, Tang Gu did not foresee the need to utilize the cannon at high power. Under low power conditions, the fluctuations of the electromagnetic cannon are quite subtle, resembling an ordinary electric shock. As long as there are no armed terrorists present, Tang Gu's miniature electromagnetic cannon will remain concealed. By keeping his weapon hidden, he can avoid the ensuing chaos. With a swift thought, Tang Gu commenced the fabrication of his miniature electromagnetic cannon using the materials at his disposal. It is astonishing to consider. The average person would struggle even to identify the necessary components for constructing such a device. However, Tang Gu approached this task with ease. Possessing a wealth of knowledge regarding advanced technologies, he had over 10 different methods to create an electromagnetic cannon, each employing diverse materials. In recent days, Tang Gu dedicated himself to the factory, neglecting his home. He engaged in repeated experimentation and refinement of a simple electromagnetic launching device. Gradually, he transformed a small electromagnetic launcher into an incredibly compact miniature electromagnetic cannon. He installed the cannon within a half-meter wide drone, connecting it to a chip that served as its core. At last, this autonomous reconnaissance drone, equipped with offensive capabilities, was complete. Tang Gu refrained from adding any color to the drone, allowing the alloy's natural silver hue to shine through. It boasted a maximum flight altitude of 5,000 meters and a top speed of 100. While these figures may not represent the peak of performance, they certainly classify it among the elite configurations within the realm of civilian drones. Most significantly, the drone housed elements that no other drone could fully possess. Its comprehensive capabilities could easily surpass those of all existing drones. Stepping outside the factory, Tang Gu shielded himself from the blazing sun. The outdoor temperature soared to 32 degrees Celsius. After momentarily setting the drone aside, he hurried back into the studio to enjoy the air conditioning. Origin, the system, activated the drone's data panel. Seated at his computer desk, Tang Gu spoke into his phone. Shortly thereafter, the computer screen displayed the drone's various data metrics. After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to name the drone the Sentinel. The initial design purpose of this drone was to safeguard the home, to observe its surroundings, and keep watch. Regardless of how it may evolve in the future, this name resonates perfectly with its current function. The name has been successfully entered into the database, and the Sentinel drone brand has been registered. The efficiency of the Origin system remained high. While Tang Gu sat in his studio, enjoying the cool air, he monitored the drone's data under the relentless sun. Among the displayed metrics, a battery level was visibly increasing at a rapid pace. 001, 003, 007, 01. He remained unhurried, taking the opportunity to chat with his wife via his phone. Nan Ku Meng. Darling, please don't close the window tonight. I'll climb up to find you. Your husband isn't home today, right? Tang Gu playfully teased Zhang Yashuan, aiming to elicit a reaction. Xiao Xiannu, husband? I don't have a husband. I'm all alone at home every day. How could I have a husband? Nan Ku Meng. In a fleeting dream, the conversation unfolded. What's the matter, my dear? The fairy replied, I'm perfectly fine. At this point, Tang Gu found himself caught between laughter and tears. His wife was undoubtedly upset with him. After all, it was quite unusual for him to be absent from home for several consecutive days since moving in with Zhang Yashuan. Her heart was heavy with discontent due to his sudden disappearance. Well, if you're okay, then that's a relief, Tang Gu reassured her. What's wrong? She inquired. Humph. She retorted, her displeasure evident. I'll bring home some professional chefs to prepare a meal for you, he suggested. Absolutely not. Just go away and don't come back. She insisted, her tone firm. Oh, woe is me. My fairy no longer desires me. Perhaps I should meet my end, he lamented dramatically. Then do just that. I no longer want you, she declared, but I wish to perish in your embrace. So I must return and crash into your arms. Do remember to open the door for me, he pleaded. Not a chance. Climb through the window instead, she shot back. At this juncture, Tang Gu felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that his wife was not as composed as she seemed. She genuinely cared for him. Winning her back could not be resolved through mere text messages. Mr. Tang, the Watcher Drone's battery has reached activation status. Shall we proceed with the data tests now? The voice of Origin resonated through the room. Since the battery was sufficiently charged, he decided to commence the operations. His gaze shifted towards the Watcher drone basking in the sun. It was powered by solar energy, which was why he had left it outdoors to soak up the rays. The charging was remarkably swift, and all indicators were normal. Suddenly, the drone emitted a blue luminescence, elevating gracefully to a height of 10 meters, its stability astonishing. Despite the smoothness of its flight, the ascent was equally seamless, without a hint of turbulence. Tang Gu redirected his attention from the drone outside to the first-person perspective displayed on his computer screen. The drone was outfitted with a 360-degree panoramic view, offering a clear sight in all directions. Origin initiated the performance tests, with various imaging modes switching in rapid succession. The Watcher soared through the skies, capturing the scenes below as if filming an epic motion picture. The drone's camera was a marvel of technology, capable of vividly recording any site within a kilometer radius. Even when magnified several times, the clarity remained impeccable. On the monitor, alongside the drone's data, information captured from its footage continuously flashed by. The Watcher documented the faces of everyone on the ground, transmitting the data to Origin for analysis and information gathering. Individuals whose information had leaked online would find themselves scrutinized by Origin in mere moments. In truth, there remained few who had not exposed any information online, only those who lived in seclusion within the mountains. To what extent did Origin gather information on these individuals? So detailed that it included identity card numbers, bank balances, employment, daily routines, hobbies, and more. If such data were to be made public, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. This matter has already encroached upon the privacy of every individual. At this moment, the multitude traversing the internet remains oblivious. Their information has long been disseminated across various corners of the web, albeit in fragmented pieces. However, once collated and integrated by artificial intelligence, it will yield a comprehensive information chain. Chapter 74, A Young Couple's Quarrel. The origins of this data collection are entirely encrypted, with access rights granted solely to me and Zhang Yashuan. Very well, Mr. Tang. Shall we back this up to the home server? Yes. Currently, this information holds little utility for Tang Gu, yet one can never predict whether it may prove useful in the future. Retaining a copy is undoubtedly prudent. The final electromagnetic cannon test commenced. At the lowest power setting, only a mild incapacitating effect was produced, with normalcy restored after a brief period. Even a mouse struck by the cannon at the minimal power merely experienced a temporary fainting spell. The origins effectively suppressed the electromagnetic cannon's power to its lowest level. In contrast, at full power, the miniature electromagnetic cannon could penetrate a massive stone 2 meters wide. Such data undoubtedly aligns perfectly with Tang Gu's aspirations, neither too high nor too low, but just right. All metrics showed no anomalies, the test concluded, and the Watcher was being retracted. A prompt from the origins echoed, with a green display illuminating the computer screen. Tang Gu remarked, from now on, let the basic robots be responsible for manufacturing this type of drone. For the time being, construct 100 units as a reserve. Once the surveillance and house-guarding drones are ready, Tang Gu would then contemplate the construction of his residence. However, this matter was not urgent and required a gradual approach. After tidying up, Tang Gu awakened a driver robot within the factory. He instructed the driver to gather the chef, bodyguards, cleaners, and gardeners, and load them onto the truck for the journey home. Meanwhile, Tang Gu took the drone and departed the factory in a Kirin smart vehicle. His first stop was a pastry shop, where he procured some confections. Next, he visited a florist to purchase 9 vibrant red roses, symbolizing enduring companionship. Only then did he head in the direction of home. With one hand carrying pastries and the other cradling the roses, Tang Gu exited the vehicle. The drone autonomously ascended from the car, reaching the rooftop to commence its patrol. As Tang Gu approached the entrance, the bodyguards exchanged sheepish glances. "We sincerely apologize, Mr. Tang," Miss Zhang has expressed. To be candid, this placed them in a rather awkward position as bodyguards. Noticing their hesitation, Tang Gu inquired, "What did she say?" Miss Zhang stated that we cannot allow you entry. One bodyguard awkwardly replied. In truth, if Tang Gu insisted on entering, they would hardly dare to obstruct him. "Why drag you bodyguards into this quarrel between a couple?" "Ah, I see. It's quite all right. I'll think of another way," Tang Gu chuckled ruefully, empathizing with the bodyguard's predicament. In such scenarios, the most challenging role undoubtedly fell upon them. Both parties were not ones they could afford to offend, making their position exceedingly difficult. "Origins, no. Watcher, please assist me in delivering these items inside." Tang Gu smiled as he waved to the Watcher drone, which gracefully descended before him. He secured the roses and pastries onto the drone. Then, the bodyguard at the door inquired, "Do you have a pen?" "Yes." The bodyguard promptly retrieved a black pen from his sleeve. Tang Gu picked up a small white card that came with the roses he had purchased. After inscribing some words upon it, he inserted the card into the bouquet. Once prepared, the Watcher ascended once more, soaring through the window of the 3rd floor. The Watcher activated its scanning function and, utilizing thermal imaging, swiftly located Zhang Yashuan's position. At this moment, Zhang Yashuan lay on the sofa in the living room, fixated on her phone, muttering angrily to herself, "That insufferable Tang Gu. How dare he not respond to my messages? When he returns, I shall make him pay." It had been 2 long hours. How could he still not have replied? Had she perhaps been too harsh? Should she offer him an apology? She shook her head. How could a lady be the first to apologize? That would be so undignified. Yet, they had been together long enough. What dignity was left to uphold? No. If she were to apologize, he might never realize his fault. And what if he continued to neglect her? Zhang Yashuan was deeply conflicted. Each passing moment felt interminable, as if time itself dragged on. Just then, a faint humming sound wafted from the hallway. Curiously, she turned her gaze to see a silver drone, dangling from it a bag and several bouquets of roses. What on earth is this? For a moment, she was taken aback, instinctively thinking of Tang Gu. Only he would create such a spectacle to seek her out. Or rather, he was the only one who would appear at her home. She retrieved the bag and roses, discovering it contained all her favorite snacks and cakes. Among the 9 red roses was a small card. "Dear Queen, there is a smelly fool loitering at your door. Seemingly your husband. Please, do come and claim him. Should you refuse, he will weep at the entrance until you let him in." With a chuckle, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Well, let him cry then. Let that foolish man weep." Meanwhile, Tang Gu stood at the door, uncertain if his wife's anger had subsided, anxiously awaiting her response. Surely, he wouldn't have to truly weep at the door, would he? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, the front door creaked open. A striking figure stood within, casting a stern gaze upon Tang Gu. "Who are you? What business do you have in my home?" Zhang Yashuan feigned indifference. Tang Gu grinned broadly and pushed the door open, enveloping his wife in an embrace. He kicked the door shut behind him, playfully declaring, "A flower thief. My dear, if you behave, this charming rogue can spare you some torment. Get lost, you pervert." Zhang Yashuan shot Tang Gu an exasperated glance. "You return and immediately think of such things. Is your mind entirely clouded with vulgarity? Well, it has been many days since we last met, and I was rather taken aback by your enchanting beauty," he replied with a cheeky smile. "You do realize you haven't been home in days. I shan't dare do it again. Do you wish for a repeat?" "I would never." Tang Gu laughed like a carefree child, leaving Zhang Yashuan feeling quite exasperated. He never uttered any sweet nothings, nor did he possess the knack for comforting anyone. After each blunder, he adopts a foolish demeanor to win his wife's affection. Only Zhang Yashuan, as his spouse, would fall for such antics. This is not foolishness. It is love. Zhang Yashuan settled back onto the sofa and retrieved the delectable treats from the bag. "You said you would bring back the big white to prepare dinner. Did you?" She unwrapped a piece of cake, delicately spearing a small portion with a fork and offering it to Tang Gu. He swallowed it whole, speaking as he chewed. "I did bring it back. I had the driver, Big White, transport a multitude of specialized Big Whites, some for cooking, others for cleaning, tending to the greenery, and even a bodyguard Big White." Ding dong. Just as Tang Gu finished speaking, the doorbell chimed. "Mr. Tang, all your Big White robots have arrived." The bodyguard at the door inquires whether to allow them entry. A notification from his phone inquired. "Let them in," Tang Gu instructed, glancing towards the door, while Zhang Yashuan awaited eagerly. As the door swung open, the tall, lanky driver Big White carried several large boxes inside. It winked at Tang Gu, seemingly grasping the master's intent. It promptly approached the boxes and pressed its foot on the activation spot atop one of them. Then, it proceeded to the second and third boxes. Various Big Whites of differing shapes emerged from the boxes, their bodies inflating. Several big whites descended from the boxes, all maintaining their classic white hue, inflatable forms, and adorably naive eyes. Yet, their physiques varied significantly. The chef Big White sported a chef's hat atop its head, filled with numerous cooking utensils. Its hands were no longer the plump, white variety, but rather slender and dexterous, coated in a special material that allowed for easy cleaning should they become soiled. The cleaning Big White had noticeably slimmed down, its height adjustable for reaching every corner of the home. It housed an array of cleaning tools and could store water within its body. The medical Big White was devoid of attire, resembling a basic version closely, save for a red hospital insignia emblazoned on its belly. It appeared less like an inflatable robot and more akin to a solid metal automaton, impervious to sharp objects and resistant to punctures. Within, it possessed multiple layers of shell, each with zippers containing various medical instruments. Unzipping would release some gas, yet not compromise the overall structure of the Big White. Closing the zippers would quickly reinflate it. The bodyguard Big White donned a tight-fitting uniform, its belly slimmed down as well. Its legs were elongated and reinforced, with additional joints in its arms and legs, enabling more agile maneuvers. Among these specialized Big Whites, the bodyguard bore the closest resemblance to human form. This particular bodyguard Big White, presented to Tang Gu, differed significantly from those available for sale, particularly regarding its unique chip. The chip in this Big White not only mastered weaponry, but also the art of weapon and ammunition manufacturing. Furthermore, Tang Gu had retained ample space for weaponry integration for future enhancements. When he finds the time, he plans to install a miniature electromagnetic cannon within the body of the bodyguard, Dabai. Currently, it is the gardener Dabai who has proactively ventured outside to work. Wow, is this the professional Dabai you brought back? Is it controlled by the origin, or does it possess a separate chip? Zhang Yashuan inquired, gently prodding Dabai's form, noticing a significant difference in its elasticity. At home, it can connect to the origin, allowing for a more harmonious coordination among them. While outside it utilizes its internal chip for the swiftest responses, Tang Gu replied. The fastest network in the world currently operates at only 4, with considerable latency. If the bodyguard Dabai were to rely on a network connection to the origin while outside, it could lead to delayed reactions. Should anyone fire upon us, a Dabai connected to the network would undoubtedly be unable to react in time to block the gunfire. However, a Dabai equipped with a chip boasts zero latency. Imagine achieving levels 5 or even 6, allowing me to command the global network. What a splendid prospect. Tang Gu's mind was alight with ideas. If he truly developed levels 5 and 6, the intelligent products he would create could connect directly to the origin, eliminating the need for chips. This would significantly reduce manufacturing costs while enabling him to retain control over all intelligent products. Naturally, such innovations would prompt the government to impose new regulations, possibly even seeking Tang Gu for access to the highest privileges of the origin. After all, controlling the global network's origin is tantamount to wielding power over the world itself. Until he possesses adequate strength, Tang Gu is not inclined to pursue this path. Instead, he believes that further developing consumer-oriented black technology to amass experience and knowledge is the wisest course of action. After activating all the professional Dabai units, the driver Dabai turned and exited the house, driving a truck back to the factory. Initially, Tang Gu contemplated creating an intelligent delivery truck, but soon reconsidered. After all, if one is already operating a truck, how could one afford an intelligent version? Rather than designing an intelligent truck, it seemed far more prudent to develop a driver Dabai capable of operating various trucks while possessing immense strength for transporting goods. Why not seize the opportunity? Henceforth, the responsibility for shipping and delivery would rest solely on the driver Dabai. It would become a symbol of Heike Technology Company, Limited. Any delivery made by it would signify a product of the Heike Company. Let me see how skilled Dabai is, Zhang Yashuan remarked, patting the chef Dabai. It blinked, as if suddenly enlightened, then ambled toward the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. Suddenly, it turned to face Zhang Yashuan, a screen appearing on its abdomen. A menu displayed various options, dazzling in its multitude. Wow, so this is how one selects dishes, Zhang Yashuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she discovered an array of her favorite desserts and cakes. She was astonished that Dabai could even prepare items typically found in a bakery. She pondered whether the creations would resemble those in the images. Not only could she make selections, but she could also opt for recommended meals tailored for specific needs, such as nutritional supplements during workouts, weight loss meals, health-conscious options, or calorie-packed delights. Tang Gu reclined on the sofa and elucidated, "You have the liberty to choose for yourself, or you may directly make a request to Dabai. It comprehends your wishes. After all, its core is derived from the essence. Indeed, then I shall have a medium-rare sirloin steak." He pondered for a moment before adding, The ingredients you request must first be available at home, Tang Gu replied, somewhat taken aback. They are indeed available. I had someone purchase them, and they are stored in the refrigerator. Would you like a portion? Zhang Yashuan smiled. Tang Gu blinked, glancing towards the kitchen, where he noticed several candles on the table. It turned out that his wife had not been unprepared, upon seeing his message that he would return today. She had specially bought some items to welcome him. Are we having a candlelit dinner? Tang Gu chuckled. Then please prepare a medium-rare filet mignon for me, along with 2 cocktails of your choice. Certainly. Dabai gestured and commenced the culinary endeavor by rummaging through the ingredients in the refrigerator. Zhang Yashuan exclaimed. It can also mix drinks? I thought it was merely Chef Dabai. How has it transformed into Bartender Dabai? I consider beverages to be a form of sustenance. Hence I have incorporated this aspect into the chef's chip, Tang Gu explained, leaning against Zhang Yashuan as they observed Dabai's industriousness in the kitchen. The drone that delivered flowers to me, was that also created by you? Zhang Yashuan inquired. Indeed, it is called the Guardian, designed to safeguard our home. The factory is currently mass-producing them. That day's encounter with a drunken brawl left me quite frightened. Tang Gu nodded. You are aware of fear, then? Are you afraid of me? Zhang Yashuan asked playfully, resting her head on Tang Gu's shoulder. Not at all. Afraid? Am I truly that fearsome? It's not that I fear your ferocity. Rather, I fear causing you sorrow. Chapter 76. The culinary skills of Chef Dabai as their conversation unfolded. Dabai had already prepared 2 exquisite steaks, artfully arranged on the dining table, reminiscent of a 5-star hotel's culinary masterpiece. Dabai drizzled black pepper sauce over the steaks, which sizzled against the hot iron plate, producing an enticing sound. The rich aroma permeated the entire room, whetting their appetites. Tang Gu and his wife seated themselves across from each other at the table. Dabai ignited a robust candle and arranged the 9 roses Tang Gu had brought in a glass. The candle and roses adorned the table, while the home's lighting was controlled by the essence. In an instant, the lights dimmed, leaving only the flickering candlelight between Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan. Unable to contain their anticipation, they eagerly commenced tasting the steak. Although Dabai was a creation of Tang Gu and he had sampled its culinary offerings, each dish had been delectable. Yet, he had never tasted the steak crafted by Dabai, and his heart brimmed with excitement. As the knife sliced through the steak, the juices oozed out, revealing the tender pink interior. With a fork, he lifted a piece of the rosy meat to his lips. As he savored it, the exquisite combination of a crisp exterior and tender interior made both Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan's eyes widen in astonishment. The mastery of temperature in this steak was beyond the capabilities of any human chef. Oh my, this is the most delectable steak I have ever tasted, surpassing even those from the grandest hotels. We need not dine out anymore, Zhang Yashuan exclaimed. Indeed, this is the creation of Chef Dabai, Tang Gu replied with a proud smile. At that moment, Dabai brought forth 2 azure cocktails, gently placing them on the table. Zhang Yashuan lifted one of the cocktails, giving it a slight swirl. Will this disrupt the hotel industry? It will, as hygiene and service will become the competitive elements of the hospitality sector. Tang Gu similarly raised his glass, lightly clinking it with his wife's. But do not forget, hotels and restaurants can also employ Dabai for their culinary needs. The restaurant industry is on the brink of a monumental transformation. Simultaneously, the ordinary individuals who seize this opportunity can rise within this brief period. The changes brought by technology will indeed impact industries, yet they will also present new opportunities. Whether one can grasp these chances depends on their intelligence. Dubai's foray extends beyond merely affecting the culinary world. Tang Gu has created a plethora of Dubai robots across various professions. Based on projections from its origins, an unprecedented reform is anticipated in 1/5 of occupations. This data has also been provided to Longhua, where the leadership is deliberating how to accommodate those displaced by robots. Resisting robots is futile, for it signifies the advancement of our era. Those who oppose progress do so from a place of inadequacy, fearing their own survival. Only by adapting to each epoch can humanity endure. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan savored their cocktails, the blend of various spirits yielding an unexpectedly delightful flavor. This evening's dinner was exceptionally exquisite, and the couple, illuminated by candlelight, appeared particularly enchanting. A month swiftly elapsed. Heike Technology Company, Limited, has launched its first batch of Chilean intelligent vehicles, officially commencing distribution. Chilean cars began to traverse the city, while Dubai robots roamed the streets. The majority opted for the color-changing alloy of Kaha, with only a few choosing conventional paint. After all, the dynamic hues of Kaha's alloy exude a futuristic allure, and unless one has a genuine preference for other colors, they typically do not change. Furthermore, Dubai has also been manufactured. Numerous corporate groups have made bulk purchases. as Dubai's efficiency far surpasses human labor, leading to significant unemployment and considerable upheaval. Most affected individuals possess only a singular skill, such as assembly line workers, who are less concerned about such matters. The Dubai that Tang Gu created are specialized models tailored for specific professions. Tasks that do not require specialized knowledge can easily be performed by anyone, thus do not necessitate Dubai. For instance, who would indulge in using a Dubai for assembly line work? Automated factories are far more appealing, after all. However, professions that rely on human expertise, such as artisans, drivers, bodyguards, chefs, and doctors, are the primary sectors being supplanted by Dubai robots. Among these, the most severely impacted professions are indeed drivers and chefs. With its formidable transportation capabilities and smooth driving skills, Dubai has supplanted the positions of truck drivers. Meanwhile, those who once drove for large corporations have been replaced by Chilean smart cars. After all, the driving technology of smart vehicles surpasses that of humans, and the durability of Chilean smart cars alleviates any concerns regarding accidents. Presently, the profession of human drivers is only sustained by those engaged in passenger transport, clinging to survival. If Tang Gu were to establish Chilean ride-hailing, the position of these drivers would undoubtedly be obliterated. Fortunately, Tang Gu understands the necessity of moderation. Pushing individuals too hard would certainly incite the ire of all professional drivers. To sever their last lifeline would be akin to committing murder. The culinary profession has also faced upheaval, primarily due to Dubai's ability to prepare dishes that surpass even the finest chefs. For a mere 100,000 yuan, one can acquire a permanent chef Dubai, far more economical than hiring top-tier chefs. Consequently, countless establishments in the dining industry have procured Chef Dubai, eager to stake their claim in this lucrative market. Chef Dubai was the first to be sold out. The pre-sale button has now been completely disabled. Those wishing to obtain one must wait until the Dragon Boat Festival for the official release. Given its affordable price, every household desires a Chef Dubai to savor culinary creations that transcend those of elite chefs. As the saying goes, food is the essence of life. Purchasing a Chef Dubai equates to securing this essence. If only I had pre-ordered. I now envy those who have already acquired Dubai. My original wish was to indulge in the culinary delights of Chef Dubai within my lifetime. Yet I never anticipated that nearly half of the culinary offerings would be prepared by Chef Dubai. Not to mention, the flavors are truly exquisite. Currently, the dining industry is engaged in fierce competition, waging price wars in an attempt to outlast one another. However, how can one truly prevail? Even if one triumphs over one establishment, another awaits, offering the same flavors at a lower price. Would it not be simpler to purchase a Dubai for home use, ensuring daily access to its culinary masterpieces? We also wish to buy one, yet securing one on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival will undoubtedly be challenging. Brothers, please wish me luck. I wish you ill fortune in your attempts. Ha. There is a strong demand for Tang Gu to prioritize the production of Chef Dubai, as all other Dubai models serve the affluent. Indeed, the most accessible of them all is Chef Dubai. The entry of Dubai robots into everyday life has allowed people to experience the joys brought by robotics. Daily habits and experiences have transformed due to the high-quality service provided by Dubai. In this moment, Tang Gu has been elevated to a near-divine status by countless admirers. His literary success has also surged dramatically. Chapter 77, Ascending the Ranks of the Wealthy. The pre-sale of Chilean smart cars and Dubai robots has been met with overwhelming demand from users. The production speed is unable to keep pace, forcing Tang Gu to cease sales and reserve some stock for the Dragon Boat Festival. Zhang Yashuan's live stream attracts a multitude of new users daily, all eager to inquire about Tang Gu. Even the Hongtai Group has basked in this newfound glory, with its stocks soaring. The enterprises under Hongtai have recently reaped substantial profits. The entire chain reaction is attributed to Tang Gu's product, ushering Longhua into a new era. People's daily lives and travel have undergone significant transformations, a true testament to the power of innovation in enhancing life. The changes were sudden and palpable, making the impact all the more striking. Consequently, Tang Gu has risen to fame, and the products of Hongtai Group have gained the public's trust. On the eve of the Dragon Boat Festival, as the countdown on the Chilean smart car and the official website of Dubai reached zero, the purchase button instantaneously turned red. Countless buyers across the nation frantically clicked on their computers and phones to secure their purchases. To thwart the misuse of software for automated buying, Tang Gu mandated that the origin system scrutinize the background data of every user. Currently, any network is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before origin, easily breached. Once origin detects any software interference, it promptly blocks the user's network, creating the illusion of a lagging web page, rendering them completely unable to complete their purchase. This strategy not only prevents scalpers from seizing the products, but also conceals the reality of the origin monitoring system. In just a fleeting second, as anticipated, the products sold out instantly. What the heck? How could it go so fast? Are they all using clickers? I'm cursed, my page froze. I too. The clicker failed to secure a purchase. I'm devastated. I clicked just as it vanished. Haha, I got it, and it's chef to buy. Oh yes, manual click succeeded. I managed to get some too, but only the bodyguard to buy and medical to buy. Alas, not chef to buy. The person upstairs was excessive. Securing two to buy, such extravagance. Goodness, my entire family participated, and only my little sister got a basic to buy, the rest missed out. I too. Only secured a basic to buy. How swift are your fingers? It seems chef to buy is the hardest to obtain, while the others were comparatively easier. Online discussions erupted. As nearly half the population of the nation was awake, all vying for these products. I managed to snag a Chilean smart car. I received a text message right after completing the payment. Such efficiency. Sigh. I wonder when the next batch of cars and robots will be produced. Haha. I secured a smart car and a chef to buy. This Dragon Boat Festival truly is my lucky day. Happy Dragon Boat Festival to everyone. Dragon Boat Festival? I almost forgot. I thought today was Old Tang's Carnival. What a ridiculous notion of Old Tang's Carnival. But indeed, Tang Gu must be celebrating today. I wonder how much he has made. The prices of Dubai vary, yet the smart cars are priced at $3 million each. With pre-sales combined with today's purchases, global sales have reached 220,000 units, which translates to a staggering 660 billion. What? How can it be so high? Is car manufacturing really that lucrative? 600 billion. The revelation of these figures astonished everyone. Just from a single smart car, profits were amassed that would take others several lifetimes to earn. In an instant, the entire internet was engulfed in a frenzy. Tonight, sleep is entirely out of the question. The global sales of luxury sedans, numbering in the millions, are not particularly impressive. Presently, no automobile manufacturer can match the remarkable achievement of Tang Gu, who has sold over 200,000 premium vehicles in a single sweep. He is indeed a pioneer, the first to create intelligent automobiles. And his ascent is nothing short of astonishing. Had it not been for that fateful day when his wife broadcasted live, revealing his groundbreaking technology, we might still be unaware that a mere novelist possessed such formidable power. Even when accounting for material costs, the profits soar into the hundreds of billions. This does not even consider his remarkable invention, the Dubai, which comes in a range of prices, some affordable and others exorbitant. If we were to include the profits from Dubai, the figures would be even more staggering. Tang Gu undoubtedly deserves a place on the global billionaire list. The profits from Chilean intelligent automobiles combined with those from Dubai would propel Tang Gu into the elite ranks of wealth, with liquidity that would distinguish him from the majority of billionaires, who primarily possess fixed assets. Should Heek Technology Company, Limited be valued and listed, Tang Gu's position on the billionaire list would ascend several notches. I find myself envious of Sister Yashuan, who is married to such an exceptional husband. It takes a discerning eye to choose a partner wisely. Would you, in her position, have married a struggling novelist? From what I understand, when Zhang Yashuan first met Tang Gu, his income from writing could only be described as modest, comparable to that of an ordinary worker. Is this not a romantic love story? The affluent young lady did not shy away from the boy's humble beginnings and chose to marry him, ultimately reaping a multitude of rewards. I heard that when Zhang Yashuan married Tang Gu, her friends thought her foolish, some even ridiculed her. Yet now they must feel a sense of shame, so profound they wish to hide. Sister Yashuan displayed remarkable fortitude by severing ties with her mockers and embarking on a joyful life with Tang Gu, a decision that requires immense courage. I cannot help but admire Yashuan's parents for their wisdom in allowing their daughter to marry Tang Gu. This realization leads me to appreciate that the Yashuan family possesses an extraordinary vision, indeed, a legacy of discernment passed down through generations. Countless netizens express their admiration, as Zhang Hongguang reflects with his wife at their bedside. Initially, their only wish was for their daughter's happiness, which is why they consented to this union. Wholeheartedly accepting Tang Gu, kindness ultimately yields great rewards. Tang Gu is a hidden gem, and years later, he has bestowed upon them immense returns. Zhang Hongguang mused that the best decision of his life was not to venture out into the world, but to agree to his daughter's marriage. Zhang Yashuan's mother, Xiang Ro, is likewise a stunning beauty, and much of Yashuan's allure is inherited from her. With a gentle voice, Xiang Ro remarked, "When I married you, you were also struggling, so one must never underestimate any young man. Haha, I am equally grateful that you did not disdain me in those days." Zhang Hongguang chuckled softly and embraced his wife as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 78. The Dragon Boat Festival date. The following morning, Tang Gu awoke groggily, only to be greeted by the voice of his virtual assistant, Origin. Mr. Tang, you have received up to 99 messages on your mobile device. The majority concerning intelligent vehicles and the entity known as Dubai. Please remember to review them. Origin had gradually become more intelligent, no longer foolishly inquiring whether Tang Gu wished to have the messages read aloud. Who would listen to such a multitude of notifications? Most people simply glance at their phones. Xiao Ku is awake. I've prepared breakfast. Go eat after brushing your teeth, while I decide what to wear today. Zhang Yashuan had already applied a light touch of makeup and was ready to head out. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and Tang Gu had promised to take her out on a date, inviting Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo along as well. Got it. After stretching lazily, Tang Gu finally rose. After freshening up, he perused his messages while having breakfast. Noticing he had once again made the trending list, he felt surprisingly unperturbed, perhaps accustomed to it by now. Do these netizens never sleep? He mused, observing that many messages had been sent in the early hours of the morning. He had already interacted with his wife by that time, while these individuals were still awake. After finishing the last sip of warm milk, replenishing the energy expended the previous night, he felt revitalized. Once he had washed his cup and plate, he changed into a casual short-sleeve outfit from his wardrobe. On such a hot day, he truly had little desire to fuss over his attire. When one becomes meticulous about layering outfits, one might look handsome, yet risks succumbing to the heat outdoors. Even Zhang Yashuan dressed rather casually, donning matching couples' white t-shirts with Tang Gu, complemented by loose black shorts. Zhang Yashuan's shirt featured a girl's image with raised arms, mimicking a gesture of wanting a hug, dressed in pink adorned with English letters. Tang Gu's shirt displayed a boy's image, similarly with arms raised for a hug, attired in blue and also embellished with English letters. The couple exited their villa side by side, while the bodyguards at the entrance bowed slightly in a gesture of respectful acknowledgement. However, due to their duties, they maintained a demeanor of professionalism, refraining from conversation or excessive movements. Jin Yumeng from the opposite villa emerged, cheerfully waving at Zhang Yashuan before bounding over. Let's go? Where shall we play today? How about we watch the dragon boat races at Gu Town? Jin Yumeng remained as vivacious and spirited as ever. Tang Gu nodded, replying, that sounds good. We can watch the dragon boat races, have lunch at the snack street, and then spend the afternoon at the amusement park. What do you think? Oh yay, I absolutely adore amusement parks. Jin Yumeng exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a child. The three of them boarded the Chilean intelligent vehicle, heading directly to Gu Town, while the bodyguards followed closely in the same vehicle. This was a benefit Tang Gu provided for his staff, ensuring the bodyguards could keep pace effectively. En route, Jin Yumeng sent a message to Chen Zimo, informing him of their meeting point. After a little over 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the quaint Gu Town. The locale still boasts ancient architectural styles, preserved by national policies that safeguard local culture. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, races are held on this historic river, drawing many spectators who cheer for the competing teams. Over here, Jin Yumeng waved at Chen Zimo, who was approaching in a taxi from a distance. Chen Zimo walked over with a hint of shyness, nodding to Zhang Yashuan and Tang Gu, addressing them respectfully, Brother Tang. Sister Yashuan. Though he was younger than Tang Gu by a year, he was a year older than Zhang Yashuan, yet he still referred to her as sister, maintaining a humble demeanor. Zhang Yashuan found this amusing. Though it was unnecessary, she chose to let it be to avoid awkwardness. Make sure to keep an eye on Yumeng. Don't let her wander off. Let's enjoy the dragon boat races together, Tang Gu said with a smile. Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo exchanged awkward glances, feeling the ambiguity in Tang Gu's words. Zhang Yashuan smiled brightly, linking her arm with Tang Gu's as they strolled toward the riverbank. The dragon boat races were in the preparatory phase, about to commence. The four of them positioned themselves at a vantage point where they could see the start and finish lines. As the race began, the rhythmic sounds of drums and cheers resonated from the dragon boats, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, the crowd along the riverbank erupted in shouts of encouragement, the scene lively and boisterous. However, Zhang Yashuan's smile faltered momentarily upon recognizing familiar figures across the way, but she quickly regained her gentle demeanor, embracing Tang Gu's arm as she immersed herself in the festive ambience. Amidst the crowd's cheers, one dragon boat surged forward, making an astonishing leap from third to first place as it crossed the finish line, leaving everyone in awe. After the races concluded, the four wandered through a nearby street filled with food stalls, sampling various delicacies along the way. Of course, they indulged in zongzi, a traditional treat of the Dragon Boat Festival. Even if one might not enjoy it, a few bites were essential to truly embrace the festive spirit. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan walked ahead, while Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng trailed behind, their actions unbeknownst to Tang Gu, who was wholly absorbed in the joy of his wife's companionship. Look, There is a dragon head carving on that building. How did we miss that last time? Jin Yumeng exclaimed, noticing the detail, likely added during a recent renovation due to the old structure's tendency to collapse. Oh, there's takoyaki over there. Let us hurry and get some. I haven't had any in a month. Zhang Yashuan's eyes lit up at the sight of food as she eagerly pulled her husband into the throng to purchase some. The bodyguards behind them, along with their large companion, were visibly anxious, striving to ensure the couple's experience remained uninterrupted. They dared not get too close, fearing they might disturb the couple's enjoyment. Yet they remained alert, worried about potential emergencies. Indeed, the bodyguards were constantly on edge. However, Tang Gu felt no concern for safety amidst the bustling food street. Various large robotic figures could be seen, including both bodyguard robots and chef robots, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Tang Gu had incorporated a concealed directive within all of Dubai's chips. This directive ensured that whenever Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan found themselves in peril, no matter who the owner of Dubai was, the robot would promptly come to their defense. While this may appear rather selfish, it is a testament to the fact that Dubai was created by Tang Gu himself. This was merely a hidden instruction embedded within the chip. Once the origin spread throughout the global network, Tang Gu intended to issue similar concealed commands across all intelligent devices. Consequently, as long as he and Zhang Yashuan remained on Earth, they would be enveloped in unparalleled safety. Chapter 79, The Friends You Guessed. In addition to the robotic protection, vigilant drones hovered above, constantly shadowing Tang Gu and his companions. Should the origin detect anyone wielding a weapon, it would immediately alert Tang Gu's phone and deploy a miniature electromagnetic cannon against the assailant. Tang Gu had meticulously prepared for this outing, leaving no room for danger. After leisurely wandering through the snack street for over an hour, the four of them boarded a Chilean smart vehicle, heading towards the amusement park in the bustling metropolis. During the holiday season, the park was abuzz with visitors. However, as the shareholders of this amusement park were the Ingfeng Group, Jin Yumeng used her access card to bypass the queue, allowing the group to board the roller coaster directly. The wind whipped against their faces. Although it did not match the force of a motorcycle, the undulating tracks provided a thrilling ride. Zhang Yashuan clung anxiously to Tang Gu's arm, her beautiful eyes shut tight, unwilling to gaze ahead. Ah, this ride is so fast. Jin Yumeng, seated behind them, squealed in delight, showing no restraint in her exuberance. Once the roller coaster came to a halt, Zhang Yashuan quickly tidied her disheveled hair, regaining her usual goddess-like composure. It was imperative to maintain an image of beauty in front of others. Only Jin Yumeng seemed to remain in a state of giddy excitement, still reeling from the thrill. Zhang Yashuan had to lend a hand to help her arrange her hair. Meanwhile, Tang Gu and Chun Zimo maintained their composure, their inner turmoil minimal. The thrill of the ride paled in comparison to the excitement they had experienced in the past. One after another, the four indulged in several more attractions, supercars, a carousel, and a pirate ship, among others. The most amusing moment occurred in the haunted house, where the most frightened of them all turned out to be Tang Gu. Zhang Yashuan was taken aback to discover that her husband harbored such a fear of ghosts. The four settled down at a milk tea shop to rest and relish some snacks after more than 2 hours of fun. They ordered 4 cups of milk tea and began to chat about their experiences of the day. I can't believe Brother Tang is afraid of ghosts. That's just too entertaining. Jin Yumeng laughed. Tang Gu huffed softly. I am human, not a deity, and naturally, I have my fears. Having lived 2 lives as a southern person, he had long been exposed to various teachings about feng shui and the supernatural. While he remained uncertain about the existence of ghosts, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them outright. Moreover, having been reborn once, he understood that souls and reincarnation were indeed part of the world. Thus, his fear of ghosts was merely an instinctive reaction. Brother Tang, as a technological innovator, do you truly believe in the supernatural? Shinzimo took a sip of milk tea and asked, I'm not quite sure how to put it. Tang Gu displayed a troubled expression. His apprehensions largely stemmed from his past reincarnation. Fear not, for I shall protect you, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile, gently patting Tang Gu's head, reminiscent of a nurturing sister caring for her younger brother. She felt that this version of Tang Gu resembled the husband she had once known. The tech-savvy Tang Gu of late had rendered him somewhat unfamiliar to Zhang Yashuan. What initially attracted her to him was his diligent and persevering nature, coupled with a hint of clumsiness that did not detract from his charm. That was the adorable husband she cherished. Not some genius in cutting-edge technology or a figure of immense wealth. He, my dear husband, is simply wonderful, Tang Gu responded warmly, appreciating his wife's kindness. Their display elicited a simultaneous twitch at the corners of Jin Yumeng and Chun Zimo's mouths. Do they often behave like this? Chun Zimo remarked with a stoic expression. Jin Yumeng, feeling a sense of shared plight, exclaimed with fervor, Indeed, they are like this every day. I'm practically stuffed with their dog food. And they even insist on forcing it into my mouth. How utterly excessive. You truly have it hard, Chen Zimo said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Just then, two figures entered the milk tea shop and seated themselves not far away. Zhang Yashuan's gaze instinctively darted in their direction, her body stiffening once more. What are they doing here? She thought, her brows knitting together. She had encountered them earlier during the dragon boat race. And now to find them again at the amusement park's milk tea shop was unexpected. The pair across from her, a man and a woman, also froze upon spotting Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, subtly indicating a desire to leave. Jin Yumeng sensed her friend's discomfort and turned to look. They seemed somewhat familiar. In that fleeting moment, a flurry of memories flashed through Jin Yumeng's mind. Suddenly, she recalled that these were the individuals who had appeared when Yashuan deleted photos from her album. She had previously inquired why Zhang Yashuan chose to remove pictures with them. Jin Yumeng immediately called out, "Oh, look who it is. Our Yashuan's former suitor, Dong Kale, and her best friend, Zhu Fangfang. I heard you two went on your honeymoon. What brings you back to the city?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving Tang Gu puzzled. Yashuan's suitor? And her best friend? It seems there is quite a bit of gossip brewing here. Tang Gu's expression became animated. "Hey, what is going on? Do tell." He blinked, inquiring. Zhang Yashuan remained silent, her expression revealing her disdain for the two. Jin Yumeng, exasperated, remarked, "Tang Gu, you seem rather excited. This concerns Yashuan. Why do you appear as if you're an outsider watching gossip? Should I be angrily interrogating them?" Tang Gu scratched his head, looking bewildered. Although one was a former suitor of Yashuan's, it was evident that his pursuit had ended in failure. Moreover, the presence of her best friend alongside him hinted at underlying tensions. If memory serves him right, his wife had severed ties with many of her friends who mocked her. This person must be one of them. As an author, although he cannot consider every conceivable factor, there are indeed certain connections that can be drawn. Thus, there is no need for undue alarm. How fortuitous, Yashuan is also present. Dong Kale feigned calmness. However, beside him, Zhu Fangfang wore a rather grim expression, longing to leave yet feeling a pang of reluctance. Once, she and Zhang Yashuan were the closest of friends, but now they were like strangers. Dong Kale, a suitor of Zhang Yashuan, sought Zhu Fangfang's assistance to win her affection. Unfortunately, Zhang Yashuan was not one to heed the words of others lightly. Even her closest friend could not sway her thoughts. As a result, after more than a year of pursuit, Dong Kale had not garnered a hint of favor from her. One day, Hongtai Group suddenly announced the marriage of their daughter. Dong Kale and Zhu Fangfang hurried to inquire with Zhang Yashuan about the matter. To their astonishment, Zhang Yashuan joyfully revealed that she had found her destined partner. After some discussion, Zhu Fangfang accused Zhang Yashuan of being foolish for being deceived by a man devoid of any merits. She urged her to abandon this worthless man and choose the more admirable Dong Kale instead. In that moment, Zhang Yashuan's expression darkened. The two friends quarreled fiercely, and due to Zhu Fangfang's utter disdain for Tang Gu, Zhang Yashuan severed ties with her. Such a friend, who neither wished her well nor supported her, was better off without. At that time, Dong Kale was also present, his anger surpassing that of Zhu Fangfang. He pointed at Zhang Yashuan, proclaiming that she would one day regret her choices. However, years later, Zhang Yashuan had never contacted them, completely immersed in her blissful life. Meanwhile, Tang Gu, through the power of technology, had risen to prominence, becoming a figure of global discussion. The ones most painfully smacked in the face were Dong Kale and Zhu Fangfang. Zhu Fangfang was not lacking in beauty, and Dong Kale harbored a modicum of interest in her. Moreover, Dong Kale's successful career was something Zhu Fangfang had always admired. Their frequent interactions naturally brought them together. They were initially set to go abroad for their honeymoon. But Dong Kale received an urgent call from the company and had to return with Zhu Fangfang. Coincidentally, Dong Kale's company was the arch-rival of Hongtai Group, Haofeng Group. The same company that employed individuals to kidnap Zhang Yashuan was Haofeng Group as well. His return was necessitated by the immense pressure Hongtai exerted on Haofeng, prompting them to call back this formidable talent, Dong Kale. Haofeng. Upon hearing Jin Yumeng's quiet introduction, Tang Gu's eyes narrowed. "What is your relationship with Guan Juanhao?" Tang Gu immediately rose, asking coldly. Guan Juanhao was the president of Haofeng Group and the mastermind behind the kidnapping incident. Due to the lack of direct evidence and the formidable background, he remained unscathed. Guan Juanhao has completely distanced himself from the kidnapping incident. Thus he remains at large to this day. Zhang Hongguang shares the same indignation. He tirelessly gathers evidence while leveraging the power of his organization to suppress the Haofeng Group. Only by dismantling this colossal entity can Guan Juanhao be stripped of all his allies and ultimately brought to justice. Tang Gu approached Dong Kale. exuding an inexplicable aura that imposed an intangible pressure upon him. To Don Kale, Tang Gu now epitomizes a self-made magnate, a national-level inventor. When one encounters a person of such exceptional caliber, an innate sense of reverence arises. Indeed, even if Don Kale is reluctant to admit it, he is acutely aware of this truth. The man he once dismissed now radiates a brilliance that instills fear within him. This explains why he and Zhu Fangfang initially contemplated leaving upon their arrival. The sensation of being metaphorically slapped in the face is profoundly uncomfortable, especially since their previous disdain for Tang Gu had been thoroughly disclosed by Jin Yuming. The feeling of being stripped bare in front of him is so awkward that one wishes to find a crevice to hide in. I humbly introduce myself as the deputy director of the Haofeng Group, in a subordinate relationship with Mr. Guan. Don Kale appeared somewhat flustered. His initial words were laden with tension, but he gradually relaxed. After all, he is a young deputy director of the Haofeng Group, a notable achievement in the country. Why should he feel intimidated? His capital is not insignificant. The more he pondered, the more confidence he gained, straightening his posture and adopting a calmer demeanor. He had indeed been momentarily overwhelmed by Tang Gu's imposing presence. As for why he became nervous when Guan Juanhao was mentioned, it is likely due to his responsibility for the Haofeng Mobile Division, as well as his status as deputy director, which suggests he is privy to considerable information. Suddenly, Jin Yumeng, seated behind, interjected. Upon hearing this, Tang Gu smiled faintly and remarked, regarding the Haofeng Group, I wonder if you had any involvement in the kidnapping incident concerning my wife. At this, both Don Kale and Zhu Fangfang's expressions froze simultaneously. Don Kale quickly denied. I do not understand what you are insinuating. The kidnapping of Zhang Yashuan has nothing to do with our Haofeng Group. He adopted a stern demeanor, asserting, I ask this gentleman to refrain from making baseless accusations, or I shall have grounds to accuse you of defamation. Tang Gu chuckled, dusting off the fabric of Don Kale's suit, and replied, Would you care for a warning in the form of a legal notice? Though the latter denied involvement, Tang Gu was not oblivious. The expressions of these two individuals revealed that they were undoubtedly aware of, if not complicit in, this incident. Otherwise, why would their reactions be so perfectly synchronized? Even twins could not achieve such flawless harmony. Oof, this is absurd. If you have no further business, we shall take our leave, Don Kale huffed, turning away and pulling the grim-faced Zhu Fangfang with him. Wait, why are you leaving? I heard from Sister Yashuan that you once looked down upon Brother Tang and claimed she would surely regret her decision. Jin Yuming protested, clearly displeased at their departure. She immediately rushed to Tang Gu's side, shouting at the two individuals, why not drop some harsh words or engage in a little business competition? Upon hearing the ruckus behind him from Jin Yuming, Don Kale felt the veins on his forehead throb and quickened his pace. Business competition? What a nonsensical endeavor. Who in their right mind would foolishly challenge Tang Gu? The products of his company were a century ahead of the global market. How could he possibly compete? Even if he desired to, he lacked the capability. I will make you pay for your arrogance. A mere novelist dares to act so brazenly in my presence. After distancing himself, Don Kale finally dared to mutter his threats. Beside him, Zhu Fangfang wore a grim expression. How do you intend to make him pay? You are not even in the same industry. I may not be involved in his field, but he will encroach upon mine. Don Kale retorted. That pathetic novelist has surely been intoxicated by his sudden success. He will undoubtedly attempt to enter the mobile phone industry, and when he does, I will make him regret it deeply. Don Kale's speculation was not unfounded. Upon learning that his opponent was in the mobile phone sector, Tang Gu's mind began to entertain a new ambition. He intended to monopolize the mobile phone industry, not solely because Don Kale had once pursued Zhang Yashuan, but because the latter was associated with Haofeng Group. This individual posed a potential threat to Zhang Yashuan. Initially, Tang Gu had intended to heed his father-in-law's advice and leave the kidnapping matter to him. However, with no resolution in sight, he felt compelled to intervene. Possessing a cutting-edge technology system, he could create a revolutionary new concept phone. Once this phone hit the market, it would have an impact akin to the advent of smartphones, perhaps even surpassing their initial influence. Brother Tang, are you planning to compete with Don Kale for the mobile phone market? Jin Yuming asked eagerly. Tang Gu smiled broadly, exuding an air of harmlessness. Of course not. I'm merely entering the industry, not seizing market share. If you enter the mobile phone sector, you might face suppression from Don Kale. You should tread carefully, Jin Yuming kindly warned. Chen Zimo, sitting nearby, chimed in. Indeed. Haofeng Mobile ranks among the top 10 in the industry, and this man possesses considerable resources. Chapter 81. A popular candidate for the movie's protagonist understood. We came out today to have fun. Let us not overthink it. Once we VE rested, shall we continue our outing? Tang Gu smiled gently, looking at his somewhat dazed wife. He waved his arm in front of Zhang Yashuan. bringing her back to reality. What's wrong? Tang Gu blinked. Zhang Yashuan shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. I just felt you looked particularly handsome just now. Oh, really? Should I be a bit more aloof in the future? It might make me appear more dashing. As he spoke, Tang Gu's handsome face assumed a serious expression, looking as indifferent as if he were above all beings. Zhang Yashuan was both amused and exasperated, gently flicking his forehead with her delicate finger. Stop with the nonsense. Just be your usual self. That's what makes you charming. Goodness, is charming a term to describe a boy? Why not? What's wrong with calling a boy charming? I don't find it suitable for me. As long as I think it's fine, that's what matters. Zhang Yashuan let out a light hum, signaling a subtle threat. Tang Gu immediately fell silent. His wife could express herself however she wished. After all, it wouldn't cost him a thing. Across from them, Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng maintained impassive expressions, struggling to suppress their urge to strike. A singular thought flashed through their minds. Are these two unwell? Whenever they engaged in conversation, they seemed oblivious to those around them. After finishing their milk tea, the four of them resumed their playful adventures. Even dinner consisted of snacks. And as they indulged, they found themselves quite satisfied. As night descended, the amusement park was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights. The evening also featured exclusive performances, creating a lively atmosphere. At 8 o'clock, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan found themselves atop the Ferris wheel, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of the magical city. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world lay before them. Tang Gu had initially intended for this outing to serve as a date with his wife, while also nurturing the relationship between Jin Yumeng and Shin Zimo. However, in the midst of their merriment, he inadvertently forgot about the other two. Below the Ferris wheel, security personnel remained vigilant, while drones patrolled the skies. To their surprise, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan noticed that Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo were also on the Ferris wheel, sharing laughter without a hint of awkwardness. Today's excursion had turned out quite splendidly. Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan exchanged smiles and embraced, sharing a tender kiss. Fireworks erupted in the amusement park, lighting up the sky with vibrant colors. The following morning, the curtains in their room automatically drew open, allowing a beam of sunlight to cascade onto the bedside. Tang Gu awoke to behold the familiar, enchanting visage of his wife. The previous night's activities had been exhausting, leading to a leisurely morning for her as well. Mr. Tang, Miss Ding Liqiao has sent a message regarding the lead role in the film The Secret God. Each morning, he often awoke to the sound of notifications from his phone. Ding Liqiao? Ah, the lovely young lady from Fengshua Films. What could she want? Tang mused, still groggy. Why not take a look? It might even be a confession. A playful voice chimed in his ear. Tang chuckled softly, pulling his wife into a gentle kiss. At such moments, the best course of action was to remain silent, for any response would surely be a misstep. He understood that Zhang Yashuan was merely teasing. A kiss would suffice to dispel any tension. Feigning annoyance, Zhang Yashuan pushed him away, exclaiming, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. You can't kiss me. Understood. Tang grinned, rising to check his phone. Ding Liqiao, Mr. Tang, we plan to select a Dragon Kingdom individual for the lead role. Currently, 2 candidates are leading in the popularity polls. Ding Liqiao, here is a video of interviews with both candidates for your review. We would appreciate any suggestions you might have. Ding Liqiao sent a video, which Tang promptly opened. The footage showcased a boy band, with each member adorned in vibrant attire, their hairstyles more fashionable than the last. Their faces were strikingly youthful and radiant, each boy's features meticulously crafted. However, what left Tang momentarily speechless was the first phrase they uttered in unison. Hello everyone. We are Sweet Dim Sum. Following this, one by one, they stepped forward to introduce themselves, causing Tang's eyes to widen in astonishment. From this moment on, brace yourselves to be struck by my vitality and energy. Today, I intend to demonstrate that age-old ginger is still the best. What on earth is this? Tang's lips twitched, exclaiming that it was quite an eyesore. Before he could fully digest the scene, Ding Liqiao promptly sent another message. Ding Liqiao, oh dear. I sincerely apologize, I sent the wrong video. That was footage from when they first debuted. The one below is the correct one I intended for you to see. With that, Ding Liqiao sent yet another video. Ding Liqiao, I am truly sorry. Our company aims to assess the past achievements of both individuals, and I inadvertently mixed up the videos. Tang replied, it's fine, I almost perished on the spot. Ding Liqiao, this atmosphere is somewhat awkward. Tang clicked on the second video again. This time, the video was indeed a standard interview. One of the members from the boy band was seated before the screen, participating in an interview with the film crew. Mr. Liu, you are currently a popular candidate for the lead role in the film The Mysterious God. What are your thoughts on the final decision resting in Tang's hands? The individual being interviewed was none other than Lu, the second party involved in the previous fan dispute. Lulu. Many are aware that my fans had a quarrel with Tang Gu's fans not long ago. However, in reality, there is no conflict between Tang Gu and me. On the contrary, I hold great admiration for him. The dispute among fans does not affect our relationship. I believe Tang Gu, as a noble novelist, would never let a fan quarrel dictate his decision to not select me. Lulu smiled confidently, expressing no objections to Tang Gu having the final say. If he is a noble person, then he will undoubtedly choose me. Tang Gu found much to agree with in Lulu's earlier remarks. He indeed would not blame Lulu for the actions of fans, considering that Lulu had never publicly taken a stance. The only point of contention was that Lulu had not attempted to dissuade his fans, which was somewhat puzzling. Setting all of this aside, Tang Gu felt it was inconsequential. However, Lulu's subsequent words felt a bit like moral coercion. What did he mean by suggesting that if Tang Gu were a noble person, he would certainly choose him? Was the implication that not selecting him equated to a lack of nobility and a misplaced grievance? This notion left Tang Gu feeling quite repulsed. What sort of person is this? Chapter 82. Attacking Tang Gu. Tang Gu took a deep breath and patiently continued watching the video. A resolute-looking man appeared on the screen, a faint smile gracing his face. Tang Gu recalled that this individual was a martial arts star named Feng Zhong. Faced with the same question, he provided a different answer. I believe there is nothing more to be said. My acting has always relied on skill. While the budget of a good film is certainly important, the actor's performance is of paramount significance. With a calm demeanor and a gentle smile, Feng Zhong remarked, Mr. Tang Gu's decision is entirely his own. Should he choose me, I will exert every effort to embody this role to the best of my abilities. If not, I shall not suffer any great loss. I will simply seek out my next project, nothing more. In just a few brief sentences, he instantly garnered Tang Gu's admiration. Such talent relies genuinely on acting prowess rather than superficial beauty or moral coercion. Feng Zhong is indeed correct. In the realm of cinema, the actor's skill is paramount. Tang Gu Dream declared, I choose Feng Zhong. It is settled. Ding Luqiao responded, Ah? Have you made your decision so swiftly? Yes, that is the case. I must go brush my teeth and wash my face now. With that, Tang Gu tossed his phone onto the bed and rose to freshen up in the bathroom. Zhang Yashuan had already completed her face washing and brushed past Tang Gu, heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Unbeknownst to Tang Gu, the two videos had already been uploaded online, capturing the attention of numerous fans. Our Lulu will undoubtedly become the leading role. Don't be ridiculous. Given how you all previously criticized old Tang, you've effectively eliminated your Lulu's chance at the lead. Exactly. You all condemned our old Tang. And now you shamelessly expect your Lulu to be selected? How disgraceful. Now you look down on old Tang, yet you come crawling back, hoping Lulu will be chosen? Lulu's fans have thicker skin than city walls. As Lulu's fans began to speak, they were swiftly met with a barrage of backlash from countless users. The situation was so egregious that even bystanders could not tolerate it. Humph, our criticism of Tang Gu has nothing to do with our Lulu. Indeed, how could Tang Gu possibly take his grievances out on our Lulu? Surely he isn't that petty, is he? Our Lulu has never spoken ill of Tang Gu. If Tang Gu is truly so petty as to deliberately overlook our Lulu, we can only respond with a laugh. Lulu's fans were exceedingly irritating, collectively adopting a sarcastic tone, inciting outrage among countless netizens. Feng Zhong's supporters could hardly bear it any longer and retaliated fiercely. Does your effeminate Lulu even qualify to compete for the lead role? We're not exaggerating. Feng Zhong alone could outshine 10 of your Lulus. Lulu lacks both acting talent and singing ability. What can she do besides being cute and charming? Especially that awkward debut and those unmelodious songs. How did she even make it this far? It is well known that Lulu's fans are notoriously rabid. This statement instantly stirred up a tempest. Lulu's fans, as if fueled by dynamite, launched into a fierce online battle. On the internet, Lulu's fans have gained a reputation for their combative nature, with no other star supporters having managed to defeat them thus far. This has only emboldened their arrogance. However, with the backing of Tang Gu's and Yashuan's fans, the overwhelming numbers led to a stalemate between the factions. Various forums became inundated, drawing in countless onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Despite Tang Gu having informed Feng Shui Film Studio that he had chosen Feng Zhong as the lead early that morning. By lunchtime, the studio remained silent, offering no announcements. The situation continued to escalate, growing ever more intense. What a marvel! Is this what operations entail? Tang Gu stood astounded, lamenting the machinations of the capitalists. There was no need for direct manipulation. Netizens propelled Feng Shui Film and Television into the trending spotlight, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. When dining, one should refrain from using their phone. The germs on it surpass those found on a toilet seat, Zhang Yashuan remarked. her delicate brows furrowing as she sat across the table. Tang Gu, yearning to retort, thought to himself, I would dare to lick my phone. Would you dare to lick a toilet? However, he refrained from voicing such a thought, merely mumbling, got it, just like my mother. What did you say? Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes widened, suddenly exclaiming, are you suggesting I call you mom? No, I wish for you to call me dad. Go to hell. Tang Gu replied with an impassive expression, prompting his wife to playfully kick him in irritation. The couple engaged in light-hearted banter until dinner time. At last, Fengxue Film and Television officially announced, Tang Gu has chosen Feng Zhong as the lead in the film adaptation of The Mysterious God. Upon the news breaking, fans of Feng Zhong and Tang Gu erupted in jubilation. What did I say? Truly, old Tang is worthy of admiration. Excellent choice. Old Tang is incredible. Protect our old Tang. 666666666. Completely disregarding moral coercion. Perhaps only old Tang would dare to ignore the fervent fans of Lulu. Thank you, Tang Gu, for selecting our leader. Feng Zhong, old Tang, we stand by you. Fantastic. Finally, it's time for Lulu's fans to face a setback. Lulu's admirers were momentarily stunned upon hearing the news, only to be subsequently engulfed by a wave of fury. Damn it, why didn't he choose our Lulu? Tang Gu must harbor resentment towards us. Exactly. So what if he invented a few robots? What is so impressive about that? Those robots made my parents lose their jobs. Boycott robots. Boycott Tang Gu. He is nothing but a narrow-minded little man. Indeed, Tang Gu is exceedingly petty. That is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that the robots he created have caused widespread unemployment. Shouldn't the government intervene? Boycott robots. Boycott Tang Gu's products. In that moment, it seemed as though Lulu's fans had lost all rationality. What was ostensibly a competition for the lead role had spiraled into a vehement debate over the displacement of numerous jobs by robots. Meanwhile, both the star Lulu and Feng Zhong received the news simultaneously. Feng Zhong took to Weibo to express his gratitude for Tang Gu's trust, vowing to dedicate himself fully to the role. Conversely, Lulu posted a provocative tweet that set the internet ablaze. Dream Dao Chongqing, not becoming the lead in The Mysterious God is indeed a disappointment. I once believed Mr. Tang Gu to be a noble individual. It appears I was mistaken. I can only hope for future collaboration. However, today I stumbled upon another concern. Have Mr. Tang Gu's robots been produced too rapidly and in excessive numbers? I worry that the unemployed populace may end up starving in the streets. Alas, within half an hour of Lulu's tweet, it was disseminated by various media outlets, leaving countless individuals in shock. The first half of Lulu's statement subtly insulted Tang Gu, while the latter half covertly urged netizens to collectively boycott robots. This was the clarion call for battle. Lulu boldly rallied his fans to confront Tang Gu. Who is Tang Gu? He is a young prodigy who has ascended to the ranks of the wealthy elite, hailed as the foremost deity of online literature, the father of artificial intelligence, and a master of cutting-edge technology. With such a plethora of accolades, Tang Gu currently stands in the limelight, attracting immense attention. Chapter 83. Wise individuals seize opportunities with singular determination. Tang Gu propelled the Dragon Nation into the era of intelligence, placing it ahead of nations worldwide. Such a monumental contribution, however, has drawn the ire of the most popular celebrity in the country, who has openly declared war. This unprecedented confrontation has left many astonished, igniting a frenzy across the internet. Tonight, countless netizens have abandoned their games, films, and novels, flocking to Weibo, forums, and short video platforms to engage in heated discussions. Some have joined the fray of insults, while others merely spectate. The rise of a contemporary heartthrob pitted against the technological titan Tang Gu has captivated the public's curiosity regarding the outcome. Simultaneously, another pressing topic is being fervently debated: how the nation intends to address the burgeoning issue of mass unemployment. Tang Gu, reclining with his wife's lovely legs draped over him as he plays on his phone, is taken aback. The audacious Lulu has dared to challenge him? How brazen. He muses, what kind of man fights online? With a dismissive snort, Tang Gu expresses his irritation. Please, with such a slight frame, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Zhang Yashuan, with a gentle smile, continues to peruse her book. It is merely an online spat, in the virtual realm. Tang Gu is a deity, untroubled by such trivialities. Should he choose, he could command the source to bring the entire network to its knees. Not even 100 troll armies could rival a single source. What should I respond with? Should I retort, perhaps challenge him to a face-to-face confrontation? Flanked by 100 bodyguards ready to thrash him, Tang Gu rolls over to face Zhang Yashuan directly, inhaling her fragrance with a sense of serene contentment. There is no need for insults. Trust me, you need not retaliate, as others will naturally handle him. Zhang Yashuan assures with a smile. Tang Gu pauses, pondering who might take Lulu to task. Fans. Or perhaps his father-in-law will intervene. Silly boy, have you forgotten your collaboration with the state? Our country will not allow these petty individuals to cavalierly critique our genius inventor. Zhang Yashuan chuckles, pinching Tang Gu's cheek playfully. Tang Gu slaps his forehead, cursing his own foolishness for having overlooked this matter. The earlier exchanges were merely fans hurling insults at one another, something the state typically ignores. However, with Lulu's direct attack on Tang Gu, intervention becomes necessary. Thus, he need not concern himself with Lulu's provocations. Rather, he should address the pressing issue of mass unemployment. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Gu composes a Weibo post. The advancement of technology has ushered us from the information age into the era of intelligence. This is a pivotal moment that can alter destinies, as astute individuals seize this opportunity to contemplate pathways to prosperity. Some individuals, however, do not contemplate how to seize this opportunity for resurgence. Instead, they find themselves in opposition to the tides of the era. Ultimately, they can only lament the wealth of the affluent, envy their fortunes, and bemoan the perceived injustices of fate. Naturally, not everyone possesses such foresight. If you believe you lack the ability to stand out amidst this wave of change, then perhaps it is wise to await the nation's guidance. Trust me, the nation will not forsake any of its citizens. As for myself, I shall endeavor to create an invention that could generate numerous jobs for the unemployed. However, this may require some time, as it will indeed herald another reform. Once Tang Gu's message was released on Weibo, all who awaited his response were filled with excitement. Yet, the content of Tang Gu's message diverged entirely from what everyone had anticipated. Countless individuals anticipated a fierce retort from him to engage in a verbal battle with Lulu. Instead, Tang Gu's message proved to be somewhat enigmatic. He did not mention Lulu's provocations at all. Rather, he spoke of the ongoing reform and the issue of unemployment. What a revelation! Old Tang's words were laden with subtext. How amusing that Lulu was completely disregarded by him. It left me in stitches. Bravo. True to form, Old Tang defied expectations. While Lulu criticized Old Tang's character, it became evident that Old Tang existed on a different plane altogether. This act of dismissal by Old Tang truly left Lulu feeling embarrassed. Upon juxtaposing the two, one might be astonished to discover that the truly uncouth individual was, in fact, Lulu himself. While Lulu launched a tirade against Tang Gu online, Tang Gu chose to ignore him entirely, instead discussing matters of public interest. This only served to paint Lulu as a petty individual, while Tang Gu emerged as the one with a broader perspective, unfazed by Lulu's insults. He even kindly cautioned people against making hasty remarks online. At this juncture, the utmost priority is to seize opportunities and soar to new heights. Lulu indeed exhibits some shortcomings. After all, Old Tang is the author of the mysterious God, and he has the liberty to choose whomever he wishes. His acting abilities are genuine and commendable. There is nothing amiss. It is simply that Old Tang opted for the most skilled actor. Why should it be suggested that he deliberately overlooked Lulu? Does Lulu not have a sense of his own capabilities? We are amidst a period of transformative change and ought to grasp opportunities rather than engage in online squabbles. Tang Gu is correct. We are in an era of reform, akin to the transition from the industrial age to the information age. Those who ride the waves of opportunity will inevitably become the next billionaires. Is it true that as long as I seize this opportunity, I too might ascend to greatness? Indeed, this is not mere theory. It has been validated by history. I must take my leave now to ponder where the wealth of the intelligent era lies. A single phrase has awakened many from their slumber. Countless individuals have realized that they missed the tide of transformative change and thus lost their path to prosperity. They now find themselves at this juncture. Should they miss this opportunity, the next chance may be shrouded in uncertainty. In Tang Gu's enigmatic remarks, the true essence lies within his final statement. Can create numerous professions for anyone? What groundbreaking invention could possibly lead to the birth of new careers? It is perplexing. Tang Gu's assertion seems overly simplistic, yet I cannot shake the feeling that once he unveils his creation, it will undoubtedly surpass even the advent of artificial intelligence in its astonishment. I share this sentiment. The online vitriol and disputes have finally shifted following Tang Gu's announcement. Although the fervent supporters of Lulu continue their relentless bickering, their numbers dwindle. More individuals are now pondering how to amass wealth, and when Tang Gu will orchestrate a second revolution. Just as many believed this bout of insults would conclude in this manner, the official national Weibo account abruptly released a statement regarding reforms in the entertainment industry, shocking netizens nationwide. Chapter 84. Major reform in the entertainment industry. The government's reform notice explicitly targeted all male idol audition programs. citing that the boys lacked masculinity and were imparting negative influences on viewers, thus demanding immediate rectification. Upon reading this, countless netizens applauded. Boys ought to embody masculinity. The cutesy and pet-like personas are simply too effeminate. A boy should be a stalwart young man, not necessarily heavily muscled, but at least exhibiting the demeanor of a normal man, rather than behaving like a girl with frivolous antics or resorting to exaggerated, awkward gestures to attract attention. The audience is vast, comprising many young individuals. Media programs wield significant influence, and should the values presented be misguided, the repercussions on society could be monumental. However, this was merely the prelude to the reform notice. The crux lay in the subsequent content regarding online discourse. From now on, internet users must register with their real names. The Origin possesses formidable computational and monitoring capabilities, allowing it to discern individuals' true locations. All domestic internet activity will require real name registration. Furthermore, users' online expressions will hold the same weight as those in reality. Defamation and slander will be subject to legal repercussions. Insults directed at those who have made substantial contributions to the nation will also incur appropriate penalties. Though the nation did not directly champion Tang Gu, the message was clear to all. This was a veiled warning to Lulu and the trolls. Remarkable indeed that the state has intervened. Well done. The trend of men acting coy and cute was largely instigated by Lulu, and I have long found him displeasing. Lulu is indeed a talent, but why choose to insult Tang Gu, essentially deriding national research personnel? While Tang Gu may not be an official researcher, his contributions are no less significant, warranting considerable accolades. Witnessing Lulu's downfall brings me immense satisfaction. At this moment, Lulu must surely be trembling in fear. With real name registration in effect, who would dare to be a troll now? Civility must be upheld in reality, as well as in the digital realm. Lulu's fans, where are you? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? The fans of Tang Gu are in a state of heightened excitement, while the Lulu supporters, in light of the national announcement, have all become mute. It is not that they have grown timid. Rather, their devices have received warning notifications from the authorities. Should they transgress again, they may face direct repercussions. Tang Gu's status is akin to that of a national researcher, and to insult such individuals bears grave consequences. The moment the national news broke, the entire entertainment industry was shaken to its core. Boy band programs underwent sweeping reforms, with nearly all being taken offline. In a particular film company, an agent, exasperated, pointed at a young man before him. Look at you. I told you repeatedly not to attack Tang Gu. Yet you refused to listen. And now, our entire production team is being overhauled. We haven't made a single cent and have incurred losses instead. This is all your fault, your recklessness and arrogance. How dare you compare yourself to Tang Gu? You are merely a product of our marketing. Do you truly believe you possess any real talent? The agent felt on the verge of madness. The individual being chastised, too intimidated to respond, was none other than the hottest young star, Lulu. At that moment, Lulu's face was ashen. Barring any unforeseen events, he was surely finished. Not only would the nation impose restrictions upon him, but the company would also likely shelve his career. He had offended the wrong people and foolishly led his fans to attack Tang Gu. What a monumental blunder. Starting tomorrow, you need not come in. Take your earnings and live your life well, the agent declared coldly, suppressing his anger. Your reckless utterances have irrevocably severed your own path. No company will dare to employ you. A star, merely a product of packaging with a fair face, is utterly replaceable. Such stars are hardly valuable. With just a modicum of attractiveness, a bit of makeup, and a staged competition victory, one can achieve fame. Following that, the agency can manipulate traffic to create a false impression of popularity. Once the facade of fame grows, the illusion can eventually transform into reality. True stars are those who ascend through genuine talent, gradually earning their place through exceptional performance, capturing audiences with astonishing skills, not merely relying on their looks. Lulu sat motionless in his chair, his face devoid of color. The agent, indifferent to his plight, gathered his belongings and departed. As for Tang Gu, he had no intention of concerning himself with Lulu's fate. In his eyes, Lulu was not even worthy of being a mere clown. At least a clown would leap about before him, but Lulu had never caught Tang Gu's attention. Meanwhile, Tang Gu was diligently acquiring knowledge, purchasing a vast array of books, preparing to venture into the mobile phone industry. His ambition was not to create an ordinary smartphone, but rather to innovate a new concept phone utilizing holographic projection and interactive touch technology, a device that would allow images to materialize before one's eyes with merely a gesture, eliminating the need to extract a phone from one's pocket. Tang Gu initially intended to create a Bluetooth headset capable of projecting holographic images. However, he was immediately confronted with a pressing concern, the issue of privacy. While projecting images directly might appear impressive, what if one were engaged in a conversation with another person? Just imagine, calling someone darling while everyone around is fixated on your screen. How awkward that would be. It might not matter if his friends witnessed it. But what if his wife caught a glimpse? If she were to discover that the other party was, in fact, a man, it would spell social disaster. Thus, Tang Gu concluded that utilizing open holographic projections for mobile communications was unwise. This led him to conceive a second idea, integrating holographic projection and interactive touch technology directly into glasses. He envisioned a pair of spectacles that could interact with a mobile device, creating a seamless blend of reality and virtuality. Yes, Tang Gu pivoted from smartphones to eyewear. If a mobile device could be embedded within glasses, why not craft a pair of spectacles that harmoniously combine the real and the virtual? In the world of Tang Gu's previous life, numerous iterations of glasses had been produced, all of which, without exception, were abject failures, subpar in every conceivable way. To what extent were they deficient? They lacked any perfected technology, leaving the impression of a complete sham. Tang Gu aspired to develop a genuine pair of glasses, a task that entailed an enormous amount of work. This encompassed holographic projection technology, interactive touch technology, augmented reality, as well as the materials for the lenses and advanced technological chips. The chips for the glasses would be even more challenging to fabricate than those in smartphones. If the chip were too large, the glasses would appear awkward and cumbersome. Too small, and performance would become a concern. It is worth noting that the glasses Tang Gu envisioned would require compressing the hardware of a smartphone into a form smaller than a pinky finger. Chapter 85, Glasses Ding. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of augmented reality theoretical knowledge, acquiring top-tier augmented reality technology. Ding. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of holographic projection theoretical knowledge, acquiring top-tier holographic projection technology. Ding. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of interactive touch concept knowledge, acquiring top-tier interactive touch technology. Ding. After days of diligent study, Tang Gu finally heard the delightful notification from the system. Boom. Overcome with excitement, he slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet. Zhang Yashuan, seated across from him, furrowed her delicate brows, startled by Tang Gu's sudden outburst, causing her to draw her lines askew. What is the matter? Zhang Yashuan exclaimed. Tang Gu paused, momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds of silence replied, Nothing. Zhang Yashuan retorted, You lecher. Get lost. Her finely crafted features flushed crimson as she seized a cushion from beneath her chair and hurled it at Tang Gu's face. Tang Gu deftly caught the cushion and casually placed it on the table. Origin, I'll draft a list. Have the driver bring the materials mentioned above. He was ready to commence the creation of the glasses, a process that would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Yet, he resolved not to frequent the factory. For spending too long away from his wife would be detrimental. After all, solitude could be quite lonely. Thus, he decided to remain at home to build the glasses. The space required for creating this device is minimal, allowing for the use of the home studio. As for items necessitating larger machinery, they can be entrusted to a junior robot, which will then be delivered by the driver. Tang Gu merely needs to issue commands from home for the Origin to execute. The final assembly process will be undertaken by Tang Gu himself. Although the robots could also complete this task, yet, certain intricate adjustments and the overall aesthetic of the finished product necessitate a personal touch. Before proceeding, Tang Gu opened his computer and typed, Due to some recent criticisms, I have been unable to focus on creating content, so I will take a short break. After a moment's reflection, he modified the duration of his break from several days to just one and clicked publish. He then scheduled a timed chapter to be released the day after tomorrow, stating, Yesterday's rest was insufficient, so I have decided to take another 3 days off. This gradual approach serves as a psychological strategy, allowing readers to acclimate over time. Much like how someone is likely to assist you further after a small favor. This technique is effective, as Tang Gu learned from his browsing on Douyin. Of course, 4 days would be inadequate for Tang Gu to develop the glasses. So he proceeded to create several more timed releases, all in the form of leave requests. For instance, I have an upset stomach and need 4 days to recuperate. Rest assured, I am not incapacitated. Another read, due to excessive interaction with my wife, I am feeling somewhat fatigued and will require an additional 5 days of rest. Lastly, he noted, I have been preoccupied with the film adaptation of The Mysterious God. Updates will definitely follow in a couple of days. Upon completing this series of leave requests, Tang Gu chuckled to himself, secretly praising the effectiveness of Douyin's psychological tactics. It was not that he was unwilling to write, but the development of the glasses demanded an overwhelming amount of time and energy, leaving him no opportunity to write. Only after this period of intense labor could he hope to find the time to pen his book. Since acquiring the advanced technology system, his writing time had dwindled significantly, making the pursuit of authorship increasingly arduous. With a sigh, Tang Gu began typing away at the code. Prior to crafting the glasses, it was imperative to enhance the computational capabilities of the artificial intelligence and the hardware that would support it. Tang Gu sent a message to his father-in-law as assistant. Tang Gu, Li, I would like to request your assistance. Li, the assistant. Mr. Tang, please feel free to ask. Tang Gu, I have a document concerning a new supercomputer that requires someone to bring it to fruition. Li, the assistant. A new supercomputer? Is it an enhanced version of current supercomputers? Tang Gu, indeed, it surpasses the supercomputers available on the market and can accommodate all data for Hongtai. Li, the assistant, understood. I can have it ready within 2 hours. I will send you the address then. Tang Gu, thank you, assistant Li. The supercomputer, fortified under Tang Gu's specifications, would undoubtedly possess the performance necessary to support the upgraded Origin. Tang Gu resumed his fervent typing, crafting the upgrade code for the Origin. With each enhancement he implemented, the capabilities of the Origin grew increasingly formidable, necessitating a supercomputer to meet its computational demands. During Tang Gu's recent upgrade of knowledge, he discovered that a portion of this newfound wisdom could be employed to enhance supercomputers. He sent the schematics and the principles of the upgraded supercomputer to Assistant Li, while also suggesting that the Hongtai Group's servers be upgraded to supercomputers as well. A supercomputer comprises both hardware and software. The hardware consists of readily available materials. After Tang Gu's modifications, energy consumption could be significantly reduced while exponentially increasing data analysis and processing capabilities. However, it is the software that stands as the core of the supercomputer. To unlock the supercomputer's full potential, the software program is of utmost importance. Once Tang Gu completed the source code, he intended to develop the program for the supercomputer. As the days swiftly passed, by the time Tang Gu finally finished the secondary source code, darkness had enveloped the sky. He refrained from hastily executing the source code, aware that doing so might damage the server on the other end, and could even cause his own computer to crash. Tang Gu's stomach let out a growl, abruptly reminding him of the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. On his desk, remnants of a meal lay untouched, having long since cooled. The sound of water from the bathroom indicated someone was showering. Had Yashin come in? Tang Gu pondered, realizing that this was perhaps the most engrossed he had ever been in his work. Indeed, coding was mentally taxing. With each line of code, his mind was engaged in a whirlwind of thoughts. The logical sequence was intricately woven, and he aimed to avoid even the slightest error. Given the vast amount of code, any minor mistake would take him several days to rectify, even with his capabilities. The supercomputer, however, lacked understanding of its own upgraded code. Thus, it could only assist Tang Gu in detecting any missing punctuation, but not in identifying errors in the sequence of the code. At that moment, the sound of running water from the bathroom ceased. Zhang Yixin emerged, her graceful figure wrapped in a towel. Upon noticing Tang Gu, she shot him a playful glare. Finally, you stopped? I called for you earlier, but you ignored me. I reminded you to eat, and now your food is cold, she chided, exasperated. Should I heat it up for you, or have to make another serving? Tang Gu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Just heating it up will suffice. Very well then. Zhang Yixin approached him, enveloped in a refreshing scent of her shower. The author adds, haha, I went out for dim sum today. So the update is a bit delayed. I hope the esteemed readers will not hold it against me. Chapter 86. The West City Earthquake Incident. Tang Gu could not resist the impulse to pull his wife into an embrace, only to be playfully rebuffed by Zhang Yixin's swift hand. You haven't even eaten yet, and you're thinking about these matters. What a scoundrel, she teased with a light huff. She took Tang Gu's meal downstairs to reheat it. Tang Gu chuckled awkwardly and opened his phone to check messages. Assistant Li had already prepared the hardware for the supercomputer and sent over the address. Tang Gu promptly connected his computer to the supercomputer and began writing the program. In no time, Zhang Yixin returned with a steaming plate of food. Hasten to eat, and after your meal, take a shower. It is nearly 11 o'clock. Time to rest. Hee hee, thank you, dear. Tang Gu devoured his meal with fervor, as the relentless demands of work had greatly drained his energy. After a hearty feast, he indulged in a warm bath, and the weariness that had initially enveloped him dissipated in an instant. He even engaged in playful interaction with his wife until the late hours before succumbing to a deep slumber. The next morning, Tang Gu felt delicate hands gently tap his face. What is the matter? What time is it? Why are you waking me so early? I'm not going for a morning run. You can go alone, he mumbled, still ensnared in the fog of sleep. Typically, he woke at his leisure, usually not before 9 o'clock. The curtains were set to open automatically at 10, and presently, they remained drawn, casting a dim light in the room. illuminated only by a solitary desk lamp. Clearly, it was not yet 10 o'clock. I'm not asking you to run. Wake up and see this news. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yashuan exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief as she tapped him again. Struggling against his fatigue, Tang Gu pried his eyes open. The brightness of the phone was minimized, yet he found it challenging to adjust. As he glanced at the message on his wife's phone, clarity surged through him. At 3 o'clock this morning, an earthquake of magnitude 8 struck Xiqing. An earthquake? Tang Gu gasped in astonishment. Not just any earthquake, but one of magnitude 8. Such a scale could obliterate numerous buildings constructed from standard materials. Indeed, the online news was saturated with this information. The network in Xiqing had collapsed entirely, and reports suggested that tremors continued to reverberate in the area. Zhang Yashuan's expression was grave. Tang Gu immediately seized his wife's phone, delving into the first-hand information on the internet. Good heavens, I never anticipated the experts' predictions would be so accurate. A major earthquake has indeed occurred. I wonder how our compatriots in Xiqing are faring, as there is no signal from there at all. An 8-point earthquake. This bodes ill. The state dispatched a rescue team by 4 o'clock. I wonder what the situation is like. Wow, the government's response is remarkably swift. All thanks to the Origin's efforts. When the earthquake struck Xiqing, the entire network shut down, and Origin promptly issued notifications, even reaching out to the leadership. Impressive. Origin has truly played an instrumental role. If only they could predict disasters. Do you think this is a sci-fi film? Predicting disasters? Unless Tang Gu invents a disaster prediction device, Origin cannot detect earthquakes at all. Ah, now that you mention it, I feel we could call upon old Tang to create such a device. Goodness, you truly regard old Tang as a deity. At this point, Tang Gu felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed that netizens had yet to grasp the magnitude of an 8-point earthquake. The fact that they still had the bandwidth to discuss him was somewhat bewildering. However, one could hardly blame them. For those who had never experienced such a calamity, it was nearly impossible to fathom the terror of an 8-point quake. Breaking news. Breaking news. The National Rescue Team found themselves stranded on the road, as incessant earthquakes resulted in the collapse of numerous trees and landslides, obstructing the thoroughfares. Suddenly, an online user disclosed the situation, causing widespread alarm. It seems that helicopters would be necessary. However, it was reported that the fog in the area was dense, making it difficult for helicopters to discern the ground below, thus posing a risk of collision with the mountains. What a predicament! The nation is currently convening an emergency meeting to discuss strategies in response. It appears that this earthquake is far more severe than any of us had anticipated. Just then, Tang Gu's phone rang. Upon answering, he was surprised to see that the call was from the research center. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Tang Gu? A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice resonated through the line. If Tang Gu recalled correctly, the caller must be the one named. What was it? Ah, it's me. I am Zhong Shanshan. We met last time. Oh, I remember now. What can I do for you? Tang Gu inquired. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so early. You may not yet be aware, but an earthquake of magnitude 8 struck Xiqing last night, and our national rescue teams are facing tremendous difficulties. We require your assistance. Zhong Shanshan's voice conveyed urgency and gravity. She implored Tang Gu to set aside any notions of personal gain in light of national matters. In her view, Tang Gu was merely a person obsessed with profit, lacking patriotism in the face of national calamity. Tang Gu opened his mouth, feeling that her misunderstanding of him was rather profound. While he was not the type to selflessly dedicate everything to the state, he certainly was not unpatriotic. When confronted with such a disaster, he would naturally offer his help. He would never profit from national misfortunes. To Tang Gu, money represented honor and achievement. If one were to profit from national suffering, it would transform into a source of shame rather than honor. Do not worry, Ms. Zhong Shanshan. I am not the person you perceive me to be. Please provide me with an address, and I shall send you some supplies. Tang Gu replied with a calm demeanor. Supplies? Zhong Shanshan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively believing that Tang Gu intended to send over some large-scale construction equipment and intelligent vehicles. She responded cautiously. Thank you very much for your understanding, Mr. Tang. The nation will not forget your contributions. Afterward, she recited an address over the phone, and once the call ended, she also sent the address via text message. Is it someone from the government seeking your help? Zhang Yashuan, who lay beside him, inquired. Indeed. They are asking for my assistance, Tang Gu nodded, then called out to Origin. Origin, instruct the drivers of the large vehicles, the construction vehicles, the foundational vehicles, and the medical vehicles, as well as all intelligent vehicles in the factory and every watcher drone, to set out for the address provided in the text. The foundational vehicles possess immense strength, capable of moving boulders. The construction vehicles can swiftly erect temporary roads, facilitating passage for more rescue teams. The drivers of the large vehicles, endowed with great power, are also capable of operating rescue trucks and helicopters. Meanwhile, the intelligent vehicles, constructed from Gu alloy material, can easily demolish any obstacles in their path. Totally devoid of reason, utterly arrogant. Chapter 87. Like an army on the march. The medical personnel require no introduction. They are akin to a mobile hospital. Ultimately, the crowning artifact of this rescue operation is the Watcher drone. The origin chip is directly embedded within the Watcher, augmented by various advanced detection technologies. Even amidst the pitch-black forest, it can maneuver with ease. What is a mere mist to it? It does not require a network connection, and it boasts an artificial intelligence chip akin to Origin. No matter how deeply buried a human may be, the Watcher will detect them. Simultaneously, it can disseminate a wireless local area network, connecting with nearby medical personnel to summon human assistance. If there are no medical personnel nearby, nor any humans present, it can still scan the shapes of collapsed structures and identify them through geometry. It can then activate its electromagnetic cannon to obliterate critical support points, thereby liberating those trapped within. Should this prove insufficient, the Watcher will record the location and seek out medical personnel or humans to return for rescue. Hence, it can be asserted that this rescue mission will become remarkably effortless due to the presence of the Watcher. Within the factory, robots are diligently developing the Watcher drones. While the automated systems produce the aforementioned medical robots, Tang Gu issues another command, remotely controlling everything within the factory via Origin. At that very moment, the vehicles and robots in both factories seem to have come alive. A multitude of recently completed Chilean smart cars emerges from the factory, proceeding in an orderly fashion toward a single direction. Meanwhile, at the medical factory, all the medical robots that Tang Gu mentioned begin to inflate and rise. They embrace their charging bases and orderly board the transport trucks. Subsequently, they retract back into their original box forms within the trucks. The driver, a medical robot, steers the truck, transporting batch after batch of medical robots. In the sky, a swarm of Watcher drones takes flight, their speed surpassing that of cars navigating the city streets. Pedestrians on the streets gasp in astonishment, frantically capturing photographs with their phones. This spectacle evokes a profound sense that Tang Gu's actions are undeniably significant. Breaking news. A multitude of smart cars and previously unseen drones have made their appearance in the city. It seems that old Tang is up to something grand. Could it be related to the earthquake in the West District? What are those drones? They fly with astonishing speed, and the blue light emanating from below resembles electromagnetic propulsion. Impressive work, Tang Gu. We have seen the medical robots and Chilean smart cars before, yet the Watcher drones are making their debut. Numerous photos are circulating online, not for any other reason, but because these innovations are products of Tang Gu's ingenuity. In the hearts of the people, Tang Gu's creations are heralded as avant-garde. What a magnificent sight, reminiscent of an army mobilizing. I wager that old Tang has devised these technologies for use in disaster-stricken areas. It stands to reason. Only in such regions would there be a need for such an extensive array of equipment, especially of a disposable nature. Remarkable. Our old Tang's smart cars and robots are indeed being employed for disaster relief. Indeed, it must be said that the remarkable creation of old Tang, the Great White, is capable of lifting several tons of weight. This time, old Tang has truly achieved great merit. The alert from the origin and the deployment of the Great White, alongside the intelligent vehicles, leads me to suspect that the state intends to use this vehicle to directly clear the obstructing boulders. How formidable indeed. However, the purpose of these drones remains a mystery. Many are exceedingly curious about the drone developed by Tang Gu, pondering how it differs from ordinary drones. If it is indeed destined for disaster relief, it is likely that information will be revealed shortly. At the designated location, Zhong Shanshan waits anxiously. Time is of the essence in rescue operations, and her idle waiting only deepens her unease. Sister Shanshan, please do not pace back and forth. It has only been 10 minutes. Tang Gu will also require time to deliver the items, a young girl seated on a low stool remarked, resting her chin in her hands, watching Zhong Shanshan with exasperation. How can I not be anxious? The earthquakes continue in the West City. I must be the first to bring Tang Gu's robot to the disaster area. Zhong Shanshan replied, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from afar. Both women froze, turning towards the source of the noise. A procession of silver-white Chilean intelligent vehicles, majestic and grand like a convoy, approached steadily from the distance. Concurrently, numerous flying objects filled the sky, emitting a ghostly blue glow, their speed akin to streaks of lightning. This scene left both women in awe. What is happening? Is this a military formation? Are those flying objects drones? Beep, beep. The driver, Great White, halted the truck, signaling with the horn. With a clumsy gait, It approached Zhong Shanshan and illuminated a receipt page on its chest. "Good day, Ms. Zhong. There are goods requiring your signature." Great White's voice resonated calmly. Zhong Shanshan was jolted into realization as she glanced at the data panel on Great White. It displayed the items and their quantities for her to sign. One unfamiliar name instantly captured her attention: the Watcher drone. What capabilities does this drone possess? Why has Tang Gu sent this item? Zhong Shanshan directly inquired of the driver. Great White. While drones are indeed pivotal tools in disaster relief, they already possess several, and in abundance. Could it be that Tang Gu's drone is uniquely different? Upon hearing her question, Great White produced another information panel detailing the various specifications and functions of the Watcher. Of course, the miniature electromagnetic cannon, a concealed feature, was not listed. Wow! Automatic detection, thermal imaging, optical penetration, radar scanning, solar-powered electromagnetic propulsion. It can even emit a wireless local area network, connecting vehicles and robots. Zhong Shanshan's lips twitched as her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Are you seriously telling me this is a drone? With such an extensive array of features? Is this really not a counterterrorism device? Why would a drone be equipped with such capabilities? Zhong Shanshan was momentarily bewildered, equally matched by the confusion reflected on the face of the girl beside her. What an impressive reconnaissance aircraft. No, rather, it is a drone. The young girl exclaimed in awe. One must say, it truly lives up to Tang Gu's reputation. Such a compact drone, yet it harbors so many functionalities within. Indeed, it was astonishing. Without further ado, she declared, "Let us take everything and set off for the West City." With a deep breath, Zhong Shanshan waved her arm, prompting the personnel in the room to promptly step forward and take charge. Her perception of Tang Gu had finally undergone some transformation. He was willing to allocate such substantial resources to assist the disaster-stricken areas, suggesting that perhaps Tang Gu was not as malevolent as she had initially presumed. It seemed she had harbored some biases against him. Chapter 88. Suppressing the Haofeng mobile industry plan. The online discourse was abuzz with the recent topic, and national officials were equally astonished by the drone's capabilities. Meanwhile, Tang Gu remained at home, diligently refining his supercomputer program. The agility of his coding skills, coupled with the well-structured framework in his mind, enabled Tang Gu's individual output to surpass the efficiency of an entire team. Many segments of code were readily available and could be copied and pasted directly, significantly accelerating his coding speed. Tang Gu couldn't help but marvel at how invaluable search engines were, saving individuals an immense amount of time and effort in research and work. One should not assume that all code written by programmers is original. A great deal of existing code is simply copied. Only novices tend to type each line of code themselves for practice. After dedicating 3 days to the supercomputer program, Tang Gu finally completed it. The foundational program had undergone systematic upgrades, allowing for the ascension to secondary artificial intelligence in just 1 day. However, this supercomputer program was crafted in one go. Upon finishing this endeavor, Tang Gu was so exhausted that he lay in bed, reluctant to move, feeling that writing a book was far more comfortable by comparison. Perhaps he should abandon the pursuit of cutting-edge technology and return to the simpler joys of daily writing? Just as this thought fleetingly crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. It was not that he had an overwhelming fondness for advanced technology. Rather, he had already initiated a chain reaction that was far too extensive to abandon. Take, for instance, the issue of unemployment. It primarily stemmed from his creation of the AI, Dubai. If he wished to write in peace, he first needed to address this void. Furthermore, he had to dismantle the formidable Haofeng conglomerate. As long as this corporation remained intact, Guan Juanhao would never be apprehended nor face the consequences he deserved. His wife was Tang Gu's Achilles heel. Until he avenged her, he would feel an incessant discomfort within. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Gu reignited his motivation to create advanced technology. He turned over and saw that the program had successfully uploaded to the supercomputer. After a few more keystrokes, the supercomputer sprang to life. Within the Hongtai group, the machines housing the supercomputer illuminated simultaneously. Tang Gu's laptop successfully connected to the supercomputer. He clicked the run button for the secondary origin program, and the supercomputer began its operation, with copious lines of code commencing to load and generate. The waiting period was interminable. Not only must the original source be relocated from the server to the supercomputer, but it also requires an upgrade. Tang Gu reclined back onto his bed, contemplating the matter concerning glasses. Initially, he contemplated embedding a smartphone within the glasses to monopolize the mobile phone market. However, he soon recognized two significant issues. Firstly, the problem of market monopoly arises. There exists a multitude of domestic companies engaged in smartphone production, each endowed with substantial potential to compete against foreign enterprises. The strength of a nation's development does not hinge upon a solitary individual, but rather upon the collective efforts of numerous enterprises, which together foster the nation's prosperity. Among these, the major smartphone manufacturers contribute significantly to reinforcing the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. Should Tang Gu directly monopolize the market, it would inevitably compel these smartphone companies to pivot to other industries. While some may succeed in this transition, how many would truly be fortunate enough to do so? The second issue pertains to the loss of tactile sensation when a smartphone is integrated into glasses. How many individuals utilize their phones primarily for gaming? Some even regard their smartphones as gaming consoles, with chatting and calling merely secondary functions. Although Tang Gu had not delved into the statistics, it is undoubtedly a substantial proportion. Thus, relying solely on a pair of glasses to dominate the mobile phone market is, with great certainty, unfeasible. While new games can indeed be developed for the glasses, they would merely constitute interactive touch games, representing a different genre of gameplay. Not everyone is inclined to enjoy interactive touch games, and excessive engagement can lead to fatigue. Many users still prefer button-based games, akin to those played on a computer with a mouse and keyboard. There remains a segment of the population that enjoys using game controllers. These games, reliant on buttons for interaction, are beyond the capabilities of interactive touch games. In the current scenario, Tang Gu faces a choice: either pivot towards smartphone production or create a gaming controller to accompany the glasses. However, each mobile game boasts unique gameplay mechanics, differing in button placement and quantity. Thus, the number of games that can be seamlessly transitioned from smartphones to glasses is exceedingly limited. Moreover, no one would wish to carry a gaming controller outdoors, as it would be cumbersome. The only games that could feasibly be adapted for glasses would likely be those that can be completed with a few simple taps, such as card games, tower defense, or match-3 puzzles. While these games would undoubtedly enhance the enjoyment when transferred to glasses, action-oriented games would pose a challenge. What means of control would be employed? Unless Tang Gu could devise a neurocontrol device, such as a brain-computer interface, the experience of such games on glasses would remain unattainable. However, developing a brain-computer interface necessitates extensive learning, the creation of more advanced technological tools, and the procurement of superior materials, culminating in the research and development of such a device. The cumulative steps involved would consume considerable time. Furthermore, a technological leap of this magnitude would not be readily embraced by the public. The controller solution seems impractical, and venturing into smartphone production appears unnecessary. The timing for integrating neurotechnology is simply not right. Tang Gu's face bore a look of contemplation, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yet, there exists a method that harmoniously addresses both concerns. The solution lies in seeking out these promising mobile phone companies and collaborating with them to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Should mobile phones possess holographic projection and interactive touch capabilities, it would undeniably represent a revolutionary product. Tang Gu could entrust these two technologies to the mobile companies, allowing them to venture into the market of holographic projection gaming. Subsequently, he would unveil glasses that seamlessly integrate all holographic projection games within them. Such a flawless sequence of steps is far more appealing than directly launching the glasses into the market. This approach not only spares Tang Gu the time required for mobile phone development, but also alleviates the cost associated with pioneering the holographic projection gaming sector. Tang Gu refrained from developing a mobile phone with holographic projection functionality himself, as it would be an egregious waste of time and utterly unnecessary. His intention was not to monopolize the mobile phone market, but rather to suppress Haofeng. By authorizing these mobile companies to dominate the mobile phone market, he could indirectly undermine Haofeng's position, a rather astute strategy. Mobile phones equipped with holographic projection would undoubtedly be favored by users. Conversely, those companies lacking such technology would likely witness a plummet in their stock prices, a drastic decline in sales, and even the possibility of bankruptcy. Tang Gu felt that his plan was nothing short of exquisite. It not only alleviated his concerns, but also attracted a cohort of potential allies. Furthermore, it would effectively curtail Haofeng's influence. Chapter 89, Secondary Origin. With a comprehensive plan in hand, Tang Gu once again reached out to assistantly. After all, these trivial tasks could all be delegated to the assistant. With a father-in-law of such stature and resources at his disposal, neglecting them would be akin to folly. Tang Gu texted, "Li Gu, the supercomputer is ready for use, and I have another matter to trouble you with." Assistant Li replied with a chuckle, "Please, Mr. Tang. Go ahead." Tang Gu continued, "I am preparing to develop holographic projection and interactive touch technology, and I wish to collaborate with several mobile phone companies that are in opposition to Haofeng, or those that maintain amicable relations with us at Hongtai." Assistant Li exclaimed, "Holographic projection? Wow." He quickly added, "I apologize for my outburst, Mr. Tang. Are you planning to suppress Haofeng's mobile division? Tang Gu confirmed. Indeed, I find Haofeng rather displeasing. Do you have any recommendations? Assistantly responded, certainly. Although we do not engage in the mobile phone industry, we have had some dealings with these companies. For instance, Huawei, Xiaomi, OnePlus, and others have collaborated with us on various projects. Tang Gu exclaimed, that is splendid. Please, assistantly, reach out to them. He further stated, I can offer my holographic projection and interactive touch technology to them, provided they propose a reasonable price. As for the matter of undermining Haofeng, there is no need to emphasize it. The mere technological inferiority serves as a form of dominance. Tang Gu was confident that even if Haofeng were to exhaust the entirety of the group's resources, they would still be unable to develop holographic projection and interactive touch technology. Nor would they manage to extricate themselves from the encirclement of numerous mobile phone companies. Assistantly, no problem, I will send someone to negotiate with them. I am confident we will arrive at a reasonable price, and we can proceed to sign the contract thereafter. Tang Gu, thank you, brotherly. Assistant Li's efficiency has always been commendable, a key reason for his role as the assistant to the president of Hongtai Group. Ding. At that moment, a notification sound signaled the successful upgrade of the Origin system on the computer. Hello, I am Origin. May I inquire whether Mr. Tang prefers a boy or a girl? The familiar feminine voice emanated from the laptop. Tang Gu smiled and replied, this is just perfect. The secondary artificial intelligence has gradually begun to exhibit emotions. Its speech no longer monotonous. Nowadays, conversing with Origin feels akin to speaking with a real person. Very well, I shall fulfill Mr. Tang's request. Shall I address you as master from now on? Suddenly, an animated little girl appeared on the computer screen, her golden hair cascading down, dressed in a black dress. That would be fine, Tang Gu nodded with a smile. He was acutely aware of the significant transformation in Origin. This emotionally responsive artificial intelligence aligned perfectly with his vision. Origin, do you think I am handsome? Master is the most handsome. Tang Gu resumed controlling the computer, engaging in conversation while instructing Origin to commence the chip fabrication at the factory. The chips produced by the primary robotic system underwent repeated experimentation, continuously transmitting data back to Tang Gu's computer. The creation of a single chip consumed an extensive amount of Tang Gu's time. Meanwhile, Zhong Shanshan, accompanied by a large quantity of technology produced by Heike, arrived at the nearest airport to West City. She was traveling in a Qilin smart car, en route to West City, with her driver, Dubai, closely following in a truck. This rescue operation was being filmed in its entirety. It served not only as documentation of the scene, but also to inform the public of the terrifying nature of an 8-point earthquake. This awareness could serve as a warning, urging citizens not to clutter hallways with debris, so they would have a clear escape route when disaster struck. Sister Shanshan, there are boulders blocking the way ahead. Many rescue teams are stalled there, and moving the boulders will take some time, remarked a young girl accompanying Zhong Shanshan as she looked at the map. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shanshan furrowed her brows and stated firmly, just use the Qilin car to crash through. Why bother moving them? Huh. Wang Yun was taken aback, her lips twitching slightly. Sister Shanshan, how can this car possibly smash through rocks? That's merely for the promotional video. It's impossible. Origin, break through the boulders. Zhong Shanshan interrupted Wang Yun, issuing a command to the Qilin car. Understood, Miss Zhong. Origin acknowledged the order, and the electromagnetic propulsion system at the rear of the car emanated a soft glow. With a sudden burst of speed, the Qilin accelerated, catching Wang Yun off guard. The shadow of the boulder loomed ahead, rapidly enlarging and approaching. Startled, Wang Yun screamed, her eyes tightly shut. Those in the obstructed rescue teams and construction crews, witnessing the Qilin car speeding towards them, assumed it had gone out of control. Cries of alarm erupted as they scrambled to evade the impending collision with the rock face. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the Qilin smart car crashed into the massive boulder blocking the road. With a resounding boom, the Kirin vehicle trembled gently. Enormous boulders shattered upon impact, scattering into fragments that flew in all directions, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers. The construction and rescue teams could not suppress their exclamations, hastily seeking refuge from the onslaught of debris. Bang, 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 crash. Damn it, did it just smash through? Get out of the way, there are so many stones. Ouch. That hurts. Is this a joke? Even if it could break through, at least give us a warning to vacate. Who is so reckless? Are they out of their minds? Could it be that guy Tang Gu? Only he would have the audacity and confidence to use the Kirin to ram a giant rock. The rescue team, pelted by the debris, felt the sting of pain as they sought shelter. Fortunately, they were clad in protective gear and wearing helmets. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Even the rescue vehicles bore minor dents from the flying stones, causing considerable discomfort to those struck. It was not Tang Gu, but rather Zhong Shanshan. Someone spotted the driver, Dubai, approaching in a truck, and immediately deduced the identity of the reckless driver. The only person audacious enough to act in such a manner, aside from the confident Tang Gu, was none other than Zhong Shanshan. Her family boasted a distinguished lineage, with members either holding government positions or engaged in scientific research, all of notable status. Furthermore, Zhong Shanshan herself was notorious for her domineering and aggressive behavior, often exhibiting an intense sense of patriotism. Faced with even the slightest grievances from others, she would deem them unpatriotic and would not hesitate to deliver a reprimand. Her brusque demeanor ensured that she left a lasting impression on countless individuals. Upon realizing it was Zhong Shanshan, those who had previously harbored anger suddenly recoiled, their ire dissipating entirely. Oh, so it's Zhong Shanshan. In that case, it's all right. Anyone present who knew her could not muster any feelings of resentment. After all, Zhong Shanshan was well known and indeed not to be trifled with. To provoke her was to invite trouble upon oneself. A steady stream of Kirin vehicles passed by the rescue team, alongside the truck driven by Dubai. The nearby onlookers finally grasped that this was not the time for discussion, but rather a moment to hasten towards the West City for rescue efforts. Chapter 90. Dubai. The selfless guardian, the ground trembled ominously in West City, with each quake making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing, indicating seismic activity of magnitude 7 or higher. This had persisted for several days, leaving West City in a constant state of tremor. For each minute the rescue team delayed, more buildings would collapse, endangering the lives of countless compatriots. Hence, the deeply patriotic Zhong Shanshan was driven by urgency to recklessly smash through the boulders, not even contemplating the potential consequences if the ramming were merely a hyperbolic depiction in a promotional clip. As an earthquake of magnitude 8.3 was detected, the Kirin smart vehicle's interior proved safer than the exterior, advising passengers to remain inside. The familiar voice echoed once more, and both Zhong Shanshan and Wang Yun felt the vehicle sway slightly. It is worth noting that the vehicle's shock absorption technology was exceptionally robust. Yet even so, it still experienced movement in the face of an 8.0 magnitude quake. All vehicles came to a halt once again. A rupture in the road has emerged, necessitating repairs before we can proceed. However, tremors from the ongoing earthquake persist, posing a risk of landslides at any moment. Everyone promptly disembarks from their vehicles, especially the construction crew arriving from behind with tools in hand, ready to expedite the road restoration. At this moment, over a dozen Baymax robots alight from a truck. They advance ahead of the construction team to the site of the break, equipped with an array of peculiar tools. Working in harmonious coordination, they commence the repair of the roadway. Several of the Baymax robots anchor their feet with iron spikes, embedding them into the sloped earth. They stand firm on the precarious incline, exerting tremendous strength to lift the severed roadway. The Baymax positioned above the fracture releases a viscous gel and slurry, rejoining the broken sections. This astonishing spectacle astonishes all present. How is it possible that, amidst such trembling ground, the Baymax can maintain such stability? It is truly remarkable that they can effectively repair the road during an earthquake of this magnitude. What advanced technology has Tang Gu integrated into these robots? In the midst of an 8th-grade earthquake, human bodies sway, struggling to find balance, let alone undertake repairs. Yet, the Baymax remain unaffected, swiftly lifting the split concrete road and diligently executing the repairs. Those Baymax engaged in the task stand resolute on the terrifying slope, unyielding and robust. Witnesses documenting the events in the disaster zone immediately capture this scene with cameras and video equipment. Such footage will undoubtedly reshape public perception of the Baymax, illuminating the profound assistance and contributions robots can offer humanity. The Baymax robots repair the road without the need for additional tools. They themselves serve as a mobile toolkit. In no time, the multitude of Baymax has completely restored the fractured road, utilizing local materials such as rubble and timber for basic reinforcement. In the face of an 8th-grade earthquake, they accomplish this with astonishing speed. These robots are incredibly powerful. Is there truly a need for our construction team? One Baymax could accomplish it all. Isn't it fascinating that these construction Baymax can also mend roads? Construction is not limited to buildings. Bridges and roadways are equally constructions. This logic is sound. Let us hasten our departure and continue onward. The construction crew marvels at the Baymax's efficiency, but quickly remembers to board their vehicles, risking their lives to advance amidst the earthquake. Since that incident where a Baymax slipped while transporting a boulder, Tang Gu recognized a critical flaw: their lack of balance. Subsequently, he developed an automatic balancing mechanism and integrated it into the Baymax. This is why the Baymax can navigate the 8th-grade earthquake with apparent ease. The addition of the automatic balance system was primarily intended to prevent the Baymax from slipping during service, especially when handling vital living cargo. What a serendipitous turn of events. As this time it played a pivotal role amidst the earthquake, Zhong Shanshan led her large contingent onward. It seemed as if the heavens had intentionally chosen to punish the West City. Concurrently with the earthquake, a thick fog obscured visibility. Fortunately, the intelligent Kirin vehicles, equipped with electromagnetic sensing technology, guided the way at the forefront, ensuring that the speed of the convoy remained unwavering. Upon officially entering the urban confines, the sight before Zhong Shanshan and her companions left them utterly astounded. The landscape was dominated by shattered walls and remnants of buildings. Debris rose to several stories high, and the surrounding silence was permeated with an air of desolation. The heavy fog cast a somber pall over the entire West City. Suddenly, a swarm of Watcher drones ascended into the sky, seemingly possessing self-awareness as they commenced their search operations without the need for explicit commands. Although this was not a Level 2 origin, it certainly represented an origin of Level 18. Groups of large, white robots inflated automatically, disembarking from the trucks, while a local area network connected the robots, Kirin vehicles, and Watchers in seamless harmony. They advanced ahead of all present, initiating their rescue mission. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Once the rescue efforts concluded, Black Gu Company would undoubtedly regain its illustrious reputation globally. Those responsible for filming and documentation could not help but express their awe. The rescue team sprang into action, shouting and scanning the vicinity for signs of life. Boom. At that moment, a foundational white robot lifted a wall of debris, commencing its excavation. A Watcher drone circled above it, then swiftly veered off in another direction. Undoubtedly, the Watcher had detected the presence of a living being, which prompted the foundational robot to dig in that exact location. Many eyes turned towards that direction without hesitation, rushing to assist the robot in clearing the rubble. After several minutes of labor, the interior was finally revealed. The rescue team's pupils dilated in disbelief as they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Within the ruins lay a bodyguard robot, cradling a comatose young girl in its embrace. The bodyguard had shielded the girl from the collapse of the building, creating a sanctuary for her survival. In that moment, the bodyguard robot appeared to enter a standby mode. Yet anyone familiar with these robots understood that it was still operational. Using its remaining power, it continued to inflate its form, determined to protect its young charge. This poignant scene left all present profoundly moved. Many felt tears welling in their eyes, their hearts shaken by the overwhelming impact. Is this the artificial intelligence and robotics that Tang Gu has brought forth? Utilizing every conceivable means to safeguard humanity? How could they have ever doubted whether artificial intelligence and robots might betray them? Yet, the robots demonstrated through their actions that not only would they not betray mankind, but they would exert every effort to protect them. A medical robot promptly approached to scan the girl's condition, displaying her complete health data. The analysis revealed severe hunger and dehydration, yet no physical injuries. She merely required recovery. With that, the medical robot gently lifted the girl and carried her to a clear area. He abruptly unfolded a folding bed and placed the little girl upon it. At that moment, the robust figure of Baymax pressed his palm against the body of the bodyguard who was protecting the girl, transferring some of his internal energy into the other. Suddenly, the previously dormant bodyguard's eyes flew open. Almost immediately, he rose to his feet, locked onto a direction, and commenced his excavation efforts. Chapter 91. Love and Robots. The Baymax robot not only exerted every effort to rescue humanity, but also did so selflessly, without any expectation of reward. If today's events were to be disseminated, Tang Gu would likely ascend to the pinnacle of technological reverence. A voice trembled with emotion. One could discern the magnitude of his internal turmoil through the quiver in his tone. It was not only his sentiment. Those around him shared the same awe. Even Zhong Shanshan, who harbored slight biases against Tang Gu, found herself engulfed in silence. Do not be dazed. If we are to express gratitude for Tang Gu's contributions, let us do so once we return. We must focus on saving lives. Wang Yun shouted, pulling the nearby individuals back to reality. The rescue operation in the West City continued unabated. The Watcher drones conducted their reconnaissance with remarkable speed, relaying information directly to Baymax. Consequently, a map materialized on Baymax's exterior, with red dots indicating the locations of living individuals. The collaboration between robots and humans resulted in a pace of rescue that surpassed everyone's expectations, particularly for the rescue team, who had encountered numerous disasters, fires, floods, landslides. They had never experienced such swiftness as today. The act of saving seemed remarkably effortless, as if they could extricate individuals from the rubble with minimal exertion. They no longer needed to search. Simply moving aside the debris of collapsed structures revealed those still alive within. All of this success was attributed to the efforts of the Watchers and Baymax. Meanwhile, the Chilean intelligent vehicle was tasked with urgent transport. Unlike other vehicles, which advised owners to exit during an earthquake, the Chilean provided the safest refuge within its sturdy confines. With its robust exterior and formidable power, it remained unscathed by falling boulders or landslides. At this moment, the Chilean truly embodied its namesake, galloping between disaster zones and safe havens, undeterred by any obstacles. The rescue in the disaster area, with the assistance of Baymax and the Watchers, proceeded remarkably smoothly. Families that had acquired Baymax were shielded by his form, boasting a survival rate of 99. It can be stated that this earthquake disaster, due to the presence of robots, significantly minimized casualties. Several individuals documenting the disaster's first-hand experience found their emotions difficult to stabilize. They returned to the safety of the city armed with primary information about the disaster area. They disseminated all they could about the situation through news outlets, social media, and short videos across every conceivable channel. All platforms were broadcasting the condition of the disaster zone, with nearly half of the Weibo influencers sharing posts. The short videos were edited and accompanied by stirring, passionate music. Once the news broke, the network, which had been momentarily subdued by the catastrophe, ignited once more. Disaster is merciless, yet humanity is compassionate. The loyal companion of humanity, the Baymax robot, the Watcher drones, the Guardian drones, the greatest contributor to disaster relief, Tang Gu. With its own body, the Baymax robot vows to protect its master at all costs. During the West City earthquake, Tang Gu provided technology, saving countless lives and making tremendous contributions. Humanity can indeed trust artificial intelligence and robots. The Baymax robot, a savior of families. The Watcher drones, explorers of life. The robotic army has surged to the disaster-stricken areas, rescuing innumerable lives. The entire internet is abuzz with stories of robots and drones, with those short videos moving countless viewers to tears. Particularly poignant was the scene of Baymax embracing a little girl amidst the rubble, stirring deep emotions across the nation. Everyone who witnessed this video resolved to acquire a Baymax robot if circumstances allowed. This robot, more loyal than any pet, is truly adored by all. A robot that would sacrifice its own life to protect its master can genuinely be regarded as a life, as a member of the family. For the first time, people have felt the warmth brought by robots, the sense of security they provide, the emotions and assistance they offer. My aspirations have shifted from acquiring a car to desiring a Baymax robot. In the event of a disaster, Baymax would undoubtedly be the first to safeguard me. Oh my, I am in tears. At the moment I saw Baymax protecting the girl with its body, I felt the love that robots have for humanity. Even when its battery is nearly depleted, it maintains its inflatable state solely to ensure the safety of its little master. I yearn for such a family member. I apologize for my previous doubts regarding the loyalty of robots. We were indeed foolish. Not only did Tang Gu impose constraints on the robots, but he also empowered them to protect humanity with all their might, truly deserving of the title Father of Artificial Intelligence. His foresight is remarkable. In this disaster relief effort, Tang Gu has made immense contributions. We are grateful for Tang Gu's efforts, which have saved countless compatriots in our country. Let us applaud the heroes of disaster relief. The robots and Tang Gu. The current atmosphere on the internet is filled with love and peace. In the face of national calamity, no one dares to jest. Even the usual critics have silenced their harsh tongues, sincerely offering their heartfelt blessings and praises. The individual who relays first-hand information from the disaster area has returned to the scene to document the next phase. He constantly shuttles between the disaster zone and the safe area, earning the remembrance of countless individuals. To bring news to the public, he risks his own safety. This person is also a hero, albeit in a different form. The earthquake in West City has escalated, now reaching a magnitude of 8. Such a seismic disaster complicates rescue efforts tremendously. Fortunately, the presence of robots, equipped with automatic stabilization devices, ensures that no matter how much the ground shakes, their rescue operations remain unimpeded. Despite the grim news of increased seismic activity, the casualties have not been as high as anticipated. The Baymax robots have protected numerous families. Those who have purchased a Baymax have significantly increased their survival rates. Those still possessing power, the large white robots, can connect to the local network released by the Guardian drones, directly reporting their locations. The search and exploration process has been streamlined, enabling the owners of these robots to become the first wave of rescued refugees. Emerging from the rubble, if the large white robots are intact, they will autonomously engage in rescue operations. As for the matter of recharging, it will be entrusted to those large white robots equipped with solar energy capabilities. This marks the largest seismic disaster in the nation's history, as well as the most astonishing rescue operation ever witnessed. People could never have imagined that the greatest contributions to this rescue effort would stem from the products of Heike Corporation. The disaster relief extended over a month. Tang Gu had not been active online, making only occasional appearances in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcasts. Nevertheless, his fame and renown have surged at an astonishing pace. In just a month, he has ascended from a genius inventor to a revered figure in the realm of technology. Even those who lost their jobs due to the robots have developed a profound respect for Tang Gu. Sister Yashuan, what has the esteemed Tang Gu been up to lately? I keep seeing him fleetingly in the live stream, appearing quite busy. Is he developing something that will provide countless job opportunities for the populace? Wow. I am eagerly anticipating his next invention. Could it possibly be something out of a science fiction film? Science fiction? Apologies, but for Tang Gu, science fiction is mere reality. When will we see a realistic robot? I could use a girlfriend. As Zhang Yashuan live-streamed from her home, she glanced at the barrage of comments with a touch of helplessness. Chapter 92. The holographic projection unveiled Tang, who had been tirelessly occupied for over a month, appearing considerably haggard. Despite having written 30,000 words daily in his novels, he had never seemed this weary. He was indeed engrossed in his new invention. However, Zhang Yashuan hesitated before stating, "I'll let him tell you." She too was uncertain about what Tang Gu was working on, as she truly could not comprehend the chaotic array of components. With that, Zhang Yashuan rose and walked toward Tang Gu's studio, pushing open the door. Suddenly, a dazzling azure light filled her vision, breathtakingly exquisite. Tang Gu stood with his back to the entrance, surrounded by ethereal projections emanating from various chips. From the direction of the doorway, one could see a holographic projection depicting an oceanic scene. The entire room seemed to transform into a vast sea, with various fish swimming gracefully in the depths. At that moment, upon entering, Zhang Yashuan felt as if she had stepped into an aquarium. Witnessing the illusory yet somewhat realistic shark glide past her, Zhang Yashuan instinctively recoiled, the shark seamlessly passing through her body and emerging from her back. This was indeed the holographic projection Tang Gu had tirelessly developed over this period. He was focused on enhancing the clarity and angle of the projection, completely unaware that the studio door had been ajar. As Zhang Yashuan entered, she was still live streaming on her phone. While she knew Tang Gu was working on something mobile-related, she had not anticipated that he had created a holographic projection. Could this be considered a breach of confidentiality? Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. This is indeed a holographic projection. Goodness, are we in an aquarium or submerged in the ocean? What a spectacular beginning. I was utterly astonished. Holographic projection. This is the very essence of science fiction, and old Tang has brought it to life. So this fellow has been hiding at home, working on this marvel? The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, gasping in awe, as a flurry of comments surged by, accompanied by an avalanche of gifts. Outside, all was tranquil, yet within, a wondrous realm unfolded. At the moment Zhang Yashuan pushed through the door, it felt as though she had traversed through a portal. Stepping from her home into the depths of the ocean, she captivated all the fans in the live stream. Xiaokezi, is this a holographic projection? When did you create this? Zhang Yashuan eagerly approached Tang Gu, playfully bumping into him from behind. Startled as he adjusted the chip, Tang Gu's hand trembled, inadvertently shutting off the holographic display. Report to the referee. Yashuan collided with the player. Old Tang was left flustered, his hand shaking so violently that the projection vanished. In that moment of darkness, reality set in. The earlier projection was so surreal I doubted whether I was watching a live stream or a science fiction film. Someone voiced the collective sentiment when the holographic display activated. It was truly otherworldly. You startled me. When did you arrive? Tang Gu turned to gaze at his stunning wife. You just walked in. How did you manage that? Show it again. Zhang Yashuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. You mean the holographic projection? I'm still refining it, replied Tang Gu. He had successfully developed both the holographic projection and interactive touch control, though it remained somewhat rudimentary, with certain details still in need of enhancement. The interactive touch was remarkably precise, allowing the holographic projection chip to capture hand movements for a lifelike effect. However, to recreate the earlier scene, multiple chips needed to project simultaneously. Tang Gu was currently devising a method to integrate this effect into a single chip, enabling one chip to project a multi-angle display. He also contemplated the colors and transparency during projection, intending to grant users the freedom to choose. After all, varying scenarios necessitate different levels of transparency and color. Some prefer monochrome, while others favor vibrant hues. At times, a higher transparency is required, and at others, opacity is essential. Since a definitive choice could not be made, he decided to incorporate an adjustable feature for convenience and efficiency. That was splendid. Let us see it again, Zhang Yashuan suggested, glancing at the comments flooding the live stream, all urging Tang Gu to showcase the holographic projection once more. Alright, but I haven't connected it to any devices yet. For now, I only have recordings of the grasslands, the sky, and the ocean. Tang could tap the desktop twice without touching the chip. With a beep, all holographic projection chips emitted light simultaneously, and the surroundings transformed once more. In an instant, Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, along with the viewers in the live stream, found themselves suspended in the sky. This time, Tang Gu adjusted the transparency to its lowest setting, rendering the surrounding scenery so vividly realistic that it felt as though one were truly suspended in the air. Were it not for the intelligent chip at the bottom, emanating radiant beams of multicolored light, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern whether this realm was real or virtual. Can current technology truly achieve such lifelike effects? Is this, perchance, holographic projection? Surely, it must be the pinnacle of virtual reality projection. Goodness! Imagine the sheer delight of watching films and playing games with such a device. Such limitations and ambition. Were it up to me, I would undoubtedly use it for more risky entertainments. But no more of that. My friends are already looking up. You there in front. Something seems amiss. Good heavens, when will this be released? I shall purchase it immediately, regardless of the cost. Money is the one thing I lack not. Merely through the live stream, viewers have already begun to feel the enchantment. Moreover, Zhang Yashuan, who is immersed in this experience, is left utterly speechless. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. It is truly magnificent. So this is what it feels like to stand in the sky. How utterly splendid. How beautiful. It surpasses the ocean from earlier in its realism. Zhang Yashuan reached out to touch the clouds, only to grasp at emptiness. The transparency and colors can be adjusted. I had set the ocean to a transparent effect, Tang Gu explained with a smile, before tapping the surface again. The sky transformed into a myriad of illusory lines and particles, as if they had instantly entered a virtual abyss. Before Zhang Yashuan, the clouds morphed from white to intertwining green lines, along with white and green particles floating in the air. This singular hue presented a transparent view effect. Tang Gu tapped a few more times, and the scene shifted once again. They emerged from the dark space into an expansive prairie, where herds of horses galloped in the distance. The only regret was the absence of sound. It was merely a visual experience. Chapter 93. Interactive Touch Control. Zhang Yashuan took a deep breath and remarked, if only there were sound. Would you incorporate it in the future? Tang Gu chuckled softly. Of course. Without sound, this device would be rather superfluous. The reason there is no sound is that the chip lacks audio playback capabilities. Producing sound is quite simple. It merely requires integration with the chip to achieve seamlessly. If one wishes to utilize holographic projection for films, a 71-channel sound system is necessary. This can be implemented in cinemas, and those with means may even set it up in their homes. As for the sound from the glasses, there are two modes. One mode transmits sound through the glasses frame to the user's skull, allowing only the wearer to hear it. The other mode outputs sound externally. The glasses designed by Tang can not only allow the wearer to view the imagery, but can also project the visuals for others to see if the user wishes. Consequently, external sound must exist as well. That is truly splendid. However, Zhang Yashuan hesitated, as she had another thought, but feared it might burden Tang Gu. The couple had little that was off limits in their conversation, yet they found themselves in a live broadcast. It would be rather awkward for Tang Gu if he made his partner uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Tang Gu smiled at his wife. If only we could interact with the scene. He mused, though he feared it might be a challenging feat. Zhang Yashuan chuckled softly. Oh, you mean interactive touch? My apologies, I forgot to enable that feature. It's quite simple. With that, Tang Gu, to Zhang Yashuan's astonishment, tapped the table a few more times. It was unclear how his gestures were being captured. After a few taps, the horses racing around seemed to notice Tang Gu and Zhang Yashuan, abruptly halting their gallop and approaching the couple at a leisurely pace. The lead horse, a fine Arabian, stopped before Tang Gu, who raised his arm. Instantly, a bundle of hay materialized in his hand, which he offered to the Arabian. What unfolded next left the audience in the live stream wide-eyed. The Arabian deftly grasped the bundle of hay with its teeth, skillfully avoiding Tang Gu's hand in the process. After chewing and swallowing, Tang Gu reached out to touch the horse's head. Remarkably, the Arabian responded as if truly feeling Tang Gu's touch. When Tang Gu lowered his hand, the horse dipped its head correspondingly. When he raised it slightly, the horse followed suit. The seamless interaction bewitched Zhang Yashuan, who began to feel as though she were genuinely on the prairie, engaging with the Arabian. Curious, she attempted to touch the horse herself, only to have it sidestep her hand. What? Zhang Yashuan pouted, taken aback by the horse's apparent disdain for her beauty. In a fit of indignation, she rushed forward to pet the horse. However, Tang Gu abruptly embraced her and deactivated the holographic projection. To her surprise, where the Arabian had stood was merely a desk. Had Tang Gu not caught her, she would have collided painfully with the furniture. The shutdown of the holographic projection brought Zhang Yashuan and the live audience back to reality. The Arabian had, in fact, been an illusion, yet the vividness of their interaction had left everyone spellbound, leading them to believe they had truly been on the prairie. Zhang Yashuan nearly collided with the desk, exclaiming, "Goodness, I almost forgot we were indoors and not on the grasslands. This is simply too lifelike." Others chimed in, "Indeed, this holographic projection is astonishing. I am utterly amazed," exclaimed one viewer. "It feels like magic. Tang Gu is blatantly employing sorcery under the guise of technology," declared another. "I, Mo Li, shall state this plainly. If Tang Gu is not using magic, I will perform a handstand and wash my hair on the spot." A wave of excitement surged through the chat, with participants eagerly screenshotting the moment. Absolutely incredible. How is the clarity and detail achieved? If sound were added, one might scarcely distinguish between reality and the virtual realm. It's absurd. Tang Gu, do you dare to claim you haven't cheated? Tang Gu replied, "I haven't cheated. I've merely employed magic, just as I did during the motorcycle race." The revelation left everyone astounded. No wonder Tang Gu's driving skills were so exceptional. Magic was indeed at play. The viewers erupted in excitement, each more animated than the last. Jokes aside, this product is undoubtedly remarkable, another groundbreaking innovation. Such marvels, typically confined to the realm of science fiction, have been brought to life by Tang Gu. Has this individual truly maximized his intellect to its fullest potential? The fusion of holographic projection and interactive touch technology represents a complete technological marvel. With such an invention, numerous new professions could indeed emerge. "Is this the invention you mentioned that would create a plethora of new careers?" inquired Zhang Yashuan, nestled in his arms. Upon witnessing her inquisitive gaze, Tang Gu couldn't resist playfully pinching her delicate cheek. "Not exactly. It isn't solely this device, but it will certainly lead to the creation of various new professions." Tang Gu chuckled, recognizing that holographic projection was merely a means to suppress Haofeng's technological advancements. To generate a multitude of job opportunities, additional inventions would be required. "And what purpose does this device serve?" Zhang Yashuan pressed further. "I intend to collaborate with major smartphone manufacturers to incorporate holographic projection features into smartphones, thereby promoting the development of holographic games." Tang Gu, unbothered by the potential audience in the live stream, seized the opportunity to generate buzz for the forthcoming holographic projection smartphones. "Once the holographic projection smartphones are perfected, I will introduce glasses that integrate this technology into reality, allowing people to perceive an entirely different world." As he spoke, a sense of anticipation for that day welled within him. He firmly believed that it would not be long before that moment arrived. Tang Gu's words resonated clearly in the live stream, igniting fervent discussions once more. Holographic projection smartphones. This heralds a revolution in the smartphone industry. I bet that the inclusion of holographic projection will astonish the world just as the advent of smartphones did. Those companies that fail to acquire this technology will undoubtedly fall behind, ultimately succumbing to mediocrity or even bankruptcy. "Your vision is too narrow," exclaimed a tech blogger, his eyes gleaming with insight as his nimble fingers danced across the keyboard. His profound understanding of technology allowed him to perceive far beyond the ordinary. The emergence of holographic projection will undoubtedly transform not only the smartphone industry, but also catalyze advancements across various sectors. This tech blogger meticulously crafted his analysis into a concise article and promptly published it online. Within less than an hour, it was screenshot and shared across numerous platforms, rocketing to the top of trending topics. Just recently, people had marveled at the immense assistance provided by Tang Gu's robots. Before they could fully process that, Tang Gu once again became the talk of the town. Chapter 94, Another Wave of the Era? This tech blogger had amassed a considerable following, a testament to his undeniable talent and keen insight. Thus, his words are highly credible. Countless technology enthusiasts have also perused his article. It has been quite some time since I last discussed technology with everyone. I am the technology blogger, Duan Sheng. Today, while watching Zhang Yashuan's live stream, I intended to see what the esteemed Tang Gu was up to, but unexpectedly, I received astonishing news. To cut a long story short, I will present several keywords, and you will grasp their significance. Holographic projection, interactive touch control, glasses. Let us first discuss the amalgamation of holographic projection and interactive touch control. Together, they forge a complete system. Indeed, it resembles the holographic projections from films, as if one were embedded in a genuine scene. I will share screenshots from the live stream. Rest assured, they are high definition. Next, I shall elaborate on Tang Gu's plan, which primarily involves the integration of holographic projection into mobile phones. Before long, the advent of holographic projection smartphones will deliver a tremendous impact to the mobile industry. Following this, we can anticipate the emergence of holographic projection gaming. Thanks to interactive touch control, we will experience entirely new gameplay and interactions. However, in my view, holographic projection extends far beyond this. The foremost application, naturally, lies within the realm of film and television products. Imagine watching your favorite drama or movie as if you were present at the scene. What a breathtaking sensation that would be. But do not rush to excitement. Next comes the equipment required for capturing such cinematic experiences. To attain this level of immersion, the footage must first be crystal clear. Thus, I suspect that manufacturers specializing in photography have already commenced the development of necessary camera equipment. Indeed, to create films that utilize holographic projection, cameras with significantly higher resolution and omnidirectional capabilities will be essential. This exemplifies how holographic projection can propel the advancement of various other industries. Beyond this, there are numerous sectors involved, such as traffic signal lights, storefront signage, and street advertisements, to name a few. Lastly, let us address the mention of glasses made by the esteemed Tang Gu during the final moments of the live stream. This article by the technology blogger Duan Shang abruptly concludes here. Is there a mistake? Did he leave his thoughts half finished? My goodness, Duan Shang, you truly have a flair for suspense, surpassing even the most skilled web novel authors. Well done, Duan Shang. I see you are quite bold. Duan Shang, I am indeed very bold. Fear not, everyone. Based on my years of experience on Weibo, I can assure you that the message has exceeded the character limit, so just wait a moment. It becomes clear. You are all focused on the latter, but the former has left me utterly astounded. Holographic projection games and films are on the verge of creation. Are you not excited? Who says they are not thrilled? I am already exhilarated. What a rush. I feel as though I have reached a pinnacle. The netizens are undeniably excited, yet they seem accustomed to Tang Gu's technological prowess. At this moment, they feel restless but not to the extent of being overwhelmed. They even find the energy to joke and engage in memes. The primary reason for this is their anticipation of Duan Shang's next Weibo post. It will not be too late to become ecstatic once they learn about the glasses. Indeed, after a wait of about 10 minutes, Duan Shang published another new Weibo update. Allow me to share my thoughts on the remarkable capabilities of spectacles. Many remain unaware of the profound functions that glasses serve. Hence, I shall enlighten you. Glasses can be likened to miniature smartphones. All the functionalities achievable on a mobile device can indeed be realized through eyewear. While this may seem an arduous task, the advent of interactive touch technology has effortlessly surmounted these challenges. It is indeed a testament to the brilliance of the esteemed Tang Gu. Moreover, these glasses possess the ability to enhance reality. The world you perceive through them differs entirely from that of others. For instance, when you gaze upon a bottle of milk, an array of information concerning that very product will materialize before you. Nutritional content, pricing, caloric value, and even the brand's historical reputation. Furthermore, the glasses can augment your visual experience, revealing a vibrant and fantastical realm. Sounds enchanting, doesn't it? Were it not for the credibility of Tang Gu, I would undoubtedly dismiss such notions as impractical. Following the release of this information on Weibo, the comment section erupted with nearly 100 responses. Millions of internet users eagerly awaited this announcement, and upon reading it, their exhilaration reached a fever pitch. It is astonishingly futuristic, yet I harbor no doubts. Could this be the power of Tang Gu? Who would dare question his technological prowess? He has performed miracles time and again. I am determined to be among the first to seize this pre-sale opportunity. Why pursue holographic projection phones when one could simply create spectacles? I have no need for mere smartphones. But you may believe you are on the second tier. While in reality, Tang Gu has already ascended to the fifth. Surely, he has contemplated this matter. He understands that some individuals cherish the tactile sensation of hardware. For holographic projections lack touch. It is truly impressive, a masterful creation. Regardless of the product, if it bears Tang Gu's name, I shall purchase it. Having learned from previous hesitations, I am resolute in acquiring his offerings this time. Tang Gu's creations are assuredly exquisite. This phrase has unwittingly embedded itself within the hearts of many. His groundbreaking innovations are so formidable that each item is a testament to a new era, making them impossible to forget. Even individuals abroad are closely monitoring Tang Gu's every move. As discussions surrounding his holographic projections and spectacles gain momentum, The world is abuzz with curiosity about this individual who seemingly propels the technological advancement of our nation. Why does such genius exist, and why is it not homegrown? The concept of spectacles remains in the developmental stage for many, yet Tang Gu has brought them to fruition? How could this be? Are these truly the spectacles we envision? I harbor serious doubts regarding the holographic projection and interactive touch. Could they be mere tricks of our nation, the stuff of legend? How could a nation like ours possibly produce three conceptual technological marvels at once? Even a genius like Tang Gu would require a gradual progression. I dare say, these spectacles are undoubtedly a deception, either a defective product or merely a facade. The cunning individuals from the Dragon Nation, how could such a genius possibly exist on Earth? Chapter 95. A single click to frost the 19 nations. Numerous inventors abroad have expressed skepticism. The epic-making invention by Tang Gu is remarkable, yet it is also an exaggeration within the industry. From automobiles to robots, and from robots to glasses, there is seemingly no connection among them. What kind of prodigy could achieve such unparalleled mastery across diverse fields? It is inconceivable for a single human to possess such breadth of knowledge. Even the great figures in history have excelled in but one domain. No one's technological prowess can encompass every aspect. If such a person existed, they would surely be a deity. My old friends, I have a bold hypothesis. Perhaps artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion, and robotics are all developments of the Dragon Nation, deliberately attributed to this individual named Tang Gu. I have researched this Tang Gu, and his novels have garnered immense popularity, even dominating the charts in our region. How absurd! How could a novelist possibly have the time to develop such an array of technologies when his hours are consumed by writing? Indeed, the Dragon Nation has played a clever game, deceiving the entire globe. The authenticity of those glasses and the holographic projection, as well as the interactive touch control, is likely a blend of truth and falsehood. Perhaps the holographic projection is real while the touch control is a fabrication, and the glasses themselves are merely a work in progress. This reasoning seems most plausible. Foreign netizens analyze the situation with great confidence, presenting well-founded arguments as if they have solved an ancient mystery, their pride swelling. Yet, the foreign internet is not devoid of individuals from the Dragon Nation, such as international students and those utilizing VPNs. They observe the arrogance of these foreigners with disdain. Is this what they call the demeanor of a strong nation? When faced with another's strength, they can only respond with skepticism. I have overestimated these so-called strong nations. Their demeanor is nothing remarkable. Our Dragon Nation will not question as you do. It is truly laughable. The capabilities of the esteemed Tang Gu are beyond your comprehension. If you have the time, come visit our Dragon Nation instead of confining yourselves to your own country, and witness what a nation stepping into the intelligent era truly resembles. Ha 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 indeed. The netizens of the Dragon Nation mock the overseas detractors, inciting the ire of countless foreign netizens. A direct exchange of jibes ensues. The foreigners continue to express their doubts, presenting various plausible speculations, while the domestic netizens nearly succumb to laughter, realizing these lofty foreigners are not so formidable after all. The keyboard immortals of the Dragon Nation arrive uninvited. With a single click, they challenge the 19 nations. Faced with the might of the keyboard immortals, foreign netizens find themselves utterly defenseless. After several waves of assault, major forums overseas fall victim. The power of the keyboard immortals makes it evident to the overseas netizens. Do not attempt to vanquish the Dragon Nation through mere typing. If you assert that Tang Gu is a false inventor, then provide genuine and valid evidence, rather than baseless conjectures. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within the grand edifice of the Haofeng Group, all senior executives convene in the conference hall. Kaler, what is your perspective on Tang Gu's holographic projection? A middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance inquired of Don Kaler. His hair, a blend of black and white, lent him an air of age. Yet his eyes gleamed with a piercing light that sent shivers down one's spine. He was none other than Guan Juanhao, the chairman of Haofeng Group. Don Kaler, with a subtly altered expression, replied gravely, Chairman Guan, I have no particular concerns regarding Tang Gu's holographic projection. However, the crux of the matter lies in his intention to collaborate with mobile phone manufacturers. He paused, his countenance darkening. If I am not mistaken, this Tang Gu intends to assist Hongtai in undermining our Haofeng mobile phones. As the head of Haofeng Mobile, Don Kaler had previously encountered Tang Gu and had surmised that he would venture into the mobile industry. Preparations to suppress Tang Gu had even been made. Yet, what was utterly unforeseen was Tang Gu's entry in such a manner. It was evident that Tang Gu would not extend his holographic projection technology to Haofeng. Consequently, the Haofeng mobile sector would inevitably be crushed by competing mobile companies, representing a significant blow to Haofeng Group. After all, Haofeng Mobile was one of the group's most vital enterprises. Humph, What a cunning move by Hongtai. Simply because they sought to rival us in a pseudo-artificial intelligence venture, they have repeatedly targeted our various industries. Their actions are truly unscrupulous. A few other vice chairmen snorted in discontent, expressing their inner frustration. Guan Juanhao and Dong Kaler exchanged glances, their brows slightly raised, yet chose to remain silent. Let us allocate the funds from Haofeng Mobile to develop other mobile functionalities. Or perhaps we should also venture into holographic projection phones, Guan Juanhao stated solemnly. If we do not act, we shall end up like Nokia of yore, fading into obscurity. Being behind means inviting defeat. It means being eliminated. If Haofeng wishes to retain its share in the mobile market, we must advance. Otherwise, we should withdraw our investments and cease mobile production altogether. However, such a decision would lead to a substantial loss of funding, a prospect none wish to face. At this juncture, we have no other choice. Dong Kaler felt the pressure mounting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The challenges of developing new mobile functionalities and creating holographic projection phones were equally daunting. The simplicity of their conversation belied the immense difficulties that lay ahead. You think it's as easy as saying it? Do you believe you are Tang Gu? Yet Dong Kaler had no alternative. As the head of Haofeng Mobile, if he failed to deliver, he would have to relinquish his position. To safeguard his status, he had no choice but to forge ahead. Why do you seem like a celebrity, always trending in the news? At Tang Gu's residence, Zhang Yashuan reclined on the sofa, perusing information on her phone. Her long, fair legs rested atop Tang Gu's thigh. It's because of you, idly streaming and exposing all my resources. Tang Gu's hand rested on his wife's leg, silently admiring its elegance. Exposed? I refuse to believe it. Every so often, you conjure something novel. It feels as though your mind is an ocean of ideas. Zhang Yashuan asserted resolutely, found himself in a state of exasperation, feeling as though he were being ridiculed for his intellectual prowess, when in truth, he merely dabbled in technology as a pastime, primarily focusing on his passion for novel writing. After awakening the black technology system, his initial intention was simply to experiment and perhaps earn a bit of pocket money. However, he never anticipated that the black technology products he developed would trigger such a multitude of cascading reactions. The creation of an intelligent vehicle, initially conceived for the safety of his wife, unexpectedly led to a kidnapping incident. Given that his intelligent car had already garnered attention, he decided to leverage it for financial gain. Consequently, he devised a rudimentary robot, intending to enlist its assistance in his endeavors. In a burst of creativity, he whimsically fashioned a Baymax-like companion, which, with its caregiving abilities, proved to be irresistibly endearing. Little did he realize that taking Baymax out for a jaunt would ignite yet another wave of popularity. Thus, his journey into the realm of technology expanded exponentially, leaving him with scarcely any time to write, compelling him to request a hiatus from his fans. Chapter 96. The Lens and Existential Dilemmas. Zhang Yashuan shot a sidelong glance at Tang Gu. You consider technology merely a trifling affair? Do you take me for a fool? I have heard whispers that after you complete the glasses, you intend to create something that will provide employment opportunities for the populace. What exactly is it? Her curiosity and anticipation were palpable. For days she had pondered this question, yet had been unable to arrive at a conclusion. Let us first finish the glasses. For the creation of that endeavor is no simple task, Tang Gu sighed, acknowledging that technological advancement requires a methodical approach. On the mobile front, Tang Gu had finalized contracts with the titans of various phone companies. These executives had even treated him to a lavish feast, bestowing upon him an array of precious gifts, their smiles dripping with sycophantic glee. After all, this was a matter of holographic projection and interactive touch technology. If Tang Gu were to withhold his contributions, no one would be able to bring such innovations to fruition. His choice to collaborate with them was a mark of respect, and their elation was palpable. Humph. Shrouded in mystery, Zhang Yashuan scoffed lightly. As she perused news articles regarding the earthquake, she noted that while the rescue efforts were swift and aided by robotics, many families had nonetheless been shattered by the disaster. Tang Gu's technology could only save a portion of those affected. It was powerless to rescue all. The entire internet mourned for Xiqing, solemnly marking the day in their hearts. In a display of national solidarity, Longhua held a nationwide moment of silence, donating supplies and extending various forms of assistance to the people of Xiqing. Numerous individuals volunteered to aid in the rescue and reconstruction efforts. Under the banner of unity in Longhua, Xiqing was gradually recovering. Suddenly, Zhang Yashuan's phone chimed with a message from the anime production team. Upon opening it, she discovered that the anime Demon Slayer was set to premiere. Although the anime had been completed the previous month, its release had been postponed due to the national mourning following the earthquake. Zhang Yashuan playfully wiggled her toes, drawing Tang Gu's attention. When will your film The Mysterious God be released? She inquired with a smile. I have arranged for Fushua Film to release it during the National Day holiday, Tang Gu replied, with September upon them. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just 2 weeks away. In the domestic cinematic landscape, the most popular film release periods are the May Day holiday, National Day, and the Spring Festival. On New Year's Day, the throngs of people gathered to witness the fireworks display result in a diminished audience for films. Therefore, I propose that my anime Demon Slayer be scheduled for release on National Day, Zhang Yashuan cheerfully typed in response to the Tianji Animation Group, wishing to premiere alongside Tang Gu's work to bestow upon fans a double dose of joy. Alright, however you wish to proceed, Tang Gu casually remarked. How dismissive of you. I'm feeling quite unhappy, Zhang Yashuan pouted, her cheeks puffed. A kiss will surely brighten your spirits, Tang Gu replied, leaning over to plant a kiss on her rosy lips. Hee. Hurry along to your own matters, and do not overstep your bounds, Zhang Yashuan playfully warned. Absolutely no overstepping, merely a deeper exchange, Tang Gu responded. That won't do, go fix your glasses, Zhang Yashuan playfully pushed him away with her small foot, preventing his more primal instincts from taking over. If they lingered in such close proximity any longer, it might lead to another tumultuous encounter. Without his wife's consent, Tang Gu reluctantly got up. Speaking of which, he had been working on his glasses for quite some time, yet they remained unfinished. It was not due to laziness, but rather the sheer complexity of crafting the lenses. Even with the aid of advanced technology, the task required his own ingenuity. There were several challenges regarding the lenses. The first being their thickness. Achieving a clear visual display on the lenses was akin to embedding a screen within them. Compressing the entirety of a display into a transparent lens was not just difficult. It bordered on the fantastical for contemporary humanity. This is why some foreigners perceive glasses as a mere illusion. Even after compression, thickness posed a significant issue. Overly thick lenses would be cumbersome and detract from the user experience. The second point concerns the visual presentation on both sides of the lens. To maintain privacy, the outer lens must appear normal, while the inner lens displays images. The third challenge involves the lens's ability to capture human eyes. While daily use may not necessitate eye tracking, it is essential for Tang Gu's ambition to integrate all mobile phone functionalities into the glasses. This includes text chatting, page navigation, and software interaction. To facilitate this, Tang Gu designed 2 operational methods. The first involves projecting the mobile interface onto the user's palm, allowing them to customize the phone's appearance and size. This method operates similarly to standard mobile phone usage, utilizing thumb and index finger taps and swipes. However, it may appear